In a serendipitous turn of fate, the impoverished young man Qin Xiaolong acquires the legacy of an immortal, propelling him to defy the heavens, trample upon the elite, and conquer the world. Ultimately, he unites with the grand principles of heaven and earth, transcending to a realm beyond, and becomes the sovereign of the celestial domain. In the sweltering heat of July, after enduring a day of relentless sun, Qin Xiaolong found himself restless in his stifling abode, akin to a steamer. Deciding to seek relief, he ventured to the Clearwater River for a swim. Upon finishing his refreshing dip, the oppressive heat had considerably dissipated, prompting him to head homeward. As he passed an old, dilapidated house at the east end of the village, he couldn't help but pause. This was the residence of Lu Xiangxiao, the substitute teacher at the village's primary school. It was nearly 1 o'clock in the morning, and with rural life offering little in terms of entertainment, most villagers would have long succumbed to slumber. Yet, the lights in Lu Xiangqiu's home remained aglow. Xiangxiao Jie must be unable to sleep, likely due to the heat, Qin Xiaolong mused to himself. Lu Xiangxiao was renowned as the beauty of Taoyuan village, with a delicate and ethereal appearance, her skin as white as snow and her figure gracefully curvaceous, earning her the moniker of the widow Shishir. Alas, fate had dealt her a cruel hand. Her father had married her off to Yang Dige for a dowry of 50,000, only for Yang to perish within 6 months of their union due to excessive drinking. Since then, the young Lu Xiangxiao had been left a widow. It would not be an exaggeration to say that nearly every man in Taoyuan village harbored thoughts of her, yet Lu Xiangxiao had remained virtuous, resisting their advances. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from Lu Xiangqiu's courtyard. Upon hearing the cry, Qin Xiaolong initially feared that she was in peril. Without hesitation, he vaulted over the wall and dashed into her yard. However, he soon realized his assumption was misguided. There were no assailants present, only Lu Xiangxiao herself. At that moment, she was taking a bath. It was well known that Lu Xiangxiao was stunningly beautiful, and now, with her body glistening from the water, she resembled a lotus emerging from the depths, alluring and enchanting. "Xiaolong, help me. There's a snake!" Lu Xiangxiao exclaimed, her face etched with panic upon seeing Qin Xiaolong. His gaze followed hers, and he discovered a venomous 5-step snake coiled perilously close, barely 10 centimeters from her side, its tongue flicking menacingly, poised to strike. "Xiangxiao Jie, please remain still," Qin Xiaolong urged her urgently. In their secluded village, should Lu Xiangxiao be bitten, it was highly likely that she would not survive long enough to reach a hospital. "Xiaolong, think of a way to get rid of it," she implored, her voice tinged with desperation, her anxiety palpable. "Stay calm, I will handle it," Qin Xiaolong reassured her, scanning the surroundings and spotting a snakeskin bag nearby. He seized the bag and a sturdy stick and approached the serpent. Gently, he placed the stick before the snake, which instinctively coiled around it. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Xiaolong swiftly lifted the snake and confined it within the bag, sealing it tightly. "It's all right now, Xiangxiao Jie," he declared, setting the bag aside and dusting off his hands. "Thank you, Xiaolong," Lu Xiangxiao said gratefully, throwing herself into his arms, her warmth and softness igniting a desire within him. "Ahem, Xiangxiao Jie. Perhaps you should put on some clothes," he suggested hastily, fearing his self-control might wane under the circumstances. At the mention of clothing, Lu Xiangxiao blushed crimson, realizing her state of undress. Wordlessly, she dashed back into the house. After donning a floral dress and tidying her hair, she re-emerged from her room, looking enchanting with her damp hair and a complexion reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms. "Xiangxiao Jie, do you want this 5-step snake? If not, I shall take it home for a brew," Qin Xiaolong inquired, swallowing hard. "No, you can take it," Lu Xiangxiao replied. "Then I shall take my leave. Do rest well," Qin Xiaolong said, preparing to depart. "Wait, I have a bottle of liquor in my room. Would you keep me company for a couple of drinks? I still feel a bit shaken," Lu Xiangxiao suggested, her voice tinged with lingering fear. "Very well," Qin Xiaolong acquiesced, unable to refuse the invitation from such a beauty. This marked his inaugural visit to Lu Xiangqiu's bedroom, which was rather modest, lacking substantial furnishings. Nonetheless, it was impeccably clean and exuded a subtle fragrance of jasmine. Lu Xiangxiao retrieved a bottle of liquor from the cupboard, pouring a glass for Qin Xiaolong. "Xiaolong, this toast is for you. Thank you for saving me earlier," she expressed, her gaze filled with gratitude. "No need for thanks, Xiangxiao Jie. It was but a small effort," he replied nonchalantly. "To you, it may be a trivial act, but to me it is a matter of life and death. I will remember this kindness for eternity," she declared earnestly. Qin Xiaolong smiled, choosing to remain silent. After sharing a few more drinks, Lu Xiangxiao suddenly posed a question. Xiaolong, do you think I'm beautiful? Indeed, in my eyes, Xiangxiao Jie, you are akin to a celestial being. Qin Xiaolong responded sincerely. This was no flattery. Lu Xiangxiao was a true beauty, surpassing many starlets. Then, might you stay with me tonight? She asked suddenly. The atmosphere in the room grew thick with unspoken tension. Xiangxiao Jie, are you feeling inebriated? Qin Xiaolong questioned, taken aback by her boldness as he observed her slightly tipsy demeanor. I am not drunk, I desire you, she confessed, boldly reaching for him. Gasping in surprise, Qin Xiaolong could hardly believe her audacity. Xiaolong, please stay with me tonight, her soft voice echoed once more. For 3 years, Lu Xiangxiao had not been with a man her body craved the touch of another, parched like a drought-stricken land yearning for rain. Qin Xiaolong, handsome and exuding masculinity, had unknowingly captured her heart. The wine had emboldened her to finally express her feelings. As she sensed his masculine presence, her yearning grew insatiable. Simultaneously, a fire ignited within Qin Xiaolong. Just as they seemed poised to succumb to temptation, a sudden, urgent knocking echoed from outside. Startled, Lu Xiangxiao released her grip on Qin Xiaolong, as if caught in a compromising position. Xiaolong, you must hide, she urged urgently. All right, he replied, glancing around before swiftly slipping beneath the bed. Why must I hide? I am not an illicit lover, he silently grumbled to himself. Yet, as the saying goes, trouble often befalls widows. Should anyone witness him in Lu Zianqiu's home at such an hour, scandalous rumors could ensue. Once assured that Qin Xiaolong was concealed, Lu Xiangxiao approached the door, calling out, Who is it? Chapter 2. The underhanded move. I am your elder brother, Da Hu. Open the door quickly. My younger brother just fell while hunting rabbits in the mountains and has injured his head, bleeding profusely. You must find some bandages to tend to him. Outside the house, Li Da Hu spoke with palpable urgency. Li Da Hu was the local bully, a man whom Lu Xiangxiao detested. However, upon hearing his words, she did not hesitate and swiftly opened the door. The moment the door swung open, Li Da Hu and his brother, Li Er Hu, rushed inside. Upon witnessing the brother's sinister expressions, Lu Xiangxiao instantly realized she had fallen into a trap. Li Da Hu, what do you intend to do? She inquired, maintaining a semblance of composure. Knowing that Qin Xiaolong was hiding within the house. Xiangxiao, you must be suffering as a woman. If you were to accept me, I promise you a life of luxury and indulgence, Li Da Hu said, his eyes aflame with desire. He had long coveted Lu Xiangxiao, and today, he was determined to possess her, no matter the cost. Li Da Hu, stop dreaming. I would rather starve than associate with scum like you. Get out of my sight, or I will scream for help, Lu Xiangxiao retorted, her voice laced with disgust. How dare you refuse me? Seeing Lu Xiangxiao's rejection, the lustful Li Da Hu lunged at her, covering her mouth and preparing to drag her away. Li Er, who quickly shut the door behind them. Realizing the brothers intended to assault her, Qin Xiaolong could no longer remain concealed. He burst forth from his hiding place. With a resounding thud, Qin Xiaolong kicked Li Er Hu to the ground, then rushed to Li Da Hu's side, seizing his hair and delivering a flurry of blows to his face, culminating in a knee strike that sent Li Da Hu sprawling. Qin Xiaolong, it's you again, today. I will make sure you pay. Enraged by Qin Xiaolong's interference, Li Er Hu seethed, recalling how Qin Xiaolong had previously thwarted his plans. Come on, whoever shows fear is a coward. Qin Xiaolong, undeterred, grasped the hatchet hanging on the wall. Brother, don't act rashly. We don't need to stoop to this fool-less level, Li Er Hu hastily implored. Upon hearing this, Li Da Hu calmed slightly. He understood that Qin Xiaolong was a formidable opponent. If a fight ensued, the brothers would come to no good end. Qin Xiaolong, I will remember this day. Just wait for it. After issuing a fierce warning, Li Da Hu fled with his brother. Pa, what a disgrace. Qin Xiaolong spat on the ground, his face twisted in contempt. In Taiyuan village, many feared the Li brothers, but he, Qin Xiaolong, was unafraid. He had been the local tyrant since childhood, never tasting defeat in a fight, though he did not seek out trouble. Xiangxiao, are you all right? Qin Xiaolong turned to Lu Xiangxiao and asked. I'm fine, thank you, Xiaolong, Lu Xiangxiao replied, grateful. She knew that had it not been for Qin Xiaolong, she may have been violated by the Li brothers. Don't mention it's getting late. I should head home if there's nothing else, Qin Xiaolong replied nonchalantly before bidding her farewell. All right, take care, Lu Xiangxiao said. After seeing Qin Xiaolong off, she returned to her bedroom as she recalled his sunny and handsome visage. Her eyes slowly fluttered shut. Damn those two scoundrels. Otherwise, I might have been able to help my sister with the farming. Qin Xiaolong grumbled in frustration. As the saying goes, a graceful lady is a gentleman's desire. Lu Xiangqiao possessed both beauty and charm, making her truly a rare gem. Naturally, Qin Xiaolong, being a normal man, found himself attracted to her. Had it not been for Li Dehu's sudden appearance, they might have already engaged in deeper conversations. Yet, reflecting on Lu Xiangqiao's actions that day, a thrill coursed through Qin Xiaolong. Clearly, she harbored feelings for him as well. If he continued to shower her with affection, it was only a matter of time before he would lose himself in her charms. With that thought in mind, Qin Xiaolong relaxed, humming a tune as he strolled home. As he turned a corner, he suddenly spotted a wallet on the ground. Picking it up, he discovered it contained several hundred coins. Is this Li Dehu's wallet? Inside was an identification card bearing Li Dehu's name. Had it belonged to anyone else, Qin Xiaolong would have returned it promptly, but since the wallet belonged to the notorious Li Dehu, he pocketed the money without a second thought. Just as he was about to discard the wallet, a shadow stealthily approached from behind and struck him with a brick. Thud, with a dull thump. Qin Xiaolong collapsed. You arrogant fool, weren't you quite the hotshot? Keep being cocky now, Li Dehu cursed as he kicked Qin Xiaolong repeatedly. The wallet had been a bait, deliberately discarded to ambush Qin Xiaolong, and as anticipated, he had fallen into the trap without resistance. Brother, don't beat him anymore. Seeing Qin Xiaolong motionless, Li Dehu called out to Li Dehu and checked for signs of life by feeling for his pulse. The next moment, his face turned pale. Brother, he's dead. Hearing this, Li Dehu's expression shifted. He had only intended to vent his frustrations on Qin Xiaolong, never intending to kill him. Now faced with the prospect of a life lost, fear gripped him. Brother, what do we do? You've killed someone. Will you be sentenced to death? Li Dehu asked in a panic. Shut up. Li Dehu feigned calmness, glancing around to ensure no one was watching. Dehu, go home and fetch a burlap sack. We'll dispose of Qin Xiaolong's body in the reservoir, obliterating any evidence. No one will ever know. Brother, is this really okay? Li Dehu asked. Trembling. Of course. There's no other choice. If I get caught, you won't fare any better. Li Dehu snapped. To avoid imprisonment, Li Dehu hurried home for the sack. After placing Qin Xiaolong's body inside, the brothers carried him to the outskirts of the village, to Wulong Reservoir. Dio ensured Qin Xiaolong's body would not surface. Li Dehu stuffed the sack with stones before tossing it into the deepest part of the reservoir. As Qin Xiaolong's body sank, blood oozed from his head wound, mingling with the sand atop a colorful stone. At that moment, the stone began to emit a radiant glow, enveloping Qin Xiaolong's body. Simultaneously, an ancient voice resounded in his ears. I am the Emperor of Divine Mist. Today, you shall inherit my legacy, destined to protect all of humanity from impending calamities. Chapter 3. Just try touching me under the influence of the colorful light. The injury on Qin Xiaolong's head healed instantaneously, and the colorful stone transformed into a stream of light that entered his body. At that moment, Qin Xiaolong opened his eyes, upon realizing he was submerged in water. Panic surged within him. Instinctively, he exerted his arms, and the sack that bound him was torn apart. Freed, Qin Xiaolong immediately surfaced. What the hell? Why am I in the reservoir? He exclaimed, bewildered as he gazed at the water. Soon, memories flooded back. He had been knocked unconscious by a brick, and thereafter, darkness had consumed his consciousness. My head hurts. Just then, an influx of profound information flooded into Qin Xiaolong's mind. Techniques of martial arts, medical knowledge, feng shui, and more. An overwhelming wealth of knowledge that felt as though it might burst his skull. Fortunately, this sensation lasted less than 10 seconds before dissipating. Wait, the legacy of the Emperor of Divine Mist? Am I dreaming? Qin Xiaolong murmured in astonishment. He pinched his thigh hard, wincing in pain. I'm not dreaming. I have truly received the legacy of an immortal. At that moment, Qin Xiaolong was overwhelmed with excitement, never imagining that something straight out of a novel would happen to him. However, he understood that this secret must be kept. Otherwise, he might end up as a lab rat for dissection. Regaining his composure, Qin Xiaolong recalled how he had been knocked unconscious. Although lacking concrete evidence, he strongly suspected Li Dehu was behind it, as that scoundrel was known for his misdeeds. You better not be the one responsible, or you'll see what I'm capable of, he cursed under his breath before turning back home. Once home, Qin Xiaolong did not sleep. Instead, he began to cultivate the technique he had inherited, known as the Chaos Celestial Cannon. According to the records, it was an unparalleled skill that, once mastered, granted immortality. Within mere moments, Qin Xiaolong discovered the sensation of qi and successfully condensed the first strand of true energy. Under his guidance, this strand began to circulate within him according to a mysterious rhythm. Xiaolong, wake up for breakfast. Suddenly, a voice jolted Qin Xiaolong from his reverie. Opening his eyes, he realized it was already dawn. Although he had not slept all night, he felt invigorated, devoid of any fatigue. That moment, he sensed a surge of power coursing through his veins, and he believed he could easily fell a bull with a single punch. Xiaolong, hurry up and get up for breakfast. Outside the house, the voice of my mother, Liang Jing, echoed once more. Coming, Qin Xiaolong replied, swiftly exiting his room. After a hurried breakfast, Qin Xiaolong's father, Qin Fugue, wiped his mouth and said, Xiaolong, later I will head to the town to sell some grain. Remember to water our cornfield. It's been dry these past few days, and if we don't irrigate it soon, our harvest will surely be affected. All right, leave it to me, Qin Xiaolong readily agreed. Subsequently, Qin Fugue loaded bags of grain onto the tractor and drove off to the town, while Qin Xiaolong took a shovel and headed toward their cornfield. After diverting water from the Qingshui River, Qin Xiaolong settled down at the field's edge to watch a small film. Compared to Cang Laoshi, Qian Mei's skills were somewhat lacking, but her voice was melodious. He thought to himself, when I finally have some money, I must go see a live performance. After finishing one film, Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but offer his critique. Glancing inadvertently at the irrigation ditch, he was taken aback to discover that it was completely dry. Such a situation could only mean one thing. Someone had intercepted the water. Without hesitation, he followed the ditch upstream and soon identified the culprit, Qian Guangfu. The village head of Taoyuan village, Qin Guangfu, you truly have no shame. Who gave you the right to cut off our water supply? Qin Xiaolong confronted him, staring at the smoking Qian Guangfu. I am the village head, tirelessly working for the community. What's wrong with me watering it first? Qian Guangfu retorted, unrepentant, the village head. You're no more than a local despot, and it wouldn't matter if you were the county head. Qin Xiaolong replied dismissively, directly clearing the blocked irrigation ditch and then obstructing Qian Guangfu's water channel. Listen well, Qian Guangfu, if you dare block my family's water supply again, don't blame me for being impolite. Qin Xiaolong warned, pointing at him in Taoyuan village, where the heavens seem distant and the emperor is far away. Qian Guangfu was almost a tyrant, as few dared to offend him. However, Qin Xiaolong was unafraid. You are truly audacious, Xiaolong. Do you really think I won't dare to deal with you? Qian Guangfu glared. Come, try to lay a finger on me. If you dare touch a single hair on my head, I will sleep with your daughter tonight. Qin Xiaolong shot back defiantly. Qian Guangfu was indeed no paragon of virtue, yet his daughter, Chen Xiaoyu, was the belle of Taoyuan village. Growing up alongside Chen Xiaoyu, they were childhood sweethearts, yet Qian Guangfu often belittled Qin Xiaolong's family for their poverty, openly mocking him in front of his mother, which soured their relationship. If you dare touch my daughter, I will kill you. Qian Guangfu's expression darkened, for his daughter was his prized possession. Hearing Qin Xiaolong's words ignited his fury. Don't be angry, village head. I was merely joking. All right, I'll go water the fields now. Qin Xiaolong suddenly changed his tone, feigning humility. Though he held Qian Guangfu in contempt, he remembered the old saying, one should not offend the Buddha for the sake of the monk. And for Chen Xiaoyu's sake, he refrained from a full confrontation. After watering the cornfield, Qin Xiaolong returned home. As he passed by the house of the village accountant, Li Gangxian, he recalled that his grandfather's low-income support status had yet to be processed, prompting him to visit Li Gangxian's residence. The door was ajar, and Qin Xiaolong walked straight into the yard. Inside, a woman in her 30s, Wu Jinlian, Li Gangxian's wife, was present. Despite Li Gangxian's unremarkable appearance, his wife was genuinely beautiful. Wu Jinlian, with her peach-like complexion and alluring figure, possessed eyes that sparkled like a clear spring, captivating anyone who gazed upon her. At that moment, she was clad in a sheer nightgown, and under the sunlight, her form was tantalizingly revealed, causing Qin Xiaolong to swallow hard. Xiaolong, you arrived just in time. Please help me steady this chair while I pick a few peaches. Wu Jianlian said after glancing at him. Qin Xiaolong did not refuse. He agreed and moved beside her to support the chair as she climbed up to reach the peaches. Suddenly, a hornet flew close to Wu Jinlian, and she shrieked in fright, tumbling toward Qin Xiaolong. Ouch! Wu Jinlian cried out, having twisted her ankle from the fall. At that moment, Qin Xiaolong found himself pinned beneath her, the weight pressing down on him, making it difficult to breathe. Hearing his voice, Wu Jinlian shifted slightly, allowing him to stand. Xiaolong, please help me up. I twisted my ankle, she said, her brows furrowed in pain. All right, Qin Xiaolong responded quickly, assisting Wu Jinlian to her feet. You should help me inside. I have some ointment in my room, she added. Qin Xiaolong nodded, supporting her as they entered the house. Sister, where is your ointment? He inquired. It should be in that drawer of the small table, Wu Jinlian indicated. Qin Xiaolong opened the drawer and indeed found a bottle of ointment. Sister, don't move. Let me apply the medicine, he said as he approached her. Thank you so much, Wu Jinlian replied, her foot aching considerably, and she naturally did not refuse. Wu Jinlian's feet were small, with soft and delicate skin, certainly befitting the description of 3-inch golden lotuses. If someone with peculiar tastes encountered them, they might find it hard to resist. However, at that moment, Qin Xiaolong was focused solely on applying the ointment to her ankle. Ouch, be gentle. That hurts, Wu Jinlian exclaimed, unable to suppress her discomfort. Sister, your bone is misaligned. I need to help reset it. It might hurt a little in the process, so bear with me, Qin Xiaolong explained as he examined her ankle. You can realign bones? Wu Jinlian asked, astonished. Yes, I learned a bit from an old master, Qin Xiaolong replied with casual bravado. In truth, the knowledge he had obtained included various medical skills, and he felt that even the legendary Huatua would pale in comparison to him now. Of course, he would never divulge this to Wu Jinlian. All right, I'll give it a try, she acquiesced, trusting him. I'll count to 3, and when I reach 3, I'll help you realign it. Here we go, 1, 2, crack, Qin Xiaolong declared, counting aloud, but as he reached 2, he suddenly exerted force, and with a crisp sound, Wu Jinlian's misaligned bone was reset. Sister Jinlian, try moving it now and see if it still hurts. Oh, my foot doesn't hurt anymore. Xiaolong, you are truly impressive, she exclaimed, marveling at the relief she felt. Indeed, realigning bones is my specialty, Qin Xiaolong smiled. Not bad, not bad. I never expected you had this hidden talent. I've underestimated you in the past, Wu Jinlian remarked, laughing. In fact, I not only know how to realign bones, but I also understand medicine. If you ever fall ill, you can always call on me. I'll be at your service, he added. Speaking as if it were true. Then tell me, what illness do I have right now? Wu Jinlian asked, half believing him. All right, Qin Xiaolong replied confidently as he grasped her arm. After a moment's concentration, he said, Sister Jinlian, if I'm not mistaken, you've been experiencing insomnia lately, along with a loss of appetite and loose stools, correct? How did you know? Wu Jinlian gasped in astonishment, not expecting him to be so accurate. Based on my diagnosis, you have a slight deficiency in your spleen, and the symptoms I mentioned are typical of such a condition, Qin Xiaolong explained with a smile. Is there any way you can help me treat it? I've felt so restless lately that I don't even want to eat, she implored eagerly. This is simple. Each day, take 5 grams each of Bai Xiao, Bai Zhu, and Bai Fu Ling, along with 2.5 grams of Gan Chao. Boil them in half a liter of water for half an hour, and drink it warm. If you do this continuously for a week, you'll recover. Furthermore, this remedy not only treats ailments but also helps with skin whitening and beauty, Qin Xiaolong advised swiftly, having tailored a remedy specifically for her condition. When did you learn medicine? Xiaolong? Wu Jinlian asked, filled with curiosity, having never realized he possessed such knowledge. My father spent quite a bit on his hospital stay, so I began self-studying traditional Chinese medicine. Now I have achieved a little success. Qin Xiaolong fabricated a story. With your skills, you could easily set up a small clinic in our village. I dare say it would earn you more than farming, Wu Jinlian suggested. That's a good idea. I'll think it over, Qin Xiaolong replied, for although he still had debts to settle at home, he no longer felt the pressure with the inheritance he had received. As they conversed, the rumble of a motorcycle echoed from outside. It must be Li Gangxian returning. You should step outside for a moment. I need to change my clothes, Wu Jinlian said. Still in her nightgown, wanting to avoid any misunderstandings with her husband. Stepping outside, Qin Xiaolong began picking up the scattered peaches from the ground. That moment, a stout man with a round face entered the yard. This was none other than Li Gangxian, the village accountant. Qin Xiaolong, what are you doing in my house? Li Gangxian questioned, eyeing him suspiciously. Isn't it the case that I'm here to inquire about my grandfather's minimum living allowance? It's been several months. When will it be resolved? Qin Xiaolong asked with a smile. Don't fret. I have already taken steps to assist you with this matter. However, as you are aware, it must adhere to the proper procedures. I assure you that I will notify you the moment the approval comes through, Li Gangxian replied nonchalantly. Come on, don't play games with me. Just tell me whether you will assist my grandfather with the minimum living allowance. Qin Xiaolong stated bluntly. Having approached Li Gangxian 4 or 5 times to resolve the issue, he had grown weary of the evasive tactics and excuses. To be frank, the town leaders have indicated that your grandfather does not quite meet the eligibility criteria, and they have returned the application several times. However, if you are willing to offer a little something, I could facilitate matters, Li Gangxian said lazily. Qin Xiaolong was no novice. He quickly grasped the implication behind Li Gangxian's words. It was clear that he was seeking a bribe. What exactly do you require as a gift? Qin Xiaolong inquired. It's not my demand, but rather that of the town officials. Here's the deal. You need to purchase a pack of Furongwang cigarettes and 2 bottles of premium Yuhuang liquor. I promise to help you get this sorted, Li Gangxian proclaimed with a facade of righteousness. You're asking for nearly 1,000 for a mere minimum living allowance? How greedy can you be? Qin Xiaolong retorted with a cold laugh. He understood that in their village, people often needed to offer gifts to Li Gangxian for assistance, while he might have accepted a simple pack of cigarettes or a bottle of liquor. The total cost of the requested items amounted to 750 yuan, nearly 2 months' worth of the allowance, which was only 450 yuan per month. This was simply unacceptable for Qin Xiaolong. I have made my position abundantly clear. If you choose not to offer anything, that's fine. You can just wait indefinitely, Li Gangxian stated. Though merely a minor official, he held the power to delay the processing of applications as he pleased. Eager to see who would outlast whom in this standoff. You think you can intimidate me? Do you really believe I won't go to the town and report your corruption? I'll have you behind bars. Qin Xiaolong shot back, his earlier politeness evaporating in the face of Li Gangxian's arrogance. You dare to threaten me? I'll break your legs. Li Gangxian glared menacingly. And you think you have the ability to do that? You're nothing but a useless coward, Qin Xiaolong scoffed derisively. You're asking for trouble, Li Gangxian shouted, enraged by Qin Xiaolong's insult, grabbing a stick nearby with the intent to strike him. Just then, Wu Jinlian emerged from the house. Dressed and ready, Li Gangxian. Stop, she shouted, rushing to intervene. Let go of me. I must teach him a lesson today, Li Gangxian roared. Calm down. Can't we discuss this reasonably without resorting to violence? Wu Jinlian continued to plead. Jinlian, don't get involved if he wants to fight. I'm more than willing to oblige, Qin Xiaolong smiled, his demeanor unyielding. His motto was to act decisively rather than engage in idle talk, and his reputation as the local bully was well earned. Please, just stay quiet, Wu Jinlian urged Qin Xiaolong with a look. Understanding her good intentions, he decided to relent at Li Gangxian. I warn you, if you continue to obstruct my grandfather's minimum living allowance application, I will report you to the authorities. Let's see how this unfolds. With that, Qin Xiaolong turned on his heel and departed. This insolent brat is insufferable. Let me go, and I'll show him who's in charge, Li Gangxian seethed, gritting his teeth. Enough, Li Gangxian. Qin Xiaolong has always been a force to reckon with. Fighting him would only bring you misfortune, Wu Jinlian admonished. Upon hearing her words, Li Gangxian began to cool down slightly. He realized he could never match Qin Xiaolong in a physical confrontation. Yet, humiliated by Qin Xiaolong's earlier insults, he felt a burning need to retaliate. Damn it. If I can't best you openly, I will resort to underhanded tactics. Tonight, I'll gather a few people to teach that little punk a lesson. Let us see if he dares to act so brazenly again, Li Gangxian vowed bitterly. Li Gangxian, I must insist you do not seek revenge on Qin Xiaolong. The blame lies squarely on you for delaying his grandfather's application. Wu Jinlian stated, advocating for fairness. Are you siding with him now? Who do you think you are, his wife or mine? Li Gangxian snapped angrily. I stand for justice, not for personal favor. You know well that Qin Xiaolong's family is struggling, and securing a minimum living allowance for his grandfather is only right, Wu Jinlian argued. That's his problem. If everyone were like him, I would starve. Li Gangxian countered defensively. In our village, everyone knows they need to bribe you to get anything done. You don't care whether Qin Xiaolong's grandfather is truly in need, Wu Jinlian retorted. How dare you defend him? Are you having an affair with Qin Xiaolong? Li Gangxian raised an eyebrow in suspicion. How dare you accuse me? Do you really think I am that kind of woman? Wu Jinlian snapped, angered by the insinuation. Best not let me catch you being unfaithful, or I will make you pay dearly. Li Gangxian commanded, dismissing her with a wave. Now, go prepare dinner. I'm starving. Realizing further debate would only escalate into a quarrel, Wu Jinlian retreated to the kitchen. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaolong had returned home. Noticing that his parents had not yet come back from selling grain, he prepared a pot of rice porridge along with stir-fried potatoes and water spinach. As he was finishing the meal, his parents finally arrived. Why are you back so late? Qin Xiaolong inquired with concern. The grain dealer in our town offers too little. They only pay 1 yuan per jin for corn. The dealer in Mingao town pays 1 yuan and 28 cents, so your father and I took our grain there. We made an extra 300 yuan, Liang Jing replied, her face beaming with happiness. So many. A few cents may seem insignificant, but farmers who toil hard for their living are meticulous about every penny. Even a slight increase in price would compel them to travel further afield to sell their grain. By the way, I also bought some pig's head meat. We can have a feast today, Liang Jing said, quickly retrieving the meat she had purchased along the way. Upon seeing the pig's head meat, Qin Xiaolong's mouth watered. Due to their family's debts, they had been living frugally and he had not enjoyed meat in several days. He took a plate to serve the pig's head meat, just as several scruffy-looking men barged in. The leader among them was none other than Qin Xiaolong, the son of the village's wealthiest man. Xiaowi's here. Please, take a seat, Liang Jing exclaimed, her face brightening with a forced smile. The reason for her eagerness was clear. Qin Depeo was their creditor, and they owed him 60,000 yuan. Aunt Liang, I want you to sit down. I'm only here for one thing. To discuss when you will marry Qin Xiaolong off to me, Chen Shui said with a grin. You must be joking. You think you can marry my sister? Have you looked in the mirror to see if you're worthy? Qin Xiaolong interjected sharply. His sister, Qin Xiaolong, had always been beautiful, and she had blossomed into a stunning young woman. One of the village's most sought-after brides, however, she had just graduated high school and had achieved excellent marks, and they had no intention of marrying her off so soon. Especially not to someone like Qin Xiaolong, who was nothing more than a good-for-nothing troublemaker. Upon hearing Qin Xiaolong's insult, Qin Xiaolong's expression darkened. Yet a devious smile soon returned to his face. Qin Xiaolong, open your eyes and read this clearly. The debt note states plainly that if you do not repay by July 15, you must either marry your sister to me or forfeit your house to settle the debt. Are you really trying to evade your obligations? Qin Xiaolong examined the note closely and saw the 2 additional stipulations written on it. However, he had been present when his father wrote the original note, and those conditions were never included. They had clearly been added later, and the handwriting was different. You think a few extra words can trick me? Do you really believe I'm uneducated? Qin Xiaolong scoffed. Repaying debts is a matter of principle. But I reject those added conditions. Even if you claim those words were added later, the note bears your father's signature and fingerprint, which makes it indisputable proof. Mark my words, before the 15th. If you don't repay, and don't want to marry Qin Xiaolong to me, I will seize your house and convert it into a pig pen, Chen Shui said triumphantly. Lousy, I await you here. I shall see how you intend to seize my family's residence. Qin Xiaolong retorted coldly, rest assured, I am not like you savages. I am a civilized individual, and I will petition the court for enforcement. By the way, I forgot to mention that I have a relative who works in the court. With just a word from me, you shall all be forced to vacate. Chen Shui grinned maliciously. He had coveted Qin Xiaolong for a year, and this time he was determined to compel the Qin family to yield. Shall we, I beg you, grant us a little more time? We will certainly repay you. Startled by Qin Xiaolong's intimidation, Liang Jing immediately began to plead. Aunt Liang, do not implore me. I have previously stated that if you are willing to become my mother-in-law, you need not return that 60,000, and I could even provide an additional 100,000 as a betrothal gift. Should you refuse, well, I am afraid I will have to ensure your family sleeps on the streets. You all should discuss this thoroughly. I will return on the 15th, and hopefully by then, we can become one family. With that, the arrogant Qin Xiaolong left with his entourage of sycophants. What are we to do? In just 2 days, where can we possibly gather 60,000? Liang Jing murmured heavily, her eyes brimming with tears. Do not panic. I will plead with Chen Depeo to extend our deadline. Qin Fugui, disregarding his meal, stood up to seek out Qin Depeo for negotiation. Father, you need not plead with him. I shall devise a way to secure the funds. Qin Xiaolong immediately intercepted Qin Fugui. His father had previously suffered a fall from scaffolding while working, incurring over 200,000 in hospital bills, which left their family in substantial debt, forcing him to drop out of school. To compound their misfortune, a month prior, his grandfather had also fallen and required hospitalization. Costing another 120,000 in a desperate bid to cover medical expenses, they had borrowed from every relative and friend, yet still fell short by 60,000 at that moment. Qin Depeo had voluntarily lent them 60,000. Initially, Qin Xiaolong had thought Qin Depeo had a change of heart and wished to accumulate virtue. However, it now appeared that this family was intent on coercing them to marry Qin Xiaolong off to Qin Xiaolong. Even if Qin Xiaolong had not received the immortal's inheritance, he would never push his sister into the fire. Xiaolong, this is 60,000. Where do you intend to procure it? Qin Fugui said, his expression despondent. I have a high school classmate whose family is quite affluent. I can ask him for a loan. Qin Xiaolong fabricated a lie on the spot. Will he lend you the money? Liang Jing inquired. We were as close as brothers. He will certainly lend it to me, do not worry. Qin Xiaolong replied with a smile. Very well, then you should give it a try. If you cannot secure it, I will seek out Qin Depeo. Qin Fugui had exhausted all other avenues for borrowing, so he reluctantly agreed. Father, mother, let us eat quickly. Otherwise, the food will grow cold. Qin Xiaolong, wishing to alleviate his parents' worries, swiftly changed the subject. After finishing their meal, Qin Xiaolong pretended to step outside to make a phone call. Shortly thereafter, he returned to Liang Jing and said, Mother, my classmate has agreed to lend me the money. He will transfer it to me in the next couple of days. Wonderful. Upon hearing this, the couple, who had been deeply concerned, could not help but smile again. Mother, I am going to the mountains to gather herbs. I may return late. Please eat without waiting for me. After informing his mother, Qin Xiaolong shouldered a basket and ascended Wulong Mountain. Wulong Mountain stretches for hundreds of miles and serves as a natural treasure trove, abundant with wild herbs. To swiftly repay their debts, Qin Xiaolong frequently ventured up the mountain to gather herbs. However, due to the presence of wild beasts, he had previously limited his range to within 20 miles to ensure he could descend before nightfall. Now, having received the immortal's inheritance and cultivated spiritual energy within him, he had no need to fear ordinary wild animals. Thus he planned to venture deeper. Should fortune favor him, he might discover a wild ginseng or a rare lingzhi mushroom, effortlessly amassing the 60,000. Of course, finding wild ginseng in the vast primordial forest is no simple task. The odds are akin to winning a 5 million lottery. Therefore, Qin Xiaolong resolved that if he could not find wild ginseng in the next few days, he would sneak into Chen Depeo's home on the evening of the 14th and tear up the IOU, leaving no evidence behind. He was eager to see how Qin Xiaolong would continue to act arrogantly then. Wulong Mountain is rarely traversed by humans, and its natural scenery is splendid, with clear waters and fragrant flowers. Unfortunately, at that moment, Qin Xiaolong had no interest in admiring the landscape. He pressed on for nearly 20 miles before halting. In the past, traversing 20 miles of mountainous terrain would have taken him at least 2 hours, but after the transformation from the inheritance, he completed it in just 40 minutes. Moreover, his reflexes, strength, and overall physical attributes had undergone a complete metamorphosis. For instance, his eyesight now rivaled that of a hawk. Even from dozens of meters away, he could clearly see a fly buzzing about, a feat he could never have imagined before. Having entered the depths of Wulong Mountain, the abundance of herbs increased, prompting Qin Xiaolong to slow his pace and search for herbs hidden among the underbrush. Before long, he stumbled upon a small patch of wild atractylodes. Atractylodes is known for its ability to strengthen the spleen and stomach, dispel dampness, promote diuresis, and stabilize pregnancy, making it a relatively common herb, priced at roughly 20 yuan per pound. However, as the saying goes, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. So Qin Xiaolong knelt down and harvested every last bit of atractylodes. In the following search, he discovered several other herbs, including astragalus, pinelia, rhamania, and gastrodia. Among them, gastrodia is particularly rare, with wild gastrodia fetching nearly 300 yuan per pound. Qin Xiaolong managed to unearth over 2 pounds, instantly earning 700 yuan. In less than an hour, he had already made over 1,000 yuan. However, this still fell woefully short of the 60,000 debt, so after a brief rest, Qin Xiaolong resumed his search. As he passed a large tree, his gaze inadvertently swept across the ground, and he suddenly froze. There, beside a large rock, lay a somewhat irregular purple-brown sphere, covered in fine brown hairs. Qin Xiaolong quickly picked up the sphere and took a whiff. A strong fragrance immediately filled the air. Goodness, it is indeed musk. Upon confirming he had not made a mistake, a surge of ecstasy welled up within Qin Xiaolong. Chapter 7. A chat in the grove. Musk is one of the 4 renowned fragrances. Its value surpassing that of gold, both in antiquity and modernity, musk has been regarded as a highly precious medicinal material. For instance, the recently sensationalized exorbitantly priced medicinal pill, Zaihuang, has musk as one of its core ingredients, costing over 1,000 yuan per pill. The small piece of musk Qin Xiaolong held weighed approximately 12 to 13 grams. If he were to sell it in the city, it could easily fetch upwards of 10,000 yuan. Qin Xiaolong hurriedly searched the surrounding area once more, finally discovering some blocky pieces of musk in a small cave. The state of the cave indicated that it had once been the lair of a musk deer, although it had likely departed long ago. Musk is secreted by musk deer, and historically, hunters would kill the deer to directly extract the musk pouch. However, the musk obtained this way is generally of inferior quality. Typically, around May, when the musk pouch is filled, the musk deer, feeling discomfort, will use its claws to extract the musk and cover it with its excrement. This musk is considered top-notch. The musk Qin Xiaolong found was clearly mature musk that the deer had extracted itself, a rarity that is hard to come by, and even wealth could not secure it. What a pity. If I could find 1 or 2 pounds, I would be instantly wealthy, Qin Xiaolong lamented slightly. However, he understood that this was mere wishful thinking, as a single musk deer produces only 20 to 30 grams of musk per year. Finding 12 to 20 grams of mature musk was already a stroke of incredible luck. After carefully storing the musk, Qin Xiaolong continued his search for other herbs in the woods. Time flew by, and as it approached 5 in the afternoon, with the sky darkening, Qin Xiaolong decided to descend the mountain. My goodness, Xiaolong, how did you manage to gather so many herbs today? Liang Jing exclaimed in shock upon seeing Qin Xiaolong return with a bountiful harvest. Qin Xiaolong often ventured to collect herbs, but today's haul was likely 4 to 5 times greater than his usual daily collection. Heh, I was fortunate today. I stumbled upon a valley that no one had visited before. Hence the abundance of herbs. Qin Xiaolong casually spun a benevolent lie. Following his transformation from the immortal's inheritance, his eyes now functioned like human radar, allowing him to search at an astonishing speed. Coupled with his agility, he navigated the rugged terrain with ease, making such a large harvest quite normal. However, he had no intention of sharing these secrets with anyone, including his parents. By the way, mother, I also found some musk today. As Qin Xiaolong spoke, he quickly produced the musk. Upon seeing the musk, Liang Jing and her husband were overjoyed. In the past, villagers often ventured into the mountains to hunt musk deer, but the musk deer had become extinct in the vicinity over a decade ago, and no one dared to venture deep into the mountains, making musk increasingly rare. Now that Qin Xiaolong had found mature musk, Liang Jing couldn't shake the feeling that heaven was beginning to favor their family. After chatting with his parents for a bit, Qin Xiaolong sat down to eat. Once he had satisfied his hunger, he was about to take a shower when his phone suddenly rang. The phone call came from Chen Xiaoyu, the daughter of the village chief Chen Guangfu. Xiaoyu, why are you calling me so late? Are you missing me? Qin Xiaolong teased with a smile after answering the phone. Stop being so self-absorbed. Who would miss you? Chen Xiaoyu replied, somewhat irritated. Then why did you call? Qin Xiaolong continued to inquire. I've bought you a gift. Come and pick it up by the utility pole in front of my house. If I don't see you within 10 minutes, don't bother coming, Chen Xiaoyu instructed. All right, I'll be right there, Qin Xiaolong said, hastily leaving the house after hanging up the phone. By the time he arrived at the utility pole, Chen Xiaoyu was already waiting there. Xiaoyu, you look even more beautiful. Are you trying to enchant me? Qin Xiaolong exclaimed, beaming with admiration. Chen Xiaoyu, naturally beautiful, was renowned in Taoyuan village alongside her sister Qin Xianxue. Today, she wore a light purple floral mini dress, her long, fair legs exposed, making it hard for anyone not to drool. Stop with the flattery. I won't fall for your sweet words, Chen Xiaoyu feigned indifference, though her heart was as sweet as honey. She then produced a neatly wrapped item and handed it to Qin Xiaolong. Here, this is for you. As Qin Xiaolong unwrapped the gift, he discovered it was a Casio watch. What do you think? Do you like it? Qin Xiaoyu asked. I love it, as long as it's from you. I cherish even a rock, Qin Xiaolong replied, eagerly putting the watch on his wrist. I saved up for half a year to buy this. You'd better wear it every day, understood? Qin Xiaoyu insisted. At your command, my queen, Qin Xiaolong responded playfully, his silly expression making Chen Xiaoyu laugh. Look at your goofy face, she remarked, playfully tapping his forehead before changing the subject. By the way, I heard from my dad that you had another argument with him this morning and even thought about hitting him. Your dad is the one who is a villain for crying foul. He cut off our water supply and then scolded me, which forced me to retort, Qin Xiaolong quickly clarified. Even if my dad is at fault, you should show some restraint. After all, he is an elder. Chen Xiaoyu chided, rolling her eyes at him. Fine, if we ever clash again, I promise not to retaliate or raise my voice. Is that acceptable? Qin Xiaolong said with an indulgent smile. Although he had a rocky relationship with Chen Guangfu, he was willing to make concessions for Chen Xiaoyu. That sounds more reasonable, she replied, her expression finally revealing satisfaction. After glancing in the direction of Chen Guangfu's house, Qin Xiaolong stepped closer to Chen Xiaoyu with a mischievous grin. Xiaoyu, shall we go to the little forest up ahead for a chat? No way. You'll just bully me, Chen Xiaoyu firmly declined, fully aware of Qin Xiaolong's intentions. Are you sure you want to go? Qin Xiaolong asked, wrapping his arms around her waist, his hands becoming a bit too familiar. Hey, what are you doing? Let go of me. If my dad sees you, you're done for, Chen Xiaoyu exclaimed in a flustered manner. Let him see, I'm not worried, Qin Xiaolong replied nonchalantly. Seeing that he had no intention of letting go, Qin Xiaoyu relented. You rascal, fine. I'll go with you to the little forest, but you better let go of me. Inside the little forest, Qin Xiaolong wasted no time pretending to be a gentleman. He kissed Qin Xiaoyu's cherry-like lips, his hands misbehaving as well. Just as he was about to cross a boundary, Qin Xiaoyu firmly grasped him. You can't touch there. Her tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Although Qin Xiaolong desperately wanted to embrace her completely, he respected her wishes, suppressing the wild beast within him. Xiaoyu, when do you think we can be together openly? Sneaking around like this feels like we're in a covert operation, he lamented, gazing at her with a forlorn expression. Qin Xiaoyu had promised to be with him during the last Lunar New Year. But due to Chen Guangfu's disdain for Qin Xiaolong, they were always cautious not to be seen together. Moreover, Qin Xiaoyu had set 3 rules. They could see and touch, but not indulge before marriage, which was undoubtedly a torment for a young man like Qin Xiaolong. Don't worry. I'm working on convincing my dad. You need to step up too and achieve something significant. Otherwise, how can you even afford the bride price? My dad would never let me marry you, Qin Xiaoyu gently reassured him. She cared for Qin Xiaolong, yet understood her father's intentions were for her own good. In her father's words, love could not be eaten. After all, Qin Xiaolong's family was impoverished and in debt. Chen Guangfu would never allow his precious daughter to suffer alongside him. Rest assured, I will earn $1 million as soon as possible to throw in your father's face. I want to see what excuse he has to stop us then, Qin Xiaolong vowed earnestly. Previously, during a quarrel, Chen Guangfu had said that Qin Xiaolong was like a toad unworthy of his swan daughter, demanding $1 million for her hand. For the old Qin Xiaolong, $1 million was an astronomical sum, but now, having encountered fortuitous circumstances, earning that amount was no longer a problem. Once he had it, he was determined to slap Chen Guangfu's face, literally. I believe you will succeed. Qin Xiaoyu felt a wave of comfort upon hearing Qin Xiaolong's ambitious words. Just then, her phone rang unexpectedly. Upon seeing it was her father calling. She immediately gestured for Qin Xiaolong to be quiet. Hello, Dad. Is there something you need? She asked as she answered the call. Where have you gone at this hour? Chen Guangfu inquired. I'm at Lily's house. Heading back soon, Qin Xiaoyu fibbed. All right, hurry back, Chen Guangfu said before hanging up. Xiaolong, I have to go now. You must keep working hard. After encouraging him, Qin Xiaoyu gave him a sweet kiss before swiftly returning home. Qin Xiaolong licked his lips, still savoring the lingering sweetness, leaving him wanting more. Goodness, being a gentleman is truly difficult, he muttered to himself. If it were someone else, they might have taken advantage of the moment with Qin Xiaoyu, but out of respect for her, Qin Xiaolong refrained. However, he felt a fiery restlessness within him. To cool off, he dove into the river outside the village for a swim, only returning home to sleep once he had calmed down completely. The next day, after breakfast, Qin Xiaolong gathered all the herbs he had collected, including those he had saved up previously, and asked his father to drive him to town on the tractor. He then boarded a bus headed for the city. In the past, Qin Xiaolong would sell herbs directly to the local herbal vendors, but this time he was carrying musk as well, so he decided to bring all the herbs along to sell for a better price. Upon arriving at Deshun East Street, he switched to bus 418 for 5 stops, then transferred to bus 316, walking for another 5 to 6 minutes before finally reaching his destination, the Shengdetang Pharmacy. Shengdetang Pharmacy was the largest pharmacy in Linqing, accepting all kinds of medicinal materials. By now it was nearly noon, and perhaps due to the lunchtime lull, the shop was not very crowded. Hey, I'm here to sell some herbs. Could you help me appraise them? Qin Xiaolong approached one of the employees. The staff member glanced at Qin Xiaolong with a hint of disdain before casually asking, What herbs do you have? I have quite a variety, astragalus, angelica, white atractylodes, and gastrodia. But the most precious is this, Qin Xiaolong said, setting his bag of herbs on the ground and pulling out the musk wrapped in newspaper. What is this? The employee asked, inspecting the musk. This is musk I found on the mountain, Qin Xiaolong replied quickly. Musk? The staff member's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He eagerly took the musk to examine and smell it. However, he seemed uncertain, telling Qin Xiaolong, Please wait a moment. I need to get our herbal expert to verify it. After saying this, the employee took the musk inside. After 7 or 8 minutes of waiting, Qin Xiaolong grew increasingly impatient until the employee finally returned. This musk is synthetic. It's not worth anything. Just take it away, he said, tossing the wrapped musk back to Qin Xiaolong. Hearing this, Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but scoff. Do you know anything about herbs? This is wild premium musk. Wild premium, my foot. Just take your trash and leave. We don't welcome people like you here, the employee urged with irritation. with your lack of discernment? I wonder how you even run a shop that I wish you all the best in going out of business soon, Qin Xiaolong retorted, initially having come to Shengdetang for its reputation. Since the employee couldn't even tell the difference between genuine and fake musk, he no longer felt the need to argue further. He put the musk back in his pocket and headed to another nearby traditional Chinese medicine shop. Boss, do you buy musk? Wild premium musk? Qin Xiaolong stated directly. Quick, show me the goods. Upon hearing Qin Xiaolong's words, the shopkeeper's interest was immediately piqued. Qin Xiaolong retrieved the musk and unfolded the newspaper, only to find his expression change drastically the next moment. The wild musk he had placed within the pages had been entirely replaced by synthetic musk. Damn this black market! In an instant, Qin Xiaolong realized that his musk had undoubtedly been swapped by the staff, which explained the previous employee's abrasive demeanor, hastily urging him to leave. Chapter 9. The bewitching beauty. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Xiaolong shouldered the medicinal materials and dashed back to Shengda Hall. He quickly spotted the employee engrossed in a conversation on his phone. Qin Xiaolong rushed over and seized the man's collar. Where's my musk? What are you doing? Let go of me. The employee barked sharply. I'll ask you one last time. Where's my musk? Qin Xiaolong's eyes turned icy, a chilling aura emanating from him. The employee, feeling guilty, dared not meet Qin Xiaolong's gaze and immediately cried out, Help! He is attacking me. Help! Upon hearing his cries, other employees hurried out from the back room. Kid, what do you think you're doing? Let Shinjun go. Do you want to die for causing a scene in Shengda Hall? They shouted at Qin Xiaolong, but he paid them no heed. Seeing this, a man suddenly lunged at Qin Xiaolong with a punch. Qin Xiaolong merely scoffed, retaliating with a kick that sent the man flying. The others, witnessing Qin Xiaolong's ferocity, hesitated, afraid to make a move. Ignoring the crowd, Qin Xiaolong delivered a kick to Shen Jun's knee, causing him to collapse to the ground. He then placed his foot on Shen Jun's face. Now, tell me, where did you hide my musk? Qin Xiaolong had come to Shengda Hall believing it to be a reputable establishment that could yield a profit, only to discover that his musk had been swapped, inciting a desire to punish the scoundrel before him. You filthy peasant, let me go, or I swear I'll kill you. Shen Jun threatened angrily, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, unaware of your impending doom. Qin Xiaolong's eyes glinted with coldness as he prepared to impart a lesson Shen Jun would never forget, when suddenly, a delicate voice rang out. Stop! Turning to look, Qin Xiaolong saw a girl in a black dress approaching. She possessed an exquisite beauty, with a flawless complexion and eyes like twinkling stars. Her delicate nose and rosy lips resembled dripping cherries, irresistibly inviting. Coupled with her porcelain-like face, she seemed like a celestial being descended from the heavens, perfectly embodying the phrase stunningly beautiful. Moreover, her figure was equally alluring, accentuating all the right curves, stirring the desires of men. Wow, this woman is extraordinarily beautiful. Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but exclaim internally. He knew that in their village, Chen Xiaoyu and Lu Xiangqiao were considered beauties, yet they paled in comparison to the girl before him. This woman was undoubtedly a rare gem. The mere thought of sharing a bed with her sent shivers of excitement down his spine. However, Qin Xiaolong restrained his baser instincts and calmly inquired, Who are you? I am Wu Qiudong, the owner of Shengda Hall. Release my employee? The girl replied coldly. Oh, so you are the owner of Shengda Hall. That simplifies matters, Qin Xiaolong smirked, releasing Shinjun Miss Mu. I had thought your establishment was a time-honored name in Linqing, a place of integrity, only to discover it is a black market. You must have profited from its scrupulous dealings over the years, haven't you? How dare you slander us? If you continue to defame Shengda Hall's reputation, I won't hold back. A middle-aged man, accompanying Mu Qiudong, retorted sharply. Ha! Your employee swapped the wild musk I found in the mountains for synthetic musk and still refuses to acknowledge it. If this isn't a black market, what is it? Qin Xiaolong scoffed. Miss, don't listen to this lunatic. He brought synthetic musk. I believe he is just desperate for money and trying to extort us. Shen Jun immediately countered. Say one more word about extortion, and I'll tear your mouth apart. Qin Xiaolong's fury ignited at Shen Jun's denial. Miss, just look at what this guy is wearing. He is clearly a smelly peasant trying to con us. Shen Jun continued to smear Qin Xiaolong's character, dressed in $10 shorts and an old t-shirt from a fertilizer promotion. Qin Xiaolong's attire made it easy to label him as a farmer. I may not dress well, but my heart is pure, unlike you, who appear polished but are full of malice. Qin Xiaolong retorted coldly. Wu Qiudong, however, did not judge by appearances. After a moment's contemplation, she asked, Do you have any evidence to prove your musk was swapped? You want evidence? Very well, wait here. I'll get it for you. Qin Xiaolong smirked and strode toward Shun Jun, realizing Qin Xiaolong's strength. Shun Jun hurriedly hid behind Mu Qiutong. Miss, this guy is a madman. You need to get rid of him, Shun Jun said, visibly afraid. What's your name? Mu Qiutong asked My name is Shun Jun. He replied promptly, don't be afraid. As long as you're innocent, no one can harm you. After saying this, Mu Qiutong turned to Qin Xiaolong. You also mustn't resort to violence. I will thoroughly investigate this matter. Then, addressing the middle-aged man beside her, she commanded, Lao Chu, check the surveillance footage to see if Shun Jun swapped this gentleman's musk. Miss, the surveillance system broke down yesterday. Someone is coming to fix it this afternoon. Chu Heng replied awkwardly. Upon hearing this, Mu Qiutong's brows furrowed once more. Without the surveillance, proving Qin Xiaolong's claims would be impossible. Does anyone here witness Shun Jun swapping this gentleman's musk? She inquired of the other employees. No, they all shook their heads, sir. You see, I am trying my best to assist you, but unless you can provide evidence, I have no reason to believe you, Mu Qiutong said, looking back at Qin Xiaolong. Hearing this, Qin Xiaolong initially considered forcibly interrogating Shun Jun for the truth, but suddenly conceived a better plan. Today, I concede, but you all wait for me. With that, he feigned turning to leave. The crowd thought the matter had concluded. But unexpectedly, Qin Xiaolong dashed forward to Shun Jun, snatched his phone before he could react, and discovered it was secured with a fingerprint unlock. Qin Xiaolong forcibly pressed Shun Jun's finger onto the sensor, unlocking it. Let go of Shun Jun. Mu Qiutong feared Qin Xiaolong was about to strike and her expression turned cold. Yet, Qin Xiaolong dismissed her reprimand, opened Shun Jun's WeChat, and scoffed. Take a look for yourself. He coldly handed the phone to Mu Qiutong. Chapter 10. Rage unleashed on Shun Jun's WeChat. A contact named Boss Zhao was noted, and mere minutes prior, he had sent Boss Zhao a photo of the musk. Shun Jun had informed him that he had just acquired some premium musk, and they had arranged to meet for a transaction that evening. As Mu Qiutong scrolled through the previous messages, she realized that Shun Jun had repeatedly sold store materials to this Boss Zhao. You scoundrel, the real cancer hidden within our store has been you all along. After perusing the chat records, a frosty expression enveloped Mu Qiutong's face. In recent weeks, several complaints had surfaced regarding the quality of the materials purchased from their store. Today, Mu Qiutong had come to investigate, and it was now evident that the culprit was indeed Shun Jun. With the truth out, Shun Jun dared not defend himself and fell to his knees, pleading, Miss, I was wrong. I was just momentarily blinded by greed. Please spare me this once. Upon realizing that Qin Xiaolong's musk was genuine and noting his humble appearance, Shun Jun had been tempted and had deliberately swapped the wild musk for synthetic musk, believing that even if discovered, a mere farmer like Qin Xiaolong would not pose a threat. Little did he know that Qin Xiaolong was not to be trifled with, and all his previous misdeeds had been exposed. Where is the musk? Mu Qiutong asked coldly. It's in the cabinet inside. I'll get it now. Shun Jun, not daring to delay, rushed inside to retrieve the hidden musk. Lao Chu, confine this person for now and hand him over to the police later, Mu Qiutong commanded. If this individual were merely a first-time offender, Mu Qiutong might have been inclined to forgive him. However, he had repeatedly passed off inferior materials as premium products from their store, causing irreparable harm to Shengde Hall's reputation. Such actions were unforgivable. Understood, Chu Heng replied, disregarding Shun Jun's pleas and forcibly escorting him to the inner courtyard. Sir, on behalf of Shengde Hall, I extend our sincere apologies. We are truly sorry, Mu Qiutong spoke, bending down to apologize to Qin Xiaolong. Due to the angle, Qin Xiaolong inadvertently caught a glimpse of the hidden beauty beneath Mu Qiutong's collar, causing him to swallow hard. Never mind, I shall let it go this time, he thought, not wanting to stoop to her level. Qin Xiaolong quickly feigned a demeanor of indifference, saying, Thank you for your understanding. By the way, may I inquire if you still have the medicinal herbs for sale? I would be willing to purchase them at a premium, Mu Qiutong replied. Of course, I still have them. Please, provide me with a price estimate. As he spoke, Qin Xiaolong handed over the musk. Mu Qiutong first assessed the musk, quickly determining it to be exquisite and mature. He then instructed someone to pour out the contents of the fertilizer bag for classification. Sir, the quality of your musk is quite remarkable. I can offer you a price of 1,001 per gram. What do you think of this price? Mu Qiutong inquired. That is acceptable, Qin Xiaolong responded. Although his psychological expectation was actually 800 per gram, Mu Qiutong's offer exceeded his expectations, and he naturally would not refuse. Upon hearing this, Mu Linglong summoned a precise electronic scale to weigh the musk, which totaled 23.35 grams. To express her apology, Mu Qiutong directly calculated the amount for Qin Xiaolong at 30,000. Given that Qin Xiaolong was currently in need of funds, he certainly had no complaints about receiving more money. After calculations, the value of the other herbs amounted to over 5,600, and Mu Linglong rounded it up, ultimately giving Qin Xiaolong 36,000 yuan. Sir, let us exchange contact information. If you have more musk or other medicinal herbs in the future, I will gladly purchase them at a high price, Mu Xiaolong continued. She was well aware that the herbs Qin Xiaolong brought were all wild and pure, with efficacy far superior to those cultivated artificially, making them highly sought after in the market. All right, Qin Xiaolong nodded, exchanging WeChat information with Mu Xiaolong and introducing himself. After the transaction concluded, Qin Xiaolong spent over 800 to buy a set of silver needles before leaving. Outside, the blazing sun hung high, and the hot wind blew against him. Yet Qin Xiaolong felt exceptionally good. After all, he had earned over 30,000 today, and considering his current rate of income, repaying his debts seemed effortless. Glancing at his watch, it was almost 1 o'clock. He casually found a small restaurant and indulgently ordered 3 meat dishes along with a bottle of beer. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Qin Xiaolong did not rush home. Instead, he took the bus to the Guangyun CAF located on Shuyuan Road, where his sister, Qin Xianxue, worked. Qin Xianxue was an exceptionally sensible girl, aware of her family's financial struggles. She sought a summer job at the CAF immediately after her college entrance examination. The work was not particularly exhausting, accommodations were provided but meals were not, and the salary was relatively decent at 4,800 a month. After 2 months of work, Qin Xianxue could cover her tuition and living expenses, which undoubtedly helped alleviate a significant burden on the family. Excuse me, where is my sister? Upon entering the CAF, Qin Xiaolong inquired of a staff member. She's feeling a bit unwell and took the day off to rest in the dormitory, the staff member replied upon recognizing him as Qin Xianxue's brother. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Qin Xiaolong was about to head towards the dormitory located behind the CAF when the staff member suddenly called out to him. Brother Xiaolong, has Xianxue mentioned anything to you? There has been a man bothering her lately. The staff member asked. No, she has never mentioned it to me. Can you tell me the details? Qin Xiaolong responded hastily. About a week ago, a man came here for coffee and claimed he had developed feelings for Xianxue. He often comes to find her, asking her to be his girlfriend. The man appears quite wealthy, probably a rich second generation, but I could tell he is not a good person. I thought I should let you know. So you can warn Xianxue to be cautious and not fall for his tricks, the staff member explained. I appreciate it, thank you. After noting this information, Qin Xiaolong exited the CAF and made his way directly to the residential building behind it. The top floor of the building housed the collective dormitory assigned to Qin Xianxue by the CAF. You scoundrel, I've got you today. Help, Just as Qin Xiaolong was about to knock on the door, he suddenly heard such cries from within. Realizing something was amiss, he wasted no time and kicked the door open. In the living room, a young man was pinning Qin Xianxue down on the sofa, preparing to commit an unruly act. You're asking for death. Witnessing this scene, Qin Xiaolong instantly erupted in fury. Stepping forward, he seized the young man's hair and delivered a punch. Bang! The young man was promptly sent reeling, blood gushing from his nose. However, Qin Xiaolong was not yet satisfied. He continued to rain down blows upon the man. Brother, stop. If you keep this up, someone might get killed. Seeing Zhang Jijia's face battered and bloodied, Qin Xianxue hurriedly intervened. Xianxue, don't worry about me. I will definitely make this beast pay. Qin Xiaolong shouted fiercely. Brother, please listen to me. There's no need for us to get ourselves in trouble over someone like him. Although Qin Xianxue also wished to eliminate Zhang Jijia, she understood that murder was a crime, and she did not want Qin Xiaolong to jeopardize his future for such a heartless scoundrel. After kicking Zhang Jijia a few more times, Qin Xiaolong finally ceased his assault. Listen well, keep your distance from my sister from now on. If you dare to harbor any ill intentions towards her again, I will end you. Yes, yes, Zhang Jijia, now resembling a pig's head, quickly acquiesced. Get lost. Hearing this furious command, Zhang Jijia felt as if he had received a reprieve from death. Terrified of further punishment, he hastily fled the scene. Qin Xiaolong took a deep breath, striving to stabilize his emotions before turning to Qin Xianxue and asking, Xianxue, that beast didn't he harm you, did he? No, Qin Xianxue shook her head. What on earth happened? How could you let that scoundrel into your dormitory? Qin Xiaolong pressed on. First, he claimed to bring me medicine, so I let him in. Who would have thought he would confess his feelings and ask me to be his girlfriend? When I refused, he suddenly turned aggressive, Qin Xianxue said, still shaken. Had it not been for Qin Xiaolong's timely arrival, Zhang Jijia might have succeeded in his vile intentions, and she feared she could have been violated. From now on, You must be more vigilant. The outside world is far different from school. Some people may appear respectable but are nothing more than beasts in human guise. Qin Xiaolong continued to educate his sister. I understand, she replied. Today's incident undoubtedly left a deep impression on Qin Xianxue, and she truly realized the malice that lurked in human hearts. Xianxue, perhaps you should quit this job and come home to rest. I will find a way to cover your tuition. Qin Xiaolong pondered for a moment. Although their family was relatively poor, Qin Xianxue was undoubtedly the most cherished, and he truly did not wish for her to endure hardship. That one dude, I've already promised my boss to work for 2 months, and I cannot go back on my word. Besides, the work here isn't tiring at all, and we even have air conditioning in the dormitory. The conditions are much better than at home, Qin Xianxue replied with a smile. Children of the poor grow up early. She understood their circumstances, and as long as she could help lighten the family's burden, enduring a little hardship was nothing. All right then, if you ever decide you don't want to work anymore, just call me, and I'll come to get you. Qin Xiaolong fully understood his sister's sentiments, so he did not press her further. After chatting for about half an hour, Qin Xiaolong bid farewell to Qin Xianxue. He planned to return home and venture into the mountains once more, hoping to find other precious medicinal herbs to quickly gather the money owed to Chen Depeo's family, lest Chen Xiaohui's lecherous intentions turn towards his sister again. As he approached the bus stop, Qin Xiaolong noticed a crowd gathered ahead. Out of curiosity, he joined the throng. Upon closer inspection, he saw an elderly man lying on the ground, his mouth crooked, eyes askew, and his body convulsing uncontrollably. He had lost consciousness. Qin Xiaolong instantly diagnosed that the old man had suffered a stroke. A stroke is a medical emergency that can lead to paralysis, incontinence, or even death. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Qin Xiaolong did not hesitate and quickly crouched down to provide aid to the elderly man. Young man, what are you doing? A nearby woman suddenly grasped Qin Xiaolong's arm. I'm here to save him, Qin Xiaolong replied, momentarily taken aback. Don't blame me for the warning, but you'd better not touch this old man. In these times, being a good person is not easy. If anything happens to him, are you not afraid his family will try to extort you? The woman cautioned kindly. It's all right, if I'm extorted. I'll take it, Qin Xiaolong said, undeterred. A life is at stake, he thought, and without further deliberation, he promptly took the old man's pulse. Based on his diagnosis, the old man was suffering from a stroke induced by weakened yang energy, dampness obstructing the blood, and stagnation. Qin Xiaolong hastily loosened the old man's clothing and retrieved the silver needles he had just purchased from Shengdetang. Given the urgency of the situation, he disregarded the need to sterilize the needles, swiftly inserting several into the Baihui, Sishinkong, Fengqi, and Tianju acupoints. Subsequently, he took out 6 more silver needles and rapidly inserted them into the Qiju, Tuqi, Lianshuan, and Guanyuan acupoints. While administering the needles, Qin Xiaolong discreetly infused strands of genuine energy into the elderly man's body. After a brief pause of several seconds, Qin Xiaolong withdrew the needles in the reverse order of insertion. It is evident that, at the sites where the elderly man was pricked with silver needles, droplets of dark blood began to ooze forth, and gradually, the convulsions ceased while his distorted mouth and eyes returned to normalcy. However, due to his frail condition, he remained in a state of unconsciousness. With a sigh of relief, Qin Xiaolong wiped away the dark blood from the old man's body and exhaled deeply. Young man, I must say, you possess remarkable skills, remarked the elder sister who had previously obstructed him. Her expression now one of astonishment upon witnessing the restoration of the old man's vital signs. Merely a trivial skill, hardly worth mentioning, Qin Xiaolong humbly replied with a smile, as the saying goes. One does not undertake delicate tasks without the proper tools. Qin Xiaolong's willingness to assist the elderly gentleman stemmed from his confidence in his ability to heal him. Just then, a Bentley came to an abrupt halt by the roadside. Make way! Make way! A man hastily exited the vehicle, and upon seeing the elderly man on the ground, his complexion drastically changed. Dad, what has happened to you? Please, do not frighten me, the man shouted desperately, but the old man remained unresponsive in his unconscious state. Your father has suffered a stroke, but I have already treated him. He is merely in a faint, Qin Xiaolong explained to the middle-aged man. Thanks to this young man's miraculous hands, your father could have been lost. The elder sister interjected once more. This young man is indeed impressive. I dare say his medical skills rival those of the renowned Dr.Mu in Linqing. Others chimed in, praising Qin Xiaolong. Brother, I cannot thank you enough for saving my father. The middle-aged man turned to Qin Xiaolong, expressing his gratitude. It was nothing, merely a small effort. Qin Xiaolong replied with a modest smile. devoid of any prideful airs. As the saying goes, saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. Having encountered the situation, he felt compelled to accede that moment. The middle-aged man suddenly produced a check from his pocket, inscribing a few figures upon it. Brother, this 100,000 yuan is a token of my appreciation. You must accept it. Qin Xiaolong was taken aback by the man's generosity. 100,000 yuan is a sum that an ordinary farmer could hardly earn in a year without eating or drinking. Yet, he was not one to be swayed by monetary allure, and he politely declined. Brother, please take this money back. My intention in saving this venerable gentleman was not for financial gain. I understand you did not seek remuneration. But this is my heartfelt gesture. You must accept it. The man insisted resolutely. Young man, please accept it. It is rightfully yours, the elder sister added, urging him. Unable to refuse any longer, Qin Xiaolong ultimately accepted the check. Young man, I wish to take my father to the hospital for further examination, so I shall take my leave, the middle-aged man announced before lifting the elderly man into the Bentley and departing towards the hospital. As Qin Xiaolong watched the Bentley vanish from sight, he couldn't help but marvel at the disparity of wealth. For the affluent, 100,000 yuan was likely akin to mere pocket change. Amidst the envious gazes of those around him, Qin Xiaolong entered a nearby bank, converting the check into cash, along with several thousand yuan he had earned from selling medicinal herbs. Armed with over 100,000 yuan in cash, he strode forth with confidence, though he soon regained his composure. After all, he was the recipient of the divine heritage of the celestial sovereign, and once his cultivation reached new heights, 100 million yuan would be but a trivial matter. Subsequently, Qin Xiaolong purchased nutritional supplements he had never dared to buy before, and then boarded the bus back to town. Initially, he had intended to ascend the mountain at dawn to forage for medicinal herbs. But now, with 100,000 yuan in hand, he felt no urgency. Upon arriving in town, he went directly to an appliance store, where he spent 13,000 yuan to purchase 4 air conditioners, one for the living room, one for his room, one for his parents' room, and one for his sister's room, ensuring they would not suffer from the heat in the future. Xiaolong, what is this? Liang Jing inquired, stepping out of the yard as she observed the workers unloading the air conditioners. These are air conditioners I bought in town, Qin Xiaolong replied. Why are you buying air conditioners? We have neither the conditions nor the means for such luxuries, Liang Jing retorted, somewhat irate. With nearly 200,000 yuan in debt, she had been meticulously saving to repay it, and Qin Xiaolong's impulsive purchase of air conditioners felt like reckless spending. Mom, please don't be upset. Look at this, Qin Xiaolong said with a slight smile, handing her the bag filled with cash. Upon seeing the cash, Liang Jing was rendered speechless. Xiaolong, where did you get so much money? She asked incredulously. Over 30,000 is from selling medicinal herbs, and the other 100,000 is from saving a man today. His son gave it to me, Qin Xiaolong briefly recounted the day's events. Even though she knew her son would not lie, Liang Jing still felt as if she were dreaming. Even if you have money, we should prioritize repaying our debts. The air conditioner can certainly wait, she urged, attempting to regain her composure. Mom, please do not worry about the debts. You and Dad can simply enjoy life from now on. Qin Xiaolong reassured her with a smile. Having toiled for the family for so long, he was determined that they would no longer endure the hardships of the past, and purchasing air conditioners was merely the first step. Seeing her son's filial piety, Liang Jing ceased her objections. With 4 installation workers arriving, the air conditioners were set up and tested within just an hour and a half. As the air conditioners were to life, a refreshing breeze enveloped them, bringing immense comfort. This air conditioning is far more pleasant than a fan. This money was well spent, Qin Fugua, Qin Xiaolong's father, remarked with a smile. Previously, their home had only fans, and every summer, the heat was unbearable. He had never imagined a day when their home would have air conditioning. You two sit and rest, I will prepare dinner, Liang Jing said cheerfully as she headed to the kitchen. After the meal, Qin Xiaolong turned to his father. Dad, your back has been troubling you. Let me treat it. Did I hear you correctly? You want to treat my back? Qin Fugua asked in astonishment. You heard right. I have recently self-studied traditional Chinese medicine and have made some progress. If you don't believe me, lie down, and I will give you acupuncture to demonstrate, Qin Xiaolong replied. Though skeptical about his son's self-study, Qin Fugua complied and lay down. As Qin Xiaolong placed his hands on his father's back, he quickly identified the source of the ailment. Due to a previous fall from scaffolding, many nerves in Qin Fugua's lower back had suffered damage, resulting in pain whenever he exerted himself. Upon diagnosing the issue, Qin Xiaolong commenced acupuncture to restore his father's health while simultaneously using his vital energy to mend the damaged nerves. After 20 minutes, He concluded the treatment and also addressed some underlying issues within Qin Fugua's body. Dad, try to get up now and see if you can exert yourself, Qin Xiaolong encouraged. Qin Fugua twisted his waist and was astonished to find that the pain had vanished completely. He then attempted to lift a sack of grain, effortlessly hoisting nearly 100 pounds without any strain. Xiaolong, your medical skills are truly miraculous. My back is completely healed, Qin Fugua exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Previously, he had been unable to perform heavy labor due to his injury and had spent money on medication. Now, with his back healed, he would no longer be a burden on the family. Moments later, Qin Fugua rushed outside to share the joyous news with Liang Jing. Is Xiaolong home? Suddenly, a voice called out for Qin Xiaolong from outside. Recognizing the voice of his childhood friend, Yang Dazhu, he quickly stepped outside. Xiaolong, are you coming to catch eels? Yang Dazhu asked. Of course, Qin Xiaolong readily agreed without hesitation. Catching eels was another important side business for Qin Xiaolong, and every summer, he would venture out with Yang Dazhu to catch them, sometimes earning several hundred yuan in a single night if fortune smiled upon them. Mom, I'm off to catch eels with Dazhu, Qin Xiaolong informed his mother before departing with Yang Dazhu in Taiyuan village. Many ventured out at night to catch eels for extra income. To maximize their catch, Qin Xiaolong and Yang Dazhu walked for over 20 minutes before reaching a large wild pond outside the village. According to the elders, this pond had once claimed lives, and at night, water ghosts were said to emerge to collect debts, which deterred most from visiting. However, Qin Xiaolong and Yang Dazhu, brimming with youthful bravado, dismissed such tales, knowing that the eels here were far more plentiful and larger than those in the fields. As an experienced eel catcher, Qin Xiaolong spotted a round hole within 3 minutes. Observing the bubbles floating on the water's surface, he deduced that eels must be hiding within. He retrieved a hook crafted from an umbrella rib, threading a worm onto it before placing the hook at the hole's entrance and gently wiggling it. Within seconds, an eel's head emerged from the hole, swiftly latching onto the hook. Upon witnessing the scene, Qin Xiaolong promptly lifted the fishing hook while simultaneously grasping the yellow eel with his left hand to prevent it from slipping free. Goodness, this yellow eel is indeed quite hefty. I cannot allow the female streamer to see it, exclaimed Yang Dazhu beside him. Chapter 13. Delivering medicine to Lu Xiangqiaoha, your words are rather misguided. We should indeed find a female streamer, as it would fetch a better price, Qin Xiaolong responded with a smile. While ordinary individuals purchase yellow eels for consumption, certain others have different intentions. That's a splendid idea. Just wait a moment while I inquire in the live stream if anyone is interested, Yang Dazhu declared, pulling out his phone to open Shark Live. By heavens, Yelecher, how can you possibly follow so many female streamers? Qin Xiaolong scoffed disdainfully. Yang Dazhu's list of followed streamers consisted entirely of alluring women posing provocatively. Hey, it doesn't cost anything to follow them. I've always been a freeloader, never having given them a single cent as a tip. Yang Dazhu chuckled in reply, then randomly entered a live stream, sending a message. Just caught an enormous yellow eel. If the streamer wishes to purchase, please message me privately. The price is reasonable. However, less than a minute after sending the message, the system informed Yang Dazhu that he was muted for 365 days. As a freeloader, Yang Dazhu was unfazed and immediately switched to another live stream. The outcome was the same. He received another 365-day mute punishment. Damn, these folks are so provocative usually, yet now they choose to act all innocent. After enduring 4 consecutive mute penalties, Yang Dazhu could not help but curse. Well, that's what you get for being a freeloader. If you were a king or an emperor, these female streamers would treat you like royalty, Qin Xiaolong teased. Forget it, maintaining a harem of female models would be far more enjoyable. Yang Dazhu rolled his eyes in response. The cost for becoming a king on Shark Live was 60,000 yuan, while an emperor would set one back a staggering 120,000. Not only did Yang Dazhu lack the financial means, but even if he did, he would never engage in such a pointless display of wealth. Enough of this nonsense. We should return to catching yellow eels, Qin Xiaolong remarked, having hoped that Yang Dazhu could indeed sell the yellow eel in the live stream. After placing the eel into a bucket, the two continued their search along the riverbank. With the successful catch as a good omen, Qin Xiaolong felt optimistic about their subsequent eel-catching endeavors. Before long, a second yellow eel was caught. Although this one was not as large as the first, it still weighed about half a kilogram. As more eels filled the bucket, the expressions on Qin Xiaolong and Yang Dazhu's faces brightened with joy. After exploring the wild pond, the two had managed to catch nearly 12 kilograms of yellow eels. According to the price given by the eel merchant, the purchase price for such purely wild yellow eels was 50 yuan per kilogram, meaning they would each earn nearly 300 yuan. Xiaolong, why don't we head over to the lotus pond for a look? Let us aim to break a record tonight and catch 20 kilograms of yellow eels. Yang Dazhu proposed excitedly, as they hadn't achieved such impressive results in days. All right. Although it was already past 10 in the evening, Qin Xiaolong felt no fatigue, spurred on by the prospect of earning money from catching yellow eels. Just as they were preparing to head towards the lotus pond, Qin Xiaolong's phone suddenly rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he discovered it was Lu Shangqiao calling. Hello, Sister Shangqiao, what can I do for you? Qin Xiaolong inquired after answering the call. Xiaolong, my stomach hurts. Do you have any painkillers at home? Please bring me 2 tablets. Lu Shangqiao's gentle voice came through the receiver. Of course, I will bring them right over. Qin Xiaolong assured her immediately. Xiaolong, why is Sister Shangqiao calling you at this hour? Yang Dazhu asked with a look of curiosity. Sister Shangqiao has a stomachache and asked me to bring her some painkillers. Qin Xiaolong replied, in my opinion, asking for medicine is merely an excuse. Sister Shangqiao is probably feeling lonely and yearning for company, Yang Dazhu said with a mischievous grin. Shut it. Stop talking nonsense. Qin Xiaolong shot a glare at Yang Dazhu. Don't worry, brother. I'll keep your secret. Hurry along. You wouldn't want Sister Shangqiao to be left waiting, Yang Dazhu said knowingly. I can't be bothered to chat with you. I'm off now. You can take care of the yellow eels later, Qin Xiaolong declared before departing. Yang Dazhu, however, did not rush home but instead went alone to the lotus pond. Upon reaching home, Qin Xiaolong grabbed a blister pack of painkillers and made his way to Lu Shangqiao's residence. After sending her a WeChat message to inform her that he had arrived at her doorstep and asking her to come out to collect the medicine, Lu Shangqiao replied that the door was ajar. When Qin Xiaolong pushed the door, he discovered that it was indeed slightly open. Could it be that delivering medicine was genuinely just an excuse? With that thought, Qin Xiaolong's heart began to race. He quickly closed the door behind him and hurried to Lu Shangqiao's room. However, he soon realized he was overthinking it that moment. Lu Shangqiao was lying on her bed, clutching her stomach in pain. Her face contorted in discomfort, letting out soft moans, while beside her lay half a bowl of unfinished brown sugar water. It was evident that her menstrual cycle had begun, resulting in her cramps. Upon seeing Qin Xiaolong enter, Lu Shangqiao mustered the strength to rise from her bed. Sister Shangqiao, I brought the medicine. Please take it quickly, Qin Xiaolong urged. Okay, Lu Shangqiao nodded, using the remaining brown sugar water to swallow the painkillers. As the medication took effect, her pain began to subside, although a dull ache still lingered in her lower abdomen. I'm truly sorry for bothering you at such a late hour, Lu Shangqiao said with sincere regret. Don't mention it. It was nothing more than a simple task, Qin Xiaolong replied nonchalantly. By the way, sister, it seems you are experiencing menstrual cramps? Yes, I always suffer tremendously when my period arrives. It's unbearable. Lu Shangqiao confirmed with a nod. Sister, please give me your hand, Qin Xiaolong suddenly requested. Uncertain of his intentions, Lu Shangqiao nonetheless extended her hand. Qin Xiaolong placed his hand on her wrist to check her pulse. Now, please stick out your tongue so I can have a look, Qin Xiaolong instructed. Lu Shangqiao complied once more. Sister, your cramps are caused by coldness in the womb. It needs to be treated. Otherwise, it will only worsen, Qin Xiaolong stated with a serious expression. Lu Shangqiao's pulse indicated a sinking, thin, and weak state, with a white and greasy tongue coating and indentations along the edges, clear signs of coldness in the womb. Coldness in the womb? Do you know how to treat it? Lu Shangqiao asked anxiously. Menstrual cramps are a common occurrence for women, yet her recent episodes had been excruciating, often rendering her unable to cope even with painkillers. Of course I do, Qin Xiaolong replied, then looked at Lu Shangqiao and said, Sister Shangqiao, just lie back. I will give you a massage. I assure you it will be more effective than taking medicine. Chapter 14. Secrets in the phone. Lu Shangqiao's abdomen still ached slightly, so she did not refuse and lay back on the bed. Qin Xiaolong approached her, placing his hands on the Guanyuan acupoint on her abdomen and began to massage gently. To treat coldness in the womb. There are 4 main steps: tonifying the yang, warming the spleen and stomach, dispelling accumulated coldness, and promoting blood circulation. The massage of the Guanyuan acupoint serves to enhance the body's yang energy and replenish deficiencies. During the massage, Qin Xiaolong subtly infused some of his true energy into Lu Shangqiao's body. A warm sensation enveloped her, and the pain in her abdomen immediately diminished significantly. After 5 minutes of massaging the Guanyuan acupoint, Qin Xiaolong proceeded to massage the Shinkei acupoint. The Shinkei acupoint is a vital point on the Ren meridian, and by massaging it, one can help restore the balance of yin and yang. After the massage, the sharp pain in her abdomen had vanished, replaced by an incredibly comfortable sensation that Lu Shangqiao thoroughly enjoyed. How about it, Sister Shangqiao? Is the pain gone now? Qin Xiaolong paused his actions to inquire. It's gone. Your massage is truly effective, Lu Xiangqiao replied, shaking her head in amazement. Then we shall leave it at that for today. Please rest well and try to avoid cold water. Tomorrow, I will prepare some herbal remedies for you. After a few days of consumption, you should feel much better, Qin Xiaolong said as he stood to bid farewell to Lu Xiangqiao. All right, please take care on your way back, Lu Xiangqiao replied reluctantly. She genuinely wished for Qin Xiaolong to stay overnight, but the words remained unspoken. After seeing Qin Xiaolong off, Lu Xiangqiao returned to her bedroom. As she lay on her bed, thoughts of Qin Xiaolong's sunny and handsome visage involuntarily surfaced in her mind. Moments later, Lu Xiangqiao grabbed her summer quilt, hugging it close, and a soft moan escaped her lips. As Qin Xiaolong passed by Wu Jinlian's house, something gleaming on the ground suddenly caught his attention. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was an Apple phone. From the phone's casing, Qin Xiaolong immediately deduced it belonged to Li Gangxian. At that moment, a person named Xiaobao was sending Li Gangxian a video call invitation. Causing the phone to light up. In the past, Qin Xiaolong would have certainly returned the phone to Li Gangxian. However, this individual had been deliberately withholding assistance in processing his grandfather's low-income subsidy due to his own sense of power, which irked Qin Xiaolong greatly. Thus, he decided to pocket the phone instead. Upon returning home, as he looked at Li Gangxian's phone, Qin Xiaolong mused. This phone might very well contain evidence of Li Gangxian's corruption and bribery. If I can obtain such evidence, I wonder if he will still dare to flaunt himself in front of me. With this thought in mind, Qin Xiaolong began attempting to unlock the phone. Previously, Li Gangxian had unlocked the phone in front of him once, and he only remembered the general gesture. Qin Xiaolong began to attempt it repeatedly, waiting a moment after each failed attempt. On the 8th try, he finally succeeded in unlocking it. Qin Xiaolong first opened Li Gangxian's WeChat, and the top contact, labeled Little Baby, was indeed the person he had noted. Initially, Qin Xiaolong thought this individual was Wu Jinlian, but upon entering the chat, he realized it was someone entirely different, an exceedingly alluring woman. The content of their conversation was quite explicit and filled with suggestive remarks. Moreover, this woman had sent Li Gangxian numerous provocative photos. From their exchanges, Qin Xiaolong quickly deduced that this woman was Li Gangxian's mistress. How could Li Gangxian, with such a beautiful wife at home, still seek out a mistress? This thought made Qin Xiaolong exclaim in frustration. Li Gangxian's wife, Wu Jinlian, was undoubtedly a stunning beauty, with fair, delicate skin and a voluptuous figure that made one unable to resist salivating. In contrast, this little baby was clearly an ordinary woman, lacking any comparison to Wu Jinlian. Save for her slightly larger bust, it was baffling how Li Gangxian could choose such a woman as his mistress. Qin Xiaolong then looked at the chat records between Li Gangxian and several village officials from Taiyuan village. Unfortunately, Li Gangxian was quite cunning. Whenever sensitive topics arose, he would switch to voice calls, making it difficult for Qin Xiaolong to find any incriminating evidence. What surprised Qin Xiaolong the most was the close relationship between Li Gangxian and Chen Depeo. The transfer records revealed that Chen Depeo had sent Li Gangxian hundreds of thousands of yuan over the past 6 months. Their conversations were devoid of any text, consisting solely of voice calls, indicating that there must be some secretive dealings between them. After noting this information, Qin Xiaolong checked the file management on the phone. Soon, he discovered numerous videos of Li Gangxian in compromising situations with different women, most of whom appeared to be escorts. This scoundrel truly knew how to indulge. After watching the videos, Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but curse. It was important to note that Li Gangxian was merely the village accountant. Earning a modest salary of 3,000 yuan a month, it was hard enough for him to make ends meet, let alone indulge in such extravagant affairs. Yet, he possessed an iPhone, wore a high-end Longines watch, and rode an 80,000 yuan Kawasaki motorcycle. Who knows how much this scoundrel had embezzled over the years? The more Qin Xiaolong pondered, the more infuriated he became. He decided to copy all the contents from Li Gangxian's phone. To avoid alerting him, he would not disclose this information just yet, waiting instead to gather more evidence before going to the town to formally report Li Gangxian, ensuring this rogue faced justice. Checking the time, he realized it was getting late. Qin Xiaolong left and tossed the phone back at Li Gangxian's doorstep before returning home to sleep. The next morning, around 8 o'clock, Chen Xiaowei arrived at Qin Xiaolong's house with several thugs. Two of them, Qin Xiaolong was all too familiar with, Li Dahua and Li Erhua, the brothers. Damn, this guy is still alive. Upon seeing Qin Xiaolong alive and well, Li Dahua muttered under his breath. Ever since that night they had thrown Qin Xiaolong into the reservoir, the brothers had been anxious about being discovered and had fled to a neighboring city. However, upon hearing news that Qin Xiaolong had survived, they returned to Taiyuan village. Qin Xiaolong, pay back the money. Today, if you dare not repay, I will break your legs, Qin Xiaolong threatened, swaggering before Qin Xiaolong. Just wait, Qin Xiaolong replied, retrieving 63,000 yuan from inside the house. This includes 60,000 as the principal and 3,000 in interest. Here is the 63,000. Count it carefully. Where did you get so much money? Qin Xiaolong asked incredulously. He was well aware of Qin Xiaolong's financial struggles. Given his debts, it would be impossible for him to gather such a sum in just 2 days. Mind your own business regarding where I've gotten the money. Take it and get lost. And leave the IOU. Qin Xiaolong said coldly. Qin Xiaolong took the money and counted it. 63,000, not a cent less. With this, his plan to coerce Qin Xiaolong into marrying him through debt was thwarted. Reluctantly, he returned the IOU to Qin Xiaolong, who promptly tore it into shreds. Qin Xiaolong, I genuinely like your sister. If you agree to let me marry her, how about I offer you 200,000 as a bride price? Qin Xiaolong persisted, his greed still unquenched. You, a piece of trash like you, think you can marry my sister? You should take a good look in the mirror, Qin Xiaolong retorted without reservation. Qin Xiaolong had always been a good-for-nothing punk. Not even 2 million would convince him to allow his sister to marry someone like Qin Xiaolong. Fine, don't say I didn't warn you. After being rejected again, Qin Xiaolong's frustration boiled over. Get lost. If you keep yapping, I'll make sure to deal with you. Qin Xiaolong glared menacingly. Let us go. Qin Xiaolong, not wanting to confront Qin Xiaolong directly, turned to leave. Li Dahua, Li Erhua, you two stay behind. Qin Xiaolong's voice rang out once more. What do you want? Li Dahua halted in his tracks. The other night, you ambushed me and threw me into the reservoir. If it weren't for my good fortune, I would have become a wandering spirit by now. How do you intend to resolve this matter? Qin Xiaolong questioned coldly. Don't slander me. I didn't do anything of the sort. Li Dahua immediately denied the accusation. You're making baseless claims. Do you have any evidence? Li Erhua chimed in. In truth, Qin Xiaolong couldn't be certain that the brothers were responsible for his near drowning. He had said that merely to provoke them. However, their evasive demeanor was enough for him to deduce their guilt. Evidence, you say? I'll give you evidence. Qin Xiaolong replied with a sardonic smile, suddenly charging at Li Erhua. Thud. Li Erhua was knocked to the ground by a swift kick from Qin Xiaolong. Damn it. Seeing Li Erhua get hit, Li Dahua roared, throwing a punch at Qin Xiaolong. Qin Xiaolong sneered, effortlessly catching Li Dahua's fist, then executing a shoulder throw that sent Li Dahua crashing to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Xiaolong's fists fell upon Li Dahua's face like a torrential downpour, and in the blink of an eye, Li Dahua was bleeding from his nose, in a desperate attempt to save his brother. Li Erhua scrambled to his feet, scanning for something to use as a weapon. He picked up a wooden stick and swung it at Qin Xiaolong's head. Yet, it was as if Qin Xiaolong had eyes in the back of his head. He deftly dodged just as the stick was about to strike. Without missing a beat, he moved and was at Li Erhua's side before he could react. With a swift punch, Li Erhua soon resembled a swollen pig's head. Xiaolong, stop! Liang Jing rushed out of the house, trying to intervene, fearing that Qin Xiaolong might inadvertently kill someone. You two scoundrels, listen well. From now on, behave yourselves. If you dare to play any tricks again, I will show no mercy. After issuing his warning, Qin Xiaolong spat at them. He then turned his gaze to Qin Xiaolong. And you, keep your nose clean, or I won't hesitate to be ruthless. Witnessing Qin Xiaolong's audacity, Qin Xiaolong felt a surge of rage. Yet, seeing how effortlessly Qin Xiaolong had dealt with the Li brothers, he dared not speak up. All right, Xiaolong, is there no way we can discuss this calmly? Liang Jing, bewildered, quickly interjected. It's fine. These scoundrels just need a lesson. Qin Xiaolong replied with a grin, then directed his words at the fallen Li brothers. Stop playing dead and get lost. The Li brothers, thoroughly intimidated by the beating, scrambled to their feet and hurried away, not daring to utter a word. Qin Xiaolong followed suit. After breakfast, Qin Xiaolong, accompanied by his mother, took the remaining cash to repay those relatives and friends from whom they had borrowed money. Soon, they arrived at the home of his uncle, Qin Zhengwo. Qin Zhengwo's wife, Wang Mei, was initially picking vegetables at the door. Upon seeing Qin Xiaolong and his mother, she immediately turned to retreat and swiftly shut the door, her expression akin to seeing a plague. Wang Mei, open the door! Liang Jing knocked on the door. You two better leave. Our family has no money. Wang Mei called back from behind the door. You misunderstand. I'm not here to borrow money, I'm here to repay you. Liang Jing quickly clarified. Repay? Upon hearing this, Wang Mei finally opened the door. Here, this is the 3,000 yuan we borrowed from your family previously. I sincerely apologize for the delay. It has taken over a year to repay you. With a tone full of remorse, Liang Jing said, if you hadn't returned it, I wouldn't have cared. I would have considered it feeding the dogs. Wang Mei responded with indifference. Aunt, we are all relatives. You don't need to speak so harshly. Qin Xiaolong frowned. His uncle's family was relatively well off in their village. Yet they were particularly snobbish, looking down on his family. His mother had to plead extensively to borrow the 3,000 yuan, and since they had been unable to repay it, his aunt had taken every opportunity to ridicule them, often pretending not to see them when they crossed paths. Who said we were relatives? I never claimed to be related to you people. Wang Mei scoffed disdainfully. Fine, you said it. Don't come begging me in the future. As Wang Mei displayed such contempt, I initially contemplated lending a hand to my uncle's family once I achieved success. However, that thought was swiftly extinguished. Am I to curry favor with you? Ha ha. Qin Xiaolong, have you lost your mind? With your pitiful state, what could possibly compel me to seek your approval? Wang Mei scoffed without reservation. Mom, let us leave. Qin Xiaolong, disinterested in engaging with such a snobbish person, turned and departed with his mother. Given the substantial debts at home, Qin Xiaolong had exhausted all his cash and still owed over 30,000 in a bid to clear his remaining debts swiftly. He prepared to venture into the mountains again to gather medicinal herbs. As he passed by Li Gongxian's residence, he deliberately paused. Observing from the doorstep, he noticed Wu Jinlian washing clothes by the water tank. As her hands worked, her garments swayed enticingly, leaving Qin Xiaolong momentarily parched. Cough, cough, Sister Jinlian, is Li Gang at home? Qin Xiaolong quickly averted his gaze and cleared his throat. Ah, it's Xiaolong. Your brother isn't home. He mentioned a friend in town had urgent business. And he left for the town early this morning, Wu Jinlian replied. Sister, there's something I'm uncertain whether to discuss. Qin Xiaolong feigned hesitation. You're referring to the matter of the minimum living allowance. Aren't you? Leave it to me. I will ensure your brother deals with it promptly, Wu Jinlian said with a smile. Sister, that's not what I meant. It concerns Li Gang's affair with the mistress. Qin Xiaolong bluntly stated, revealing Li Gongxian's scandal without further ado. Chapter 16. The bewitched weasel Li Gangxian has a mistress? Surely, you jest. Wu Jinlian's expression shifted dramatically. Take a look at this, Qin Xiaolong said. Producing a screenshot of the preserved chat logs as she beheld their flirtatious exchanges and various indecent selfies, Wu Jinlian's fury surged. That scoundrel. No wonder he never initiates intimacy at night. It appears he has been keeping a vixen outside. In recent months, Wu Jinlian often found herself alone, with only occasional brief encounters with Li Gangxian that left her puzzled. She suspected he might have another woman, but he dismissed her concerns, claiming exhaustion from work, even enlisting the village chief as a witness. Now, the truth dawned upon Wu Jinlian. Li Gongxian's lack of interest stemmed entirely from his engagement with a seductress outside, leaving him devoid of energy for her. Sister Jinlian, this Li Gangxian is truly despicable. He has such a beautiful wife yet chooses to pursue a mistress. He is lower than a pig or dog. Qin Xiaolong, reveling in the drama, continued to stoke the flames. Wu Jinlian, with her alluring charm, had ample allure. Even he found her enticing. It was incomprehensible that Li Gangxian would forsake someone so exquisite for a common harlot. It was a flagrant waste of resources. For this reason alone, Qin Xiaolong felt compelled to ensure he faced justice. Xiaolong, I shan't converse further. I'm going to confront that scoundrel. Enraged, Wu Jinlian disregarded her laundry, mounting her other motorcycle and speeding toward town. Sister, take it easy. Don't let it escalate to something fatal. Qin Xiaolong called after her, but she had already sped away without a glance back. Regrettably, he still needed to gather herbs. Otherwise, he would have relished witnessing the unfolding drama. With a sense of disappointment, Qin Xiaolong pressed on, continuing his ascent into the mountains. As before, to maximize his herb collection, he didn't return home for lunch, merely munching on some provisions he had brought along. One by one, he collected valuable herbs, and by 4 in the afternoon, his basket and a snakeskin bag were brimming with various plants, estimating he could earn several thousand from this haul. Recognizing that he would be unable to carry additional herbs, Qin Xiaolong decided to descend. As he neared the foot of the mountain, a sudden flash of yellow darted from the underbrush, startling him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a weasel, known also as the yellow weasel or huangbi. These creatures had once been plentiful around their village. Cunning and stealthy, they often sneaked into villagers' homes at night to steal chickens. The real danger lay in their blood-sucking habits. If they infiltrated a chicken coop, they could drain the life from the birds before consuming their innards. He recalled vividly how, 3 years prior, a weasel had decimated the 10 chickens his family had raised overnight, leaving his mother distraught for days. The weasel before him appeared significantly larger than the average, nearly the size of a small dog. As it approached, Qin Xiaolong instinctively stepped back, wielding his sickle defensively. "Get away from me, or I swear I'll end you." He shouted at the weasel. He refrained from attacking, recalling the village elders' warnings about weasels harboring grudges. If one were not killed, it would seek revenge. Most importantly, the foul-smelling secretion they emitted resembled a biochemical weapon. He recalled a villager nearly suffocating after being hit by it. Thus, he had no desire to provoke this creature. To his astonishment, the weasel suddenly reared up on its hind legs and clasped its front paws together. Bowing deeply to Qin Xiaolong, the gesture was remarkably reminiscent of a human bowing in respect. What on earth? Has this weasel been bewitched? Witnessing this bizarre scene, even Qin Xiaolong, who was typically fearless, felt a chill run down his spine. The weasel emitted a series of high-pitched squeaks. Thankfully, it did not possess the ability to speak. Had it been able to converse, Qin Xiaolong's soul would likely have fled in terror. The weasel continued to squeak, waving its forepaws to the left, its small eyes reflecting a clear plea. "Are you asking me to follow you?" Although Qin Xiaolong did not understand animal language, he surmised some meaning from its actions. The weasel nodded eagerly and scampered to the left, glancing back at Qin Xiaolong after a few paces. Realizing the weasel intended to lead him somewhere, he pondered briefly before deciding to follow. After traversing approximately 200 meters through the thicket, the weasel abruptly halted. Qin Xiaolong looked in the direction it was facing and spotted another weasel caught in a trap. The weasel that had led him there squeaked again, pointing at the trapped one, its intent unmistakable. Qin Xiaolong deduced that the one guiding him was male, while the trapped one was female. The male weasel, risking itself to seek assistance for its mate, tugged at Qin Xiaolong's heartstrings. "I can save her, but you must promise never to wreak havoc on our village's livestock again. Understood?" Qin Xiaolong addressed the weasel. The creature nodded vigorously. Seeing this, Qin Xiaolong set down his herbal haul and approached the trap, easily freeing the female weasel. Noticing her leg was still bleeding, he quickly gathered some hemostatic herbs to perform a rudimentary bandage. Upon witnessing his mate's rescue, the male weasel bowed its forepaws in gratitude to Qin Xiaolong, exhibiting remarkable intelligence. "All right, I must be on my way now. Remember, do not return to our village to cause trouble." As dusk approached, Qin Xiaolong hoisted the herbs onto his back and began his descent. When he passed by Li Gangxian's home, he glanced into the yard, initially curious if Li Gangxian was being punished. However, through a gap in the door, he was horrified to see Wu Jinlian tying a rope to an old peach tree, intending to hang herself. Chapter 17. Persuading Wu Jinlian. Seeing Wu Jinlian about to kick the stool from under her, Qin Xiaolong sprinted over at breakneck speed, saving her just in time. "Sister Jinlian, what could possibly lead you to such despair? Why consider taking your own life?" he implored urgently. "I toil day and night like a servant for Li Gangxian, and that wretch dares to berate and insult me for that harlot, even suggesting I should die. If that's the case, I'll die to spite him. I won't let this pair of scoundrels escape unscathed," Wu Jinlian cried, her tear-streaked face evoking sympathy from Qin Xiaolong. "Sister, I must tell you, avenging yourself through suicide is a foolish act. That mistress would likely revel in your demise, as it would allow her to live openly in your home," he continued to reason with her. Upon hearing this, Wu Jinlian, who had been on the brink of despair, suddenly regained her composure. "You're right. I cannot die. That would only benefit those two dogs." Wu Jinlian swiftly embraced Qin Xiaolong's perspective. "That's the Jinlian I know." Observing that she had finally abandoned her suicidal thoughts, Qin Xiaolong breathed a sigh of relief. He proceeded to inform Wu Jinlian about Li Gangxian's affair, primarily to encourage her to confront him. The thought of Wu Jinlian taking her life over this matter would haunt him for a lifetime. "Xiaolong, I am grateful for your advice. Otherwise, I might have truly been driven to despair by that pair of shameless wretches today." Wu Jinlian's earlier thoughts of ending it all were merely impulsive. Now that she has calmed down, she naturally intends to live well. "What is there to think? I have done nothing," Qin Xiaolong replied with a smile. "By the way, Xiaolong, come in with me for a moment. I have something for you," Wu Jinlian said, her tone shifting. Qin Xiaolong was uncertain of what Wu Jinlian intended to give him, yet he followed her into the room. "Xiaolong, do you think I am beautiful?" Wu Jinlian suddenly posed this question. "Of course you are," Qin Xiaolong responded without hesitation. Wu Jinlian was renowned as a beauty. Everyone secretly remarked that Li Gangxian had struck a stroke of luck to marry such an exquisite wife. "So, do you desire me?" Wu Jinlian asked, her gaze as captivating as spring water. "Sister, please do not jest. Such a joke is hardly amusing," Qin Xiaolong replied awkwardly, genuinely taken aback by her words. "I am not joking." That scoundrel Li Gangxian is fooling around outside. If he lacks virtue, he cannot blame me for my actions today. I shall make him wear the green hat, Wu Jinlian declared with a face full of resentment. Since marrying Li Gangxian, she had adhered to the virtues of a devoted wife, but after being betrayed by him and his mistress today, she had completely lost hope in him. If he keeps a mistress, then she shall let him wear a verdant hat. Sister, please do not act this way. It is not right, Qin Xiaolong hurriedly advised. Wu Jinlian was undeniably a beauty. To claim he had no thoughts of her would be self-deception. Yet it was clear that she sought revenge against Li Gangxian, and he could not acquiesce. Xiaolong, let me tell you the truth, I like you. Do you like me? Wu Jinlian gazed at Qin Xiaolong with affection. Li Gangxian had never treated her well, and she longed for the love she had not felt in ages from Qin Xiaolong. Sister, please calm down. I must take my leave, Qin Xiaolong said, concerned that he might lose control. Just then, unexpectedly, Wu Jinlian wrapped her arms around him. Xiaolong, I do not want you to leave. Her gentle voice whispered in his ear. In that moment, Qin Xiaolong felt as if the demon sealed within him was unleashed, and he had reached the limits of his restraint. Sister, please let go of me. We should not do this. Qin Xiaolong inhaled deeply, using the last remnants of his reason. However, Wu Jinlian did not release him. Instead, she leaned in and kissed him. Qin Xiaolong was no enlightened monk. He was merely a passionate young man. Just as he was on the verge of surrendering to temptation, a sudden knocking echoed from outside, followed by a woman's voice. Jinlian, is Gangxian home? Upon hearing this voice, both Qin Xiaolong and Wu Jinlian were startled. Xiaolong, quickly hide under the bed, Wu Jinlian urged. Without hesitation, Qin Xiaolong swiftly crawled beneath the bed. Damn it, why does someone always come at such a crucial moment? Is the heavens conspiring against me? He grumbled silently from beneath the bed. He recalled a similar incident at Lu Xiangqiao's house, and now it was happening again. He felt like crying. Meanwhile, Wu Jinlian had dressed and tidied her disheveled hair before feigning calmness as she stepped outside. Wang Pe, what brings you here? Wu Jinlian inquired. Regarding the elderly woman before her, a familiar figure in their village, my son caught a few wild rabbits on the mountain. I brought one for Gangxian to try, and you can have a taste as well? Wang Pe replied with a broad smile. Thank you very much, Wu Jinlian said, accepting the rabbit without refusing to. No need for thanks. It's not worth much. Wang Pe chuckled, then hesitated before adding, Jinlian, actually, I came to ask Gangxian for a favor. Could he help me and my husband get on the low-income assistance list? Wang Pe, your family is doing well. Why would you need low-income assistance? Wu Jinlian frowned. Who would refuse extra money? It's a few hundred each month. Wang Pe replied. Just mention it to Gangxian. If he can get us approved, I'll make sure to bring him a good cigarette each month. Very well, I will mention it to him, Wu Jinlian said. Not wishing to waste more time on Wang Pe. Thank you, Jinlian. I will come by tomorrow. Satisfied with Wu Jinlian's agreement, Wang Pe left. Wu Jinlian closed the door and quickly returned to the room. Xiaolong, Wang Pe has left. Let us continue, she said, her eyes sparkling with eagerness, appearing even more impatient than Qin Xiaolong. Chapter 18. Interruption of good fortune. Gazing at the alluring Wu Jinlian before him, Qin Xiaolong felt dry and parched once more. To be honest, he had been a single man for 20 years and was quite eager to experience the pleasures of womanhood. However, he felt an uncomfortable sense of taking advantage of another's misfortune, leading him into internal conflict. Noticing that Qin Xiaolong did not approach her, the perceptive Wu Jinlian immediately understood the reason. She smiled softly, wrapped her arms around his neck, and bestowed upon him a kiss. In that instant, Qin Xiaolong felt electrified, losing all control as he swept Wu Jinlian into his arms and onto the bed in the dim light. The air was thick with a palpable chemistry, reminiscent of spring's awakening. Just as the two were on the verge of consummating their union and passing on the torch of humanity, a rapid knocking at the door interrupted them. Knock, knock, knock. Startled by the knocking, Qin Xiaolong and Wu Jinlian swiftly separated. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Wu Jinlian called out, Who is it? It's me, Wang Pe. I forgot to mention something, came the swift reply. Damn it, why won't this old woman leave us alone? Qin Xiaolong muttered under his breath upon hearing Wang Pe's voice. Xiaolong, wait here for a moment. I will send her away, Wu Jinlian said, and after informing Qin Xiaolong, she donned her clothes and stepped outside. Jinlian, why did you lock the door in broad daylight? Wang Pe asked with curiosity, glancing towards the room. What, do you think I'm hiding a man in here? Would you like to come in and search? Wu Jinlian replied coldly, I meant no offense. I was merely asking. Please do not take it the wrong way. Wang Pe quickly apologized, smiling nervously. Rest assured, I'm not angry. I locked the door simply to take a shower. I do not wish to be spied on by those rascals from our village while bathing, Wu Jinlian said, her expression softening slightly to "Oh, I see. I thought you were feeling unwell and wanted to rest early." Wang Po remarked with a laugh. "So, tell me, what else do you need? If there is nothing else, I will go back to my shower," Wu Jinlian inquired nonchalantly. Wang Po glanced around to ensure no one else was nearby before pulling a card from her pocket and handing it to Wu Jinlian. "Jinlian, this is a gas card from our town. It has 300 yuan on it. Give it to Gangxian for his use. I forgot to give it to you earlier. I cannot accept this." Wu Jinlian firmly declined. "Oh, do not be so polite. Just take it. And do not forget to have Gangxian help us with the low-income assistance." Wang Po insisted with a beaming smile. "Very well, I shall accept it for now," Wu Jinlian said, still preoccupied with her plans with Qin Xiaolong, unwilling to waste time with Wang Po. "Just remember to mention this to Gangxian. Once it's done, I will treat you both to a meal," Wang Po reminded her before taking her leave. "Sister Jinlian, it's getting late. I should head home," Qin Xiaolong said as Wu Jinlian entered the room. "Why the rush? Do you not wish to spend time with me?" Wu Jinlian asked. "Let us forget it. Such matters are best kept in the dark. It would be wise for us to act as if nothing has occurred," Qin Xiaolong replied with a wry smile. Indeed, he longed to be with Wu Jinlian, but after Wang Po's repeated interruptions, he felt like a hunted deer. Most importantly, Wang Po had clearly grown suspicious, and she was notorious for her loose lips in the village. If she were to spread rumors, Qin Xiaolong could brush it off, but Wu Jinlian would find it impossible to face anyone again. "No, sister will not allow you to leave." Wu Jinlian once more grasped Qin Xiaolong. A fire seemed to burn within her, and only he could rekindle her experience of womanly joy. Just then, Qin Xiaolong's phone rang. He glanced at the screen. It was his mother calling. "Hello, Mom, what is going on?" He answered after picking up. "Your grandfather has broken his leg. Your father and I are taking him to the hospital in town. You can cook for yourself when you get home. No need to worry about us." Liang Jing replied anxiously. "Wait for me. I'll be home right away," Qin Xiaolong said, then turned to Wu Jinlian. "Sister Jinlian, my grandfather has injured his leg. I must return immediately." Without waiting for her reply, he grabbed the medicinal herbs in the yard and hurried away. Watching Qin Xiaolong's departing figure, Wu Jinlian felt a deep sense of loss. To alleviate her loneliness, she entered the kitchen and her gaze fell upon a fresh cucumber. Shortly thereafter, Qin Xiaolong arrived home. At this moment, his grandfather, Qin Jinkai, had already been placed on a tractor, and his parents, Qin Fuguwei and his wife, were preparing to take him to town. Qin Xiaolong discerned at a mere glance that his grandfather had merely dislocated a joint, which was not particularly severe. "Dad, could you lend me a hand and help me get Grandpa down? His leg is just fractured. I can assist in setting it right," he urged his father. Upon hearing this, Qin Fuguwei remembered that his son had self-taught himself medicine and promptly assisted in lowering the elderly man. Once settled, Qin Xiaolong exerted force with both hands, and the dislocated joint of his grandfather was instantly restored to its rightful position. Subsequently, he infused a measure of vital energy into his grandfather's body to aid in the repair of the damaged bones. "Grandpa, why don't you give it a try and see if you can walk?" Qin Xiaolong inquired. The elderly man slowly rose, took a couple of steps forward, and felt no pain whatsoever. "Xiaolong, who did you learn this bone-setting technique from?" the grandfather asked, astonishment etched upon his face. "I am self-taught. This is my first practical application," Qin Xiaolong replied with a smile. "Well, our Xiaolong is becoming increasingly accomplished. You will surely achieve great things in the future," his grandfather said with a look of pride. "Grandpa, how did you end up injuring your leg today?" Qin Xiaolong shifted the conversation. "I was digging up some dandelions, intending to dry them on the roof for tea, but I accidentally missed a step on the staircase," the grandfather replied. "Perhaps you should consider moving in with us. It would be more convenient for us to take care of you," suggested Qin Xiaolong. Ever since his grandmother passed away, his grandfather had lived alone in the old house. Although Qin Xiaolong and the others had proposed multiple times for him to relocate, he consistently refused. "No, I prefer to live alone. I am not accustomed to sharing a space with you all," the grandfather reiterated. "Grandpa, why are you so stubborn?" Qin Xiaolong said with a hint of exasperation. "I enjoy the solitude. It is peaceful. Please do not try to persuade me further," the grandfather stated resolutely. Knowing his grandfather's obstinate nature, Qin Xiaolong attempted a few more arguments but ultimately chose to concede. After dinner, Qin Xiaolong accompanied his grandfather to the village shop to purchase a variety of food items, then personally returned him to the old house. "Grandpa, I shall take my leave now. If you need anything, remember to call me," he said as he bid farewell before heading home. However, upon arriving home, Qin Xiaolong was surprised to find that guests had arrived. Among them were the renowned matchmaker from Taoyuan village, Du Meifeng, and the daughter of the community director, Li Siyuan. What brings these two here? Surely, they are not here for matchmaking. Qin Xiaolong pondered silently. Xiaolong is back. Come, sit down. Aunt Feng has some wonderful news for you, Du Meifeng exclaimed enthusiastically upon seeing him. What good news? Qin Xiaolong inquired. Aunt Feng has brought you a prospective bride, Du Meifeng said with a smile. You don't mean Li Siyuan, do you? Qin Xiaolong raised an eyebrow. Very clever. It is indeed Siyuan. She has mentioned that she has liked you since childhood, and now that you are both at the age for marriage. All it takes is your consent, and she will be your wife, Du Meifeng continued. Li Siyuan likes me? You must be joking. Qin Xiaolong scoffed. Li Siyuan was of the same generation as he, and they had been classmates. However, she had always been spoiled by her father, exhibiting a capricious and overbearing demeanor. Additionally, she smoked, drank, and had tattoos. Most concerning was her promiscuous lifestyle, having previously dated multiple men simultaneously, leading to a poor reputation in the village. The thought of being paired with her was absurd. Xiaolong, I assure you I am not joking. Siyuan truly likes you, don't you, Siyuan? Du Meifeng nudged Li Siyuan. Yes, I have always liked you, but I was too shy to admit it before. Li Siyuan replied, her face flushed. Siyuan, I believe we are not well suited. Perhaps we should reconsider. Qin Xiaolong responded delicately. Chun Xiaoyu was lovely and enchanting, especially when shy, which made Qin Xiaolong's heart flutter. However, Li Siyuan, with her superficial charm, appeared utterly unappealing to him. Xiaolong, please do not be hasty in your rejection. I must tell you, Siyuan's father has stated that if you marry, he will require no bridal price and will instead provide Siyuan with a dowry of 100,000 yuan. Not only would you gain a wife for free, but you would also receive a substantial amount of money. An opportunity many would covet. Du Meifeng continued to persuade. A couple of months prior, Qin Xiaolong's mother, Liang Jing, had approached Du Meifeng to seek a match for him, but Du Meifeng had dismissed the idea, claiming their family was too impoverished for any sensible woman to consider. Yet now, just 2 months later, her stance had made a complete turnaround, presenting such enticing terms. Qin Xiaolong was skeptical. There must be some ulterior motive at play. He scrutinized Li Siyuan closely and soon discerned a problem. Siyuan, could you please extend your hand to me? Qin Xiaolong asked again. Uncertain of his intentions, Li Siyuan obliged. He placed his hand on her wrist and quickly confirmed his suspicion. She was indeed pregnant. Damn it! I knew you were up to no good. Qin Xiaolong inwardly cursed Du Meifeng. Aunt Feng, are you truly suggesting this girl as a potential wife? You are clearly attempting to make me a scapegoat. Qin Xiaolong retorted with a cold smile. What do you mean by scapegoat? I do not quite understand. Du Meifeng feigned ignorance. Enough with the pretense. Li Siyuan is pregnant. What do you mean by proposing her to me? Qin Xiaolong replied icily. If he were to agree to Du Meifeng's scheme, he would be thrust into an unwanted paternal role. The thought of becoming the laughingstock of Taoyuan village was unbearable. Upon hearing this, a hint of embarrassment crossed Du Meifeng's face. She had not anticipated Qin Xiaolong would uncover Li Siyuan's secret. Meifeng, is it true that Siyuan is indeed pregnant? Liang Jing, who had remained silent until now, quickly inquired. While she had no high expectations for a daughter-in-law, as long as she was virtuous and capable, she would never accept a woman who became pregnant before marriage. Ahem, well, it is true that Siyuan is pregnant. But I believe it is not such a bad thing. Your family will be prosperous and thriving. Besides, Siyuan's father will certainly provide financial support for raising the child, Du Meifeng conceded, knowing she could no longer hide the truth. How convenient for you to say. Why don't you let your son marry her instead? You could enjoy a grandchild that way. Qin Xiaolong retorted with a mocking laugh. My son is not like you. I am doing this for your benefit. Think about it. Given your family's circumstances, which woman would willingly marry you? Do you intend to remain a bachelor for life? Du Meifeng's tone turned slightly hostile. You are correct. I would rather remain single for eternity than marry her. Qin Xiaolong replied emphatically. Li Siyuan's reputation was sullied, and it was rumored that several men in the village had been involved with her. To marry such a woman would surely invite ridicule. Moreover, if he were correct, Li Siyuan likely did not even know who the father of her child was. Qin Xiaolong, who do you think you are to look down on me? I consider myself fortunate to even be willing to marry you. As it became clear that Qin Xiaolong was not interested in her, Li Siyuan's facade of propriety crumbled, revealing her true nature. Thank you for your lofty opinion of me, but I am merely a poor boy. I am not worthy of a princess like you. I suggest you seek another suitor. Qin Xiaolong replied sarcastically. Fine, don't say I didn't warn you. Li Siyuan shot back coldly. Just as Qin Xiaolong had surmised, she had no inkling of who the child's father was. However, after having undergone several abortions in the past, Her doctor had warned her that another abortion could result in infertility. Thus, her father suggested she find a scapegoat in the village, and Qin Xiaolong was deemed the ideal candidate. They believed they could trick him into a hasty marriage, ensuring that once the deed was done, he would have no choice but to accept the situation. Little did they know, Qin Xiaolong had quickly figured out Li Siyuan's condition and firmly rejected the proposal, effectively derailing their plans. At this moment, Du Meifeng had lost the enthusiasm she had earlier, coldly tossing aside her words before promptly catching up to Li Siyuan. Meifeng truly looked down on others. How could she hold our son in such disregard? Liang Jing exclaimed angrily. Introducing her son to a heavily pregnant woman was, in her eyes, nothing short of a humiliation to their entire family. Don't worry, Mom, there's no need to be upset. Today she treated me with indifference, but in the future, I shall ensure she finds it hard to reach my level, Qin Xiaolong replied with a smile. Ever since he acquired the legacy of the divine celestial emperor, his perspective had transformed. Indeed, Du Meifeng's words held no sway over him. After all, a dragon would never lower itself to argue with an ant. Xiaolong is right, fortunes shift like the tides. Once our Xiaolong achieves great success, I shall be keen to see if they come crawling back to us. Qin Fuguwei chimed in, brimming with confidence in his son. Hearing the words of the father and son lifted Liang Jing's spirits considerably. After a brief chat among the three, Qin Xiaolong rose to sort the herbs he had gathered on the mountain that day, selecting some specifically for treating cold uterus conditions before stepping outside. Before long, Qin Xiaolong arrived at Lu Xiangqiao's home. Sister Xiangqiao, I've prepared these herbs for you. Remember to brew a packet every night for a week, and your cold uterus will be mostly healed, he gently reminded after personally preparing a packet of herbs for Lu Xiangqiao. Thank you, Xiaolong, she said, feeling a warmth in her heart at his thoughtful gesture. As the village's renowned widow, many desired her company, yet only Qin Xiaolong truly cared for her, which endeared him to her. Had it not been for the interference of Li Dahua and his brother that fateful night, she might have already embarked on a journey to the mountains with Qin Xiaolong. Oh, not feel obliged to thank me. If you ever need anything, just let me know, Qin Xiaolong replied with a smile. Glancing at the time, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Sister, remember to take your medicine later. I shall head back now. All right, take care, Lu Xiangqiao said as she saw him to the door, only retracting her gaze once he had completely vanished from sight. Meanwhile, a little figure had already taken residence in her heart, and that figure was none other than Qin Xiaolong. The following day, after breakfast, Qin Xiaolong took a bag of fertilizer down to the fields. It was now the corn tasseling period. They needed to fertilize the corn once more to ensure a good yield. Together, the two plots of corn amounted to nearly 3 acres. The Qin family toiled for half a day, returning home only around 10:30. Mom, I'm heading to the store to buy something. You and Dad can rest for a bit, Qin Xiaolong said before stepping out. A short while later, he arrived at the village store. The storekeeper was Zhao Yongmei, the wife of the village head, Chen Guangfu. Since there was only one store in the village, Zhao Yongmei effectively held a monopoly, and her business was thriving. What can I get for you today? Xiaolong? Zhao Yongmei asked, her demeanor much friendlier than her husband's. I'll take 3 popsicles at 2 yuan each, 1 Texas roasted chicken, 3 bottles of chilled beer, 10 chicken feet, and 2 packets of spicy strips. Qin Xiaolong quickly listed his desired items. Got it? Zhao Yongmei replied, efficiently packing his purchases. That will be 82 yuan. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaolong pulled out a 100 yuan bill and handed it over. After giving him his change, Zhao Yongmei smiled and said, Xiaolong, have you struck it rich recently? You're spending quite liberally these days. It was known that Qin Xiaolong used to buy the cheapest popsicles at 50 cents each. Yet now he was purchasing those at 2 yuan, and having spent hundreds the previous night, he was now buying roasted chicken and beer. This was a stark contrast to her previous impression of him as a frugal, impoverished lad. Haha, I have indeed made a bit of money lately. It's only natural to elevate one's standard of living, Qin Xiaolong replied with a grin. Once burdened by debts, his family had lived a life of deprivation, but now he was far from that past, and it was only right to embrace a better life. That's great. I always knew you were destined for greatness. Just remember, when you hit it big, don't forget your aunt. I'll be satisfied with a taste of your success, Zhao Yongmei said, her words flattering him. Aunt Zhao, you're being too modest. Once I have the means, I'll come to propose to your daughter, and you'll be my mother-in-law. I promise you'll dine on delicacies every day, Qin Xiaolong responded with a chuckle. Then hurry up and get rich. I'll be waiting for that day. Zhao Yongmei laughed, though she took his words as mere jest. Waiting for what? That good-for-nothing will forever be a pauper, dreaming of marrying my daughter? What a ridiculous fantasy. Just then, Chen Guangfu emerged from the back room. launching into a tirade of mockery. Qin Xiaolong, however, was unfazed and, with a smirk, replied, "Village head, you previously stated that if I present a bride price of 1 million, I could marry Xiaoyu. Is that still valid? Of course, I stand by my word. I just doubt that you, a penniless fool, could ever save 1 million. Cheng Guangfu sneered dismissively. Rest assured, I will marry your daughter, Qin Xiaolong declared emphatically. Cheng Guangfu had always looked down on him, greeting him with derision, but he was no longer the rural boy he once was. He would earn that million swiftly and give Cheng Guangfu a lesson in humility, showing him what it meant to look down on others. Aunt Zhao, I will be heading home now, he said, bidding farewell to Zhao Yongmei before departing with his purchases. The pauper still harbors dreams of my daughter. What a toad aspiring to eat swan meat. Bah! Cheng Guangfu spat, his voice loud enough for Qin Xiaolong to hear, clearly intending to provoke him. Yet, Qin Xiaolong chose to ignore it, treating it as if he hadn't heard a thing. As he neared home, he encountered Yang Dazhu, whose face had swollen to resemble a pig's head, an utterly comical sight. Dazhu, what happened to you? Qin Xiaolong asked, struggling to suppress his laughter. I was stung by a cliff bee. It hurts like hell, Yang Dazhu replied, his expression filled with bitterness. The mention of cliff bees, Qin Xiaolong's interest piqued. Where are the cliff bees? Is there a lot of honey? He inquired eagerly. I came to find you today because I was hoping we could gather honey together. There's quite a bit over there. I estimate we could collect at least 20 to 30 pounds. However, the bee's nest is in a precarious location, so we need to borrow some tools from Zhang Tuzi, or else we'll be risking our lives, Yang Dazhu explained quickly. That's easy enough, Qin Xiaolong replied, and after returning home to drop off his purchases, he followed Yang Dazhu to Zhang Tuzi's house. Zhang Tuzi, whose real name was Zhang Yensong, had earned his nickname due to his hunchback. He was also the only beekeeper in their village, making a decent living selling honey. Since they were from the same village, Qin Xiaolong simply asked Zhang Tuzi, who lent him protective gear, honey knives, and other necessary tools for the honey-gathering expedition. Following that, under Yang Dazhu's guidance, the two made their way up the mountain. They navigated the rugged paths for nearly 20 minutes before Yang Dazhu halted beneath a cliff. Look, that's where the cliff bee nest is, he pointed at the cliff. Qin Xiaolong looked up and easily spotted a crevice about 50 meters above them, where the bees were continually buzzing around. Let us go. We'll climb up from over there, and I'll lower myself down with a rope to gather the honey, he proposed. The cliff was smooth and vertical, making it impossible to climb directly, so the only feasible method was to descend from above, facilitating the honey collection. Without wasting any time, they moved a couple hundred meters forward and climbed up a gentler slope, eventually reaching the area above the cliff bee nest. The ground here was sparse, with only low shrubs and weeds, providing no suitable anchor points for tying a rope. Dazhu, when I'm down there collecting honey, remember to keep the rope taut. Don't let go, Qin Xiaolong instructed. Don't worry. Unless I'm dead, I won't let go, Yang Dazhu assured him. With that, Qin Xiaolong wasted no time and quickly donned the protective gear borrowed from Zhang Tuzi. It was midday, and the heat was oppressive. Wearing the protective suit only intensified the discomfort. Yet, in pursuit of honey, he had to endure. Meanwhile, Yang Dazhu secured one end of the rope around himself and the other around Qin Xiaolong. Once everything was ready, Qin Xiaolong grasped the rope and began his descent. Release, keep releasing. Yang Dazhu, unable to see what lay below, could only follow Qin Xiaolong's instructions, gradually letting out the rope. All right, stop. Once he reached the cliff bee nest location, Qin Xiaolong quickly called out, and Yang Dazhu promptly coiled the rope around his arm and steadied himself at the edge of the cliff. Qin Xiaolong and his companions could only catch a glimpse of a small portion of the exposed beehive. It was then that he realized the hive nestled within the rock crevices was far larger than they had anticipated. Golden-hued honeycombs were tightly affixed to the stone, making one salivate at the mere sight. Inside, the cliff bees swarmed in the thousands, a dark mass of activity. Although Qin Xiaolong had harvested cliff bees several times before, this was the first time he had encountered such an enormous hive. With Qin Xiaolong's arrival, the bees within the hive evidently sensed danger. Within a few breaths, hundreds of them began to buzz around him incessantly. Fortunately, clad in protective gear, he had no cause for alarm. Steadying himself, Qin Xiaolong ignited the mugwort in his hand, releasing a cloud of smoke to drive the bees away. Unable to tolerate the pungent scent, the bees swarmed outward. Once the bees had largely vacated the rock fissures, Qin Xiaolong retrieved his honey knife and began to slice away at the hive. The moment the hive was severed, a stream of golden honey flowed forth, making Qin Xiaolong's mouth water. However, due to his protective gear, He was unable to indulge in this earthly delicacy just yet. After carefully placing the hive into a water bucket, he prepared to harvest a second piece when he suddenly felt himself plummet downward. Though it was less than a meter drop, Qin Xiaolong was still startled, cold sweat trickling down his brow. "What the hell, Dazhu? What are you doing?" Qin Xiaolong shouted up. "Sorry, I slipped a bit," Yang Dazhu replied. "Full of regret, be steady. If I fall to my death, I'll haunt you as a ghost." Qin Xiaolong scolded with irritation. This height of 40 to 50 meters above ground. A fall would surely warrant a feast for the entire village at his home. "Don't worry, I assure you that won't happen again," Yang Dazhu promptly responded. "Pull me up another meter," Qin Xiaolong said, knowing Yang Dazhu hadn't acted intentionally and refrained from further complaints. Upon hearing this, Yang Dazhu quickly pulled him upward a bit. Once Qin Xiaolong returned to the fissure, he resumed his task of harvesting the hive. As the dense smoke gradually dissipated, the cliff bees began to regroup and launch an offensive against him. Thankfully, thanks to his protective gear, Qin Xiaolong remained unscathed. Following the customary practice, he ceased his harvesting after collecting approximately half of the hive, mindful that the bees needed honey to survive the winter. He refused to engage in the act of killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. "Dazhu, pull me up," Qin Xiaolong called to Yang Dazhu, who swiftly tugged on the rope, bringing him back to solid ground. "Wow, so much honey. It looks like we're about to get rich," Yang Dazhu exclaimed, his face alight with joy as he gazed at the bucket filled with honey. "Indeed, this is what we call fortune favors the bold." Qin Xiaolong replied with a grin. Cliff bees typically dwell on the edges of cliffs, and their honey is larger and more potent than that of ordinary bees, making harvesting perilous. Their village had previously suffered losses due to accidents when collecting cliff honey. Thankfully, this time had been a close call, and he had successfully gathered a substantial amount of honey, marking a bountiful harvest. "I'll taste a piece first," Yang Dazhu said eagerly, breaking off a chunk of honeycomb and stuffing it into his mouth. "Wow, this is incredible. I haven't had such pure cliff honey in ages," he exclaimed, savoring the flavor and licking his fingers clean to avoid waste. Qin Xiaolong also sampled a piece, and in an instant, his taste buds were enveloped in bliss. It was truly a divine delicacy, leaving him craving more. Chapter 22. A modest profit. After enjoying 2 pieces each, Qin Xiaolong and Yang Dazhu felt satisfied and began their descent down the mountain. Upon returning home, Qin Xiaolong found that his mother had prepared lunch, and he invited Yang Dazhu to join him. Once they had eaten their fill, Qin Xiaolong contacted Mu Qiutong, the owner of Shengdetang, via WeChat. "Hello, Miss Mu, do you buy cliff honey? I just harvested some today," Qin Xiaolong inquired directly. "Switch to a video call so I can see," Mu Qiutong replied. "Sure," Qin Xiaolong responded, quickly activating the camera to show the bucket filled with honey. "The quality looks good. Bring it all over, I'll take it all," Mu Qiutong assessed after a glance. Cliff honey is scarce and highly sought after in the market, and even Shengdetang had little stock on hand. So there was no concern about sales. "All right, I'll head over immediately. Let's discuss in person," Qin Xiaolong confirmed after ensuring Mu Qiutong was ready to purchase. "Dazhu, may I borrow your van? I plan to sell the herbs I gathered yesterday as well." Qin Xiaolong asked Yang Dazhu. "No problem," Yang Dazhu readily agreed. After setting aside about 5 pounds of honey, Qin Xiaolong drove Yang Dazhu's old van into the city. At 2:30 in the afternoon, they arrived at the entrance of Shengdetang. "Is Miss Mu in? I have an appointment to sell honey," Qin Xiaolong asked as he entered. "Please wait a moment," the staff member, who recognized Qin Xiaolong from a previous visit, replied before heading into the inner hall. Before long, Mu Qiutong emerged. "Miss Mu, take a look at this. It's freshly harvested cliff honey," Qin Xiaolong said as he presented the bucket. Mu Qiutong broke off a small piece of the honeycomb to taste, her face lighting up with satisfaction. "It has a floral aroma with a hint of herbal essence, sweet but not cloying, smooth and delightful. Undoubtedly wild cliff honey. Rest assured, Miss Mu, a gentleman values wealth obtained through honorable means. We would never pass off artificially fed honey as wild cliff honey," Qin Xiaolong chuckled. In the market, honey vendors were ubiquitous, many claiming to sell pure wild honey, yet in reality, most offered concentrated honey. Concentrated honey is produced when manufacturers buy honey from beekeepers and process it further. This kind of honey is worlds apart from pure wild honey, and some beekeepers even feed their bees sugar to increase yield, resulting in honey that pales in comparison to natural wildflower honey. The truly unscrupulous merchants often resort to using syrup, colorants, and thickeners to create counterfeit honey, which is utterly devoid of nutrition. For instance, the so-called pure natural honey sold for 9 yuan and 9 cents on a certain e-commerce platform is precisely such a fraud. Rest assured, I am a professional. You won't be able to deceive me with fake honey? Mu Qiaolong replied with a slight smile. Ha, indeed, Qin Xiaolong chuckled. While the average person might struggle to discern genuine wild honey, Mu Qiaolong clearly possessed expertise. Anyone attempting to pass off inferior products would likely be shown the door. All right, back to business. I'll offer you 500 per pound for this honey. What do you say? Mu Qiaolong stated earnestly. 500 per pound is a bit low. It should be at least 800. Qin Xiaolong countered. Cliff honey has numerous health benefits, enhancing beauty and regulating the immune system, and it contains abundant natural antibacterial properties. When properly stored, it can last indefinitely without spoiling. If Mu Qiaolong couldn't provide a satisfactory price, he would prefer to keep it for himself. Fine, 800 it is. After a moment's consideration, Mu Qiaolong agreed to Qin Xiaolong's price. After weighing the honey, Qin Xiaolong's 36 pounds netted him 29,000 yuan. As for the herbs, they sold for 3,200. Mu Qiaolong was very straightforward, promptly transferring the funds to Qin Xiaolong. The herbs you delivered are of excellent quality, though the quantity is somewhat lacking. If you can provide a larger supply, I can increase the purchase price by 10%, Mu Qiaolong continued. Shengdetang focuses on premium products, maintaining strict standards for herbal quality. If good herbs are available, price is rarely an issue. We have a fair amount of herbs on our mountain. After I return, I'll organize the villagers to go herb hunting together. I estimate we'll be able to increase the supply. Qin Xiaolong quickly replied. Mu Qiaolong's suggestion was a timely reminder. Relying solely on his own efforts to gather herbs was limited, but if he acted as an intermediary, his profits would undoubtedly increase significantly. You can try that. If the herb supply increases, I can send someone to collect them from you, Mu Qiaolong said. All right, I'll await your news, Qin Xiaolong responded as he prepared to leave. Excuse me? Do you have honey for sale? I've been constipated lately, and the doctor recommended I buy some honey to help with digestion. A portly man adorned with gold chains and an air of ostentation entered the shop. Yes, we just received a batch of cliff honey. Would you like some? The staff member promptly greeted. Is this the best cliff honey? The rotund man inquired. Yes, it's the finest. However, it is a bit pricey at 1,600 per pound. We also have wildflower honey, which is cheaper at 600 per pound. Which would you prefer? The staff member replied. Of course, I'll take the most expensive. Give me 5 pounds of cliff honey. I'm not short on cash. The man declared arrogantly. Sure thing, the staff member responded before hastily preparing the honey for the man. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaolong, who had not yet left, was taken aback that Shengdetang was able to sell the honey he was selling for 800 at a profit of double the price. However, he felt no envy. After all, Shengdetang's reputation allowed them to confidently sell at higher prices, and he doubted anyone would buy from him if he attempted to charge similarly exorbitant rates. Having wasted no more time, Qin Xiaolong turned and departed. Upon seeing him emerge, Yang Pongzi, who had been anxiously waiting in the car for fear of receiving a parking ticket, hurriedly inquired, So, Xiaolong, how much did you sell those honeys for? Did you make it to 10,000? Not just 10,000, the total came to 29,000. Qin Xiaolong replied with a smile. What? You sold that much? Yang Pongzi was taken aback. Calm down, it's just a small sum. In the future, I'll help you make a fortune. Qin Xiaolong chuckled as he directly transferred 14,500 to Yang Pongzi. However, Yang Pongzi sent 350 back to Qin Xiaolong, which was the payment for the eel he had forgotten to give him the previous day. Chapter 23. Sister is ill with lovesickness. Having made some money, Yang Dazhu was overjoyed and promptly went to the mall to purchase a new phone before returning to Taoyuan village with Qin Xiaolong. However, upon arriving in the village, Qin Xiaolong did not rush home but instead headed to the village committee. Inside, the village head Chen Guangfu and Li Mingtao were sipping tea and laughing heartily. Upon seeing Qin Xiaolong, the smiles on their faces vanished simultaneously. Chen Guangfu harbored a dislike for Qin Xiaolong, while Li Mingtao's displeasure stemmed from Qin Xiaolong's refusal to marry his daughter, leading him to offer Qin Xiaolong no friendly demeanor. What do you want? Chen Guangfu asked coldly. I would like to borrow the village loudspeaker, Qin Xiaolong stated directly. Dio, you think the loudspeaker belongs to your family? You can use it whenever you want? Chen Guangfu replied with a stern face. Village head, I am aware that you have always held grievances against me, but this time I wish to borrow the loudspeaker to benefit our village's residents. I kindly ask you not to deliberately make things difficult for me, Qin Xiaolong responded calmly. You think you can provide benefits to the villagers? Do you really expect me to believe that? Chen Guangfu asked with a contemptuous expression. I have made the acquaintance of a business owner in the city who specializes in herbs. She asked me to assist in collecting herbs from our village, offering prices that are 2 to 30% higher than those of the town's buyers. When the villagers' incomes increase, it will also bring glory to your face as the village head. Qin Xiaolong said, intentionally flattering Chen Guangfu to avoid conflict. Follow me. Chen Guangfu finally consented to allow Qin Xiaolong to use the village loudspeaker after hearing this. Turning on the switch, Qin Xiaolong took the microphone and spoke loudly. Greetings. Villagers of Taoyuan, I am Qin Xiaolong. Starting today, anyone with herbs can bring them to my house for sale, and I assure you the prices will be significantly higher than those offered by buyers in the town. He repeated this 3 times to ensure that everyone understood before switching off the loudspeaker. Thank you, village head, he said politely, despite his own dislike for Chen Guangfu. Save your thanks to as long as you don't disturb my daughter from now on. That will be the greatest gratitude you can show me, Chen Guangfu replied indifferently. Qin Xiaolong made no further response and returned home. Shortly after he arrived, Aunt Nyo from the east end of the village came to visit with several women. Xiaolong, do you buy mugwort and motherwort? We have gathered quite a bit on the mountain, and it's still piled up inside our house, Aunt Nyo asked first. If the quality is good, I'll pay 10 yuan per jean for motherwort and 6 yuan for mugwort. Qin Xiaolong replied. These 2 herbs were quite common and not very valuable. He would have been too lazy to dig them up if he found them on the mountain. That sounds fair. I'll bring those herbs over to sell to you shortly. Aunt Nyo had previously inquired with other buyers, who had offered her only 7 yuan per jean for motherwort and 4 yuan for mugwort. So Qin Xiaolong's prices were a significant increase, prompting her to quickly dispose of the herbs. How much do you pay for poria? Inquired Sister Ping from the same village. Poria is quite expensive. At 80 yuan per jean, Qin Xiaolong replied swiftly. This was the price given to him by Mu Qiudong, but he could still earn a 10% profit when selling it to her. What about astragalus? 30 yuan. After confirming that Qin Xiaolong's purchase prices were indeed much higher, the village women hurried home to bring the herbs they had stored to Qin Xiaolong's house in less than an hour. He had spent over 6,000 yuan on purchasing herbs. Among them, mugwort was the most abundant, totaling 200 to 300 jeans. However, this herb was not worth much as it was found everywhere on the mountain, so its value was only a little over 1,000 yuan. After exchanging the herbs for money, the villagers were all smiles and eagerly began to promote Qin Xiaolong's business. Consequently, other villagers soon arrived at Qin Xiaolong's home with their herbs. By nightfall, the room that had originally been used for storing grain was now filled with various herbs, and the more than 10,000 yuan he had just received was reduced to a mere 200. Xiaolong, it seems I should start calling you Boss Qin from now on, Yang Dazhu, who had been assisting in purchasing herbs, joked with a smile. Please, just call me by my name, Qin Xiaolong replied with a laugh. Xiaolong Dazhu, come quickly for dinner, Liang Jing called out as she finished preparing the meal. Understood, Qin Xiaolong responded and led Yang Dazhu into the house. Wow, so many delicious dishes. Just the smell is making me drool. Yang Dazhu exclaimed as he looked at the table filled with food. You two have worked hard today, so Aunt specially prepared a nice meal for you. Dig in, Liang Jing said with a smile. Since her son had found a new way to earn money, she was very pleased and made a special effort to cook a large rooster and buy some pork, preparing a feast of 4 meat dishes and 4 vegetable dishes, along with an egg drop soup. This was a treatment that would have been reserved for the new year in the past. Being childhood friends, Yang Dazhu felt no need for formality and immediately began to eat heartily. After satisfying their hunger, Qin Xiaolong and Yang Dazhu took a short break before heading out again to catch eels. For Qin Xiaolong, debts were no longer a concern, but he still needed to earn money quickly to reach his goal of 1 million yuan. Proving himself to the villagers who looked down on him, especially the disdainful Chen Guangfu. 3 hours later, Qin Xiaolong and Yang Dazhu returned home, but their haul was modest, having only caught 8 jeans of eels, which would fetch around 300 to 400 yuan. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, even the smallest mosquito is still meat, and this amount was sufficient to cover several days' worth of meals for their families. After taking a cold shower, just as Qin Xiaolong was about to retreat to his room to practice the chaos scripture and enhance his strength, his phone suddenly rang. To his surprise, it was a call from Wu Jianlian. Jianlian, what is the matter? Qin Xiaolong asked as he answered the phone. Xiaolong, hurry over. I'm sick, and I feel awful. Wu Jianlian's voice was filled with anguish. All right, I'll be there right away. Hearing this, Qin Xiaolong quickly put on his clothes and stepped out. Upon arriving at Wu Jianlian's door, he knocked, and soon she came to open it. Jianlian, is Li Gang home? Qin Xiaolong asked. No, that scoundrel hasn't returned since yesterday. Come in, Wu Jianlian replied, ushering him inside. Sister, you said you were sick? But you look fine to me, Qin Xiaolong observed after entering and scrutinizing her. I truly am ill, but it's lovesickness, all depends on whether your only antidote is willing to save me. Wu Jianlian said with a smile, gazing at Qin Xiaolong with affection. Realizing he had been tricked by Wu Jianlian, Qin Xiaolong responded with a wry smile. Sister, please don't tease me. This isn't amusing at all. I am not teasing you. I am truly suffering. You must accept me, Wu Jinlian said, leaning in closer to Qin Xiaolong. Chapter 24. You truly understand how to care for others. Wu Jinlian carried a faint scent of shower gel. Clearly having just bathed at tea that moment, she held Qin Xiaolong tightly, causing his heart to race. Jinlian, please don't do this, he said with a bitter smile. Hee, you naughty boy, just stop struggling. Today, I absolutely want to let you leave. Wu Jinlian giggled, leaning in to plant a kiss on him. Qin Xiaolong, not being a saint, ultimately succumbed to Wu Jinlian's allure. As time slipped away, the world gradually returned to tranquility. Looking at Wu Jinlian in his embrace, Qin Xiaolong finally understood why heroes throughout history have struggled to resist the charms of beautiful women. He was living proof of this truth. Faced with Wu Jinlian's tender advances, his once unyielding resolve crumbled like paper. Swiftly obliterated. Jinlian, you should rest now. I'll take my leave, he said, realizing it was getting late and preparing to bid farewell. So, after taking advantage, you just want to run away? You truly are a scoundrel. Wu Jinlian shot him a playful glare. It's not that I want to leave. I'm just concerned that if Li Gang returns later, it could be problematic, Qin Xiaolong explained awkwardly. What is there to fear? If he comes back, all the better. It'll infuriate that scoundrel. Wu Jinlian replied indignantly. Li Gang was currently keeping a mistress outside, and this would serve as poetic justice in return. Sister, I'm not afraid of Li Gang. I just worry about your reputation. After all, we still have to live in the village, and I don't want others to gossip about you, Qin Xiaolong clarified, though that's how it is. You truly do care about me, Wu Jinlian smiled, her face lighting up with joy upon hearing this. Rest assured, Li Gangxian, that wretched creature, will not return today. I have already resolved that should he come back, I shall file for divorce. My youth shall not be squandered on such a cur. From now on, I shall devote myself solely to you. Wu Jinlian is not Li Siyuan. Her proactive stance is not a mere whim, but rather a result of careful contemplation. She is acutely aware that once divorced, a woman like her, who is utterly alone, is easily victimized. She must secure a protector, and Qin Xiaolong is undoubtedly the best choice. After all, not only is Qin Xiaolong handsome, but his character is also beyond reproach. Otherwise, she would not consider him at all. I wholeheartedly support your decision to divorce. A man like Li Gangxian is indeed unworthy of you, Qin Xiaolong stated emphatically. Then once I am divorced, will you marry me? Wu Jinlian suddenly inquired. Her words momentarily left Qin Xiaolong at a loss for a response. Ha ha ha, look at how startled you are. Worry not, I am merely jesting. Even if you wish to marry me, I would not accept. I aspire to be an exceptional single noblewoman from now on, and I shall not be a servant to men any longer. Wu Jinlian replied with a playful smile. As a clever woman, she understands that the Qin family would never allow a divorced woman to enter their household, and what she requires is merely a source of support. She cares little for titles or status. Sister Jinlian, while I cannot guarantee much, I assure you that if you ever need anything, simply tell me, and I will never refuse as long as it is within my power. Qin Xiaolong declared earnestly. With your words, I am already content. Wu Jinlian smiled in satisfaction. The next day, as dawn broke, Qin Xiaolong rose early and returned home. Oh, Xiaolong, why are you up so early today? His mother, Liang Jing, happened to emerge from the house just as he climbed over the wall into the yard. I just needed to relieve myself. I'll head back to catch a bit more sleep. Qin Xiaolong replied evasively before hastily retreating to his room. Liang Jing did not suspect anything and went off to prepare breakfast after feeding the chickens and pigs. After breakfast, Liang Jing and her husband, Qin Fugui, went back to the fields to weed. Qin Xiaolong did not accompany them, but it was not due to laziness. He intended to venture into the mountains once more to gather herbs. After all, farming was exhausting and yielded little profit throughout the year, far less than the rewards of foraging in the mountains. Before heading up the mountain, Qin Xiaolong prepared 2 portions of honey he had saved at home, intending to share some with Wu Jinlian and Lu Xiangqiao. Once all was ready, he made his way to Wu Jinlian's home. However, before he could even step through the door, he overheard a heated argument. Wu Jinlian, listen to me. You were born mine and will die mine. You think you can just divorce? Dream on. Li Gangxian shouted arrogantly, pointing at Wu Jinlian. Li Gangxian, you scoundrel. I'll fight you. Wu Jinlian retorted angrily, seizing a kitchen knife and charging at him. But as a mere woman, she was no match for Li Gangxian, who snatched the knife away before it could even reach him. He then slapped her across the face and kicked her several times, showing no mercy whatsoever. Wretched woman, behave yourself. If you dare to touch me again, I'll kill you. Li Gangxian spat venomously. Li Gangxian, you are inhuman. May you meet a wretched end, Wu Jinlian cried, overwhelmed with indignation as she burst into tears, realizing she could not possibly defeat Li Gangxian. Enough! Qin Xiaolong shouted, rushing forward to block Li Gangxian. How dare you, a grown man, lay such heavy hands on a woman? Do you have no shame? Qin Xiaolong questioned coldly. I can discipline my wife as I please. Who are you to interfere? Get lost! Li Gangxian retorted fiercely. Today, I will intervene. Let us see you lay a finger on Sister Jinlian, Qin Xiaolong replied defiantly. Not to mention that he had just spent the night with Wu Jinlian. Even if nothing had occurred, he could not stand idly by as Li Gangxian bullied a woman. You must be tired of living. Li Gangxian glared, picking up the fallen knife and lunging at Qin Xiaolong. However, Qin Xiaolong was not one to be trifled with. He easily dodged the attack and landed a punch on Li Gangxian's jaw. Seizing the moment of Li Gangxian's disorientation, he swept his legs out from under him, sending him crashing to the ground. Next, Qin Xiaolong stepped forward, picking up the knife and pressing it against Li Gangxian's throat. How dare you lay hands on me? Did Liang Jing give you the audacity? Qin Xiaolong sneered disdainfully at Li Gangxian. Xiaolong, I was wrong. Please, put the knife down. Let us not joke about with such things. Li Gangxian quickly capitulated, fearing for his life. Look at you, what a coward! You bring shame to men. Qin Xiaolong had initially intended to intimidate Li Gangxian, but now he found no interest in prolonging the encounter. Immediately kneel and apologize to Sister Jinlian, Qin Xiaolong commanded, giving Li Gangxian a kick. Xiaolong, don't go too far. I, Li Gangxian, am not someone to be trifled with, Li Gangxian protested, unable to accept the humiliation of kneeling before a woman. Fine, if you refuse to kneel, I'll start by cutting off a hand, Qin Xiaolong replied with a chilling laugh, raising his hand as if to strike. Don't do it. I'll kneel, Li Gangxian, fully aware of Qin Xiaolong's reckless nature, did not dare gamble on whether he would actually harm him. He promptly knelt before Wu Jinlian. Jinlian, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Internally, he cursed Qin Xiaolong's ancestors 1,000 times, but outwardly he could only suppress his rage. Xiaolong, give me the knife. I want to kill this beast, Wu Jinlian said, her eyes blazing with fury as she reached for the knife in Qin Xiaolong's hand. Sister Jinlian, don't act impulsively. Qin Xiaolong quickly intervened, recognizing that she was genuinely intent on murder. Seizing the opportunity while Qin Xiaolong distracted Wu Jinlian, Li Gangxian hurriedly fled outside. Xiaolong, just wait. We're not done here, he shouted as he escaped. Come say that to my face, Qin Xiaolong retorted, pointing at him. You think I'm a fool? Just you wait. I swear I will avenge this grievance. With that, Li Gangxian sped away on his motorcycle. Fearing that Qin Xiaolong might pursue him. What a waste of space, Qin Xiaolong muttered under his breath, turning his attention back to Wu Jinlian. Sister Jinlian, calm down. Don't let this upset your health. Seeing Qin Xiaolong's concern, Wu Jinlian lost control of her emotions once more, throwing her arms around him and crying profusely, quickly becoming a weeping mess. Understanding that she needed to vent, Qin Xiaolong allowed her to cry. After about 10 minutes, her emotions finally stabilized. Xiaolong, you have no idea how cold-blooded that scoundrel Li Gangxian is. When he returned this morning, I told him I wanted a divorce, and he immediately whipped out his belt and started beating me. Look at what he did to me. If you hadn't come today, I fear he would have beaten me to death, Wu Jinlian recounted, wiping her tears as she lifted her clothing. Only then did Qin Xiaolong notice the numerous bruises scattered across her body. This bastard is truly inhuman. Seeing Wu Jinlian's injuries, Qin Xiaolong felt a surge of pain in his heart. Sister Jinlian, let us go inside. I'll apply some ointment. Once inside, Wu Jinlian removed her clothing, revealing a gruesome array of scars that were shocking to behold, especially on her back, where there was hardly a patch of unblemished skin. Qin Xiaolong was filled with rage. Had Li Gangxian not fled, he would have ensured the scoundrel received a proper beating. Sister, please bear with me. I'll apply some safflower oil. After speaking to Wu Jinlian, Qin Xiaolong dipped a cotton ball in safflower oil and gently applied it to her wounds. At that moment, the pain made Wu Jinlian gasp involuntarily. She bit down hard on her teeth to stifle her cries. After treating her wounds with safflower oil, Qin Xiaolong proceeded to massage her gently, secretly channeling some of his energy into her to promote circulation and alleviate bruising. How do you feel now, Sister Jinlian? Is it any better? He asked after 10 minutes. Much improved. Your massage technique is truly effective. Just moments ago, Wu Jinlian had felt unbearable pain even with the slightest movement, but after Qin Xiaolong's massage, the pain had nearly dissipated. Rest well today. I'll give you another massage tonight, by the way. I also brought some cliff honey for you to drink, Qin Xiaolong said as he hurriedly retrieved the honey he had brought. After chatting for a while longer, he bid farewell to Wu Jianlian. He then delivered the other bottle of honey to Lu Xiangqiao before heading into the mountains. Once he arrived, Qin Xiaolong noticed that many villagers from Taoyuan were also present, all of whom were there to gather herbs. In the past, villagers could only wait at home for herbal merchants to come and collect medicinal herbs, but times have changed. Qin Xiaolong can now sell them directly and at higher prices, which is undoubtedly a boon for the villagers, providing a much-needed supplement to their household income. However, the villagers' activities are generally confined to a 10-mile radius around the outskirts, with few daring to venture further, as the deeper areas are inhabited by wild beasts. And most are reluctant to take that risk. In contrast, Qin Xiaolong is different. He boldly ventured 30 miles into Wulong Mountain before pausing. Here, it is essentially a primordial forest, devoid of any signs of human presence. The abundance of medicinal herbs here far surpasses that found on the outskirts. Within 2 hours, Qin Xiaolong had filled 1.5 fertilizer bags with harvested herbs, in an effort to unearth more rare herbs. He climbed over a nearby hill. As he gazed down, he beheld a valley, enveloped in swirling mist, resembling a heavenly paradise. Chapter 26. Striking it rich. What a stunning place. If this could be developed into a scenic area, he could likely just sit back and count his profits in the future. Observing the breathtaking scenery before him, Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but entertain this thought. Yet, he quickly dismissed it, recognizing that developing a tourist site requires substantial financial investment, often amounting to tens of millions or even billions. At present, he simply lacks the financial means. Without wasting any more time, Qin Xiaolong rose and began his descent into the valley. Inside the valley, a myriad of wildflowers bloomed vibrantly, bees buzzed, butterflies danced, and the gentle sound of flowing water created an enchanting atmosphere, akin to a legendary utopia. The abundance of herbs here far exceeds that found elsewhere. With a casual glance, Qin Xiaolong spotted angelica, nodo ginseng, and gastrodia, among many others, in clusters. Given the remoteness of this area, he felt no fear of competition, so he had a quick bite of his rations before beginning to harvest the herbs. In less than an hour, he had gathered an additional 200 pounds of rare herbs, roughly estimating their value at around 8,000 to 9,000 yuan. Damn it, this feeling of collecting money is exhilarating. Gazing at the mound of herbs before him, Qin Xiaolong couldn't suppress his excitement. It is no exaggeration to say that this place is a treasure trove of medicinal herbs. If he manages to excavate all remaining herbs, he could easily earn 100 to 200,000 yuan. However, such fortune seems reserved for Qin Xiaolong alone, as this location is 34 miles from Taoyuan village, and anyone else attempting to reach this depth would likely spend an entire day. Not to mention the dangers that lurk in the primordial forest at night, where wild beasts pose a significant threat to one's life. Suddenly, as he neared a small creek, Qin Xiaolong came to an abrupt halt upon spotting a vast expanse of golden-threaded orchid before him. This orchid is one of the herbs he had hoped to encounter, as wild golden-threaded orchid fetches an exorbitant price, starting at 800 yuan per pound, with high-quality specimens exceeding 1,000. If he were to excavate the entire patch before him, it could yield 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. Elated, he prepared to harvest the orchids, when a sudden hissing sound caught his attention. Turning his head, he was startled to find a king cobra. In that instant, the snake lunged at his leg. With quick reflexes, Qin Xiaolong rolled on the ground, narrowly escaping the strike. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The king cobra did not pursue him but continued to flick its tongue in a menacing manner, clearly threatening him. Thank goodness I reacted swiftly. Otherwise, I could have met an untimely end. Observing the imposing king cobra before him, Qin Xiaolong felt a chill of apprehension. The king cobra is one of the most venomous snakes. And this one, nearly 6 meters long and as thick as a baby's arm, was particularly daunting. As a villager, he knew all too well that encountering a king cobra was perilous. Thus, he chose to remain still, standing his ground against the serpent. After 3 to 4 minutes, seeing that Qin Xiaolong posed no threat, the king cobra slithered away into the underbrush. Phew. Only then did Qin Xiaolong breathe a sigh of relief. If it were any other venomous snake, he would have swiftly dealt with it using his sickle, but this king cobra was too formidable. He had no desire to take unnecessary risks. Had he miscalculated, it could have cost him his life. The appearance of the king cobra made Qin Xiaolong more cautious. After extracting all the golden-threaded orchids, he grasped his sickle and ventured deeper into the valley, determined to thoroughly explore the area, thereby saving considerable time for future herb harvesting. Presently, Qin Xiaolong possessed an almost photographic memory, recalling precisely where each herb was located. As he walked approximately 200 meters into the valley, his gaze instinctively shifted to the stone walls flanking him, and in an instant, his eyes widened in surprise. This is iron-skin dendrobium. Ha ha ha, I'm rich, I'm rich. Iron-skin dendrobium, hailed as the foremost of the 9 divine herbs of China, is an exceedingly rare medicinal plant that has long been extinct in the mountains near their village. Yet here, the stone wall was teeming with iron-skin dendrobium. They appeared like a forest of money trees, beckoning to Qin Xiaolong and flooding him with euphoria. Originally, he had intended to head home, but upon seeing the iron-skin dendrobium, the thought of returning was instantly cast aside. Without hesitation, he began to climb the cliff. Though steep, the ascent posed no challenge for Qin Xiaolong. Upon reaching the first cluster of iron-skin dendrobium, he immediately recognized that these were all top-quality specimens, aged 7 to 8 years, now rare and priceless. Qin Xiaolong sliced off a couple of stems and savored their rich herbal aroma mingled with sweetness, a delight that left his mouth watering and wanting more. In the past, he would have never dared to consume such precious herbs. But now that the cliffs were abundant with iron-skin dendrobium, he felt compelled to indulge himself. After thoroughly enjoying the treat, he resumed harvesting the iron-skin dendrobium. Lost in the thrill of profit, Qin Xiaolong became oblivious to the passage of time, only realizing the day had waned as the sun set. Oh no, how did it get so dark? It wasn't until the sun dipped below the horizon that he suddenly remembered he was deep in the wilderness. To avoid spending the night in the woods, Qin Xiaolong hurriedly transported the harvested iron-skin dendrobium to the valley's mouth. After a moment of contemplation, he emptied the other herbs from his snake skin bag and filled it with iron-skin dendrobium, reassured by the solitude of the area that no one would steal them. Once all the iron-skin dendrobium was secured, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Without further delay, Qin Xiaolong hoisted the 2 hefty bags of iron-skin dendrobium and began his journey back along the same path. The trail was rugged, and with the onset of night, most would likely move no faster than a tortoise, yet Qin Xiaolong's eyes gleamed with determination. Utilizing the dim light of the moon, he pressed on with remarkable speed. However, he had not ventured far when the eerie howl of wolves echoed in his ears. Instinctively, Qin Xiaolong heightened his vigilance, quickening his pace yet again. After approximately 10 minutes, a dark shadow suddenly obstructed his path. Chapter 27. The One-Eyed Black Wolf King. Before him stood a massive black wolf, towering at over a meter in height. Its stout limbs were comparable to the thickness of Qin Xiaolong's own arms. One of its eyes appeared blind, while the other glimmered with a chilling light, rendering it even more terrifying. As the one-eyed black wolf emerged, a pack of gray wolves encircled Qin Xiaolong from all directions, swiftly surrounding him. A whoa! The one-eyed black wolf howled defiantly, prompting the other gray wolves to join in a chorus of howls. In that moment, Qin Xiaolong realized that this black wolf was the king of the pack. Don't think for a moment that I'm easy prey. I warn you, if you dare to come for me, be prepared to lose your teeth. Qin Xiaolong, unfazed by whether the wolves understood his words, set down the 2 bags of iron-skin dendrobium and brandished his sickle, ready to confront the pack. Despite having begun his training, his skills were still relatively nascent, and with 8 ordinary black wolves surrounding him, plus the enormous one-eyed black wolf king, he stood little chance. Thus, he chose to remain cautious. A whoa! The one-eyed black wolf king howled once more, and a gray wolf lunged at Qin Xiaolong. He dared not let his guard down. Swiftly swinging his sickle, the gray wolf was surprisingly agile, deftly evading Qin Xiaolong's attack, and in an instant, it leaped, aiming for Qin Xiaolong's throat. Seeking death, Qin Xiaolong's eyes flashed with cold light as he unleashed a powerful punch at the gray wolf's head. It is well known that wolves possess tough skulls but weak bodies, yet with all his strength, Qin Xiaolong struck the gray wolf with such force that it died without uttering a sound. A woo, a woo, a woo! Witnessing their companion's demise, the remaining wolves grew increasingly agitated, baring their teeth and snarling, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty glint, as if they were intent on tearing Qin Xiaolong to shreds. Come on then. If you have the guts, go ahead and eat me today. Qin Xiaolong brandished a sickle, shouting loudly without a hint of fear. He understood well that wolves are exceedingly intelligent creatures. The more timid he appeared, the swifter his demise would be. The one-eyed black wolf king fixated its cold gaze on Qin Xiaolong, resembling a cunning hunter weighing the odds. Approximately 2 minutes later, the one-eyed black wolf king howled again, its call akin to a royal decree, prompting the restless pack of wolves to surge forward and besiege Qin Xiaolong. The situation was dire, yet Qin Xiaolong remained composed. He swung the sickle with great force, striking a gray wolf. Blood splattered, yet none of the wolves retreated. They lunged at Qin Xiaolong with ferocity. Engaging in a solitary battle against the pack, Qin Xiaolong could not afford any carelessness and retaliated with all his strength. At the moment he kicked one wolf away, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. In that instant, having just exhausted his old strength and lacking new vigor, he was unable to mount any defense and leaned forward slightly. Rip! A claw tore through Qin Xiaolong's garment, leaving a gory gash across his back. After enduring that blow, he quickly rolled to the side of a large tree. Damn it, that beast is truly treacherous. Feeling the searing pain in his back, Qin Xiaolong could not help but curse. It dawned on him that the solitary Black Wolf King had been watching the skirmish from the sidelines, and he had never anticipated it would launch a sudden ambush. Had he not reacted swiftly, he could have been toppled to the ground, and at that moment, the other wolves would have pounced, ripping him to shreds in an instant. Qin Xiaolong cast another glance at the one-eyed Black Wolf King, who was now licking the blood from its claws. He could distinctly sense the bloodthirsty glint that suddenly flared in the Wolf King's icy eye, akin to a lonely man beholding a beautiful woman unclothed. With a sudden roar, the one-eyed Black Wolf King commanded the other wolves, who had been poised to attack Qin Xiaolong, to halt. It then charged directly at Qin Xiaolong. Recognizing he had no avenue for retreat, he steeled himself, raising the sickle to strike at the approaching Wolf King. However, the Wolf King's speed exceeded his expectations. He failed to inflict any harm upon it. With a swift turn, the one-eyed Black Wolf King raised its massive paw, aiming to strike Qin Xiaolong. This time, he did not brace himself. Instead, he swiftly dodged and countered with a punch aimed at the Wolf King's most vulnerable flank. Thud! A dull impact resonated. Yet the Wolf King stood unyielding, lifting its head to collide with Qin Xiaolong. The formidable force sent Qin Xiaolong skidding backwards several meters until he crashed against a tree, finally stabilizing himself. Good grief! How can this beast possess such terrifying strength? He had undergone a transformative enhancement upon receiving the legacy of the Divine Emperor, yet the collision with the Wolf King made him feel as though his bones would splinter, causing his stomach to churn violently. It was fortunate it was him. Had it been an ordinary person, they would surely have perished or sustained severe injuries. Seeing Qin Xiaolong still on his feet, a flicker of surprise crossed the Wolf King's singular eye, akin to a human's astonishment. Yet, it evidently regarded Qin Xiaolong as prime prey, shaking its body in preparation to pounce once more. Just then, a mournful howl resounded from a distance. Upon hearing the howl, the one-eyed Black Wolf King halted abruptly. It cast a lingering glance at Qin Xiaolong before issuing a command, and the pack vanished into the dark forest. Huh! Why did that beast flee? Qin Xiaolong was momentarily bewildered. He had prepared himself for a desperate fight, yet the wolves had suddenly retreated. Soon, a deep rumble echoed in his ears, growing ever closer. Although Qin Xiaolong could not yet see the source of the sound, he was certain that the wolves' sudden departure was linked to this unknown entity. With no time to waste, he swiftly climbed the nearby tree, ascending to its top. Almost as soon as he steadied himself, a colossal creature emerged onto the battlefield where he had just battled the wolf pack. It was an enormous black bear, towering over 3 meters high. Its massive figure resembled a moving mountain of flesh, radiating an aura of terror. Conceal me, conceal me. That moment, Qin Xiaolong dared not make a sound, silently praying in his heart. Upon reaching the base of the tree where Qin Xiaolong hid, the enormous black bear sniffed around before approaching the lifeless gray wolf that Qin Xiaolong had just felled with a punch. Rip! The bear opened its gaping maw and bit into the wolf's neck, tearing it off with a ferocious tug, creating a scene of gruesome carnage. After discarding the wolf's head, the bear began to devour the wolf's flesh and blood. In just a matter of minutes, the once formidable wolf was reduced to nothing more than a skeletal frame. Sated, the black bear ambled over to the tree where Qin Xiaolong was perched. At first, Qin Xiaolong feared the bear had discovered him, and his anxiety peaked. However, he soon realized he had overestimated the situation. The black bear was merely scratching itself against the tree bark. Yet, the bear's immense power was terrifying. A mere scratch sent the tree quaking violently. Qin Xiaolong had no doubt that if the bear unleashed its full strength, it could easily topple the tree. After several minutes of scratching, the bear finally lumbered away into the night. Thank heavens I ran fast. Had this bear fixed its gaze on me, I would have been reduced to mere bones. Qin Xiaolong felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. He was aware that the Wulong Mountain harbored wild beasts, but he had not anticipated that their sizes would be significantly larger than those outside. Had it not been for the bear's sudden appearance, scaring off the wolf pack, he would likely have faced grave peril today. Prioritizing his safety, Qin Xiaolong hastily slung 2 sacks of medicinal herbs over his shoulder and made his way down the mountain. The journey up had taken him over an hour, and though he moved slightly slower on his return due to the night, he managed to complete the trek in just 2 hours, an endeavor that would typically take others nearly a full day. Xiaolong, how did you get hurt? Upon seeing Qin Xiaolong's blood-stained clothing, Liang Jing's face filled with concern. It's nothing, I just accidentally fell into some thorns while coming down the mountain and got scratched a bit. Qin Xiaolong did not wish to worry his mother, so he refrained from revealing the truth. Come on, let us get inside quickly. I'll apply some medicine for you. Liang Jing, not questioning his words, hurriedly led him into the house to tend to his wounds. Once he changed his clothes, Qin Xiaolong poured out the contents of the 2 sacks. Mom, take a look at this. Upon seeing the pile of dendrobium and golden thread orchids, Liang Jing gasped in astonishment. My goodness, are we about to strike it rich? She was well aware of the value of these herbs. If sold, they could not only clear their debts but also provide considerable surplus. I was fortunate this time. I stumbled upon a valley abundant with valuable herbs. However, due to insufficient sacks, I could only bring back the dendrobium and golden thread orchids. I'll return to gather the rest tomorrow, Qin Xiaolong said with a smile. Then tomorrow, I'll go with you and Dad to the mountain so we can retrieve all those herbs. Liang Jing exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Their family had endured poverty for far too long, and with these herbs, they were on the verge of prosperity and no need. The journey is too far, I can manage it alone. You two would only slow me down. Plus, given the recent encounters with wolves and the bear, it's too dangerous to venture deep into the mountain, he reasoned. All right then, just be sure to prioritize your safety and remember to return before dark. Liang Jing cautioned earnestly. Understood. Qin Xiaolong replied with a smile, his stomach growling in hunger, prompting him to hurry off for a meal. The following day, after having breakfast, just as he prepared to depart, Chen Xiaoyu suddenly called him. Hello, Xiaoyu. Why are you calling me so early? Are you missing me so much you can't sleep? Qin Xiaolong teased playfully. Stop being narcissistic. I wanted to ask if you were free today to accompany me to town. I plan to buy some clothes and send some money to my brother, Qin Xiaoyu replied, somewhat exasperated. If it were anyone else, I'd surely be busy. But since it's you, my dear Xiaoyu, I'd make time even if I had none. So, when do you plan to leave? Qin Xiaolong responded, fully embracing his infatuation. Compared to foraging for herbs, pursuing romantic interests clearly took precedence. Come to my house in 10 minutes. You can ride my dad's motorcycle, Qin Xiaoyu instructed. You want me to go to your house? Aren't you worried your dad will chop me up? Qin Xiaolong joked, don't worry. My dad went to the city for training today and probably won't be back until evening. Qin Xiaoyu reassured him. All right, I'm on my way. Upon hearing that Qin Guangfu was not home, Qin Xiaolong felt a wave of relief. After changing into a fresh outfit, he made his way to Chen Xiaoyu's house. Noticing her door was ajar, he walked straight in and headed directly to her room. At this moment, Chen Xiaoyu was in the midst of changing her clothes, completely unaware of Qin Xiaolong's arrival. Qin Xiaolong quietly pushed open the door and suddenly embraced her from behind. Qin Xiaoyu exclaimed in fright. Stop screaming, it's me, Qin Xiaolong said with a mischievous grin. Upon realizing it was him, Chen Xiaoyu finally relaxed. You scoundrel, how can you barge in without knocking? You nearly gave me a heart attack, thinking a rogue had come in. Qin Xiaoyu shot him a glare. Which rogue would dare to touch my Qin Xiaolong's woman? I would skin him alive, Qin Xiaolong replied fiercely. Who's your woman? Get lost, Qin Xiaoyu retorted, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Aren't you my woman? Come here, let your husband take a look. Wow, it seems you've grown even more beautiful in these past couple of days, Qin Xiaolong said with a wicked smile, reaching out to indulge his whims. Behave yourself, we have to go outside, Chen Xiaoyu said, swatting his hand away as she quickly put on her dress. As Qin Xiaolong gazed at the pure and charming Chen Xiaoyu, he couldn't help but swallow hard. He longed to embrace her right then and there, but ultimately restrained himself. After all, he had promised Chen Xiaoyu that he wouldn't cross that line before marriage, and he certainly couldn't break his word. Moreover, her father, Qin Guangfu, was always keeping a close watch on him. If that old man discovered that he had been intimate with Chen Xiaoyu, there was no doubt he would come after him with a knife. Let us go, Chen Xiaoyu said, waving her hand and urging Qin Xiaolong to ride her father's motorcycle together into town. Upon arriving at the town, Qin Xiaolong was surprised to find that there was a bustling market today, with people from several villages gathering. After securing the motorcycle, he and Chen Xiaoyu began to wander through the market. Chapter 29. The hidden camera. Due to her father's restrictions, Qin Xiaolong usually dared not get too close to Qin Xiaolong. However, today she had no fear of being discovered. She linked her arm through his, and they acted like a young couple in love, playfully teasing each other while sampling various snacks, thoroughly enjoying themselves. After they had eaten their fill, they made their way to a clothing store in town to shop for Qin Xiaolong. Qin Xiaolong had high standards for her attire, and after trying on several outfits at different stores, she still found nothing satisfactory. Soon, they arrived at a women's clothing store named Urban Beauty. Seeing the beautiful Qin Xiaolong enter, a young man in the store, who had been engrossed in a movie on his phone, quickly stood up. Oh, Xiaolong, what a coincidence. Zhou Zipping. Qin Xiaolong turned to find that this was her classmate from both high school and middle school. Zhou Zipping came from a well-off family and had persistently pursued her in the past, but she had never agreed that you're not actually dating Qin Xiaolong. Are you? That poor loser doesn't he deserve you? Zhou Zipping sneered, casting a jealous glance at Qin Xiaolong. Who I choose to be with is my business. Not yours, Qin Xiaolong replied coldly. I'm just looking out for you. If you need a boyfriend, you could always come to me. My family is far better off than his, Zhou Zipping boasted. Look at this store. It was funded by my father. Xiaolong, let us go, Qin Xiaolong said, ignoring Zhou Zipping and pulling Qin Xiaolong's arm to leave. Wait, don't you want to buy clothes? We have the latest fashionable styles here. I promise you'll love them. Take whatever you like. It's on the house, Zhou Zipping quickly interjected, blocking their exit. I'm not interested, Qin Xiaolong retorted. Though her father looked down on Qin Xiaolong, she would not allow anyone to humiliate the man she cared for in front of her. Xiaolong, since Zhou Zipping has offered them for free, you might as well take a few. After all, it would be foolish to pass up a bargain, Qin Xiaolong suggested. Although he also disliked Zhou Zipping, he acknowledged that the clothing here was indeed superior to what they had seen in the previous stores, and who could refuse free clothes? Seeing Qin Xiaolong's subtle encouragement, Qin Xiaolong nodded in agreement. All right, then I'll pick a few. She approached the racks and quickly chose 10 dresses. Zhou Zipping, since you said they're free, please pack these up for me, she said, presenting the clothes to him. Xiaolong, I meant just one piece. You can't take so many. I'll be at a loss, Zhou Zipping replied with a wry smile. Each dress had a cost price of over 100, and he would never let them go without some sort of compensation. If you can't afford to give them away, then don't act so high and mighty. Qin Xiaolong mocked, seizing the opportunity to retaliate. Shut your mouth. This is none of your business. Zhou Zipping shot a fierce glare at Qin Xiaolong. Zhou Zipping, mind your language, or I won't hesitate to retaliate. Qin Xiaolong warned sharply. All right, I won't say anything more. Hurry and try on the clothes to see if they fit. I'll find the right sizes for you, Zhou Zipping grumbled, glaring at Qin Xiaolong but choosing not to escalate the confrontation. Initially, Qin Xiaolong had no intention of buying clothes here, but the dresses she had picked were quite appealing to her. After a moment's thought, she handed her bag to Qin Xiaolong and headed to the fitting room with the dresses. Before long, Qin Xiaolong emerged from the fitting room, asking, Xiaolong, how does this dress look? She twirled around as she spoke. It looks lovely, but I think the purple dress you're holding would suit you even better, Qin Xiaolong commented. Then I'll try on the purple one. As the saying goes, a woman adorns herself for the one she loves, and Qin Xiaolong's opinion held significant weight for Qin Xiaolong. She took the purple dress and entered the fitting room. Xiaolong, come in quickly. However, just 2 minutes later, a piercing scream erupted from the fitting room. Qin Xiaolong rushed over, unsure of what had happened. What's wrong? Xiaolong, he asked anxiously. There's a gecko. Get rid of it, Qin Xiaolong exclaimed, her face filled with fear as she shielded herself with her clothing. Oh, it's just a gecko. What is there to be afraid of? Qin Xiaolong chuckled, extending his hand to catch it. However, the little creature scurried up towards the ceiling as Qin Xiaolong's gaze followed the gecko. His eyes suddenly widened. He stepped forward, standing on his toes to retrieve something from above the fitting room. To his astonishment, it was a hidden camera. Xiaolong, what is that? Qin Xiaolong asked, bewildered. A camera, Qin Xiaolong replied, revealing it to her. How could there be a camera here? Does that mean my changing process was recorded? Qin Xiaolong's expression changed drastically upon seeing the camera. Quickly put your clothes back on. I'll handle the rest, Qin Xiaolong instructed before striding toward Zhou Zipping. Now, tell me, who put this camera here? How would I know? Zhou Zipping feigned ignorance. However, from the panic in his eyes, Qin Xiaolong quickly deduced that Zhou Zipping was indeed responsible. Hand over the memory card, Qin Xiaolong demanded coldly. What memory card? I don't have anything. Zhou Zipping continued to deny it. You're asking for trouble. A glint of cold light flashed in Qin Xiaolong's eyes as he punched Zhou Zipping in the stomach, followed by a kick that sent him flying. I'll ask one last time. Where is the memory card? If you don't answer, I'll break your legs. Qin Xiaolong's demeanor was icy, exuding an aura reminiscent of death itself. Zhou Ziping had never seen Qin Xiaolong like this and felt a chill run down his spine. Don't hit me. The memory card is on the second floor. Zhou Ziping finally confessed, fear overwhelming his bravado. Lead me to it. If you dare to play tricks, I assure you, your end will be grim. Qin Xiaolong threatened, grabbing Zhou Ziping by the hair and dragging him upstairs. On the second floor, there was a room containing a computer, and the hidden camera was connected to it. Chapter 30. The bullying of the brother-in-law Qin Xiaolong opened the computer and discovered that Zhou Ziping had recorded dozens of videos using the hidden camera. Enraged, he beat Zhou Ziping mercilessly, then smashed the hard drive containing the videos to pieces. Zhou Ziping, listen carefully. I'll let you off this time, but if you ever dare to engage in such vile acts again, I will ruin you, Qin Xiaolong warned ominously before leaving with Chen Xiaoyu. The two soon arrived at a high-end women's clothing store located in the town square, known for its expensive attire. Of course, expensive was relative. Most rural residents were quite poor and typically purchased clothes from street vendors for a mere few dozen yuan, while this store's garments generally started at over 100, often reaching 300 to 500. Many people simply could not afford to shop here. Nevertheless, Qin Xiaolong bought Chen Xiaoyu 2 dresses and 2 tops, spending over 900 yuan in total. Xiaolong, here's the money you lent me earlier. Take it. Outside the clothing store, Chen Xiaoyu withdrew 1,000 yuan from her bag and handed it to Qin Xiaolong. In her heart, she believed that Qin Xiaolong's family was not well off, and that 900 yuan was indeed a significant sum. She could not afford to burden him so soon. Xiaoyu, are you deliberately slapping me in the face? Qin Xiaolong asked, feigning anger. That wasn't my intention. I simply don't want you to spend excessively. Your family is in need, and I hope you will use this money wisely, Chen Xiaoyu hurriedly explained. Seeing her understanding nature, a smile quickly returned to Qin Xiaolong's face. Rest assured, brother is not short on money at the moment. Besides, I just harvested a considerable amount of dendrobium from the mountain yesterday. When I sell it, I will earn at least 100,000. Don't worry about just buying a few pieces of clothing. I could easily buy out this entire store, Qin Xiaolong replied, brimming with confidence. Is what you say truly the case? Qin Xiaoyu inquired, somewhat skeptical. And of course it is. If you don't believe me, you can come to my house later and see for yourself. Qin Xiaolong assured her. Then I will take this money back for now, but even if you can make money, don't spend it recklessly. Aim to save up 1 million as soon as possible so you can come to my family to propose. Understand? Chen Xiaoyu reiterated to Qin Xiaolong, don't worry. 1 million is nothing to me. Why then? I will carry you home in grand style. Qin Xiaolong replied, grinning. You said it. Just don't make me wait too long. Or I might just find another man. Chen Xiaoyu teased him to motivate Qin Xiaolong to work harder. Oh, so you're saying you might be with another man right in front of me? It seems you want me to exercise my family's discipline on you, Qin Xiaolong retorted with a smirk, pulling Chen Xiaoyu into his embrace. Stop it. There are too many people around. What if someone sees? Chen Xiaoyu quickly pushed Qin Xiaolong's hand away. Let them see. What's wrong with teaching my woman a lesson? Qin Xiaolong said with a defiant expression. All right, I was wrong. Okay. Chen Xiaoyu, not as thick-skinned as Qin Xiaolong, quickly admitted her mistake. Kiss me first, then we'll talk. Qin Xiaolong pointed to his cheek. Without refusal, Chen Xiaoyu swiftly planted a kiss on his face. That should suffice, right? Hee. Seeing that you were sincere in your apology, I won't hold it against you, Qin Xiaolong said, satisfied. What a character! Chen Xiaoyu rolled her eyes at him, choosing not to continue the playful banter. Instead, she went to the nearby shop and bought a pile of snacks before heading to the training class in town. Her younger brother, Chen Wenbin, was about to enter his senior year, so their father had specifically enrolled him in a summer class to help him catch up on his studies and eventually gain admission to a prestigious university, bringing honor to the Chen family. Soon, the two arrived at Chen Wenbin's dormitory. After knocking on the door, Chen Wenbin opened it shortly. Wenbin, what happened to your face? Chen Xiaoyu frowned at the bruises on her brother's face. It's nothing. I just tripped and fell, Chen Wenbin replied immediately. How could you sustain such injuries from a fall? Were you in a fight? Chen Xiaoyu pressed on, not believing his words. I wasn't in a fight. I really just fell. Hurry up and give me the money. I need to buy something, Chen Wenbin urged impatiently. Seeing her brother unwilling to elaborate, Chen Xiaoyu reluctantly took out 500 yuan from her bag and handed it to him. This is your meal allowance for the week. Make sure to spend it wisely, she advised. 500 is too little. Our teacher asked us to buy training materials as well. Please give me another 500, Chen Wenbin stated. All right, Chen Xiaoyu agreed without hesitation, handing over another 500 to her brother. Sis, I need to go buy some things, so I want to stay with you, Chen Wenbin said as he prepared to leave. Wait a moment, Your sister came all this way. Can't you spare a few words with me? Qin Xiaoyu grasped Chen Wenbin's arm. I'm just in a hurry to buy things. We can talk when I get back. Chen Wenbin said, showing no intention of conversing. That little rascal has been increasingly dismissive of me. Qin Xiaoyu muttered indignantly. I think your brother might be getting bullied. Let us go and check on him, Qin Xiaolong suggested, having noticed the multiple bruises on Chen Wenbin's face, which were clearly the result of a beating. However, Chen Wenbin was reluctant to disclose the truth, hinting at deeper issues. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoyu quickly followed Qin Xiaolong to catch up with her brother. After leaving the dormitory, Chen Wenbin turned down 2 streets and finally arrived at a gaming CAF. Upon entering, he swiftly approached a burly young man and respectfully handed him 500 yuan. Brother Ming, this is the money I prepared for your cigarettes. Please accept it. That moment, Chen Wenbin was deeply subservient, almost groveling. Why did you give him money? Qin Xiaoyu, who had followed closely behind, snatched the 500 yuan back. Demanding answers. Sis, why did you come here? You should leave quickly. Chen Wenbin urged anxiously. Leave? Who told you to leave? Sun Yuming sneered, rising abruptly. When he saw that Chen Xiaoyu was a beautiful young woman, a wicked grin spread across his face. Wenbin, I didn't expect you to be so plain, but your sister is quite beautiful. How about this? Let your sister be my girlfriend, and I'll ensure you can walk freely in Wuyang Town from now on. Sun Yuming's gaze fixated on Chen Xiaoyu, his intentions glaringly obvious. Brother Ming, my sister already has a boyfriend. Please don't make things difficult for her. Chen Wenbin quickly smiled nervously. Having a boyfriend can be negotiated. Once I become your sister's boyfriend, won't you benefit as well? Sun Yuming replied with a lewd grin. Brother Ming, I beg you to spare my sister. She truly isn't worthy of you. Chen Wenbin pleaded. Slap. Sun Yuming suddenly struck Chen Wenbin across the face. Damn it, I offered your sister the chance to be my girlfriend out of respect for you, and you dare to resist? You re-asking for trouble, Sun Yuming shouted arrogantly. You bastard, how dare you hit my brother? Qin Xiaoyu was furious at the sight of her brother being attacked. Calm down, little beauty. If you become my girlfriend, I swear I won't touch your brother again. Sun Yuming leered at Qin Xiaoyu, his gaze predatory. You think a lowlife like you can covet my woman? You must be tired of living. Qin Xiaolong stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Qin Xiaoyu. Who the hell are you to speak to me like that? Sun Yuming growled, baring his teeth. I'm your grandpa, Qin Xiaolong. Now, be a good boy and call me grandpa. Qin Xiaolong replied with a cold smirk. I'll call your mother. Sun Yuming roared, his fist swinging violently toward Qin Xiaolong's head. Qin Xiaolong merely scoffed, meeting Sun Yuming's attack head dash on in that instant. Sun Yuming felt as though he had struck a steel plate. His arm nearly shattered from the impact. Before he could launch another attack, Qin Xiaolong stepped forward, landing a punch to his gut. As Sun Yuming bent over in pain, Qin Xiaolong delivered a knee strike, sending him flying with a kick. The entire sequence was seamless. Sun Yuming had no opportunity for resistance. Brother got hit. Brothers, grab your weapons. A few local ruffians, witnessing Sun Yuming being beaten, scrambled to pull wooden clubs from beneath the tables and charged at Qin Xiaolong. They believed their numbers would intimidate him, but little did they know that. In Qin Xiaolong's eyes, they were nothing more than a bunch of insignificant pests. Watch out! As Qin Xiaolong was about to be struck, Chen Xiaoyu urgently warned him. Yet, Qin Xiaolong remained undeterred, waiting until the club was merely inches from his head before he finally kicked out. With a dull thud, the closest thug was sent sprawling. In the following moments, Qin Xiaolong unleashed a flurry of strikes, and within mere breaths, the remaining 3 thugs lay incapacitated on the ground. Wow, has Qin Xiaolong been possessed by Bruce Lee? Chen Wenbin was left utterly dumbfounded as he witnessed Qin Xiaolong dispatch 4 ruffians in an instant. Wenbin, come here. Qin Xiaolong called out to Chen Wenbin. What is it? Chen Wenbin approached and asked. Did this guy hit you? Qin Xiaolong pointed at Sun Yuming. Yes, Chen Wenbin admitted, not hiding the truth this time. Whatever he did to you, return it to him double. If he dares to fight back, I'll take care of him, Qin Xiaolong declared with an air of authority. I can't. Chen Wenbin quickly refused. Why not? Just go ahead. If he dares to retaliate, you'll see how I deal with him. Qin Xiaolong encouraged. Qin Xiaolong, do you know who his father is? He has son giant pain that if I hit him, he will definitely not let me off the hook. Chen Wenbin explained hastily. Oh. So he has son giant pain's son. No wonder he is so arrogant, Qin Xiaolong realized, grasping the underlying reason behind Sun Yuming's brazen behavior. You coward, are you frightened? Hurry up and kneel down to apologize, or I'll have my father deal with you. After Sun Yuming rose from the ground, he bellowed fiercely, You just told me to kneel, didn't you? Qin Xiaolong casually inquired while tapping his ear. Indeed. If you do not kneel and apologize to me today, bang. Before Sun Yuming could finish his sentence, Qin Xiaolong kicked him to the ground once more. Then came the second kick, the third, and the fourth. In the blink of an eye, Sun Yuming was left battered and bruised. Sun Yuming, listen closely. I am Qin Xiaolong from Taoyuan village. If you seek to exact revenge, feel free to make a move. I shall await you in the village. But do not say I did not warn you. If you dare to lay a finger on my uncle Qin Wenbin, I shall ensure your demise. Qin Xiaolong's expression was contemptuous, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace. Sun Yuming felt a sudden jolt of fear within. It was as if Qin Xiaolong truly would kill him. Yet, thinking of his father, he regained his composure. You have some guts. Just wait. I, Sun Yuming, swear I will not rest until this grievance is avenged. Sun Yuming had already resolved to seek his father's aid for retribution. Very well, I shall await your arrival, Qin Xiaolong replied with a dismissive smile, not taking Sun Yuming's threat seriously, and departed with Chun Xiaoyu and her brother. Qin Xiaolong, you have stirred up a great deal of trouble. Do you realize? Sun Jianpain is notorious for his ruthless nature in Wuyang town. Since you struck his son, it would be unusual for him not to come after you, Chan Wenbin remarked gravely outside the internet CAF. Sun Jianpain was well known as a local tyrant, secretly engaging in usury and operating gambling dens, with a host of thugs under his control. Consequently, despite being the village chief, he could not speak up when his son was assaulted. Wenbin, how about we make a bet? Qin Xiaolong suggested, a smirk playing on his lips. What kind of bet? Qin Wenbin asked, puzzled. Let us wager whether Sun Jianpain will seek me out for trouble. If he does not come after me within 3 days, you must call me brother-in-law from then on. If he does, I shall give you $10,000. What do you say? Are you willing to bet? Qin Xiaolong replied with an amiable grin. Qin Xiaolong, it's not that I look down on you. But do you even have $10,000? Chun Wenbin questioned skeptically. Qin Xiaolong's family was notoriously poor in the village, and such an amount would be a significant sum for them. Rest assured, I can indeed produce that sum. If you fear I might go back on my word, we can draft a written agreement, Qin Xiaolong declared emphatically. No need for a written agreement. Although I think your actions earlier were reckless. Since you stood up for my sister against Sun Yuming, I can choose to trust you. However, let me make myself clear. If you lose and refuse to honor the bet, I guarantee you will never see my sister again. Chen Wenbin warned. Chen Wenbin had always been aware of his sister's secret relationship with Qin Xiaolong, but he had never mentioned it to their father, Tio him. It was his sister's choice whom to love, and they had no right to interfere. However, if Qin Xiaolong turned out to be untrustworthy, he would not hesitate to inform their father, thereby severing the couple's ties. Chapter 32. A voluntary encounter, all right? Then let us agree as gentlemen. A promise is worth more than 1,000 horses, Qin Xiaolong said with a slight smile, readily accepting. He had heard much about Sun Jianpain's infamous reputation, and in the past, he might have felt a twinge of apprehension. Yet now, having undergone a transformation, he regarded such an inconsequential bully with disdain. However, Qin Wenbin was unaware of the extraordinary circumstances that had befallen Qin Xiaolong. In his eyes, Qin Xiaolong was merely posturing before his sister, and he was certain that Sun Jianpain would come to confront him that very night, thus securing his win of the bet. Sister, once I collect that $10,000 from Qin Xiaolong, let us go to Yinjing for a few days. That amount will be more than enough for both of us, Chun Wenbin remarked. Already contemplating how to spend the money, don't think too far ahead. Qin Xiaolong's money is not easily earned, Qin Xiaoyu retorted, rolling her eyes at her brother. She knew Qin Xiaolong all too well. He was cunning and would never part with his money without a fight. You can rest assured. This bet is as good as one for me, Qin Wenbin replied confidently. Brother-in-law, do not speak so assuredly. Be wary of being struck down by your own words, Qin Xiaolong said with a grin. Do not call me brother-in-law. I have not acknowledged you as such. Chen Wenbin frowned. He did not share his father's disdain for Qin Xiaolong, but to be honest, he did not wish for his sister to marry a penniless man. After all, the old saying goes, poverty brings sorrow to couples, and love alone cannot sustain a household. If his sister were to marry Qin Xiaolong, a future filled with hardship awaited them. Rest assured, you will be calling me brother-in-law soon enough. Qin Xiaolong said, a smile playing on his lips as he had already devised a strategy in his mind. Glancing at the time, which was already 12:30, Qin Xiaolong led the siblings to a small restaurant in town, where they ordered a few dishes and enjoyed a simple meal. After satisfying their hunger, Qin Xiaolong claimed he needed to replace a lost ID card, suggesting that Chun Xiaoyu go shopping while he headed to Sun Jianpain's residence. In Wuyang town, Sun Jianpain's home was easily recognizable, a grand 3-story villa, Woof, woof, woof. Upon seeing Qin Xiaolong, the large wolf dog tethered in the Sun family courtyard immediately barked loudly, woof. Qin Xiaolong barked back, unleashing an intimidating aura that caused the dog to retreat in fear. He strolled leisurely into the Sun family's villa. In the living room on the first floor, Sun Jianping was drinking and chatting with his subordinates. Are you here to borrow money? One of Sun Jianping's men glanced at Qin Xiaolong and asked, clearly mistaking him for a loan seeker. I am not here to borrow money. I have come to see Sun Jianping, Qin Xiaolong replied calmly. What do you want? Sun Jianping exhaled a puff of smoke and questioned. I just beat up your son, so I came to offer my apologies, Qin Xiaolong said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Sun Jianping's expression darkened considerably. You are that little bastard from Taoyuan village? Mr. Sun, why is your language so foul? Did you eat some excrement? Qin Xiaolong taunted with a smirk. You dare to repeat that? Sun Jianping's eyes glinted with menace. At the same time, his drinking companions stood up, with two of them picking up bottles, ready to strike Qin Xiaolong at a moment's notice. Calm down, Mr. Sun. I am merely apologizing, Qin Xiaolong said, unflustered, showing no signs of panic. Tio Sun Jianping. Qin Xiaolong seemed like an ant he could crush effortlessly. He was not in a hurry to act but instead shouted to the second floor. Yuming, come down. Upon hearing his father's call, Sun Yuming emerged from the room. What is it? He asked, noticing Qin Xiaolong. Dad, this bastard beat me. Quickly take him down. Sun Yuming had told his father about the beating he received after returning home, and while his father had promised to seek revenge that evening, he had not anticipated Qin Xiaolong would come to confront them directly. Little bastard, you do have some guts. Now tell me how you wish to die. Sun Jianping glared coldly at Qin Xiaolong. Mr. Sun, as the saying goes, it is better to resolve enmities than to deepen them. I will drink this cup. Shall we erase our grievances? Qin Xiaolong raised a glass of wine from the table. Are you an idiot? Sun Jianping looked at Qin Xiaolong as if he were a fool. Oh, it seems Mr. Sun is unwilling to reconcile. Qin Xiaolong replied with a smirk. Sun Jianping's reaction was entirely within Qin Xiaolong's expectations. He had no intention of genuinely apologizing. Brothers, break his legs. Sun Jianping, uninterested in wasting words with Qin Xiaolong, immediately issued the command. Upon hearing this, several thugs surrounding Qin Xiaolong lunged at him. Qin Xiaolong scoffed and quickly retaliated. At that moment, he resembled a wolf among sheep, and in an instant, the thugs lay sprawled on the ground. One of them attempted to stab Qin Xiaolong with a spring knife, but not a single hair on Qin Xiaolong was harmed. The knife was seized, and as retribution, he snapped the assailant's arm. Seeing Qin Xiaolong's prowess, Sun Jianping lost his earlier bravado and prepared to reach for a weapon, but before he could, Qin Xiaolong appeared right before him. Mr. Sun, are you now willing to reconcile? Qin Xiaolong asked calmly, a faint smile still gracing his lips. Kid, do not think you can flaunt your skills before me. I have dozens of brothers at my command. If you dare to touch me, I will annihilate your entire family. Sun Jianping, a notorious local tyrant, refused to back down. It seems Mr. Sun still does not understand me. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qin Xiaolong from Taoyuan village. I am not particularly capable, but I am bold and have always been willing to stake my life. Today, I state this clearly. If you do not reconcile, I guarantee that none of you will see the sun rise tomorrow. As his words fell, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupted from Qin Xiaolong, especially in his gaze, which was terrifying, akin to the stare of death. Even Sun Jianping, who had spent decades in the underworld, could not help but feel a surge of fear. After glancing at the several subordinates sprawled on the ground and then at Qin Xiaolong, Sun Jianping ultimately chose to acquiesce. Fine, I will reconcile with you. Henceforth, let us not interfere with each other's affairs. Remember your words. If I discover you plotting against me, this will be your fate. Upon concluding his statement, Qin Xiaolong suddenly slammed his fist onto the solid wood dining table. Crack! The table shattered into countless pieces in an instant. Chapter 33. Qin Xiaolong is being supported. It was only when Qin Xiaolong disappeared from his sight that a stunned Sun Jianping came to his senses. Gazing at the splintered remnants of the dining table, he could not help but swallow hard. Damn it, is this little beast even human? A tremor coursed through Sun Jianping's heart. He knew well that this was a sturdy wooden table. An ordinary person striking it would leave no mark, yet Qin Xiaolong had obliterated it with a single blow. Such power could only be described as terrifying. It was fortunate that his punch had been directed at the table. Had it been aimed at him, he would have likely found himself in a dire predicament. Dad, this kid is far too arrogant. You must gather more men and deal with him. Snapped back to reality. Sun Yuming spoke with palpable resentment. What nonsense! Use your damn brain for once. Sun Jianping raised his hand and struck his son across the face. Were he dealing with an ordinary individual, he would not have hesitated to retaliate. However, Qin Xiaolong was evidently a formidable character. If he could eliminate Qin Xiaolong in one fell swoop, that would be one thing. But should he fail, annihilation would surely await him. Thus, the best course of action was to keep the peace. You worthless wretch, listen carefully, be more discerning in the future. Don't provoke just anyone. If there's a next time, I will sever our father-son relationship. The more Sun Jianping pondered, the more infuriated he became. And with no outlet for his frustration, he resorted to berating his son. Unbeknownst to Qin Xiaolong, who was oblivious to the impending turmoil within the Sun family, his earlier remarks had been not merely threats, but rather sagacious counsel. Should Sun Jianping be foolish enough to seek revenge, Qin Xiaolong had ample means to send him to meet his maker. Before long, Qin Xiaolong reconvened with Chen Xiaoyu and her brother at the entrance of the budget supermarket. To preclude any retaliation from Sun Jianping against Qin Xiaolong, Chen Wenbin had taken 3 days off work. After all, he had already covered most of the material his teacher intended to teach, and self-study at home was equally effective. Subsequently, Qin Xiaolong mounted his motorcycle, taking Chen Xiaoyu and her brother back to Taoyuan village. Considering the substantial amount of medicinal herbs he had gathered, upon arriving home, Qin Xiaolong first called Mu Qiudong to arrange for someone to come and purchase them. Then he swiftly grabbed 3 snake skin bags and headed back into the mountains. This time, he did not gather herbs but instead packed away those he had collected the previous day and carried them down the mountain. Despite Qin Xiaolong's impressive speed, the round trip consumed over 3 hours, and he returned home just past 5 o'clock. As he was about to sort the medicinal herbs, his phone rang unexpectedly. The caller ID indicated it was Mu Qiudong. Qin Xiaolong, I'm at the entrance of your village. Please come and pick me up. Upon connecting the call, Mu Qiudong inquired directly. All right, I'll be right there. Qin Xiaolong had not anticipated Mu Qiudong would come in person, so after responding, he hurried towards the village entrance. At that moment, Mu Qiudong was patiently waiting by her Porsche at the village entrance. Taoyuan village was relatively impoverished, with only a handful of families owning vehicles. Thus, the sudden arrival of a Porsche immediately drew the attention of many villagers. What kind of car is that? It looks far more impressive than the bread truck belonging to Shizi's family. Uninformed, that is a Porsche. It costs over $1 million. My goodness, a car worth over $1 million? City folks are incredibly wealthy. That is nothing. When I worked in the city, I heard that some wealthy individuals spend tens of thousands on a single meal. We poor folks can't even compare. The villagers chattered among themselves, their faces alight with envy. In the driver's seat. Upon seeing Qin Xiaolong approach, Mu Qiudong opened the car door and stepped out. Mu Qiudong was already a stunning beauty, and today, she wore an off-the-shoulder long dress, her snow-white shoulders and collarbone exposed, captivating all who beheld her. Wow, look, a stunning beauty. This woman is truly breathtaking. Her skin is fairer than the steamed buns my family makes. If only she were my wife, I'd willingly trade 10 years off my life. Stop dreaming. She looks like a rich city girl. How could she possibly be interested in a country bumpkin like you? Curious, what brings a city beauty to our remote village? While the villagers were consumed by their speculations, Qin Xiaolong had already approached Mu Qiudong. Miss Mu, what brings you here in person? I happen to have a free afternoon, so I thought I would come by. I originally assumed your village would be filled with small buildings, but I'm surprised to find it so impoverished, even in this day and age. There are still people living in mud houses. Unfortunately, Taoyuan village is notoriously a poor village. The villagers lack the funds to build new homes, so they must continue living in their old houses. Qin Xiaolong replied with a wry smile. Although Taoyuan village had a name that sounded poetic, it was indeed a destitute mountain village, with many impoverished families. However, it must be said that the rural environment was remarkably clean. If one disregarded financial gain, it would be an excellent place for retirement. Come, let us go to your home and take a look. Aside from traveling, it's been years since I last visited a rural area. As a wealthy heiress, Mu Qiudong had grown accustomed to the skyscrapers of the city, yet she found rural life all the more fascinating. I'll lead the way, Qin Xiaolong offered, preparing to guide her. Just sit in my car and direct me, Mu Qiudong called after him. I'm too dirty. What if I soil your car? Qin Xiaolong asked awkwardly. He had just come down from the mountain and hadn't he changed clothes? And there was still a great deal of mud on him. Don't worry about it. I won't he say anything. Just get in the car already, Mu Qiudong replied nonchalantly. Seeing that Mu Qiudong was so insistent, Qin Xiaolong did not hesitate and got into the passenger seat, starting to give directions. Wow, when did Qin Xiaolong get acquainted with such a stunning beauty? Villager Zhang Yutian couldn't help but murmur. Did you see that? That woman was chatting and laughing with Qin Xiaolong. They couldn't possibly be involved, could they? Villager Lu Lifeng added with gossip, don't be ridiculous. That woman is clearly wealthy. How could she be interested in a poor kid like Qin Xiaolong? Young Li Wu from the eastern end of the village scoffed. Ha! You don't understand. The wealthier city women are, the more they enjoy playing. Many secretly support several young men. Although this kid Qin Xiaolong comes from a poor background, he is fit and strong. City women like capable men. Id say he is likely being supported. Yang Erwa, who often mingled in the city, remarked with a lewd grin. Chapter 34. The vinegar pot overturned. Qin Xiaolong was utterly unaware that the villagers were concocting stories about him. He had already brought Mu Qiutong to his home. Mom, let me introduce you. This is Mu Qiutong, the owner of Shengdetang. Miss Mu, this is my mother, and that is my father. Upon entering, Qin Xiaolong immediately made the introductions. Hello, Uncle and Auntie, Mu Qiutong said with a polite smile. Greeting them warmly, Auntie, please have an apple. I just washed it. Liang Jing said enthusiastically, handing her an apple. Please leave it there. I'll take it myself if I want one. Mu Qiutong graciously declined. Very well then. Liang Jing understood that Mu Qiutong was from the city and likely took little interest in such offerings, so she did not insist. Xiaolong, didn't you mention you had gathered a lot of dendrobium? Where is it? Mu Qiutong asked, getting straight to the point. Its in that room. Qin Xiaolong indicated towards the adjacent room where they stored grain. Mu Qiutong followed Qin Xiaolong into the room and immediately recognized the premium 7-year-old dendrobium. She picked up a piece, chewed it, and the sweet flavor filled her senses, leaving her feeling refreshed. Xiaolong, I'll take all these dendrobium at 2,000 a pound. Is that price acceptable to you? Mu Qiutong promptly quoted. One of the main reasons she had come today was to procure these premium dendrobium. Recently, a major client had placed an order for a batch of dendrobium from Shengdetang, and she had been troubled about where to source wild dendrobium. Now, Qin Xiaolong had provided her with a sufficient and high-quality supply. Truly a timely boon. 2,000 a pound was significantly above the market rate, and only a fool would refuse such an offer. Sounds good. Let us weigh them now. Concerned that Qin Xiaolong might raise the price, Mu Qiutong quickly instructed the workers who had accompanied her to bring over the scales. After weighing, the total came to 124 pounds and 6 ounces, valued at 248,800 yuan. Along with the other herbs Qin Xiaolong had collected, Mu Qiutong ultimately paid him a total of 280,000 yuan. When Mu Qiutong transferred the money into Qin Xiaolong's bank account, Liang Jing and Qin Fuqi were so overwhelmed with excitement that they were on the verge of tears. 280,000 is undoubtedly a considerable sum for the couple. And with this newfound wealth, they have finally reaped the rewards of their hardships. At this moment, Qin Xiaolong remained remarkably composed, fully aware that this was merely the beginning. With his capabilities, earning money would only become increasingly effortless. Xiaolong, I actually came here today for another matter that requires your assistance. Mu Qiutong suddenly shifted the conversation with an unexpected question. You don't feed the poultry and livestock in your village with feed and hormones? Do you? Of course not. We rural folks usually raise them free range. At most we might feed them a bit of grain. Qin Xiaolong responded. I have a close friend whose restaurant is about to open, and they focus on high-end dining, placing great importance on the quality of ingredients. However, there has been a sudden issue with their supplier, and she urgently needs free-range poultry and livestock if you can provide her with a stable source. I assure you the price will be to your satisfaction, Mu Qiutong continued. That's not a problem, Qin Xiaolong readily agreed, as this was merely a trivial task for him. All right, I'll call her now. And you two can connect directly. After saying this, Mu Qiutong immediately dialed a number. Her name is Su Yafu, just call her Sister Su. After informing Qin Xiaolong, she handed her phone to him. Su Yafu was quite accommodating, offering Qin Xiaolong a generous price. For instance, the free-range chickens from their village were quoted at 81 per gene, while a hen typically weighed around 3 genes, easily fetching 200 to 300 yuan. As for pork, provided it wasn't from hormone-fed fast-growing pigs, it was priced at 60 per gene, ducks at 70, and large geese at 100, prices at least 50% higher than those offered by the traders coming to their village to purchase poultry and livestock. As a middleman, Qin Xiaolong naturally couldn't work for free. He had already planned to lower the price by 10% when purchasing from the villagers, pocketing the surplus as his service fee. Su Yafu seemed quite busy, quickly relaying the prices and quantities before ending the call. Xiaolong, thank you for your help. Otherwise, Sister Su would surely have faced significant difficulties in opening her restaurant. Mu Qiutong expressed her gratitude, appreciating Qin Xiaolong's assistance. Miss Mu, you needn't be so polite. I should be thanking you for introducing me to a lucrative opportunity. Qin Xiaolong replied with a smile. Let us not mention thanks. We can consider it mutual assistance. By the way, don't call me Miss Mu anymore. Just call me Qiutong from now on, Mu Qiutong said with a charming smile. Despite her usual pride, she found Qin Xiaolong to be quite intriguing and was eager to befriend him. All right, Qin Xiaolong nodded in agreement. At that moment, Chen Xiaoyu unexpectedly walked in. Upon seeing the tall, ethereal Mu Qiutong, Chen Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel a twinge of inferiority. Mu Qiutong was simply too beautiful, resembling a celestial being, making anyone else appear dim by comparison. Xiaolong, who is this enchanting beauty? Chen Xiaoyu inquired, initially intending to say vixen, but changed her words at the last moment. This is Mu Qiutong, the owner of Shengdetang. Qiutong, this is the daughter of our village chief, Chen Xiaoyu, Qin Xiaolong promptly introduced. Miss Qin, you are truly stunning. Who would have thought such beauty could be hidden in a small mountain village? Mu Qiutong complimented Chen Xiaoyu sincerely. Miss Mu, you flatter me in your presence. I hardly dare to claim the title of beauty, Chen Xiaoyu replied, her tone tinged with a hint of envy. No wonder someone hasn't even replied to my WeChat. If I encountered a stunning beauty like you, I wouldn't bother with any other woman either, she remarked with a slightly sour tone. While she had always prided herself on her looks, Mu Qiutong's combination of beauty and grace left her feeling outmatched. Xiaoyu, did you send me a WeChat? I'm truly sorry. I didn't notice it, Qin Xiaolong quickly explained after glancing at his phone. Enough with the explanations. I'm not anyone special to you. You can associate with whichever woman you wish. I won't interfere. Farewell. With that, Chen Xiaoyu turned and walked away. Chapter 35. The duck was roasted. Qin Xiaolong, being quite perceptive, immediately sensed that Chen Xiaoyu was feeling jealous. After exchanging a few words with Mu Qiutong, he hurriedly followed her. I was merely discussing business with Mu Qiutong. What are you getting jealous about? Qin Xiaolong asked with a grin. I'm not jealous at all, Chen Xiaoyu vehemently denied, although her icy expression betrayed her true feelings. Stop pretending. If you're not jealous, I'll perform a handstand and defecate in front of the entire village, Qin Xiaolong asserted confidently. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoyu, who had been frowning moments ago, burst into laughter. You're disgusting. She shot him a playful glare, unable to maintain her irritation in the face of his humor. As long as my Xiaoyu is happy, I'd gladly perform a handstand and defecate if necessary, Qin Xiaolong teased mischievously. All right, just keep your peculiar hobbies to yourself. Chen Xiaoyu rolled her eyes, not wishing to delve deeper into such an off-color topic. Glancing towards Qin Xiaolong's home, she then asked, Now, tell me honestly, is there something going on between you and Mu Qiutong? What nonsense are you spouting? How could there possibly be anything between us? Qin Xiaolong responded. Bewildered. Then why do people in the village say you're being kept by that woman? They say you're going to the city to be her toy boy. Chen Xiaoyu pressed on. Which scoundrel spread such rumors? I'll tear his mouth apart, Qin Xiaolong exclaimed, anger flaring within him. It was Yang Erwa and Zhang Yutian who said that. They even claim that Mu Qiutong is likely Siyuan, a woman who can seduce any man. Chen Xiaoyu replied quickly. Damn it, just wait. I'm going to deal with them right now, Qin Xiaolong declared. While he could care less about the rumors about himself, Mu Qiutong was an innocent young woman, and if such slander spread, it could tarnish her reputation. With that thought, he dashed off to young Erwa's home. At that moment, young Erwa was at his doorstep, boasting to the villagers about all sorts of hearsay and supposed secrets. Without wasting any words, Qin Xiaolong stepped forward and delivered a series of punches until young Erwa finally relented and apologized. Young Erwa, listen up. If you ever spread nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth apart, Qin Xiaolong warned him fiercely. Don't worry. I won't say anything reckless again, young Erwa replied, trembling in fear of Qin Xiaolong, who had a reputation for being quick to violence. Remember what you said, and make sure there's no next time, Qin Xiaolong cautioned once more before leaving. Xiaoyu, don't believe everything you hear. Don't you know some people in our village are just bored and love to stir up trouble, Qin Xiaolong said upon returning to Chen Xiaoyu. I know. I was just worried about your well-being, Chen Xiaoyu replied playfully. She had sought out Qin Xiaolong after hearing the rumors, and upon learning they were unfounded, her smile returned. Worried about me? Well, I'll show you just how reckless I can be. Qin Xiaolong grinned, dramatically reaching out to grab Chen Xiaoyu. Oh no, let go. Someone's coming. Chen Xiaoyu panicked, not daring to engage in any overly intimate actions in public, fearing that if someone saw, they would report back to her father, who would undoubtedly scold Qin Xiaolong harshly. My fragile heart has been gravely wounded. You must compensate me, or I won't let go, Qin Xiaolong insisted playfully. All right, I'll make it up to you. Chen Xiaoyu relented, giving him a quick kiss. But Qin Xiaolong, emboldened, took advantage and seized her hand again before finally letting her go. My father is probably returning soon. I need to head home. You should go take care of your business. Qin Xiaolong said as they bid farewell and returned to their respective homes. Xiaotong, I'm truly sorry for making you wait so long. Qin Xiaolong expressed his apologies upon arriving home. It's all right. Mu Xiaotong smiled and replied, it's getting late. I should head back as well. We can keep in touch over the phone if anything comes up. Why not stay for dinner? My mother is almost done cooking. Qin Xiaolong urged, perhaps another time. I have plans with friends tonight. Mu Xiaotong declined politely. You are just making excuses because you think my family's food isn't to your liking, right? It's true. Our rural fare may not suit someone from the city like you. Qin Xiaolong mused, don't misunderstand. I genuinely have plans. If you don't believe me, look at my chat records, Mu Xiaotong insisted, opening her WeChat to show him. After checking, Qin Xiaolong indeed saw that she had made arrangements with friends, so he refrained from pressing her further. However, no sooner had Mu Xiaotong left than Liang Jing emerged from the kitchen. Xiaolong, hurry and invite Miss Mu to dinner. What for? She has already left. Qin Xiaolong chuckled in response. You silly boy, she came all the way to our home, and you didn't even offer her a meal? What if she thinks we're lacking in hospitality? Liang Jing scolded him. It's not that I didn't want her to stay. She has a dinner engagement. Qin Xiaolong quickly clarified. Never mind. Let's just eat by ourselves. Upon hearing this reason, Liang Jing chose not to say anything further. 5 dishes and a soup. This was undoubtedly considered quite lavish in their rural setting. After finishing the meal, Liang Jing, following her usual routine, went to take a glance at the duck pen, only to discover that the ducks they raised had not yet returned home. Xiaolong, go out and see if our ducks have perhaps settled somewhere along the way. Liang Jing called out to Qin Xiaolong. All right. Qin Xiaolong replied, grabbing a flashlight and stepping outside. They had a total of 5 ducks, which usually ventured out during the day to forage by the river and returned home in the evening. However, it was not unusual for them to occasionally forget to come back. Before long, Qin Xiaolong arrived near the Clearwater River. Just as he was about to search along the riverbank for the ducks, he suddenly spotted a bonfire on the shore, where several children were gathered around roasting something. As he approached, he noticed a scattering of duck feathers on the ground. The very ducks were being roasted over the fire. Where did you get those ducks? Qin Xiaolong immediately inquired. One of the children rose and replied. Zhang Pengcheng said he took them from his house. He invited us for roasted duck. Zhang Pengcheng? Did you take these ducks from your home? Qin Xiaolong asked the child who was roasting the ducks. He recognized this child, named Zhang Pengcheng, the grandson of old Wang, merely 10 years of age. He had already been spoiled, displaying arrogance and a tendency to cause trouble in the village, which Qin Xiaolong found thoroughly unpleasant. Of course I took them from home. So what? Zhang Pengcheng retorted defiantly. However, Qin Xiaolong did not believe him. He picked up one of the ducks and examined its left foot webbing, where he noticed a small notch on the inner side. In the countryside, families typically raise ducks in a free-range manner. To prevent confusion between their ducks and others, each household would mark their ducks. Qin Xiaolong's family marked theirs by trimming a small notch into the inner webbing of the duck's foot. Thus, he instantly confirmed that this unfortunate duck belonged to his family. You little brat, who gave you the audacity to roast my family's duck? Qin Xiaolong demanded angrily. They were too fond of their ducks to eat them. Yet this little imp had slaughtered one. Had he not been so young, Qin Xiaolong would surely have slapped him across the face. Who says this is your duck? This is one we raised ourselves. Zhang Pengcheng countered. You're talking nonsense. Do you see this mark? This is how my family's ducks are. Qin Xiaolong pointed at the duck's foot webbing. I don't know about that. I thought it was a wild duck. Zhang Pengcheng replied nonchalantly, showing no sign of remorse. If you say once more that you thought it was a wild duck, do you believe I won't slap you? Qin Xiaolong pointed a finger at Zhang Pengcheng. If a city dweller couldn't distinguish between domestic and wild ducks, that might be excusable, but Zhang Pengcheng was a native of the countryside. It would be strange for him not to recognize a domestic duck. Moreover, this boy had a history. Only about a week prior, he had stealthily killed a chicken from old Lu's family at the eastern end of the village to roast and eat, which had led to him receiving a beating from old Lu's son. Now, just days later, his ducks had also fallen victim to this little scoundrel. Humph, it's just a worthless duck. I can have my grandma compensate you for one. Zhang Pengcheng replied dismissively. Fine, if your grandma doesn't pay. We'll discuss it then. After confirming that the other children were merely invited to eat roasted duck, Qin Xiaolong dragged Zhang Pengcheng directly to old Wang's house. Old Wang, come out. Qin Xiaolong shouted at the entrance. Who is it? Old Wang replied, stepping outside. Grandma, Qin Xiaolong hit me. You must stand up for me. Before Qin Xiaolong could speak, Zhang Pengcheng rushed to old Wang, crying out. Where did he hit you? Old Wang asked anxiously. He hit me in the face, look. He made my face all swollen. Zhang Pingqing cried, though his tears were merely for show. Upon hearing Zhang Pingqing's claim, Qin Xiaolong's face darkened in an instant. You lying. When did I ever hit you? Qin Xiaolong questioned loudly. You did hit me, Grandma. You must avenge me. My face hurts so much. Zhang Pingqing feigned tears once more. Stop crying, Pingqing. Grandma will definitely seek justice for you. Old Wang soothed her grandson before turning to Qin Xiaolong. Qin Xiaolong, who do you think you are? How dare you hit my grandson? I never hit your grandson. He secretly slaughtered my family's duck and was caught roasting it. So I brought him back to discuss compensation with you. Qin Xiaolong explained patiently. Don't try to deny it. You hit my grandson. If you don't pay today, we're not done. Old Wang declared sternly. You want me to pay? Are you out of your mind? Qin Xiaolong replied, infuriated yet laughing. Zhang Pingqing had killed his family's duck, and yet Old Wang refused to pay, instead turning the tables and insisting he compensate her. Truly, this woman was utterly shameless. Are you going to pay or not? If not, you won't be leaving. Old Wang grabbed Qin Xiaolong's clothing. Let go. Don't make a scene with me, Qin Xiaolong said coldly. However, Old Wang refused to release him. With no other option, Qin Xiaolong had to forcefully break free, causing Old Wang to lose her balance and fall to the ground. You dare hit my grandma? I'll fight you, Zhang Pingqing shouted, throwing a punch at Qin Xiaolong. However, being just a child, he was no match for Qin Xiaolong, who effortlessly lifted him like a chick. Tell me, did I hit you just now? Qin Xiaolong demanded once more. Seeing he could not escape, Zhang Pingqing attempted to bite Qin Xiaolong's arm. Qin Xiaolong did not indulge him, gripping his chin and delivering 3 swift slaps. You dare hit my grandson? I'll fight you. Old Wang screamed, clawing at Qin Xiaolong like a shrew. Get lost. Qin Xiaolong tossed her aside, and Old Wang fell to the ground once more. Oh no, someone's been hit? Help! Help! Realizing she could not possibly overpower Qin Xiaolong, Old Wang feigned a dramatic outcry, lying on the ground and wailing. Hearing her cries, the neighboring villagers began to emerge from their homes. Xiaolong, what are you doing? Let go of Pingqing, villager Zhao Wuwei hurriedly urged. Old Wang, let us talk this over. Another villager helped the now rolling Old Wang to her feet. Zhang Pingqing slaughtered one of my ducks, and when I confronted Old Wang about it, she turned the tables and claimed I hit her grandson, demanding compensation. Everyone, please judge for yourselves. Does this person have any shame? Qin Xiaolong succinctly recounted the facts. I didn't kill his duck. I found that duck dead by the river. When I picked it up, it was already dead. Zhang Pingqing fabricated another excuse. You little brat, you're really testing my patience. Seeing Zhang Pingqing's web of lies, Qin Xiaolong was infuriated. Xiaolong, let us not resort to violence. Let us talk this out amicably. Zhao Wei quickly intervened. Do you all see how formidable Qin Xiaolong is? He relies on his youth to bully my elderly grandson and me, showing utter disregard for us. If you hadn't come out, we might have been beaten to death. Zhang Pingqing's cries were without tears, but Old Wang was far more adept at the art of manipulation, her tears flowing freely as she wailed pitifully. Qin Xiaolong was not a petty person, but seeing the shamelessness of this grandmother and grandson duo ignited his fury. Since you insist that I hit your grandson, then fine. Today I shall truly teach this untrained little brat a lesson. Had Old Wang simply offered an apology or acknowledged her wrongdoing, Qin Xiaolong would have let the matter rest. However, her retaliatory accusations were intolerable, and thus he could not let this slide. Enough, Xiaolong. Let us not stoop to the level of a child, Zhao Wuwei urged, quickly restraining Qin Xiaolong. In a way, today, I must show this brat a lesson. Qin Xiaolong was still fuming and refused to heed Zhao Wuwei's counsel. Let go of him. If he dares to hit my grandson, I will risk my life to ensure he pays the price. Old Wang insisted, her expression revealing no hint of remorse or apology. Enough! Don't add fuel to the fire. Zhao Wuwei glared at Old Wang before forcefully pulling Qin Xiaolong aside. Xiaolong, do your uncle a favor? Let this matter go today. Uncle, it's not that I don't want to give you face. It's just that this grandmother and grandson are too outrageous. Qin Xiaolong replied angrily. I know what kind of person Old Wang is. She is notorious for her devious ways. Listen to your uncle. Let us not engage with an old hag like her. Otherwise, if she lies down and pretends to be dead, it's you who will suffer, Zhao Wuwei advised quietly. Old Wang had gained a reputation in the village for her unscrupulous actions. Having committed numerous petty thefts, yet even when caught, the matters often ended without resolution. Because of her age, she frequently resorted to dramatic displays, lying on the ground to feign injury, leaving others with no choice but to endure her antics in silence. Qin Xiaolong had no intention of seeking peace, yet at that moment, his mother Liang Jing and father Qin Fugui arrived after receiving news. "Xiaolong, you should go back with your father. I'll handle the rest," Liang Jing hurriedly declared. She was well aware of Wang Po's character and did not wish for her son to confront that woman. After all, should matters escalate, their family would suffer the consequences. "I won't go. I must deal with that little brat today," Qin Xiaolong stubbornly retorted. "Come on, Xiaolong, our ducks haven't returned home yet. We should hurry and find them," Qin Fugui insisted, ignoring his son's protests and forcibly pulling him away. As they searched along the riverbank, Qin Xiaolong and his family soon spotted the other 4 ducks hiding in the grass. Fortunately, these ducks were unharmed. Once Qin Xiaolong herded the ducks back home, his mother returned as well. Since Wang Pe adamantly accused Qin Xiaolong of hitting her grandson, Liang Jing ultimately did not require her to compensate for the ducks. However, understanding her son's temperament, she concocted a lie to prevent him from seeking out Wang Pe again. Claiming that Wang Pe had paid 100 yuan, which finally pacified Qin Xiaolong at that moment. In Wang Po's household, she lamented, "My little ancestor, why must you provoke Qin Xiaolong, that troublemaker? Are you trying to court disaster?" With a helpless expression, she scolded her grandson. There were few in the village who could instill fear in her, and Qin Xiaolong was undoubtedly among them. "How was I to know those were his ducks?" Zhang Pengqing replied, rolling his eyes. He had impulsively killed a duck, and before he could enjoy it, Qin Xiaolong had caught him red-handed. "Let it go for today. In the future, if you kill anyone's chickens or ducks, make sure not to eat them outside. Bring them home and Grandma will cook them for you. Understood?" Wang Pe advised. "Got it," Zhang Pengqing replied dismissively. "And from now on, if you pretend to cry, at least squeeze out a few tears." "Just crying without tears won't fool anyone," Wang Pe added. Little did anyone know, Zhang Pengqing's act of blaming Qin Xiaolong was a lesson from Wang Pe herself, meant to preemptively accuse the wrongdoer. This tactic proved remarkably effective, as even Qin Xiaolong was ultimately unable to retaliate. "All right, I understand. I'm going out to play," Zhang Pengqing said impatiently before darting out again. At 10 o'clock that night, the weather took a sudden turn, with thunder booming ominously. Before long, rain the size of soybeans began to pour from the sky, quickly transforming into a torrential downpour. "Wow, the weather forecast was spot on today," Qin Xiaolong murmured, glancing out at the heavy rain. Earlier that morning, he had seen the forecast predicting rain around 10, and he was surprised it arrived right on time. As the rain washed away the heat, the weather became considerably cooler and less oppressive than before. However, after less than an hour, the rain ceased as abruptly as it had begun. As the saying goes, once you taste the marrow, you crave more. After experiencing the delightful intimacy with Wu Jinlian, Qin Xiaolong lay in bed for half the day. Unable to fall asleep, his mind drifting back to that mysterious place, he longed to converse with Wu Jinlian about life once more. Ultimately, he resisted the urge. After all, Wu Jinlian was still Li Gang's wife, and he could not continuously play the role of the neighborly adulterer. Should word get out, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. To alleviate his restlessness, Qin Xiaolong chose not to sleep, but instead sat cross-legged on his bed. Beginning his cultivation of the chaos scripture, time slipped away unnoticed, and before he knew it, the entire night had passed. Thanks to the rain, the weather the next day was exceptionally pleasant, with clear skies and no clouds in sight. After breakfast, Qin Xiaolong and his family took bamboo baskets up the mountain. Following the rain, mushrooms had sprouted in abundance, yet it was evident they had arrived somewhat late, as villagers were already out gathering mushrooms to earn pocket money. Finding his parents slow, Qin Xiaolong separated from them and headed towards the rubber tree grove beyond the hills. As anticipated, he encountered no one in that secluded area. Soon, he stumbled upon a patch of chicken of the woods mushrooms hidden among the thicket. These mushrooms were thick and plump, with a delicate white texture, exuding a sweet and crisp flavor. Most importantly, they fetched a high price. Wild chicken of the woods could sell for 80 yuan per pound. And this particular patch weighed at least 3 pounds, yielding a tidy profit of 200 yuan. After harvesting the chicken of the woods, Qin Xiaolong discovered several porcini mushrooms not far away. The meaty texture of porcini, when stir-fried with chili, was simply exquisite. Just the thought of it made his mouth water. Next, he found various other common mushrooms, such as dry mushrooms, 100-flower mushrooms, and red-capped mushrooms. Within an hour, his bamboo basket was nearly full. As wild mushrooms spoil quickly, Qin Xiaolong continued searching for more rather than rushing home. Suddenly, a peculiar scent wafted into his nostrils. He sniffed the air, with his gaze finally settling on the base of an ancient oak tree. Gently brushing aside the withered leaves, he discovered an unassuming grayish-white object resembling a clump of dirt nestled beneath. He picked it up and inhaled deeply, realizing that the unique aroma emanated from this very object. Qin Xiaolong had a nagging feeling he had seen something similar online, but could not quite recall its name. He decided to take a photo and post it on a forum. Before long, someone commented on his post, and he finally remembered. It was the legendary white truffle, renowned as underground gold. White truffles rank alongside caviar and foie gras as one of the world's most exquisite delicacies. The piece in his hand was slightly larger than his fist, weighing approximately 1 pound 3 ounces. White truffles typically grow beneath pine or oak trees and are notoriously particular about their growing conditions. Even slight changes in soil acidity, sunlight, or temperature can hinder their growth. As such, they cannot be cultivated artificially, making them one of the most sought-after ingredients in the world. While Qin Xiaolong was unsure of the exact price, he knew that this piece of white truffle could fetch the price of an entire cow. Who would have thought there were white truffles on Wulong Mountain? If I had known earlier, I would have struck it rich, Qin Xiaolong mused joyfully. Having foraged mushrooms since childhood, he had never considered the possibility of finding white truffles on Wulong Mountain. Still, this likely stemmed from his limited understanding. He had only ever collected mushrooms he recognized. At first glance, white truffles appeared no different than clumps of dirt. Had it not been for his now heightened sense of smell, he might have overlooked it entirely. Out of curiosity, Qin Xiaolong wiped off the dirt from the truffle and tasted a small piece. Yuck! He quickly spat it out. Damn, this thing tastes awful, he complained. Despite the reputation of white truffles as the pinnacle of culinary delights, Qin Xiaolong found the flavor reminiscent of something he would produce himself, leaving much to be desired. Forget it, let the wealthy enjoy this delicacy. I won't bother, he concluded. After carefully wrapping the truffle in leaves, he resumed searching the nearby woods for more. However, after 2 hours of searching, he only found one more truffle the size of a ping-pong ball. Checking the time, he realized it was nearly noon, and he decided to head home. Upon seeing that Qin Xiaolong had gathered more mushrooms alone than the two of them combined, Liang Jing couldn't help but admire her son's capabilities. Qin Xiaolong shared the story of the white truffle with his mother, and upon hearing that this seemingly unremarkable object could fetch thousands per pound, Liang Jing immediately grabbed a hoe, eager to return to the mountain in search of more truffles. However, Qin Xiaolong stopped her. Knowing full well how rare white truffles were, in just half a day, he had only discovered 2. His mother would likely only waste her time searching. Having promised to supply Su Yafu, Qin Xiaolong spent the afternoon rounding up a cow, 2 pigs, and over 100 poultry, which cost him nearly 40,000 yuan in advance. Since Yang Daju's father was a professional butcher, Qin Xiaolong paid him 1,000 yuan to assist with slaughtering the cow and pigs. By 5 in the afternoon, he loaded the poultry into Yang Daju's vehicle and transported the beef and pork in Lu Sanchi's van to Longting restaurant. Daju, Sanchi, wait for me here. I'm going to find the owner of Longting, Qin Xiaolong instructed before entering the restaurant. Longting restaurant was an ancient-style building with 5 stories, adorned with intricate dragon and phoenix carvings, presenting a magnificent sight. The interior was equally opulent, evoking the sensation of entering a royal palace. Upon seeing Qin Xiaolong enter, the staff on the first floor mistook him for a customer and quickly approached to stop him. Hello, sir. Our Longting restaurant officially opens tomorrow, and we are not serving customers today. I'm not here to dine. I'm a supplier. Could you inform me on which floor the owner is? Qin Xiaolong replied swiftly. Ms. Su's office is on the 5th floor. After you go up, take a right. And her office is the last room, the staff member responded. Thank you, Qin Xiaolong said, expressing his gratitude as he made his way upstairs to the rightmost room on the 5th floor. He first knocked on the door, and upon hearing the words "Please enter," he pushed the door open and stepped inside. In the office sat a woman, an extraordinary beauty. She was stunningly beautiful, with eyes resembling a serene autumn lake, shrouded in mist and brimming with allure. Her hair cascaded like a black waterfall, with gracefully arched brows and a face reminiscent of a peach blossom. Her petite lips were slightly upturned, the fiery red hue tempting one to steal a kiss. Her figure was nothing short of perfection, with ample bosom, slender waist, and curvaceous hips that rivaled the beauty of a sun-kissed begonia and a rain-drenched pear blossom. The fitted pencil skirt accentuated her curves exquisitely, imbuing every smile and glance with an indescribable seduction. If Chen Xiaoyu were likened to a green apple, this woman would be a ripe honey peach, emanating an intoxicating aura of maturity that made one yearn to devour her whole. Have you seen enough? A voice, akin to celestial music, broke the silence, carrying an enchanting quality that could melt one's bones. Not enough. No. I have seen enough, Qin Xiaolong stammered, suddenly realizing the inappropriateness of his response and quickly correcting himself. This woman was irresistibly captivating. Wu Jinlian and Lu Xiangqiao were also beautiful, yet they paled in comparison to her. Even Qin Xiaolong, who had just been entranced, was left speechless. Hee, you truly are amusing. Noticing Qin Xiaolong's comical expression, Su Yafu couldn't help but laugh. Her laughter was like a bewitching glance that could outshine the beauty of the six palaces, leaving Qin Xiaolong feeling invigorated. Ahem, you must be Sister Su, right? Qin Xiaolong cleared his throat, attempting to mask his inner embarrassment. Yes, I am Su Yafu. And you are? She replied with a gentle smile. My name is Qin Xiaolong. We spoke on the phone yesterday, he replied hastily. Oh, so you are Qiudong's friend. Quite handsome indeed, just the type I prefer, Su Yafu remarked with a sweet smile. Sister Su, I am here to deliver the goods you requested. The ingredients are ready and waiting downstairs. Who should I send down to check them? Qin Xiaolong quickly shifted the topic. This Su Yafu was far too alluring. In his eyes, she ought to be called Su Daji instead, for she was undoubtedly a siren capable of ensnaring men without remorse. Chapter 39. Sister Su's secret. No need to inspect. Just send them directly to the kitchen. I've already informed them. Su Yafu waved her hand dismissively. Thank you for your trust, Sister Su. Qin Xiaolong quickly expressed his gratitude. Don't thank me. I don't trust you, but I trust Qiudong. Moreover, if you dare to cheat me, I assure you, you will be bound to a wheelchair for the rest of your life, Su Yafu said with a smile that belied the intimidating authority in her words. Rest assured, Sister Su, a gentleman values wealth earned rightly. The supplies I provide are all free-range poultry and livestock from our village, absolutely free from hormones and artificial feed, Qin Xiaolong assured her earnestly. Your demeanor suggests you are not the type to engage in wrongdoing. As long as you supply me well, I will ensure you do not suffer losses, Su Yafu replied, before waving her hand. If there is nothing else, let's leave it at that for today. I have an important guest to meet later. Sister Su, would you be interested in this? Qin Xiaolong quickly unzipped his shoulder bag and produced 2 pieces of white truffle wrapped in leaves. White truffle. Upon seeing the white truffles Qin Xiaolong had brought out, Su Yafu's face lit up with surprise. She picked up the truffles for a closer inspection, then took a whiff. Afterward, she grabbed a fruit knife, sliced off a thin piece, and tasted it rivals the finest white truffles from Alba, Italy. The flavor is utterly enchanting, Su Yafu exclaimed, her eyes closed in sheer delight. Witnessing her expression, Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but conjure some wicked thoughts. Xiaolong, where did you find these white truffles? Do you have more? After savoring the taste, Su Yafu opened her eyes, her eagerness palpable. I found them on Wulong Mountain. I only managed to uncover 2 pieces. Qin Xiaolong replied. When did Wulong Mountain start producing white truffles? Su Yafu couldn't help but question. It must have been there all along. It just went unnoticed, Qin Xiaolong explained. At first glance, these white truffles bore little resemblance to ordinary dirt clods. And combined with their unique flavor, it was likely that rural folk would dismiss them altogether. After all, in Qin Xiaolong's view, what was deemed a delicacy paled in comparison to the taste of chicken fungus or beef liver mushrooms. Then, if you find more white truffles in the future, can you sell them all to me? I promise to offer prices that exceed market value, Su Yafu continued. Of course, Qin Xiaolong replied readily. Thank you, Xiaolong. Upon hearing his agreement, Su Yafu expressed her gratitude. Sister Su, you are too polite. I would sell it to anyone, Qin Xiaolong said with a smile. He then pointed to the 2 white truffles. Could you give me an estimated price for these 2? Wait a moment, Su Yafu responded, then took out her phone and made a call. Shortly after, a slightly plump man entered, carrying a precise electronic scale. Xiaolong, let me introduce you. This is Gao Xiang, the head chef at Longding. Su Yafu said, introducing the 2. After they exchanged greetings, Gao Xiang eagerly asked, Sister Su, where are the white truffles you mentioned? Right there, Su Yafu pointed to her desk. Gao Xiang quickly rushed over. Like Su Yafu, he first inhaled the aroma before slicing a thin piece to taste. Indeed, this is top-grade white truffle, Gao Xiang remarked, quickly weighing them. The larger piece weighed 703 grams, and the smaller one weighed 269 grams. Xiaolong, I will purchase this large white truffle for 100,000, and the smaller one for 51 per gram. How does that sound? After weighing, Su Yafu quoted the price. Why is there such a disparity in price for what seems to be the same white truffle? Qin Xiaolong inquired, puzzled. White truffles over 500 grams are exceedingly rare. As the saying goes, rarity increases value. Such large specimens typically go straight to auction, and thus command a higher price, Su Yafu succinctly explained. All right, let us go with that price. Qin Xiaolong had researched before arriving. The finest alba white truffles globally fetched around 50,000 per kilogram, so Su Yafu's offer was indeed the highest in the market. The larger truffle was worth 100,000, while the smaller one was over 10,000, yielding him a profit of over 11,000. Qin Xiaolong was quite satisfied with this price, and Su Yafu had also scored a significant bargain. She knew well that a single truffle weighing 700 grams would fetch at least 200,000 at auction. Sister Su, I will take these 2 white truffles to the cold storage now. Chef Gao Xiang said before preparing to leave with the truffles. Wait, please leave me a few slices. I want to savor them slowly, Su Yafu implored. As a foodie, she adored white truffles, especially fresh ones, the taste of which was simply unparalleled and never failed to delight her palate. Gao Xiang chuckled, slicing a few thin pieces for Su Yafu before hurrying off to the cold storage to preserve the truffles' flavor. Sister Su, are these white truffles truly that delicious? I find them rather unpalatable. Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but ask, I suspect you have never tasted them before, which is why you do not enjoy them. Once you acclimate to their flavor after a few tries, you will discover they are indeed a rare delicacy. However, some people simply cannot accept white truffles. It's akin to the taste of fish mint, beloved by some, loathed by others. It's just a matter of personal preference, Su Yafu smiled as she explained. Let it be. I have no fondness for fish mint. It seems I am simply not destined to enjoy it. Qin Xiaolong shook his head helplessly. Fish mint, known as, was something he had tried before, and he found it utterly distasteful. Yet, Southerners seem to relish it, echoing the old adage that every region nurtures its own. Qin Xiaolong preferred hearty meats, with braised pork being one of his favorites. Before long, Gao Xiang had completed the weighing process, and after calculations, the total value of the ingredients Qin Xiaolong supplied amounted to 47,000. After deducting his own expenses, he netted a profit of 7,000. While waiting for Su Yafu to transfer the payment, Qin Xiaolong subtly moved closer to her, inhaling her fragrance. After a moment, he asked, Sister Su, may I ask a rather bold question? Do you wear such strong perfume to mask a body odor? How did you know? Upon hearing this, Su Yafu immediately became alert. Suffering from body odor was a secret she had concealed for many years, and she never anticipated that Qin Xiaolong would unveil it with a single statement. Chapter 40. I will grant you any request, Su Yafu. This woman is undoubtedly a stunning beauty, stirring within Qin Xiaolong a rather criminal impulse. However, there is a slight flaw. The scent of her perfume is overwhelmingly strong. Logically, such a trivial error should not occur in her presence, which only suggests that she is attempting to mask something with fragrance. Following this line of reasoning, coupled with Qin Xiaolong's keen sense of smell, discovering that Su Yafu has body odor is hardly a challenge. Xiaolong, you must keep this a secret for me. I do not wish for anyone to know about my condition. Su Yafu urgently implored, as a woman, particularly one of such beauty, she is loath to be the subject of gossip regarding her body odor. Rest assured, I will not disclose it to anyone. However, may I inquire as to why you have not sought treatment for your condition? Given today's medical advancements, curing body odor should not be insurmountable. Qin Xiaolong could not help but ask. Alas, I have indeed sought treatment. To eradicate this issue, I have visited over 100 hospitals, tried surgical removal of sweat glands, undergone high-frequency cryolaser therapy, and experimented with various traditional Chinese medicinal ointments, yet none proved effective. Each time, the odor returns within a month. Thus, I have resorted to relying on perfume to mask the smell. Su Yafu lamented helplessly. Having spent several million in her quest for a cure, each failed attempt had led her to the brink of despair, ultimately causing her to abandon her pursuit of treatment. Sister, perhaps I could take a look? I have studied traditional Chinese medicine and might be of assistance, Qin Xiaolong suggested. You? Never mind, Su Yafu replied with a dismissive glance, quickly shaking her head. Sister, do not underestimate me. My medical skills are not inferior to those of seasoned practitioners, Qin Xiaolong retorted promptly. It is not that I look down upon you, but rather, I harbor disdain for traditional Chinese medicine. Previously, a practitioner claimed he could cure my body odor. Yet that charlatan swindled me out of 2 million and sought to take advantage of me under the guise of treatment. I had to break his legs in retribution, Su Yafu fumed. Her anger at that past incident having bred a prejudice against the field of traditional Chinese medicine. Sister, I dare say that practitioner was merely a quack. True traditional Chinese doctors possess integrity and would not stoop so low. Qin Xiaolong clarified swiftly. He, having inherited a wealth of knowledge in traditional Chinese medicine, understood well that it is a treasure of Huaxia, and that genuine healers can indeed perform miraculous cures. Regrettably, due to various factors, Much of this knowledge has been lost to the annals of history, with only a few classic texts remaining. Furthermore, with the rise of Western medicine and the proliferation of scams masquerading as traditional Chinese medicine, the reputation of the latter has suffered greatly, leading to its decline. As a bearer of this heritage, he felt an obligation to restore its honor. Very well, then. Show me how you intend to treat my condition. Su Yafu relented, recognizing the earnestness in Qin Xiaolong's demeanor. Yet, she held little hope that this young man could resolve her ailment. Once granted permission, Qin Xiaolong promptly placed his fingers on Su Yafu's wrist to take her pulse. So, my little healer, can you truly eradicate my body odor? Su Yafu teased once he withdrew his hand. Absolutely, Qin Xiaolong replied without hesitation. What did you say? Su Yafu feigned ignorance, prompting him to repeat himself. I said I can cure your body odor, Qin Xiaolong reiterated. You must be joking. Su Yafu responded incredulously. If I fail to treat you, I shall offer my head as a ball for you to kick. Qin Xiaolong proclaimed with unwavering conviction. Upon hearing this, Su Yafu clutched Qin Xiaolong's arm like a drowning person grasping a lifeline. Xiaolong, if you can cure my body odor, I will grant you any request. The body odor had haunted Su Yafu for years, and she yearned to rid herself of it and live a normal life. Sister, based on my assessment, the root cause of your body odor lies not in your armpits, but in your spleen. Once we regulate your spleen and apply my unique acupuncture techniques, within a week, I assure you, you will be cured, Qin Xiaolong asserted with confidence. This was not mere boasting. He had already identified a method to alleviate Su Yafu's condition, and if she followed his guidance, her body odor would vanish within a week. You just mentioned that my body odor originates in my spleen. What does that mean? Su Yafu inquired, furrowing her brow. In traditional Chinese medicine, the onset of body odor is primarily attributed to an imbalance of vital energy and blood. Your internal energy is misaligned, with damp heat accumulating, which over time disrupts the balance of your spleen. The spleen, classified under the earth element, is the ultimate yin within the 5 organs, serving as the source of vital energy and blood production. Currently, your spleen is compromised, unable to regulate blood circulation, leading to the retention of dampness in your body, thus preventing a cure for your body odor. Additionally, previous laser treatments have likely blocked your acupoints, necessitating my assistance to reopen and regulate them, Qin Xiaolong explained, believing he had been quite clear. Yet, Su Yafu knew little of traditional Chinese medicine. It was akin to deciphering an ancient manuscript, leaving her bewildered. Nevertheless, she was unconcerned with the specifics of the diagnosis. All she wished was for Qin Xiaolong to cure her. Xiaolong, just tell me what to do. I will follow your instructions, Su Yafu urged eagerly. I will now procure the necessary tools for the treatment. Please wait a moment while I step out, Qin Xiaolong informed her before exiting. Although Su Yafu had initially planned to meet with a crucial client, she postponed the meeting for the sake of addressing her body odor. Half an hour later, Qin Xiaolong returned with the required items. Sister, do you have a private space where we won't be disturbed? He inquired. Yes. Follow me, Su Yafu replied, leading him to the back of her desk. She turned a vase on a shelf, revealing a hidden bedroom behind the bookshelf. This room was specially constructed to ensure complete privacy. Su Yafu explained as she pressed a mechanism on the wall, causing the bookshelf to close again. Sister, I must inform you that during the acupuncture treatment, you will need to be without clothing on your upper body. Qin Xiaolong cautioned her, no problem. As long as you can cure me, I would even forego my pants. However, let me be clear. If you fail to succeed, I will gouge out your eyes, Su Yafu threatened with a fierce expression. Yet, even in her fierce demeanor, the allure of her beauty remained undeniable, adding an unexpected charm to her threat. Chapter 41. Fire Needle. Su Yafu was not one to shy away. She swiftly removed her upper garments. As Qin Xiaolong beheld the breathtaking figure before him, he instinctively swallowed hard. Fortunately, being a seasoned observer, he managed to maintain his composure. Had he been a younger man, he might have succumbed to a nosebleed. Nevertheless, a rush of heat coursed through him. To stave off any inappropriate thoughts, he silently recited a calming mantra. Great Might Heavenly Dragon, Great Luo Mantra, Prajna Buddhas, Prajna Bama Hong. Under the influence of this incantation, Qin Xiaolong quickly subdued the turmoil within him. Sister, I will now commence your treatment. It may be somewhat painful, so please bear with it, he advised Su Yafu. Understood, she replied. For Su Yafu, enduring pain was a small price to pay if it meant eradicating her body odor. She would willingly endure anything. With that, Qin Xiaolong wasted no time. He retrieved several triangular needles, sterilized them, and skillfully inserted them into the acupoint's taichung. Shao Hai, and Ji Quan on Su Yafu's body. Afterward, he removed the needles, allowing 5 drops of blood to flow from each acupoint. The purpose of this bloodletting was to release the accumulated heat and toxins within Su Yafu, promoting the flow of vital energy and relieving blockages. Having completed the first step of treatment, he mixed starch with water to form a paste, which he then applied evenly to Su Yafu's armpits. Next, he crushed garlic into a paste, shaping it into discs approximately 3 millimeters thick. After a few minutes, the starch had dried naturally on Su Yafu's skin. Upon closer inspection, one would notice tiny holes on the surface of the starch. These represented the sweat glands, which would be the targets of Qin Xiaolong's next procedure. "Sister, I am commencing now," he announced before placing the garlic discs over the targeted areas. He then lit moxa sticks, applying them to the garlic discs, effectively heating Su Yafu's sweat glands. If a master of acupuncture were present, they would recognize that Qin Xiaolong was employing an ancient moxibustion technique known as garlic moxibustion. The earliest records of this method can be found in Gu Hong's work Emergency Prescriptions from the Elbow. In ancient times, garlic moxibustion was frequently used to treat abscesses, but few are aware that it is also remarkably effective for addressing body odor. This unique treatment method serves to invigorate the flow of vital energy and expel toxins from the body. Initially, Su Yafu felt little sensation, but as the heating continued, an uncomfortable tingling sensation akin to being bitten by ants began to arise, prompting her to emit a soft gasp in an effort to avoid disrupting Qin Xiaolong's treatment. She bit down on her teeth and clutched the bedsheets tightly. It is evident that Su Yafu possesses delicate skin and a refined demeanor, unmistakably resembling a pampered aristocrat. Initially, Qin Xiaolong anticipated her to voice her discomfort incessantly. Yet he was taken aback by her remarkable fortitude, as she refrained from uttering a sound throughout the ordeal. Such unwavering willpower would surely make many men feel embarrassed in comparison. Once the first moxa stick had burned out, Qin Xiaolong produced a second, continuing to stimulate her sweat glands. This cyclical process continued until he had utilized a total of 12 moxa sticks before he finally ceased. By that time, Su Yafu was drenched in sweat, her charming visage flushed with a rosy hue, and her breath coming in soft gasps, resembling someone who had just emerged from a fierce battle. "Xiaolong, is the treatment over?" Su Yafu inquired after catching her breath. The previous procedure had indeed been quite excruciating, and she had nearly faltered. "Not yet. There remains the most critical step. Shortly, I will insert a heated silver needle into your acupoints to help disperse stagnation and purify the body, thereby regulating your qi and blood. Only then can we eradicate your body odor entirely," Qin Xiaolong replied swiftly. "You intend to pierce me with a heated silver needle? Surely, you cannot wish for my demise." Su Yafu questioned, her face etched with concern, as this was her first encounter with such a treatment method. "Rest assured, this technique is known as fire needle therapy. Besides a minor discomfort during the procedure, it will not cause you any harm," Qin Xiaolong assured her, fully understanding her apprehensions. He was no charlatan. He was entirely confident in his ability to heal without inflicting injury. "Sister, you must not deceive me. For my education has been lacking," Su Yafu jested, though she couldn't shake the chill that accompanied the thought of a heated silver needle piercing her skin. "Fear not. Should anything go awry, I shall forfeit my life as restitution," Qin Xiaolong said with a smile. "Very well, I shall risk my life to accompany you, but should you deceive me, I will ensure you learn the meaning of regret," Su Yafu declared, her resolve firm as she had no alternative but to trust Qin Xiaolong. As the saying goes, actions speak louder than words. Without further elaboration, Qin Xiaolong took the silver needle and placed it over the alcohol lamp to heat it. Once the needle glowed a fiery red, he swiftly aimed for the center of Su Yafu's chest, the Runzhong acupoint. Even with prior mental preparation, Su Yafu instinctively recoiled in that instant. A wave of overwhelming sensations surged through her, leaving Qin Xiaolong momentarily dizzy. "Sister, please remain still. Your movement complicates my ability to treat you," he chided lightly, aware that fire needle therapy demanded precision. Any slight deviation could lead to grave consequences. "Ahem, it's just that I am frightened." "This is rather daunting," Su Yafu admitted, embarrassment coloring her cheeks. While she could endure pain, witnessing a heated silver needle approach her body was a terrifying visual experience that would unnerve anyone. "Then close your eyes and place absolute trust in me. Otherwise, I shall not proceed with your treatment," Qin Xiaolong stated plainly. Healing required cooperation between doctor and patient. Without Su Yafu's complete trust, even his exceptional skills would be in vain. "You can rest assured. I will not flinch," Su Yafu replied, closing her eyes, though though the slight tremor in her body betrayed her tension. "Take a deep breath and relax," Qin Xiaolong encouraged, speaking soothingly until her body began to ease. With a steady hand, he skillfully inserted the heated silver needle into her Ranzhong Su point. The moment the needle penetrated her flesh, Su Yafu felt as though her flesh were being sliced by a blade. It was a deeply penetrating pain. Nevertheless, she gritted her teeth and refrained from crying out. Observing this, Qin Xiaolong swiftly took 2 more needles, inserting them into her Ju Ke and Qi Min acupoints. The fire needle technique required exceptional skill. Each insertion demanded precise force and depth. For instance, the first needle at the Ranzhong acupoint required a depth of precisely 1.5 inches, while the Ju Ke and Qi Min acupoints required a depth of 2.5 inches. A slight error could lead from healing to harm. Continuing with this meticulous process, Qin Xiaolong systematically inserted additional needles into Su Yafu's Paiyu, Xinu, and Hun Min acupoints, among others. Before long, 18 silver needles adorned her chest and back. Initially, Su Yafu experienced unbearable pain, every inch of her body throbbing, but as time passed, waves of warmth began to circulate within her, creating a sensation that was both painful and pleasurable. After 10 minutes, Qin Xiaolong carefully withdrew the needles in the reverse order of insertion. "Is it over?" Su Yafu inquired eagerly once the last needle was removed. "Yes, it is complete. I will prescribe some medicine shortly. With a dual approach, I assure you that your body odor will permanently vanish within a week. You may even notice a marked improvement already. Feel free to test it." Qin Xiaolong nodded, confident in his methods. The combination of moxa therapy and fire needle treatment far surpassed the so-called advanced techniques of Western medicine. Su Yafu, curious, sniffed her underarm and noted a significant reduction in the odor. "Xiaolong, thank you." Overjoyed at the evident effectiveness of his treatment, Su Yafu embraced Qin Xiaolong and bestowed upon him a tender kiss. As the saying goes, a physician embodies the heart of a parent. Throughout the treatment process, Qin Xiaolong had remained wholly focused, yet now, with the stunning beauty in his arms, his steely resolve crumbled instantaneously. Fortunately, he was a man of principles. Otherwise, he feared he might have traded 3 years of his life for a moment of intimacy with Su Yafu. "Sister, please get dressed. I shall step outside," he said, unable to withstand the allure of the enchanting woman before him. With that, he made his way to the office outside. What a foolish lad, unaware of the fortune he possesses. Su Yafu chuckled softly to herself as she watched him depart. Countless suitors in Lin City coveted her beauty, many going to great lengths to win her favor, only to be rebuffed. Yet, here was Qin Xiaolong, in an extraordinary position to admire her beauty openly, yet he chose to leave. Were this to become known to other men, they would undoubtedly label him a fool. However, this only served to reinforce her burgeoning admiration for his character. In the office, Qin Xiaolong drank several glasses of water to quell the fire within him. Good heavens, this woman possesses an overwhelming allure. She must truly be the reincarnation of Su Daji, he mused internally. While he could maintain his composure in the presence of Mu Qiutong, who was breathtaking in her own right, Su Yafu presented a different challenge, flooding his mind with distracting thoughts that tested his self-control. Before long, Su Yafu emerged, fully dressed. "Xiaolong, come here," she beckoned, her demeanor playful. "What is it?" he asked, stepping closer. "Stay nearer." "I am not a monster," she teased, a smile gracing her lips. "You are far more fearsome than a monster." He thought silently. While he could resist the threat posed by a monster, Su Yafu was a siren, capable of ensnaring him with but a smile or a glance. Once Qin Xiaolong stood beside her. Su Yafu took a tissue and gently wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. "You've worked hard treating me for the past 2 hours, she said, her voice silky and sweet. "It is no trouble to serve the people," he replied with noble intent. "Haha, you truly are amusing," she laughed, her laughter blooming like a peony, captivating all who heard it. "Sister, this is the prescription I just wrote for you. Please have someone fetch the herbs. Take 1 dose each morning and evening. I will perform acupuncture again the day after tomorrow, and with the herbal treatment, your body odor should be completely eradicated within a week." Qin Xiaolong said, swallowing hard as he deftly shifted the topic. "You've worked hard today. I shall treat you to a grand meal. What would you like to eat?" Su Yafu inquired as she tucked the prescription away. "Let us save that for another time. My friend has been waiting for me outside, and I promised to treat him to a meal." Qin Xiaolong politely declined, having sent Lu Sanqi back to the village after completing his tasks in the kitchen. Though Yang Dazhu remained outside, waiting for him. "Very well, then I shall treat you next time you visit," Su Yafu said with a smile, as she too intended to step out. After bidding farewell to Su Yafu, Qin Xiaolong hurried downstairs to at that moment. Yang Dazhu was wholly engrossed in a game of honor of kings, oblivious to Qin Xiaolong's arrival. Who told you to park illegally? You've been fined. Qin Xiaolong playfully threatened Yang Dazhu. Startled, Yang Dazhu nearly stumbled over his words, but upon realizing it was Qin Xiaolong, his expression darkened. Stop fooling around. I'm in the middle of a game, he replied hastily. Refocusing on his screen, however, his momentary distraction led to his team's swift demise, and before long, their crystal was destroyed. Alas, it is all your fault. I've lost once again. I have now suffered 5 consecutive defeats. Yang Dazhu shot a disgruntled glare at Qin Xiaolong. It's merely a trivial game. Later, I shall assist you in achieving victory. Qin Xiaolong replied with a smile. Yang Dazhu enjoys gaming immensely, yet he falls into the category of being both inept and enthusiastic, struggling to ascend even to the starry glory rank in a game of honor of kings. Truly a liability. This is what you said. If you don't take me to the pinnacle of glory, I shall not let this matter rest. Having uttered these words, Yang Dazhu finally put away his phone. Subsequently, the two ventured to a nearby eatery, ordered a few dishes, and had a delightful meal before returning home. After finishing his bath, Qin Xiaolong was preparing for his training when he suddenly received a text message from Wu Jinlian. The message read, Xiaolong, I can't sleep. Come over and keep me company. Having pinned up a great deal of frustration from treating Su Yafu in the afternoon, Qin Xiaolong replied to Wu Jinlian and then stepped out. The following day, before the sun had risen, Qin Xiaolong stealthily returned home. As the cesspool of his family's latrine was overflowing, he willingly took on the grim task of cleaning it out. Around 9 o'clock, while Qin Xiaolong was busy, Yang Dazhu arrived at his house, gleefully carrying a black plastic bag. Xiaolong, come quickly. Look what I've brought you. Chapter 42. The contract of the hill curiosity piqued. Qin Xiaolong set down the 2 buckets and walked over. Is that a cow whip? He inquired tentatively. A cow whip? That's nothing. This is a donkey whip. Yang Dazhu exclaimed proudly. A donkey whip? Now that is indeed a fine item. Where did you procure it? Qin Xiaolong's interest was instantly ignited. As the saying goes, dragon meat is heavenly, while donkey meat is earthly. Those who have tasted donkey meat know it to be a delicacy, and donkey whip is a rare tonic that one might not even acquire with wealth. I went with my father early this morning to Mingao town to help a family slaughter a donkey, and I asked them for this. Initially, I intended to keep it for myself, but then I thought, you are always flirting with Lu Shangqiao, that charming widow. Who knows, you might end up sharing a bed one day. Thus, I brought this to nourish your body, Yang Dazhu said with a lewd grin. What nonsense are you spouting? I assure you, my relationship with Sister Shangqiao is entirely innocent. Qin Xiaolong rolled his eyes. Enough, don't feign innocence with me. I understand perfectly. After saying this, Yang Dazhu patted Qin Xiaolong's shoulder and then asked, So, what do you think? I wouldn't dare consume such a fine item myself. I brought it specifically for you. Am I not a good brother? Indeed, you are a good brother. I shall braise it for lunch. And we shall enjoy a couple of drinks together. Qin Xiaolong replied, It would be a waste for me to eat it now. You should keep it for yourself, however, when you next see Sister Shangqiao. Remember to lend me a hand and see if she could introduce me to her cousin, Lu Xiaowei. If we succeed, I promise to provide you with a set every month. Yang Dazhu continued. Damn, I knew your intentions were impure. You have your sights set on Lu Xiaozui? How shameless. Qin Xiaolong teased without reservation. Lu Shangqiao hails from the neighboring Huaqiao village. She has a cousin named Lu Xiaozui, with whom she shares a close bond, often visiting each other. The key is that Lu Xiaozui is quite beautiful, making Yang Dazhu's interest entirely understandable. What you say is outrageous. I have been a bachelor for over 20 years. Is it wrong for me to seek a wife? Yang Dazhu retorted defiantly. Then go speak to Sister Shangqiao yourself. Why bring it up with me? Qin Xiaolong said. Aren't you on good terms with Sister Shangqiao? Your words carry more weight than mine. Consider this a plea. Whether I find a partner this year relies entirely on you. Yang Dazhu said, his expression one of eager supplication. Given that you are somewhat sincere, I shall assist you in this endeavor, though I cannot guarantee success. Qin Xiaolong, having grown up alongside Yang Dazhu, would naturally not refuse no worries. As long as you convey my message, the rest I shall handle myself. Yang Dazhu hurriedly replied. He was not well acquainted with Lu Xiaozui, but if Lu Shangqiao were willing to play matchmaker, pursuing Lu Xiaozui would become considerably easier. If he still failed to win her over, he could only blame his own lack of ability. The two chatted a bit longer before Yang Dazhu returned home. After finishing lunch, Qin Xiaolong took 2 packs of cigarettes and 2 bottles of liquor that his father had bought, and together they headed to the home of the village chief, Qingguofu. Upon seeing the items Qin Xiaolong brought, Qin Guofu, who was drinking tea and watching television, immediately frowned. What does this mean? It's just a small token of appreciation. I hope the village chief will not take offense. Qin Xiaolong replied with a slight smile that no good deed goes unpunished. First, clarify your intentions, or I cannot accept your gifts. Qin Guofu replied coolly. He and Qin Xiaolong had always been at odds, and today Qin Xiaolong had come to offer gifts. If there were no ulterior motives behind this, it would be hard to believe. Village chief, I wish to contract the barren mountain on the eastern slope of our village. Could you grant me approval? Qin Xiaolong stated directly. Last night, Su Yafu informed him that he would be responsible for supplying poultry and livestock in the future. However, he understood that the existing livestock in their village would barely suffice for Dragon Court Restaurant's consumption for a month. Thus, he sought to take precautions and contract the barren mountain for farming to ensure a steady supply. Of course, his method of farming would still adhere to traditional free-range practices to guarantee the quality of the livestock. I am not belittling you, but even if I approve, can you provide the contracting fee? Qin Guofu smirked, a hint of disdain flickering across his face. Rest assured, as long as you approve, I guarantee the full contracting fee will be provided. Qin Xiaolong replied calmly. He was aware of Qin Guofu's contempt for him, but it didn't matter. Fortunes rise and fall, and soon enough, Qin Guofu would be looking up at him. The barren mountain on the eastern slope spans approximately 200 to 300 acres. There is hardly any yield from cultivating crops there. What purpose does it serve to contract it? Qin Guofu inquired with curiosity. I plan to engage in livestock farming. Once I earn profits, I can help our entire village prosper together. Qin Xiaolong did not conceal his intentions. You think you can earn money? I fear you'll end up with nothing left to your name. Qin Guofu scoffed without reservation. Whether I profit or not is no concern of yours. Village chief, simply state whether you can grant me the land. Qin Xiaolong maintained a calm demeanor, refusing to engage in a verbal duel with Qin Guofu. Of course, I can. Why would I refuse money for the village? Qin Guofu said mockingly. He held Qin Xiaolong in low regard and did not believe he could succeed. However, the eastern slope's barren land was indeed unproductive, and contracting it out would generate some income for the village. Making it a deal he couldn't refuse, then, please provide a price. Qin Xiaolong replied. The eastern slope's land is estimated to be about 260 to 70 acres. I 1T overstated. Let us calculate it at 200 acres, with a rental fee of 200 per acre per year. Guofu, your rental fee is excessively high. The village's fertile fields only charge 600 to 700 per acre annually. That barren land is of no use, and you demand 200 a year? Isn't that extortion? Qin Fugui interjected, unable to hold back. Guofu, I do not appreciate that comment. The mountain land belongs to our village collectively. Not just to my family. 200 a year is the rate set by the village committee, and I can only rent it to you at this price. Otherwise, others would accuse me of harming the collective interests of the village. Qin Guofu proclaimed grandly, Village chief, who doesn't he know you hold the most authority in our village? Your word is law. Who would dare challenge you? Given our family's impoverished status, could you please lower the rental fee? This way, I can afford the rent, and the village would gain additional income, a win-win situation. By the way, I just remembered that we have 2 packs of Furong Wang cigarettes lying around. I'll bring them over to you tonight. Qin Xiaolong, being quite astute, was well versed in the nuances of human relationships. After showering Qin Guofu with flattery, the village chief felt quite pleased. Chapter 43. The money-making influencer. Since you are genuinely interested in contracting, I shall lower the price a bit. It will be 150 per acre per year. This is the lowest I can go, so do not attempt to haggle further. Qin Guofu declared in a bureaucratic manner. He understood that aside from Qin Xiaolong, it was unlikely anyone else would wish to contract the eastern slope, so he felt free to lower the price a little. Thank you, village chief. Upon hearing that Qin Guofu had reduced the rental fee, Qin Xiaolong quickly expressed his gratitude. Although he held no affection for Qin Guofu, saving several tens of thousands of dollars with mere words was something only a fool would pass up. Do not be in such a hurry to thank me. I must inform you that if you truly intend to contract the eastern slope, the rental fee must be paid in advance for 3 years. As this is the village's rule and I cannot alter it, Qin Guofu continued. No problem. Qin Xiaolong was currently in possession of ample funds. Paying for 3 years in advance was no issue. Then let us proceed to the village committee to sign the contract. Qin Guofu stood up, simultaneously stowing away the cigarettes and liquor Qin Xiaolong had brought into a cabinet. Very well. Qin Xiaolong nodded. And just as he reached the door with Qin Guofu, they encountered Chen Wenbin returning with Chen Xiaoyu on a motorcycle. Xiaolong, what brings you to my home? Qin Xiaoyu asked in surprise. I came to discuss a matter with the village chief. Qin Xiaolong casually replied. What is there to discuss? Qin Xiaoyu continued to pry. Why are you asking so many questions? hurry home and wash your clothes. Chen Guofu waved his hand and said. He had always disapproved of his daughter having too much interaction with Qin Xiaolong. If you don't ask, then there's no need to be so fierce, Lu. Qin Xiaoyu playfully stuck out her tongue before heading home. Upon arriving at the village committee, Chen Guofu personally drafted a contract for leasing. According to the contract, the entire Dongpa area was to be leased to Qin Xiaolong for 250 acres, at an annual rent of 150 per acre. Qin Xiaolong would lease it for 30 years, with the requirement to pay 3 years rent up front, while future rents would fluctuate according to market rates. Take a look at this contract, and if you have no objections, just sign and leave your fingerprint, Chen Guofu said as he handed the contract to Qin Xiaolong. Naturally, Qin Xiaolong had no objections and promptly signed his name. Observing this, Chen Guofu took out his phone and dialed the village accountant Li Gangxian. Hello? Gangxian, come to the village committee for a moment and record this transaction. Village chief, I have something to do in town right now. Can I handle it when I return tonight? Li Gangxian replied on the other end of the line. What the hell are you doing running to town every few days? Do you still want to keep this accountant position? If you don't want it, I'll find someone else right now. Chen Guofu scolded directly. Just the day before, he had needed Li Gangxian for something, but Li Gangxian had claimed to be in town then as well, which had made him quite angry. Village chief. Please don't be upset. I'll head back immediately, Li Gangxian said, realizing the gravity of the situation. The village accountant could make quite a bit of money, and Li Gangxian was reluctant to give up this position. After calming Chen Guofu, he hurried back. Qin Xiaolong knew very well that Li Gangxian was undoubtedly heading to meet that vixen. This guy was a classic example of someone who didn't know how to appreciate his good fortune and deserved to be cuckolded. Fortunately, the town wasn't too far from Taoyuan village, and since Li Gangxian was riding a motorcycle, he returned in less than 10 minutes. Upon seeing Qin Xiaolong, Li Gangxian's expression immediately turned cold. What are you doing here? I've leased the eastern slope of our village and am waiting for you to collect the payment, Qin Xiaolong replied nonchalantly. Where did you get the money to lease the eastern slope? Li Gangxian raised an eyebrow in disbelief. What business is it of yours? Qin Xiaolong replied coolly. He and Li Gangxian had already fallen out, so there was no need to be polite. Enough with the nonsense. Quickly issue a receipt to Qin Xiaolong for the amount stated in the lease contract, Chen Guofu urged impatiently. Hearing this, Li Gangxian glanced at the contract and was stunned to see that Qin Xiaolong needed to pay a total of 112,500 over 3 years. Even for him, that was an enormous sum, and he could hardly believe that Qin Xiaolong could come up with it. However, after providing Qin Xiaolong with the village committee's bank account, Qin Xiaolong promptly transferred the full amount without hesitation. As he received the notification of the transaction, Li Gangxian was momentarily dumbfounded. He never expected Qin Xiaolong to possess such a substantial sum. Nevertheless, Qin Xiaolong offered no explanations to Li Gangxian, taking the lease contract and receipt before heading home with his father. So, Xiaolong, did the village chief lease the eastern slope to you? Liang Jing, who had been waiting at home, quickly inquired upon seeing Qin Xiaolong return. It went smoothly. Qin Xiaolong replied with a slight smile. That's great. From now on, let us all work hard together as a family. I want to see who dares to look down on us. Liang Jing proclaimed emphatically. Qin Xiaolong had previously discussed the leasing of the barren mountain with his parents, and had they been approached about it in the past, they would have certainly disagreed. However, things were different now. Their son had become successful and was capable of earning money, so they unconditionally supported him. She believed her son would surely achieve great things and bring honor to the Qin family. Mom, rest assured, soon everyone in the village will have to curry favor with us, Qin Xiaolong replied with a smile. After chatting a bit longer with his mother, Qin Xiaolong went to Lu Shangqiao's house to discuss Yang Daju's interest in her cousin Lu Xiaozue. Had it been anyone else, Lu Shangqiao would have certainly refused to help. But with Qin Xiaolong, it was entirely different. She readily agreed to do her best to assist Yang Daju. After leaving Lu Shangqiao's house, Qin Xiaolong headed straight for Dongpa to conduct an on-site inspection. He had already planned to transform Dongpa into a farm over the next few days, and once it was scaled up, he could easily find several hotels to profit from. After completing his investigation, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Just as Qin Xiaolong was planning to return home for a shower, he happened to stop by Zhao Erlu's house. There, he saw a burly man wearing a large gold chain, distributing stacks of cash to several villagers in front of him, among them his father, Qin Fuguai. At that moment, his father was dressed in a very tattered outfit, with messy hair and a dirty face. Beside the man with the gold chain stood 2 other men and a woman, one of whom was clearly live-streaming on her phone, indicating that these individuals were all internet celebrities. Hey folks. You see, I, Dong Dazhuang, always keep my promises. I've donated all the reward money I received to these impoverished households. I hope everyone supports me, Dong Dazhuang, so I can continue my charitable work and spread love further. The man with the gold chain proclaimed loudly into the camera, "Fellow viewers, as Chinese people, we don't deceive each other. If anyone wishes to show their kindness, feel free to private message us or directly reward us in the live stream. I thank you all on behalf of these families in need." Another man next to the gold chain guy chimed in. Soon, gifts began pouring into the live stream. "Thanks to my brother, Yisheng Xiaoyao, for the airplane donation. You're amazing, big brother. Thank you to Chunzhou Guanjie brother, for the rocket. You're incredible, wow. Thanks to Hushu First Handsome, for the treasure map. You're awesome, I bow to you." The treasure map was worth 5,000. And the man with the gold chain immediately knelt down to express his gratitude. Chapter 44. Expose fellow viewers, let us see those gifts. Every cent and every dollar is love. Dong Zhuang encouraged viewers to shower him with gifts, claiming that anyone who did would become a CEO and marry a beautiful rich woman. The expression on his face was entirely that of a digital beggar. Simultaneously, another man quietly pulled Qin Fugui and several villagers aside, demanding that they return the 1,000 yuan they had just received, handing them each a jug of peanut oil instead. Witnessing this scene, Qin Xiaolong was instantly reminded of a news report he had seen before. The report detailed how a few internet celebrities pretended to be charitable, distributing money to impoverished households, only to later retrieve it, leaving behind a token of goodwill as a distraction. Qin Xiaolong truly did not expect such a thing to occur in their own village. "Hey, you deceitful scammers, exploiting others' kindness to swindle money, don't you have any shame?" Qin Xiaolong was not a saint, but these internet celebrities profiting from others' goodwill were a cancer to society, and he felt compelled to expose them, not for any other reason, but to ensure that those with genuine goodwill would not feel disheartened. "Who the hell are you? Mind your own business." Zhang Chang shot Qin Xiaolong a disdainful glance. His tone haughty that "I am your uncle." Qin Xiaolong retorted even more arrogantly, lifting his leg and kicking Zhang Chang to the ground. "Damn it, I'll kill you," Zhang Chang roared, scrambling to his feet, ready to retaliate. However, before he could reach Qin Xiaolong, he found his arm caught in a vice grip on the other side. Seeing his underling being assaulted, Dong Dong's expression darkened. "Kid, let Zhang Chang go," Dong Dazhuang shouted as he approached. "Let him go, no problem. But first, you need to apologize to the viewers in the live stream and tell them how you've been scamming money." Qin Xiaolong sneered, "Don't slander me. I, Dong Dazhuang, have always acted with integrity and have never deceived anyone," Dong Dazhuang proclaimed with feigned righteousness. "Viewers, look, an unknown hater has appeared out of nowhere, trying to smear Brother Dazhuang. What do you think we should do?" The female influencer holding the phone immediately turned the camera towards Qin Xiaolong, labeling him as a hater right from the start. "Brother Dazhuang, take him down. I'll send you rockets. Let the haters die." Brother Dazhuang is doing good deeds, yet he gets blackened. Some people are really both stupid and malicious. Looks like a good show is about to unfold. Beer, melon seeds, and bottled water are on sale. Haha, Dong Dazhuang is inherently shady. Does he even need to be blackened? As Qin Xiaolong made his entrance, the barrage of comments in the live stream surged dramatically. Unaware of the live stream's atmosphere, Qin Xiaolong took a bold step forward and snatched the phone from the influencer. "Viewers, these people are all scammers. They were just putting on a show for you, and if you don't believe me, you can ask these so-called impoverished households." As the scheme was about to be uncovered, Dong Dazhuang rushed forward to reclaim his phone, but Qin Xiaolong effortlessly sent him sprawling to the ground. "What are you all standing there for? Hurry and grab the phone," Dong Dazhuang bellowed angrily. The others snapped back to reality and charged at Qin Xiaolong, but in an instant, he had taken them all down. "Viewers, this man is my father. Let him tell you how Dong Dazhuang conducts his so-called charity." Qin Xiaolong once again directed the camera towards his father, Qin Fugui. At this moment, Qin Fugui appeared somewhat bewildered. Yet he candidly replied, "These city folks asked us to pretend to be impoverished households. We don't have to do anything. We merely need to cooperate with their live broadcast. They have already reclaimed the 1,000 yuan they gave us earlier. But in return, they provided us with a jar of oil as compensation." After uttering these words, Qin Fugui deliberately shook the bottle of peanut oil in his hand. "Did you all hear that? These scoundrels are merely exploiting your goodwill. Please, do not send them any more gifts." Qin Xiaolong then addressed the viewers in the live stream. "Damn it, that dog Dong Dazhuang. Refund the money? Haha, I said all along that Dong Dazhuang was scamming you. And you all scolded me. Now you see who the fool is, don't you? Report this trash streamer. He must be permanently banned." Upon discovering the truth, a wave of outrage surged among the netizens. Thankfully, this was through the internet. Had it been in reality, a single spit from each person could have drowned Dong Dazhuang and his companions. Seeing his objective achieved, Qin Xiaolong finally tossed the phone back. Brothers, do not believe him. He is clearly trying to smear my name. Dong Dazhuang picked up his phone, still attempting to defend himself, but no one believed him anymore, as the barrage of insults flooded the screen. Moreover, due to the collective wrath of the people, the number of reports grew too numerous, and soon the official Tiger Fish live-streaming platform banned his channel. As the saying goes, severing one's financial resources is akin to killing one's parents. Witnessing his live stream being shut down, Dong Dazhuang was instantly consumed with rage. Grab your weapons, let's take him down. Dong Dazhuang, originally a thug, refrained from using violence during the live stream, but now that his channel was banned, he had no reservations left, rallying a few of his lackeys to rush towards a nearby Toyota Land Cruiser, with one of them brandishing a steel pipe, charging at Qin Xiaolong. Despite the murderous intent emanating from the group, Qin Xiaolong remained unfazed, even feeling a hint of amusement. After all, this was his territory. These outsiders clearly had never experienced the harshness of society. Dad, step back a bit, don't get hurt. After advising his father, Qin Xiaolong confidently approached Dong Dazhuang and his companions. In his presence, they were nothing more than insignificant pests. Within a minute, they were all lying on the ground. Hey, why aren't you shouting Brother 666 anymore? Qin Xiaolong teased Dong Dazhuang with a smile. Today, I concede defeat, but wait for me. I will definitely avenge this grudge. Dong Dazhuang glared at Qin Xiaolong with venomous eyes. Fine, I'll be waiting. Qin Xiaolong disdainfully replied and immediately dialed the police. Soon, officers from the town's police station arrived, arresting everyone for disturbing the peace. The next day, Qin Xiaolong awoke early, fulfilling his promise to deliver the poultry needed by Longting Grand Hotel to the back kitchen before 6 o'clock. Upon entering Su Yafu's office with the receipt, he was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Su Yafu would be donned in a sheer, translucent nightgown. Beneath the fabric, her alluring silhouette was tantalizingly visible. Enough to captivate anyone's soul. Sister Su, why are you wearing a nightgown in the office? Qin Xiaolong gulped before asking. I specifically wore this for you. What do you think? Does it look good? Su Yafu beckoned him with a finger, flashing a seductive smile. Not only Qin Xiaolong, a young man brimming with vigor, but even the most ascetic monks would likely falter in her presence. Sister, please don't tease me. Otherwise, if I commit a crime, you can't blame me. Qin Xiaolong replied with a wry smile. Although Su Yafu's demeanor was playful, Qin Xiaolong understood all too well that if he dared to lay a finger on her, the consequences would be dire. Haha, you are quite adorable. Su Yafu chuckled before explaining. Yesterday, our Longting Hotel officially opened, and business was overwhelming. I ended up spending the night here without having time to change before you arrived. But consider this a reward for your hard work. No other man has the chance to see me in a nightgown. Thank you, Sister Su, for being so kind to me. Although Qin Xiaolong was visually gratified, the inability to partake was a torment of a different kind. Come, you need to give me acupuncture again. I have many things to attend to today. Su Yafu ceased her teasing and led him into the hidden bedroom behind the bookshelf. After washing his hands, Qin Xiaolong began the acupuncture treatment for Su Yafu, just as he had done the previous afternoon. An hour later, the session concluded. Sister, may I use your restroom? Qin Xiaolong inquired after putting away the silver needles. You're not telling me you can't resist and want to go relieve yourself, are you? Su Yafu joked. Of course not. I just urgently need to use the restroom. Qin Xiaolong replied, visibly uncomfortable. Only Su Yafu had the audacity to share such risque jokes. If it were any other woman, she would likely be too embarrassed to utter a word. No worries. Even if you were truly going to relieve yourself, I wouldn't look down on you. It's quite normal. Just be careful. A little indulgence is pleasurable, but excess can lead to peril. Su Yafu continued to jest with Qin Xiaolong. Faced with the audacious charm of Su Yafu, Qin Xiaolong found himself at a loss for words and hurriedly headed to the restroom. Xiaolong, come quickly. As he was relieving himself, he suddenly heard Su Yafu's shrill scream. Qin Xiaolong, fearing something was amiss, rushed out without even zipping up. What's wrong, sister? He asked anxiously. Xiaolong, my armpits suddenly smell fragrant. What could be happening? Su Yafu said, visibly anxious. Let me check. Qin Xiaolong approached her and sniffed under her armpit, and indeed, a faint, delightful aroma wafted through the air. The scent was uniquely intoxicating, stirring a primal urge within him. Xiaolong, what is going on? Did you accidentally mess something up during the treatment? Su Yafu asked. Her brow furrowed with concern. Sister, you've hit the jackpot. My acupuncture just inadvertently activated the scent-producing gland in your body. From now on, you shall be like the fragrant concubine of legend. Qin Xiaolong replied with a chuckle. Wait, clarify that. How did I become the fragrant concubine of legend? Su Yafu asked, bewildered. In the human body, there exists a mysterious gland known as the scent-producing gland. The legendary fragrant concubine emanated a natural fragrance because this gland was activated. However, this gland is enigmatic. Unless one encounters a significant opportunity, even deities would struggle to locate it. Yet once activated, a woman's body will continuously produce a captivating scent, beneficial in countless ways without any harm. It not only enhances a woman's allure but also nourishes her beauty, purifies her essence, prolongs youth, and is truly a rare gift. Qin Xiaolong explained rapidly. The fragrance produced by the scent gland closely resembles a girl's virgin scent. Yet such occurrences are exceptionally rare, almost 1 in a million. So, does that mean we should throw a banquet to celebrate? Su Yafu exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, this matter deserves a celebration. I suspect you will soon become the most beautiful woman in the world. With all other women standing aside in your presence, Qin Xiaolong replied with a grin. Thank you, Xiaolong. This is all you're doing. I truly adore you now. Previously burdened by body odor, Su Yafu had to drench herself in perfume whenever she stepped out, fearing detection. However, thanks to Qin Xiaolong, not only had he eradicated her body odor, but he had also transformed her into a woman akin to the legendary fragrant concubine. Even though she was usually composed, she couldn't help but feel as giddy as a child at this moment. Sister, didn't you say that if I cured you, you would fulfill any request of mine? Is your word still valid? Qin Xiaolong pivoted the conversation. Of course, it stands. Speak. What do you desire? Su Yafu responded promptly. I don't have many demands. Just let me have you as my wife, Sister Su. A smile danced on Qin Xiaolong's lips. In truth, he was merely jesting. He knew full well that Su Yafu could never harbor any romantic feelings for him. You little rascal, you have quite the audacity to covet my affection. Do you believe I want to have someone chop you up for fertilizer right now? Su Yafu said, a playful smirk gracing her lips. Sister, you were the one who said I could have any request. You can't go back on your word. Qin Xiaolong argued resolutely. Fine, as long as you're not afraid of death. Come and try. Su Yafu replied nonchalantly. Gazing at the enchanting Su Yafu before him, Qin Xiaolong felt a surge of warmth rise within him, resulting in an unexpected nosebleed. Damn, how embarrassing, he thought, rushing to the restroom without a second thought. While behind him, Su Yafu's melodious laughter echoed. After splashing cold water on his forehead for 3 to 4 minutes, Qin Xiaolong finally managed to stop the bleeding. However, as he stepped out of the restroom, Su Yafu playfully called out to him again. Hubby, come quickly. Let me help you cool off. Sister, I'm sorry. Please don't tease me anymore. I truly can't handle it, Qin Xiaolong pleaded. With Su Yafu's alluring charm, if she continued to provoke him, he would surely transform into a beast. Chapter 46. The Toxic Miasma. I am not jesting. I have indeed agreed to be your wife. Come quickly, my husband, for I am eagerly awaiting your affection. A smile danced upon Su Yafu's lips as she deliberately cast a flirtatious glance at Qin Xiaolong. Wait. I merely uttered that in passing. I cannot possibly have the fortune of marrying someone as beautiful as you. Sister Su, Qin Xiaolong replied with a wry smile. What, are you already abandoning me so soon? You truly are a heartless scoundrel, Su Yafu pouted, her innocent demeanor making Qin Xiaolong wish to devour her whole. Yet, he ultimately restrained himself. Sister Su, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Here is today's receipt. Remember to transfer the money to me. Having said this, Qin Xiaolong hastily departed from Su Yafu's small bedroom. Little rascal, you may escape the monk, but you cannot evade the temple. I shall make you kneel and sing conquer sooner or later, she mused, observing Qin Xiaolong's retreating figure, a charming smile gracing her lips once more. After meeting with Yang Dazhu, Qin Xiaolong did not rush home but instead headed to the automobile city. Although there were numerous car brands available, he ultimately spent 58,000 to purchase a Wuling van. The reason was simple. The Wuling van is durable, and he need not fret over minor scratches and dents while transporting goods. Besides, this vehicle was merely a temporary measure. Once he earns a substantial fortune, he is certain to upgrade to a luxury car. With the assistance of the 4S shop staff, Qin Xiaolong managed to obtain his license plate by noon that very day, after which he drove his new car back to the village. Witnessing their son's new purchase, Liang Jing and her husband felt a swell of pride, their posture straighter than ever. After all, their family's only four-wheeled vehicle previously was a tractor. Now that they owned a new car, they could finally become the envy of others. After a brief respite at home, Qin Xiaolong took his father to the town to procure materials necessary for constructing the farm, spending nearly 20,000 in total. Upon transporting these items back to the village, he recruited a dozen laborers and commenced a comprehensive renovation of the east slope he had contracted in the past. Qin Xiaolong's family lived in poverty, and many in the village looked down upon them. However, now that he had cleared the family's debts in a short span of time, purchased a car, and contracted land, the villagers' attitudes towards the Xiaolong family had noticeably shifted. They praised Liang Jing for raising a fine son and sought to ingratiate themselves with him. Of course, among them were those envious souls, spreading malicious rumors that Qin Xiaolong had become a gigolo to amass wealth. Qin Xiaolong knew well who was behind these rumors, those who could not bear to see others prosper, and he paid them no mind. After all, his family's fortunes would only continue to improve, and those detractors would soon lose even the right to provoke him. The following morning, after leaving his father behind as a supervisor, Qin Xiaolong ventured into the mountains once more. He intended to harvest the remaining iron-skinned dendrobium in the valley, which he estimated could yield around 100,000. This sum would be sufficient to kickstart his breeding plan. With no time to waste, Qin Xiaolong arrived at the valley before 9 o'clock. He diligently collected the iron-skinned dendrobium, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of nearly picking money off the ground. After toiling for over half an hour, he was preparing to take a break when he noticed a strange yellow mist wafting through the valley. However, he quickly discerned that this was not mist but a toxic miasma. As he looked further, he spotted the scattered remains of animals at the base of the valley, resembling a macabre graveyard. A sight that was truly shocking. Approximately 10 meters away from the carcasses, a patch of black bracken thrived. The bracken is renowned in rural areas as a universal antidote, and due to its presence, the toxic miasma remained confined to the valley and did not spread outward. Go think there exists such a toxic miasma. Thankfully, I did not wander in. Otherwise, I would have met an untimely demise. Reflecting on the miasma before him, Qin Xiaolong felt a surge of relief. The numerous bones scattered about were enough to ascertain that this miasma was indeed highly poisonous, and as a mere mortal, he was not immune to toxins. Just as he was about to leave, a faint, exotic fragrance suddenly wafted into his nostrils. This scent was subtle yet invigorating, prompting Qin Xiaolong to halt and gaze deeper into the miasma. An ancient adage states that perilous lands often conceal rare treasures. He felt an intense intuition that within this miasma lay some extraordinary treasure, the fragrance likely emanating from it. After a moment of hesitation, he resolved to delve deeper into the toxic miasma to uncover its secrets. Qin Xiaolong swiftly descended from the hillside to the valley floor, arriving beside the patch of black bracken. He gathered a substantial handful of bracken and tore a strip of fabric from his clothing, using it to create a rudimentary gas mask by applying the crushed bracken to one side. With all preparations complete, he donned the makeshift mask and ventured into the miasma. The further he progressed, the more animal carcasses littered the ground, and the miasma thickened. Fortunately, the bracken proved its worth as a universal antidote. After filtering through it, Qin Xiaolong experienced no discomfort. Following the valley's path, he finally came to a stop after traveling nearly 100 meters. There, on a hillside, grew an exceedingly peculiar plant. Its body was a deep brown, the stem adorned with sharp thorns, and its leaves were covered in green nodules, resembling an enchanted toad. However, the most astonishing feature was the vibrant flower blooming atop its stem. Radiating a spectrum of colors, the exotic fragrance permeating the air originated from this seven-colored flower. After a moment of astonishment, Qin Xiaolong exclaimed in realization. According to the legacy of knowledge, the seven-colored flower is a heavenly wonder. Before it blooms, it is highly poisonous to the touch. However, once it blossoms, it transforms into a miraculous antidote capable of neutralizing all toxins. Furthermore, the seven-colored flower possesses numerous other extraordinary properties, its value immeasurable by mere currency. To think I would encounter such a legendary flower. It seems fortune has truly smiled upon me. Qin Xiaolong. At that moment, Qin Xiaolong felt more exhilarated than if he had won $1 billion in the lottery. He understood that even in ancient times, the seven-colored flower would draw throngs of people eager to seize it, and its appearance would inevitably incite chaos. Yet here he was, fortuitously stumbling upon it. The sensation of such a windfall was utterly delightful. Chapter 47. A bounty of 2,000. However, the blooming of the seven-colored flower is fleeting, lasting only 1 hour. Once its flowering period concludes, it wilts rapidly, and when it will bloom again is a mystery. Qin Xiaolong dared not linger, swiftly using his sickle to extract the entire plant. According to his inherited knowledge, the sap from the root must be dripped onto the petals to ensure maximum potency. Otherwise, over time, the seven-colored flower would lose all value. After applying the sap to the petals, they immediately ceased releasing their fragrance, their vibrant colors fading into dullness, losing their previous brilliance. An hour later, once the seven-colored flower had fully dried, Qin Xiaolong carefully stored it away. He chuckled to himself, "What a tremendous fortune I have amassed today." At this moment, Qin Xiaolong was positively beaming with pride, his grin nearly crooked. However, he recognized the wisdom of an age-old adage: a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure can bring him misfortune. He knew he must keep his acquisition of the seven-colored flower a closely guarded secret, lest it invite danger upon him. After calming his emotions, Qin Xiaolong swiftly departed from the toxic valley. At this point, he was no longer interested in harvesting other herbs, and he loaded up the remaining iron-skinned dendrobium before descending the mountain. Upon arriving home, it was precisely noon. Xiaolong, why are you home so early today?" Liang Jing was surprised, having anticipated her son's return in the afternoon. "Today was fortuitous. I managed to gather 2 bags of iron-skinned dendrobium, so I returned ahead of schedule," Qin Xiaolong casually explained. "Haha, we've struck it rich," Liang Jing exclaimed upon seeing the 2 large bags filled with iron-skinned dendrobium. "All right, hurry and prepare some noodles for our son." Qin Fuguwei chimed in. "Understood," Liang Jing replied cheerfully as she headed to the kitchen, soon returning with a large bowl of egg noodles for Qin Xiaolong. After a long day of running around the mountains, he was famished and eagerly devoured the noodles. After finishing his meal, Qin Xiaolong deliberately found a piece of white cloth to wrap the seven-colored flower, hiding it in a secret spot at the back of the wardrobe. He then took out his phone and called Mu Qiutong. "Hello, Qiutong. I've gathered another batch of iron-skinned dendrobium. When can you send someone to collect it?" Qin Xiaolong inquired as soon as the call connected. "I'll come personally to pick it up," Mu Qiutong promptly replied. "The last batch of iron-skinned dendrobium was of exceptional quality. Before I even had the chance to produce iron-skin maple candy, it was snatched up by old clients," she continued. "Can you manage a cash transaction this time? This batch is worth around 120,000, plus the other herbs I've collected. The total value should be approximately 140,000. Qin Xiaolong discussed with Mu Qiutong. He intended to continue purchasing livestock that afternoon, but many of the older villagers did not use mobile payments and required cash. If Mu Qiutong brought cash, it would save him a trip to the town to withdraw money. "That's no problem. I'll finish up my current tasks and head over to you shortly," Mu Qiutong immediately agreed. "All right, I'll wait for you at home." After replying, Qin Xiaolong hung up the phone. Due to the heat, he stepped outside, intending to buy a few bottles of chilled beer from the village store. However, just as he reached the doorway, he halted. To his dismay, he noticed that his newly purchased wooling van had been marred with deep scratches along both sides, exposing the primer beneath. "Damn it, who is the beast that scratched my car? I curse you to be hit by a car the moment you step outside," Qin Xiaolong yelled angrily at the sides of the street. Although the wooling van was inexpensive, it was still his brand new vehicle, and to have it defaced in less than a day was intolerable, even for someone as good-natured as Qin Xiaolong. "Xiaolong, what's going on?" Liang Jing, who was preparing for an afternoon nap, hurried out upon hearing Qin Xiaolong's curses. "My car has been scratched," Qin Xiaolong replied, suppressing his fury. "Which scoundrel would do such a thing? Scratching our car is no small feat." Seeing the deep scratches on the vehicle, Liang Jing felt a pang of sorrow. It was midday, and the street was deserted, leaving Qin Xiaolong unable to ascertain who had vandalized his car. Nevertheless, he was not going to let it go that easily. He headed straight to the village committee. At that moment, the women's director, Ma Dongmei, was on duty. After exchanging pleasantries with her, Qin Xiaolong proceeded to the broadcasting room. "Hello, fellow villagers of Taoyuan. This is Qin Xiaolong. Just now, my car was scratched by someone. Whoever provides me with information that leads to the culprit will receive a reward of 2,000 yuan," Qin Xiaolong announced through the loudspeaker. With no surveillance cameras in the village and his car lacking an onboard camera, identifying the perpetrator seemed impossible. Thus, he resorted to publicly offering a reward at the village committee, convinced that he would unearth the miscreant. After making the announcement 3 times, Qin Xiaolong returned home to await the news patiently. Approximately 10 minutes later, a villager named Chenlu arrived at their home. "Xiaolong, is it true that you'll give 2,000 yuan for any lead?" Chenlu directly inquired. "If your information is credible, I will pay that. I have the money ready," Qin Xiaolong replied, revealing 2,000 yuan in cash. "While I was returning from the fields today, I happened to see Zheng Dayong's son, Zheng Pengcheng, loitering near your car. holding a stone. Although I didn't witness him in the act, this kid has a reputation for mischief, so I suspect he might be the one who scratched your car. Qin hurriedly divulged his findings. Zhang Pingqing, damn it. So it's that little rascal again. Qin Xiaolong cursed, instantly identifying the suspect in his mind. Zhang Pingqing, spoiled by his grandmother, was notoriously bold. Unlike others who would sneak around to scratch his car under the cover of night, he would dare to do so in broad daylight. Xiaolong, please don't let Wangpa know that I tipped you off, or that old hag will surely come to cause a ruckus at my place. Chunlu added, rest assured, I won't betray you. Here's your money, Qin Xiaolong said, handing the 2,000 yuan to Chunlu before seizing a willow branch and heading to Zhang Pingqing's house. At that moment, Zhang Pingqing was in the yard playing a mobile game. Upon seeing Qin Xiaolong enter, he bolted like a mouse fleeing from a cat. However, he was no match for Qin Xiaolong, who swiftly captured him. Grandma, save me, Grandma, help! Zhang Pingqing screamed as he was caught. Inside the house, Wang Po was asleep, but upon hearing her grandson's cries, she rushed out. Qin Xiaolong, let go of my grandson, Wang Po shouted, charging towards him. Qin Xiaolong ignored her and began to strike Zhang Pingqing with the willow branch. It hurts, Grandma, save me, Zhang Pingqing cried out in agony. Wang Po watched in despair. Qin Xiaolong, release my grandson. She pleaded, attempting to pull him away, but as an elderly woman, she was no match for Qin Xiaolong's strength. Seeing this, she raised her hand to scratch his face. Qin Xiaolong swiftly dodged, causing Wang Po to stumble and fall. You little rascal, tell me, did you scratch my car? Qin Xiaolong asked coldly. I didn't do it. I didn't scratch your car, Zhang Pingqing insisted stubbornly. Stubborn as ever. Without hesitation, Qin Xiaolong struck him a few more times with the willow branch. In desperation to save her grandson, Wang Po dashed to the kitchen and grabbed a kitchen knife. Qin Xiaolong, if you hit my grandson again, I'll kill you, she threatened fiercely. Wang Po, your grandson scratched my car, and I must teach him a lesson today, Qin Xiaolong replied sternly. I didn't scratch his car, Grandma, help me, Zhang Pingqing cried. I don't care whether he did or not. You must release him, Wang Po seethed. Her eyes filled with fury, as if she wished to devour Qin Xiaolong whole. Seeing that the old woman was still unreasonable, Qin Xiaolong sneered and continued to strike Zhang Pingqing ruthlessly. Ah! Zhang Pingqing screamed in pain. While Wang Po's eyes nearly bulged out of her head, I'll kill you, you bastard, she roared, raising the knife and lunging at Qin Xiaolong. Unfazed, Qin Xiaolong smirked, and at the last moment, he swept in to disarm her, simultaneously delivering a slap that left Wang Po dizzy. I'll ask you one last time. Did you scratch my car? If you don't tell the truth, I swear I'll beat you to death, Qin Xiaolong threatened with a fierce glare. It was me. It was me. Please don't hit me again. I know I was wrong, Zhang Pingqing finally confessed. Having harbored resentment since the last time Qin Xiaolong punished him, he had secretly scratched Qin Xiaolong's car today. Thinking no one would find out, to his surprise, Qin Xiaolong arrived so quickly, and even his grandmother couldn't save him. He had no choice but to confess. Upon hearing Zhang Pingqing's admission, Qin Xiaolong struck him a few more times before finally letting him go. Qin Xiaolong, you truly lack humanity. Pingqing is just a child. How can you be so cruel? Wang Po lamented, nearly in tears at the sight of her grandson's bruised backside. Wang Po, I am merely helping you educate your grandson. If he dares to scratch my car today, he will surely grow up to be a menace, Qin Xiaolong replied coldly. Zhang Pingqing was a classic case of a delinquent child. If he was not reprimanded, he would undoubtedly become a social scourge in the future. My grandson doesn't need your discipline. You will face retribution for this, you beast. Wang Po spat venomously. Just then, the commotion attracted the attention of neighbors, who gathered around Wang Po's house. Qin Xiaolong did not hold back and recounted how Zhang Pingqing had scratched his car. Upon learning it was Zhang Pingqing, the villagers showed no sympathy. Many even wore expressions of schadenfreude. As Wang Po and her grandson had a notorious reputation in the village for their arrogance, and the villagers often felt powerless against them. Today, seeing Qin Xiaolong, a formidable figure, punish Zhang Pingqing, brought them a sense of satisfaction. Let this matter end here. If there is a next time, I won't hesitate to break your grandson's legs. Having vented his frustration, Qin Xiaolong decided against demanding compensation from Wang Po, leaving her with this stern warning before returning home, leaving Wang Po wailing over her grandson's plight. Around 1:30 p.m., a Mercedes-Benz G-Class pulled up in front of Qin Xiaolong's house. A young man quickly exited the vehicle. Excuse me, is this Qin Xiaolong's residence? The young man loudly inquired. Hearing someone call his name, Qin Xiaolong stepped outside. Who are you? He asked the stranger. Are you Qin Xiaolong? the young man asked. I am. What is the matter? Qin Xiaolong replied. Upon this, the young man rushed back to the Mercedes and opened the door, respectfully addressing a plump man who emerged from the vehicle. Zhao, this is Qin Xiaolong, he announced. Soon, a stout man with slicked-back hair stepped out. I am Zhao Weifeng, the general manager of Yongkong Pharmaceuticals. I've come to discuss a business deal with you, the overweight man said, looking down at Qin Xiaolong with an air of arrogance. I'm not sure what business you wish to discuss, Mr. Zhao, Qin Xiaolong replied calmly, maintaining his politeness. I hear you have a batch of ironclad dendrobium to sell. Sell it to me. Money is no object. As he spoke, Zhao Weifeng gestured, and the young man beside him promptly opened a case filled with stacks of cash. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao, but I've already promised to sell the ironclad dendrobium to Ms. Mu. Qin Xiaolong politely declined. He had no idea how this man learned about his ironclad dendrobium, but he had already committed to selling it to Mu Qiutong and would not go back on his word. All right then, if it's just about the money, Ms. Mu is offering 2,000 yuan per pound. I can raise the price to 2,200 yuan per pound for you. If you agree not to sell any more herbs to Ms. Mu, I can also offer you an additional 50,000 yuan, Zhao Weifeng proposed, his attitude dripping with condescension. No one would willingly turn their back on money, and Qin Xiaolong was no exception. However, the tone of this person was exceedingly uncomfortable, treating him as if he were a mere servant. Qin Xiaolong would rather forego some profit than engage in business with him. I'm sorry, but I will only sell my ironclad dendrobium to Mu Qiutong. Qin Xiaolong firmly declined Zhao Weifeng. You little brat, don't push your luck. If you anger our President Zhao, you will regret it. The young man immediately pointed at Qin Xiaolong. Be quiet. I'm speaking to your master. What qualifications does a dog like you have to bark here? Qin Xiaolong had always believed in reciprocation. If one treated him with respect, he would return it tenfold. Given the poor attitude of the person before him, Qin Xiaolong felt no need for courtesy. Chapter 49. He is my friend. Who the hell are you calling a dog? The young man, mocked by Qin Xiaolong, instantly erupted with anger. Of course I'm talking about you. You lack even the slightest self-awareness. It seems you truly are a foolish dog, Qin Xiaolong replied without any hint of politeness. You're asking for death. The young man cursed loudly and prepared to strike Qin Xiaolong. Zheng Lin, hold off for now, Zhao Weifeng intervened, then looked at Qin Xiaolong with an arrogant demeanor. You just want to raise the price, don't you? Go on, tell me how much you want for those ironclad dendrobiums. This has nothing to do with money. I've already promised to sell them to Mu Qiutong. If you want them, you'll have to buy them from her, Qin Xiaolong replied, his expression unchanging. Seeing Qin Xiaolong's blatant refusal, Zhao Weifeng finally lost his patience. Kid, I'm asking you one last time. Are you sure you want to sell? I want to sell, so quit your rambling and get out. Qin Xiaolong waved his hand, issuing an unequivocal dismissal. Zhao Weifeng, who fancied himself above others simply because he had a bit of money, treated Qin Xiaolong as if he were a servant. Such people had always left a sour taste in Qin Xiaolong's mouth. Not only was he untroubled by the thought of selling the ironclad dendrobiums, but even if no one wanted them, he wouldn't sell them to this man, even to feed pigs. President Zhao, this filthy farmer is clearly asking for trouble. How about I teach him a lesson first? Zheng Lin said with a fierce expression. I'm going for a smoke. Do whatever you want, it's none of my business. With that, Zhao Weifeng walked to the back of his imposing vehicle. If Zheng Lin hadn't understood Zhao Weifeng's intention before, he certainly did now. A mere farmer dared to act arrogantly in front of President Zhao. Clearly, he was unaware of the consequences of his actions. Zheng Lin walked over to Qin Xiaolong, a sinister grin on his face, ready to slap him. However, before he could land a hit, Qin Xiaolong seized his wrist, twisting it sharply behind his back, then, with a swift kick to his leg. Zheng Lin fell to his knees with a thud. Ouch! Zheng Lin cried out in agony. Now, tell me how many eyes the king of horses has? Qin Xiaolong asked, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, clearly amused. Let me go, or I swear I'll kill you. Zheng Lin gritted his teeth, trying to endure the pain. Still acting tough. It seems you really lack a taste of reality, Qin Xiaolong scoffed. Stepping on Zheng Lin's back and forcing his face into the dirt in an instant, dirt filled Zheng Lin's mouth as he struggled to rise. But Qin Xiaolong was like a mountain, pressing him down with overwhelming force. Meanwhile, Zhao Weifeng, who had been smoking by the vehicle, returned, expecting to see Zheng Lin victorious. Instead, he was shocked to find Zheng Lin pinned to the ground. You scoundrel, let Zheng Lin go. Zhao Weifeng shouted angrily, pointing at Qin Xiaolong. You think I'll let him go just because you said so? Do you take me for your father, to follow your commands? Qin Xiaolong mocked without restraint. You re-courting death, Zhao Weifeng, accustomed to throwing his weight around in the city, was enraged by the audacity of this mere farmer. He clenched his fists and lunged at Qin Xiaolong in response. Qin Xiaolong delivered a kick that sent Zhao Weifeng flying. Ironically, as he landed, his face met a pile of dog excrement, a perfect demonstration of the phrase "a dog eating shit." "President Zhao, are you hungry?" Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but tease. However, Zhao Weifeng, now covered in filth, had no mind to retaliate against Qin Xiaolong. He quickly removed his expensive suit, which cost thousands, to wipe his face, then opened the trunk of his car. Pouring bottled water on himself, repeatedly, "You little brat, I swear I'll kill you." Fueled by vengeance, Zhao Weifeng pulled out a golf club, ready to strike again. Yet, he was no match for Qin Xiaolong. With one swift move, Qin Xiaolong brought him down to the ground. "Take your filthy money and get lost. If you dare to provoke me again, I'll ensure you don't leave Taoyuan village." Qin Xiaolong kicked Zheng Lin aside, his demeanor one of disdain. Although Zhao Weifeng was a big boss in the city, Qin Xiaolong was no pushover. Moreover, a powerful dragon does not tread on the domain of a local snake. Zhao Weifeng was foolish to challenge him at his doorstep, and it would take a monumental lapse in judgment to act so recklessly. Seething with anger, Zhao Weifeng was aware that continuing the fight would only lead to further humiliation. Just as he was about to leave with Zheng Lin, a Porsche and a delivery truck rolled up. As the doors opened, a pair of enticing long legs stepped out, followed by a breathtakingly beautiful face. "Zhao Weifeng, what brings you here?" Mu Qiutong frowned upon seeing the disheveled Zhao Weifeng. "President Zhao wanted to buy my ironclad dendrobiums, but after being refused, he became enraged and attempted to strike me. Unfortunately for him, he overstepped his bounds, and I had to treat him to some local specialties." Qin Xiaolong replied with a smile that barely concealed his sarcasm. "Just keep laughing. One day you'll find yourself in tears." "Zheng Lin, let us go." Zhao Weifeng, humiliated, called for his subordinate and prepared to leave. "Wait." At that moment, Mu Qiutong suddenly called out to him. "Zhao Weifeng, Qin Xiaolong is my friend. You'd best not lay a hand on him, or I won't hold back." Mu Qiutong's expression turned icy as she warned Zhao Weifeng. She understood that Qin Xiaolong's conflict with Zhao Weifeng was intricately linked to her, and she couldn't stand idly by. "Ha! You think I'm afraid of you? Just wait. One day, I'll make you kneel before me like a dog." Zhao Weifeng retorted coldly before storming off. What a scoundrel. Watching Zhao Weifeng leave, Mu Qiutong couldn't help but curse under her breath before turning back to Qin Xiaolong. "Xiaolong, if Zhao Weifeng bothers you again, let me know. I'll help you deal with him." "All right," Qin Xiaolong replied, though he didn't take it to heart. After all, he was a man and wouldn't hide behind a woman for protection. Mu Qiutong inquired further about how the conflict with Zhao Weifeng arose, and Qin Xiaolong recounted the events without reservation. "It seems we have an insider planted by Zhao Weifeng in our Shengda Hall. Otherwise, he wouldn't have shown up at your home before us. Lao Chu, you need to dig deep and find out who this mole is," Mu Qiutong instructed her companion. "Chu Heng." "Understood." Chu Heng replied promptly. Next, Qin Xiaolong weighed the ironclad dendrobiums he had just harvested, totaling 128 pounds. Tio thanked Qin Xiaolong for not breaching their agreement. Mu Qiutong raised the purchase price to 2,200 per pound. Including some other herbs, the total came to 298,000, and Mu Qiutong handed over 300,000 directly. "Xiaolong, here's a total of 500,000. 300,000 is for the herbs, and the remaining 200,000 is an advance payment," Mu Qiutong said, handing Qin Xiaolong a password-protected case. Chapter 50. The Yellow Weasel's Gratitude giving me an advance of 200,000. "Aren't you afraid I'll run off with the money?" Qin Xiaolong asked with a smile. "Not at all. I believe you are not that kind of person." Mu Qiutong shook her head. She was confident in her judgment of character, believing Qin Xiaolong was not the type to betray trust for petty gains. With that trust, I'll only sell my herbs to you from now on," Qin Xiaolong declared with a grin. Though Mu Qiutong clearly hailed from a wealthy family, she treated him as an equal, displaying none of the airs of a rich young lady, which made him feel at ease. Thus, even if someone offered a higher price, he would still choose to do business with Mu Qiutong. Upon hearing this, Mu Qiutong felt a wave of relief wash over her. She wouldn't have to worry about encountering situations like Zhao Weifeng's again. After a brief exchange, Mu Qiutong suddenly pulled out her phone and opened her photo album. "Xiaolong, do you know what this herb is? This must be the ascending immortal herb, right?" Qin Xiaolong glanced at it and asked. Yes. This is indeed the ascending immortal herb. I can't believe you recognized it at a glance," Mu Qiutong exclaimed, clearly astonished. The ascending immortal herb was a rare and nearly extinct herb, one that even many seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners might not recognize. Yet, This humble farmer was able to name it effortlessly, which truly surprised her. Hee, I once stumbled upon an ancient medical book that had it listed, so I remembered it. Qin Xiaolong casually fabricated an explanation. Indeed, Yu Qiutong harbored no doubts about Qin Xiaolong. She continued, Xiaolong, the next time you venture into the mountains to gather herbs, please keep an eye out for the ascension herb. If you manage to find it, I can offer you 1 million. TSK, 1 million for a single herb. You truly are quite extravagant. However, I fear the ascension herb may have long been extinct. Where would I even begin to search for it? Qin Xiaolong replied. The ascension herb was once quite common in ancient times, but it had nearly vanished from existence decades ago. The ascension herb has not yet been eradicated, according to the information I received. About 5 years ago, someone found it on Wulong Mountain. Since you frequently hike up there, perhaps fortune will smile upon you, and you may stumble upon another. Yu Qiutong urged eagerly. Very well, if I find it, I will call you, but do not hold out too much hope. Wulong Mountain is vast, stretching over 100 miles. The odds of finding a single ascension herb amidst the expansive wilderness are likely lower than winning 5 million in the lottery. Thus, even if Qin Xiaolong could scour an entire peak in half a day, he could not guarantee that he would possess the sheer luck required to locate the herb. Never mind, if it proves too elusive. Then so be it. Yu Qiutong understood well the difficulty of finding the ascension herb. Otherwise, she would not have offered such an exorbitant price. After exchanging a few more words with Qin Xiaolong, she took her leave. To enhance his chances of discovering the ascension herb, Qin Xiaolong made another trip to the village committee, using the only printer in the village to print out images of the herb, which he then plastered all over the village. Anyone who could procure the ascension herb for him would receive 500,000. As this news spread, the entirety of Taoyuan village erupted into a frenzy, with groups of villagers rushing to Qin Xiaolong's home to inquire about the authenticity of the claim. Once it was confirmed that Qin Xiaolong was Brother Hao, you may not be aware, but Xiaolong has now become a boss, supplying poultry and livestock to the Longting Grand Hotel, and he also assists a local businessman in procuring medicinal herbs. He earns in a day what we make in a month. Yang Sanchi remarked with abundant flattery. In the past, Qin Xiaolong's family was impoverished, and the villagers looked down upon them, but ever since he became a supplier, he has become the object of many people's flattery, with many addressing him as Boss Qin upon meeting. Don't listen to Sanchi's nonsense. I'm merely making a modest income, Qin Xiaolong said with a smile. Come on, Xiaolong, don't be so modest. I'm certain that within a year, you will undoubtedly become the new tycoon of Taoyuan village, and Qin Depeo will have to step aside. Yang Sanchi continued his praise. Well, Xiaolong, you've made it big. Whenever you're free, take your brother Hao along so I can share in the wealth. Chen Wenhao said half-jokingly. Brother Hao, please don't belittle me. I'm really just making a modest living, unlike you, who sits in an office every day with a high salary. How comfortable that must be, Qin Xiaolong quickly replied. Chen Wenhao is one of the few college graduates from their village, having worked in the city since graduation. According to Chen Xiaoyu, he earned 12,000 a month last year. A bona fide white-collar worker, already preparing to settle down in the city, rarely returning to the village except for holidays. If you think your life is tough, then what about us? If you're living worse than a dog, then we might as well find a block of tofu to throw ourselves against. Yang Dazhu interjected, unable to hold back. Let us drop it. No more talk of this, Chen Wenhao said, changing the subject as he casually chatted with Qin Xiaolong. After finishing breakfast and settling the bill, Qin Xiaolong inquired, Brother Hao, where are you headed? Do you need me to give you a ride? No need. I live not far from here. Chen Wenhao declined Qin Xiaolong's kind offer, hesitating before saying, Xiaolong, could we have a word in private? Sure. Qin Xiaolong nodded and followed Chen Wenhao to a corner ahead. Xiaolong, could you lend me some money? I have an urgent need, Chen Wenhao said, looking troubled. How much do you need to borrow? Qin Xiaolong asked. 30 to 50,000, depending on how much you can spare, Chen Wenhao replied. Why do you need to borrow so much? Qin Xiaolong inquired, somewhat puzzled. My girlfriend is pregnant. It's an ectopic pregnancy, and she must undergo an abortion. I haven't saved much money in the past 2 years, which is why I thought of borrowing from you. Would that be convenient? Chen Wenhao said with a somber expression. Does it really require that much money for an abortion? Also, why not ask your family for help? I believe Uncle Guofu wouldn't refuse you money in this situation. Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but question. He wasn't unwilling to lend Chen Wenhao money, but their relationship had always been rather ordinary. Aside from Chen Xiaoyu, they certainly weren't at a level where they could casually borrow tens of thousands from each other. Moreover, Chen Wenhao was a city white-collar worker, and his father was the village chief. A few tens of thousands should be a trivial matter for them. Go be honest, my girlfriend's family is poor, and my father has always looked down on her. I spent all my earnings on her father's medical bills, and eventually, my father forced us to break up. If I were to borrow money from my father now, he would surely suspect that we are back together, and with his temperament, he would surely try to break us apart again. That's why I wouldn't ask him for help unless absolutely necessary. Chen Wenhao explained bitterly. Oh, I see. Well then, would 30,000 be sufficient? Upon understanding the circumstances, Qin Xiaolong's doubts dissipated, replaced by a sense of shared suffering. After all, Chen Guofu had always looked down on him as well, often forbidding Chen Xiaoyu from speaking to him, which made their meetings feel clandestine. Thank you, Xiaolong. Chen Wenhao expressed his gratitude as soon as he learned that Qin Xiaolong was willing to lend him money. No need to be polite. You are Xiaoyu's brother, so helping you is only right, Qin Xiaolong replied with a smile. Chen Wenhao then provided his bank account number, and Qin Xiaolong promptly transferred 30,000 to him. Xiaolong, I know you have feelings for my sister Xiaoyu. Rest assured, when I return home, I will have a serious talk with my father to ensure that you two can be together. Chen Wenhao said gratefully after receiving the money. Then I shall thank Brother Hao, Qin Xiaolong replied with a smile, though he did not expect Chen Wenhao to be able to assist him in any meaningful way. After all, he was also in a precarious situation himself. The two exchanged a few more words before parting ways. Qin Xiaolong did not rush home. Instead, he took young Dazhuang to Shilinzi village, which is about 8 miles from their village. Although both villages belong to Wuyang town, Taoyuan village is a poor, remote area, while Shilinzi village is exceedingly affluent. In this village, many homes are 2 to 3-story villas, and over half the families own cars. Shilinzi village is renowned as the wealthiest village in Wuyang town. The villagers became prosperous primarily through early ventures as contractors, and as relatives and friends joined in, the wealth gradually spread throughout the village. Today, the village boasts a diverse range of businesses, and Qin Xiaolong's visit was to procure chick seedlings. Before long, Qin Xiaolong arrived at Ling Guodong's chicken farm. Ling Guodong had previously been a street vendor selling chick seedlings. But as his business grew, he contracted an entire hill for chicken farming over a decade. It is said that he now raises tens of thousands of chickens, earning him the title of the Chicken King. Young man, what brings you here? Ling Guodong asked, standing up from his tea as Qin Xiaolong entered his office. Boss Lin, I would like to purchase some chick seedlings. Could you let me know your prices? Qin Xiaolong stated directly. Are you looking for broilers or native chickens? Broilers are cheaper, regardless of gender, priced uniformly at $2.50 each. Native chickens are a bit pricier, $4 for males and $5 for females. If you're buying in bulk, I can offer a discount, Ling Guodong replied. I'll take native chickens, 3,000 males and 3,000 females. What discount can you offer? Qin Xiaolong inquired. Upon hearing it was a significant order, Ling Guodong immediately regarded it with more seriousness. How about I offer you a 2 discount, Boss Lin? That is hardly a discount at all. We are both fellow villagers. Please give me a better price. Let's say a 30 discount. Qin Xiaolong negotiated with Ling Guodong. He wasn't short on cash, but he figured it was worth trying to save a bit. Impossible. If I give you a 30 discount, I'd be losing money. You might as well snap my neck, Ling Guodong joked. Come on, you can do better than that. This isn't a one-time deal. As long as the quality of your chicks is good, I'll definitely be looking to establish a long-term partnership with you. Qin Xiaolong continued to negotiate. Business is tough these days, but since you've brought it up, I can give you a bit more. How about a 10 discount? This is the lowest I can go. You can ask around, only my regular customers get this rate. Ling Guodong considered. Boss Lin, let us skip the 10 and go for 12. It's a lucky number after all, Qin Xiaolong suggested with a smile. Ah, you really know how to negotiate. Fine, we'll settle at 12. I won't make any profit on this deal, but let us call it a friendship, Ling Guodong conceded with a resigned smile. Thank you, Boss Lin. Rest assured, I will come back to you for chick seedlings in the future, Qin Xiaolong replied promptly. He understood that Ling Guodong's claim of not making a profit merely meant he would earn less. But he chose to overlook it. Could you take me to see the chick seedlings? Qin Xiaolong shifted the topic. Of course, Ling Guodong responded, leading Qin Xiaolong to a semi-open chicken coop at the back of the farm. Generally, village chicken coops are hastily built in corners, but Ling Guodong's coop was clearly of a higher standard, featuring a lawn and a flowing water channel, and it was very clean. Unlike some coops that reeked of filth and were littered with waste. All the native chickens I sell are hatched from eggs sourced from various villages, ensuring they are pure native breeds. Furthermore, the chicks are fed organic vegetables and our own homegrown millet and drink spring water. Additionally, we have staff cleaning the coop daily. You won't find better quality chicks in Wuyang town, let alone in the entire Lin city. Ling Guodong proudly pointed out the chicks in the coop. Your chickens indeed look impressive, lively, and energetic, and no wonder you are called the Chicken King, Qin Xiaolong complimented with a smile. He had only heard about Lin Guodong's excellent chicken-raising skills before, but seeing it for himself today confirmed the title was well-deserved. Following this, Lin Guodong personally helped Qin Xiaolong select the chicks, providing 3,010 of each gender, with the extra 10 as a complimentary gift. Afterward, Qin Xiaolong took a tour of Lin Guodong's chicken farm. In addition to raising free-range chickens, Lin Guodong also cultivates a significant number of broiler chickens, which can be harvested in just 40 days at a notably lower price of merely 18 yuan per bird. Many fast food establishments and vendors selling roasted chickens from carts primarily utilize these types of chickens. However, Lin Guodong himself has stated that he refrains from consuming them due to the numerous hormones mixed into their feed. In contrast, the area near the mountains is populated exclusively with free-range native chickens, which are priced nearly 10 times higher than the broilers, at 50 yuan per gene. Assuming an average weight of 3 gene per chicken, each would cost around 150 yuan. Yet, the higher price is justified. These native chickens are fed grains produced within the village and drink fresh spring water, while also foraging for insects and herbs in the mountains. With a minimum growth period of 1 year, if Lin Guodong were to sell them for any less, he would indeed struggle to sustain this flock. Considering the daily hassle of collecting native chickens from the village, Qin Xiaolong promptly placed an order for 2,000 chickens from Lin Guodong, who assured him that he would deliver them whenever needed with just a phone call. By the way, Boss Lin, does your village have ducklings or goslings for sale? Qin Xiaolong casually inquired as he was about to leave. Yes, Huang Laosan from our village specializes in raising them. I'll take you there, Lin Guodong replied enthusiastically, leading Qin Xiaolong to Huang Laosan's place. Qin Xiaolong spent over 20,000 on the chicks and another 20,000 on the ducklings and goslings, totaling nearly 50,000 yuan, prompting him to reflect on how money seemed to flow like water. Nevertheless, he felt no remorse. After all, this was an investment, and once these chickens, ducks, and geese matured, he anticipated earning several times his original expenditure. Subsequently, Lin Guodong and Huang Laosan delivered the poultry to Qin Xiaolong's village. Mom, is Dad still at Dongpa Farm? Qin Xiaolong asked his mother, Liang Jing, who was busy tending to the vegetable garden in front of their home. He is, Liang Jing replied, glancing at the truck behind her. Xiaolong, what did you buy this time? I purchased chicks, ducklings, and goslings, and I'll be sending them directly to Dongpa for free-range farming. Qin Xiaolong responded, oh my goodness. Why did you buy so many? Liang Jing exclaimed, taken aback by the truckload of chicks. Dongpa is so vast. Wouldn't it be a waste of resources to not diversify? Qin Xiaolong smiled, saying, if we're going to do this, we might as well do it big, Mom. I can't chat right now. I need to deliver the chicks to Dongpa. With that, Qin Xiaolong prepared to leave. Wait a moment, Liang Jing called out, hurrying to his side and whispering, Xiaolong, I need to tell you something. This morning, Qin Depeo announced over the loudspeaker that he is also starting to buy medicinal herbs. And he is offering prices higher than ours by a few jiao. It seems he is deliberately trying to steal our business. Is that so? Qin Xiaolong's brows furrowed upon hearing this. Qin Depeo was the wealthiest person in Taiyuan village, and if he were to compete directly with him, Qin Xiaolong was uncertain if he could prevail. Oh, you think we should raise our prices as well? Otherwise, the villagers might start selling their herbs to Qin Depeo. Liang Jing asked with concern. Although a few jiao increase per gene may not sound significant, for the villagers, every extra jiao counts, and if this continued, they might not receive any herbs in the future. Don't worry, I'll go over to Qin Depeo's house and see what he's up to, Qin Xiaolong assured her before hastily heading to Dongpa. In stark contrast to Lin Guodong's luxurious chicken coop, his own setup appeared rather shabby, merely a simple shelter constructed from color-coded steel plates, yet it sufficed to protect the chicks from the elements. He intended to raise them in a free-range manner. Thus, there was no need for extravagant facilities. As for the responsibility of raising the chickens, Qin Xiaolong entrusted it to his parents, who were seasoned farmers that, of course, he planned to hire a few additional workers from the village, as it would be too taxing for just his parents to care for thousands of chickens, ducks, and geese. After lunch, just as Qin Xiaolong was about to visit Qin Depeo, his phone suddenly rang. It was Chen Xiaoyu's brother, Chen Wenhao, on the line. How Gu, what can I do for you? Qin Xiaolong inquired as he answered the call. Xiaolong, my girlfriend's father has suddenly suffered a stroke and is in critical condition. Could you lend me 30,000 yuan? I promise to repay you with interest when I have the funds, Chen Wenhao said urgently. Sure, I'll transfer it to you right away, Qin Xiaolong replied without hesitation. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he promptly sent the 30,000 yuan, grateful that he had recently earned a considerable amount. Otherwise, he would have struggled to gather such funds previously, after an outpouring of thanks. Chen Wenhao hung up, and Qin Xiaolong made his way to Chen Depeo's home. The wealthiest individual in Taiyuan village, Qin Depeo's residence was undoubtedly the most grandiose. A 3-story villa. A Mercedes-Benz was parked outside. Albeit the entry-level model, it still cost several $100,000. A luxury few in Taoyuan village could afford. Baby, I've missed you so much. Tonight, I'll come to find you, and we'll have a grand showdown. Qin Depeo's son was engaged in a video call, spouting flirtatious remarks. All right, tonight I'll drain you dry, the woman on the other end replied. Qin Xiaolong, where's your dad? Qin Xiaolong asked as he entered the house. Upon seeing Qin Xiaolong, Qin Xiaolong's expression darkened instantly. Damn, why dad isn't home? Don't give me that nonsense. Your dad's car is still outside, Qin Xiaolong retorted. Qin Depeo was the sort who relished showing off. He would undoubtedly drive his Mercedes-Benz when going out, and with the car still parked, it was evident he hadn't left. I told you. He is not home if you want to find him. Come back later, Qin Xiaolong replied impatiently. Having failed to win Qin Xinshua's heart, Qin Xiaolong bore a grudge against Qin Xiaolong and was not inclined to treat him kindly. Qin Depeo, this is Qin Xiaolong. I have business with you, Qin Xiaolong stated, bypassing any small talk. Before long, a man with a goatee, an aquiline nose, and hair slicked back with wax emerged from the house. This was none other than Qin Depeo, the wealthiest man in Taoyuan village. Despite his polished appearance now, over 20 years ago, he was just a petty hoodlum. It was uncertain what stroke of luck he had encountered, but he suddenly became wealthy, leading to his current status. What do you want, Qin Xiaolong? Qin Depeo asked as he stepped into the courtyard. Qin Depeo, as the wealthiest man in Taoyuan village, what does it mean for you to compete with me for business? Are you deliberately trying to undermine me? Qin Xiaolong directly challenged. You're absolutely right. I am indeed trying to sabotage you. What can you do about it? Qin Depeo replied with a smirk, his words dripping with arrogance. You're free to raise your prices, but does that mean I can't do the same? You don't genuinely believe you have me cornered, do you? Qin Xiaolong retorted defiantly. Then go ahead and raise your prices. As long as you dare to, I'll raise mine too. I'm curious to see who will still sell medicinal herbs to you in the future. Qin Depeo shot back. Is this really entertaining for you? In the end, neither of us will make any profit. Qin Xiaolong frowned. He had a 10% profit margin, allowing for a 10% price increase, but if Qin Depeo exceeded that, he would no longer be able to continue raising prices. After all, he was in this business to make money, not for charity. Rest assured, I have big backers supporting me, so I'm guaranteed to profit, Qin Depeo said with a grin. Do you think those big bosses are fools? Who would buy your medicinal herbs if the prices exceed the market rate? Qin Xiaolong scoffed. It seems you still don't comprehend my point. To be frank, there are individuals who do not wish for you to succeed. I am merely a hired hand, Qin Depeo replied, still smiling. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaolong's brow furrowed. He initially thought Qin Depeo was merely competing with him, but it was evident now that there were deeper motives at play. Although he had made numerous enemies in the village, even the village head could not sway Qin Depeo. After a moment of contemplation, a sudden realization struck Qin Xiaolong. Was Zhao Weifeng who put you up to this? Wasn't he it? He asked abruptly. Well done, you guessed correctly. It seems you're not as foolish as I thought, Qin Depeo admitted readily. That scoundrel must not truly believe that by stealing my medicinal herb business, he will escape unscathed, Qin Xiaolong thought, his eyes glinting with cold resolve. He had learned from Mu Qiutong that Zhao Weifeng was the chief competitor of their Shengde Hall, and the two had been embroiled in a long-standing rivalry. Zhao Weifeng had always sought to absorb Shengde Hall, and currently, a crucial client of Shengde Hall was in need of a batch of pure wild dendrobium, which had prompted Zhao Weifeng to rush over to steal that batch and subsequently the client. However, he had not anticipated Qin Xiaolong's rejection, leading to their enmity. What Qin Xiaolong hadn't expected was that within a day, Zhao Weifeng would enlist Qin Depeo to target him, showcasing his vengeful nature. Zhao said that taking your medicinal herb business is just the first step. He has plenty of ways to ruin you in the future unless you personally go to Zhao to apologize and beg for forgiveness. Otherwise, he will ensure your life is more miserable than that of a stray dog, Qin Depeo said with a malicious grin. He is the wealthiest man in the village, commanding a level of respect that even the village chief, Qin Guofu, must concede to him. However, this thorn in the side, Qin Xiaolong, has never shown him the slightest regard, and the disdain has long been mutual. He has merely refrained from taking action until now. The situation escalated further when Qin Xiaolong rejected his son's marriage proposal, deriding him as a toad yearning for a swan's flesh, which deepened his animosity towards Qin Xiaolong. Thus, when Zhao Weifeng approached him, their interests aligned perfectly, leading to the current scenario of vying for business against Qin Xiaolong. Convey my message to Zhao Weifeng. It would be wise for him to refrain from provoking me again, or I assure you, he will come to regret it. Qin Xiaolong has never shied away from confrontation, especially now that he has received the inheritance of an immortal. He is even less intimidated by Zhao Weifeng. Very well, I shall relay your words verbatim to Director Zhao. Chen Depeo replied with a mocking expression, his gaze upon Qin Xiaolong akin to that of a fool. Without further ado, Qin Xiaolong departed from Chen Depeo's residence. What a fool, thinking he can contend with Director Zhao. He truly does not know the meaning of danger. Once Qin Xiaolong had left, Chen Depeo's face broke into a chilling smirk. Dad, who is this Director Zhao you mentioned? Chen Xiaohui inquired, brimming with curiosity. The owner of Yunкong Pharmaceuticals, a man of immense wealth. Crushing Qin Xiaolong would be as effortless as squashing an ant. It is laughable that this brat dares to threaten Director Zhao. He is truly oblivious to his own peril, Chen Depeo replied. Has Qin Xiaolong offended such a significant figure? Isn't he doomed? Chen Xiaohui remarked. Without a doubt, he is a prominent player in the city. Eliminating your father would be a mere word from him, let alone Qin Xiaolong, that insignificant brat, Chen Depeo scoffed. Heh, once Qin Xiaolong is finished, I will certainly have my fun with Qin Xianxue. I shall make her my slave. Chen Xiaohui said with a lecherous grin, having long coveted Qin Xianxue's beauty, but refrained from acting due to his fear of Qin Xiaolong. If Qin Xiaolong were to be eliminated, no one would stand in his way. You wretched boy, your mind is perpetually filled with thoughts of women. Can't you muster some ambition? Chen Depeo scolded, exasperated. Heh, I learned from the best. With a father like you as a role model, how could I not end up this way? Chen Xiaohui responded, unabashedly proud. His father, Chen Depeo, was notorious for his lechery, having taken advantage of numerous women in the nearby villages due to his wealth. Naturally, Chen Xiaohui had been influenced by his father's behavior from a young age, resulting in his current debauched demeanor. Enough of your frivolousness. I advise you to learn the business ropes from your second uncle. I do not wish for the family business to crumble in your hands. Chen Depeo warned sternly. Understood. I will diligently learn from my second uncle. You can look forward to enjoying the fruits of your labor. Chen Xiaohui quickly assured him. As the saying goes, a man strives for dignity while a Buddha seeks incense. After leaving Chen Depeo's residence, Qin Xiaolong promptly raised his prices by 5%. Consequently, his purchasing price surpassed Chen Depeo's. Additionally, he informed his mother that should Chen Depeo increase his prices again, they would follow suit, but only by another 5% at most. Qin Xiaolong was willing to forego profit but would not engage in a losing venture. Subsequently, Qin Xiaolong returned to the mountains. Given that his destinations were often remote and seldom traveled, he found it considerably easier to gather medicinal herbs than other villagers. However, he disregarded any herbs priced below 21 per pound, focusing solely on the more expensive premium varieties. Before he knew it, dusk had settled. Qin Xiaolong hoisted his gathered herbs and began his trek back along the dried riverbed. Midway through his journey, he stepped on a stone, only to discover it was unexpectedly soft, prompting him to halt in surprise. Quickly returning to the stone, he prodded it with his sickle, then sliced into it, as the cut revealed tender white flesh. Qin Xiaolong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 55. The Dog and Woman in the Cornfield. Haha, what a treasure! Qin Xiaolong exclaimed, elated. The treasure, known as Tai Sui, also referred to as meat Ganoderma, is an ancient and mystical organism. The specimen he inadvertently stepped on had a pristine white surface, both tender and elastic, showcasing exquisite fibrous textures. This was indeed a premium variety. White Tai Sui? Legend has it that Tai Sui can grant immortality. While that may be an exaggeration, its ability to prolong life is certainly true. Moreover, within Qin Xiaolong's inherited memories, there exists a recipe for refining pills using Tai Sui as a medicinal guide. Estimating the weight of the white Tai Sui he found to be around 30 pounds. Qin Xiaolong surmised that such a hefty specimen must be at least a millennium old. The medicinal value of white Tai Sui far surpasses that of other varieties, and should he choose to sell it, numerous buyers would compete for it, easily fetching several million. However, he had no intention of selling it. His plan was to take it home and refine it into a medicinal pill to present to his grandfather and parents. Particularly for his grandfather, whose health had been declining with age, consuming a pill made from Tai Sui could rejuvenate him, potentially restoring a decade of vitality. Suddenly, a wolf's howl echoed in Qin Xiaolong's ears. Judging by the sound, the wolves were several kilometers away, yet he dared not linger and quickly stuffed the Tai Sui into a snake skin bag, making his descent down the mountain, the foot of the mountain. As he passed a cornfield, a flicker of light caught his attention, vanishing moments later. Who on earth is working in the cornfield at this hour? Qin Xiaolong mused curiously. Before long, a series of suggestive sounds emanated from the cornfield. As an experienced individual, He recognized precisely what these sounds indicated. After a brief internal conflict, Qin Xiaolong could not resist setting down his bag and stealthily approaching the source of the sounds. After traversing approximately 10 meters, he halted. The cornfield lay trampled in a large swath, revealing a man and a woman engaged in compromising activities. Although the moonlight was not particularly bright, Qin Xiaolong immediately recognized the man as Li Mingtiao, the village's security chief, and the woman as Wang Shufan, his brother Li Xingli's second wife. My goodness, these two are entangled together. Li Mingtiao truly has no shame, Qin Xiaolong thought in astonishment. Wang Shufan, committing adultery in the cornfield with Li Mingtiao. Had this transpired 30 years prior, they would likely have faced severe consequences. Even now, if word of this affair spread, they would undoubtedly face scorn from the community. Tao Gu, you must let me go. What if someone sees us? Wang Shufan expressed her concern. See what? It's the dead of night. Only a fool would wander into a field, Li Mingtiao replied nonchalantly, completely oblivious to the pair of eyes watching them intently from the shadows. Unaware that Qin Xiaolong had recorded their indiscretions. With this incriminating evidence, I shall see if Li Mingtiao dares to act arrogantly in front of me again. Qin Xiaolong felt a surge of satisfaction as he finished recording the video. Li Mingtiao, emboldened by his position as the village security chief, had become increasingly brazen, even resorting to violence against Qin Xiaolong's father in the past. The lawlessness exhibited by the Li brothers in the village was largely due to Li Mingtiao's backing. Now, with this video in hand, Qin Xiaolong had effectively seized Li Mingtiao as Achilles' heel. Should Li Mingtiao dare to be boastful again, he would expose the video, and it would likely cost Li Xingli dearly. To avoid detection, Qin Xiaolong quietly slipped away, as though he had never been there at all. Xiaolong, Qin has raised the price of medicinal herbs again. Now, no one is selling to us, Liang Jing hurriedly informed him upon his return. Not a problem. We can simply refuse to buy. I have no interest in those meager offerings, Qin Xiaolong replied indifferently. Having the ability to earn several thousand in a single day by foraging herbs? With luck, he could even find rare varieties worth tens of thousands. Thus, he felt no need to continue competing with Chen Depeo. I believe Chen Depeo is intentionally trying to hinder our family's prosperity. It's truly despicable, Liang Jing said, a hint of anger in her voice. Let him do as he pleases. You and my father should focus on managing the farm in due time, relying solely on the farm. We should be able to earn several million annually, Qin Xiaolong reassured his mother. Currently, the farm only housed chickens, ducks, and geese, but he intended to introduce other livestock in the future. With proper management, making money would be exceedingly simple. You are right, Xiaolong. If Qin Depeo wishes to be a medicinal herb merchant, we shall let him have it, Qin Fuguwei chimed in. Yes, for now, that is all we can do, Liang Jing acknowledged, realizing they could not compete with Chen Depeo and had no choice but to abandon the medicinal herb business. As the trio conversed, Yang Dazhu suddenly arrived. Uncle Aunt, my father sent me with some pig offal he received from butchering. I brought you some, Yang Dazhu said, handing over a black bag he held. Thank you. Dazhu, please sit and rest for a while, Qin Xiaolong said, recognizing Yang Dazhu as a childhood friend, and their families shared a close bond, so Liang Jing did not decline. Xiaolong, how did the good stuff I sent you last time work out? Did it provide a great boost? Yang Dazhu asked with a mischievous grin as he approached Qin Xiaolong. It's still in the fridge. I haven't had the chance to eat it yet. Qin Xiaolong replied. Please eat quickly. After you've finished, I'll have my father prepare more for you. Yang Dazhu said with a smile, by the way, let me share something with you. Aunt Feng suddenly visited my home today, and she mentioned that Li Xiyuan has taken a fancy to me, asking if I would be willing to marry her. She also claimed that if I agreed to this match, I wouldn't need to pay any bride price. Their family would even provide a dowry of 100,000 yuan. What do you think of this marriage proposal? Yang Dazhu shifted the topic. Whatever you do, don't agree to it. If you do, just wait to become an unexpected father, Qin Xiaolong replied hastily. What do you mean, why would I be an unexpected father? Yang Dazhu asked, a look of confusion on his face. Let me put it this way, Li Xiyuan is pregnant, and the identity of the father is unknown. They are currently searching for someone to take responsibility. Just a few days ago, she approached me, but I turned her down, Qin Xiaolong stated bluntly, revealing the underlying truth. Damn, I thought such good fortune couldn't possibly come my way. Turns out they were just treating me like a fool, Yang Dazhu said, anger creeping into his tone. I must confront Du Meifeng about this. She is truly lacking in morals, Yang Dazhu fumed, increasingly agitated. Had it not been for Qin Xiaolong's warning, he might have naively accepted that marriage proposal, especially since Li Xiyuan was somewhat attractive, and the prospect of marrying without spending a dime while gaining 100,000 yuan was enticing. Forget it. Why stoop to their level? Besides, how could you possibly out-argue Du Meifeng? Don't bring unnecessary trouble upon yourself, Qin Xiaolong advised, halting Yang Daju's thoughts. Du Meifeng had been a matchmaker for decades. Skilled in rhetoric, arguing with her would be like a warrior flaunting his sword before a master of strategy, inviting humiliation. After some contemplation, Yang Daju realized the wisdom in this and chose to let the matter rest. Subsequently, Qin Xiaolong had his mother, Liang Jing, prepare a stir-fried pig liver and a spicy pig heart using the pig offal Yang Daju had brought, along with some peanuts as snacks, as they engaged in a game of rock-paper-scissors while drinking. As they reveled in their merriment, the door burst open, and Wang Lanji dashed into Qin Xiaolong's home, frantic. "Xiaolong, please hurry and take my daughter to the hospital. She is in dire condition. I beg you," she cried, her face etched with sorrow and despair. "Aunt Wang, please clarify what happened to your daughter," Qin Xiaolong urgently inquired. "Tong Tong ingested pesticide and is attempting to take her life. Please, you must save her," Wang Lanji wailed. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaolong felt a surge of urgency and immediately followed Wang Lanji to her house in the bedroom. A girl lay on the bed. This was Wang Lanji's daughter. Zhou Tong. As Qin Xiaolong approached her to administer aid, he quickly realized it was futile. The body was already stiff, indicating she had been dead for at least 2 to 3 hours. "Xiaolong, why are you still standing there? Hurry and drive my daughter to the hospital," Wang Lanji insisted, her anxiety palpable. "Aunt Wang, it's unnecessary to go to the hospital. Zhou Tong has already passed away," Qin Xiaolong said gravely. "That's impossible. Tong Tong isn't dead. I just saw her move moments ago. Xiaolong, I implore you, take her to the hospital," Wang Lanji pleaded loudly, unable to accept the harsh reality. "Aunt Wang, please remain calm. Zhou Tong has indeed departed," Qin Xiaolong asserted firmly. "Tong Tong, how could you bear to leave your mother all alone? How am I supposed to live now, my daughter?" Overwhelmed by grief, Wang Lanji collapsed, and Qin Xiaolong hurriedly supported her and took her to another room. Returning to Zhou Tong's bedroom, Qin Xiaolong noticed an empty pesticide bottle on the floor and a piece of paper pinned under a phone on the bedside table. He picked up the paper and discovered it was Zhou Tong's suicide note. After reading it, he learned that Zhou Tong had fallen for a young man named Lu Xuanqing, and they had been dating for about 3 months. She had once harbored dreams of marriage and a future together. But upon discovering that Lu Xuanqing had a girlfriend, she had been violently confronted by the legitimate partner and was callously informed by Lu Xuanqing that their relationship had merely been a fling, ending all contact thereafter. Unable to cope with this devastating blow, Zhou Tong had chosen to end her life that very afternoon. The note concluded with a curse against the scoundrel Lu Xuanqing, vowing to haunt him as a vengeful spirit for eternity. "Oh, this girl was truly foolish," Qin Xiaolong sighed, reflecting on the tragic truth. Zhou Tong was merely a year younger than him, in the prime of her life, and had chosen such a dire path due to her misguided affections. It was a poignant and painful reality. Yet, with her gone, any further discourse held no significance. After a brief period, the police and an ambulance arrived at Zhou Tong's home. Due to the nature of her death, the police conducted only a cursory investigation before allowing the ambulance to take her body away. "Aunt Wang, please accept my condolences. The dead cannot return to life," Qin Xiaolong said gently to the now conscious Wang Lanji. "I'm fine. You all can leave now. I wish to be alone in silence," Wang Lanji replied, her expression vacant. The loss of her daughter had dealt a devastating blow, pushing her to the brink of collapse. "Xiaolong, you all go ahead. I will stay with Aunt Wang," Liang Jing offered, waving her hand. Without further ado, Qin Xiaolong departed with Yang Daju and his father. Just as they were leaving, a heart-wrenching wail echoed in the It was not until nearly 11 that night that Qin Xiaolong's mother, Liang Jing, returned home. "Xiaolong, perhaps we should offer Aunt Wang a job. We can pay her a salary, and I could help her cope with her grief. She is so unfortunate," Liang Jing suggested to Qin Xiaolong. "That sounds like a good idea. I fully support it," Qin Xiaolong readily agreed. Wang Lanji had lost her husband early and had single-handedly raised her children through hardship. She should have been enjoying her later years, yet fate had dealt her such a tragic hand. It truly echoed the saying. The rope always breaks at the weakest point. Misfortune seeks out the suffering. Early the following morning, after finishing his deliveries, Qin Xiaolong joined other villagers who had come to assist Wang Lanji with Zhou Tong's funeral arrangements. He had resolved that once Zhou Tong was laid to rest, he would offer Wang Lanji a job. Additionally, he had selected several other villagers facing financial hardships. As the saying goes, in times of prosperity, one should help others. In times of adversity, one should uphold oneself. Previously, when his own family was in dire straits, he had been unable to assist others, but now that he was capable, it was only right to extend a helping hand to those in need. Thus accruing merit for himself. At 5 in the afternoon, Zhou Tong was finally laid to rest. Xiaolong, thank you for helping me arrange Tong Tong's funeral. I bow to you, Wang Lanji said, overwhelmed with gratitude. Throughout the day, Qin Xiaolong had been tirelessly involved, and he had covered all the funeral expenses, which deeply touched Wang Lanzi. As she spoke, she attempted to kneel before him. Aunt Wang, please get up. You mustn't do that. Qin Xiaolong urged, preventing her from bowing, as she was, after all, his elder. After comforting Wang Lanji, he broached the subject of her working for him and even offered her an advance on her salary, which further deepened her appreciation. As Qin Xiaolong left Wang Lanji's home, he unexpectedly spotted Qin Xiaoyu at the doorstep. Xiaoyu, when did you arrive? Qin Xiaolong asked, hastily approaching her. I just came to check in. Here is 500 yuan for Aunt Wang. Consider it a token of my sympathy, Qin Xiaoyu said, pulling out 500 yuan from her pocket and handing it to Qin Xiaolong. Why not just give it to her directly? That way, she'd feel more personally connected to you, Qin Xiaolong suggested with a smile. That's just pointless chatter, Qin Xiaoyu replied, rolling her eyes. Wang Lanji's husband, Zhou Kong, had once worked at the village committee but had become embroiled in a fierce conflict with Qian Guangfu over the position of village chief, leading to a complete rift between the families. Even after Zhou Kong's death nearly a decade ago, the two families had maintained a cold distance. Understanding Qin Xiaoyu's reluctance to face Wang Lanji, Qin Xiaolong refrained from pressing the issue and accepted the money. Xiaolong, I heard that Zhou Tong was dumped by her boyfriend, which drove her to suicide, right? Qin Xiaoyu inquired. Something like that. Mainly, she encountered a scoundrel. Qin Xiaolong recounted the contents of the suicide note to her succinctly. That Lu Xuanqing is a total scoundrel. If I were Zhou Tong, I would drag him down with me, even in death. Qin Xiaoyu declared indignantly. Then turning her gaze to Qin Xiaolong, she said, Xiaolong, listen well. If you ever dare to abandon me for someone new, I will ensure your demise before taking my own. Rest assured. I will never forsake you, Qin Xiaolong replied, his eyes filled with affection as he playfully pinched her cheek. Humph, as if you would dare, Qin Xiaoyu retorted, well aware of Qin Xiaolong's character. Despite his seemingly mischievous demeanor, she knew he was inherently responsible, which was why she had fallen for him. All right then, I need to head home for dinner now, she concluded. Qin Xiaoyu's purpose for this journey has been fulfilled, and she is ready to depart. Wait a moment, Xiaoyu, your brother. Qin Xiaolong was about to mention the matter of Chen Wenhao borrowing money, but he swallowed his words, having promised Chen Wenhao not to disclose it to his family. What happened to my brother? Qin Xiaoyu paused and asked. It's nothing. I just happened to run into him yesterday, and he mentioned wanting to matchmake between us. Qin Xiaolong quickly changed his tune. Then you should hurry up and earn some money. If you can't produce 1 million in betrothal gifts, this lady will not marry you. Qin Xiaoyu replied with a smile. Rest assured, 1 million is mere pocket change for my brother. Just wait for him to carry you off in a grand sedan. Qin Xiaolong confidently responded. Not to mention the invaluable 7-colored violet, the luminous pearl, and the millennium fungus in his possession could easily fetch a few million, though he currently had no intention of selling them. Stop boasting. Let's talk again when you've saved up 1 million, Qin Xiaoyu jested before heading home. Dare to look down on your brother? Just wait and see how I will handle you later. Qin Xiaolong murmured as he also made his way home. After dinner, Qin Xiaolong went out with Yang Dazhu to catch eels again. However, aside from catching eels today, they also set several turtle hooks along the wild pond's edge. There are quite a few turtles in this wild pond. Once, they were fortunate enough to catch 4 wild turtles, but most of the time, it was only 1 or 2 at Xiaolong. Wait for me a moment. My stomach hurts, I need to relieve myself, Yang Dazhu suddenly exclaimed, clutching his stomach on the way home. You really are like a lazy donkey, always taking your time. Qin Xiaolong teased him, but still waited by the roadside while Yang Dazhu hurried into the woods. As Yang Dazhu was busy, 3 beams of flashlight light suddenly approached from a distance. Qin Xiaolong, with his extraordinary eyesight, recognized that 2 of the 3 individuals were indeed Li Dahu and Li Eru. While the other was a stranger. At that moment, the 2 brothers were each carrying a shovel. When they were about 15 meters away from Qin Xiaolong, Li Dahu and his companions turned onto a different path. Qin Xiaolong was well aware that path led to the North Ditch Cemetery. What on earth are these 2 doing at the cemetery late at night? Qin Xiaolong pondered in confusion. Xiaolong, I'm done. Do you have any paper? I need some, Yang Dazhu shouted from behind a large tree. I don't have any, Qin Xiaolong replied. Damn, what bad luck. Yang Dazhu complained, and reluctantly, he had to pick up a few stones. Just like when they were kids. Let's go home. Yang Dazhu approached Qin Xiaolong. Don't be in such a hurry. I just saw Li Dahu and his brother take a stranger to the North Ditch Cemetery. We should go check out what those two are up to. Qin Xiaolong quickly shared his discovery. Going to the cemetery at this hour? Do they have rocks in their heads? Yang Dazhu said. Bewildered. They're definitely up to no good. Let's go have a look, Qin Xiaolong insisted, and without further delay, he and Yang Dazhu headed towards the cemetery. The North Ditch Cemetery is the communal burial ground of Taoyuan Village, where most villagers are laid to rest, resulting in numerous graves that create an eerie atmosphere, making it a place no one visits even during the day, let alone at night. Upon arriving at the cemetery, Qin Xiaolong noticed no lights. He stood still, scanning the area, and soon spotted three dark figures digging at a grave, which belonged to Zhou Tong, who had just been buried that day. These three bastards. Upon witnessing their actions, Qin Xiaolong's fury erupted. Without hesitation, he charged forward. In the blink of an eye, Li Dahu and his companions were all lying on the ground. Give me a reasonable explanation for digging up Zhou Tong's grave. If you can't provide a satisfactory answer, I'll bury you alive today. Qin Xiaolong demanded fiercely. Don't get violent. He said he wanted to take Zhou Tong's ashes to sell for money. We were just helping him out. Li Dahu, well aware of Qin Xiaolong's ferocity, immediately threw the stranger under the bus. You truly are devoid of conscience. Upon hearing this, a chilling expression appeared on Qin Xiaolong's face. Zhou Tong had just been laid to rest. Her body still warm, and these people were already planning to profit from her ashes. Such behavior is utterly despicable. Why waste words with them? Let's beat them first, Yang Dazhu said, equally furious, as he rushed in to punch and kick Li Dahu and the others. In no time, the three were left bruised and battered. Qin Xiaolong then interrogated the stranger, learning that his name was Wang He, from the neighboring Wagyu village. Upon discovering Zhou Tong's death, Wang He had rushed over and colluded with the Li brothers. If Qin Xiaolong hadn't shown up in time, Wang He would have sold Zhou Tong's ashes for 20,000 the next morning to arrange a ghost marriage. Qin Xiaolong also liked money, but in his view, a gentleman cherishes wealth obtained through righteous means, yet these individuals were willing to earn such heartless money, being no better than animals. After delivering another round of punishment to the three of them, Qin Xiaolong called the police station, Zhou Tong's mother Wang Lanji, and the village chief Cheng Guangfu. Within just 10 minutes, Cheng Guangfu arrived with Wang Lanji and several villagers at the cemetery. They first took Li Dahu and the others back to the village committee. Upon understanding the situation, Cheng Guangfu was infuriated. You two are nothing but scum, a disgrace to our Taoyuan village. I truly want to chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Although Cheng Guangfu had conflicts with Zhou Tong's family, the actions of Li Dahu and his companions had crossed the line of humanity, and if it weren't for the law against murder, he would have gladly taken justice into his own hands. Lanji, today my son made a mistake. I apologize on their behalf. If you are still angry, feel free to punish them however you wish, Li Dahu's father, Li Shengli, said, his face filled with shame. I won't punish them. I want them to face legal consequences, Wang Lanji replied coldly. Dahu, Eru, hurry up and kneel to apologize to Aunt Wang, Li Mingtao interjected. Aunt Wang, we know we were wrong. We were momentarily blinded. Please forgive us just this once. The Li brothers pleaded, kneeling down to beg for Wang Lanji's mercy. Lanji, what they did was indeed wrong. But if this gets out, the reputation of our entire Taoyuan village will be affected. How about this? You name a sum. And we can settle this privately, Li Mingtao suggested to Wang Lanji. Impossible. Wang Lanji firmly rejected. Aunt Wang, I support you. We must not settle this privately, Qin Xiaolong chimed in. Qin Xiaolong, shut your mouth. This is not your place to speak. Li Mingtao glared at him. Who do you think you are? Just because you tell me to shut up, do you think I will? Qin Xiaolong replied defiantly. He was not intimidated by the village chief, let alone a mere public security director, especially with evidence in hand that could expose Li Mingtao's infidelity. Faced with such insolence from Qin Xiaolong, a cold glint flashed in Li Mingtao's eyes. However, before he could speak, police sirens sounded as officers finally arrived. The police took statements from Qin Xiaolong and the others, and then took Li Dahu and his companions away. As for their charges, that was beyond Qin Xiaolong's concern. By the time he returned home, it was already past midnight. Just as Qin Xiaolong intended to take a shower and sleep, his phone rang again. It was Chun Xiaoyu's brother, Chun Wenhao, calling. Hello, Xiaolong, are you awake? Chun Wenhao immediately asked upon answering. Not yet. What's the matter? Qin Xiaolong replied. Could you lend me another 40,000? I need to reach 100,000. I promise to pay you back 11,000 later. Qin Wenhao said promptly. How good? I'm not a bank. I don't have that much money to lend you, Qin Xiaolong replied, feigning helplessness. The first time and the second time, He had lent money to Chen Wenhao out of consideration for Qin Xiaoyu. But now, just a day later, Chen Wenhao was asking for money again, treating him like a self-service ATM. Naturally, Qin Xiaolong didn't want to lend any more. Who knows if it would be like throwing a meat bun to a dog? Never to return? Xiaolong, I beg you, lend me 4,000 more. My girlfriend's father's condition has suddenly worsened, and he's in critical care. If I can't raise enough for medical expenses, the hospital will give up on him. Chen Wenhao pleaded desperately. How Gu, it's not that I don't want to lend you. It's that I really don't have any money left. Otherwise, I would have lent it to you, Qin Xiaolong said. He still had nearly 200,000 in his bank account. But he felt like Chen Wenhao was a bottomless pit. He feared that even if he lent out the entire amount, it still wouldn't be enough for Chen Wenhao's spending. Thus, the best solution was not to lend at all. To avoid any future quarrels over money, Xiaolong, please, lend me some. I can't just watch my future father-in-law die. Chen Wenhao continued pleading, even bringing up Qin Xiaoyu. How Gu, I can lend you a maximum of 10,000. This is the last of my funds in the bank. After contemplating for a moment, Qin Xiaolong ultimately resolved to lend another 10,000 to Chen Wenhao, affirming that this would be the final occasion. In the future, should Chen Wenhao fail to repay and seek further loans, I regret to inform you that there will be not a single dime available. All right, 10,000 it is. Please transfer it to me swiftly, so I can gather some funds from other friends, Chen Wenhao stated before abruptly hanging up the phone. Qin Xiaolong transferred the 10,000 and, after a brief moment of reflection, dialed a video call to Qin Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu? Are you asleep? Not yet. I'm watching a movie. What's up? Qin Xiaoyu responded. Your brother borrowed 70,000 from me, claiming it was for his girlfriend's father's medical treatment. Are you aware of this? If it had been merely 20,000 or so, Qin Xiaolong wouldn't have deemed it worth mentioning. However, 70,000 was no trifling sum, and he harbored a lingering suspicion regarding the legitimacy of Chen Wenhao's request. Thus he deemed it prudent to inform Qin Xiaoyu. I have no idea. I didn't even know my brother had a girlfriend. Qin Xiaoyu immediately shook her head. Xiaolong, did you truly lend him 70,000? Qin Xiaoyu inquired once more. Of course, if you don't believe me, I can send you the transaction record. No need for that. I trust you. After replying, Qin Xiaoyu's brow furrowed in concern. It's strange. My brother just asked my father for 80,000 a few days ago, claiming it was for some connections to secure a government job. Why is he borrowing money from you? Xiaolong, wait a moment. Let me call my brother to find out what is going on. Filled with confusion, Qin Xiaoyu hung up the phone. Approximately 5 minutes later, she called back. Xiaolong, my brother's phone is off. I don't know if it's out of battery. I'll call him tomorrow morning to clarify. If he asks to borrow money again, please do not lend him anything. Understood. At that moment, Qin Xiaolong sensed something awry, and he harbored serious doubts regarding the authenticity of Chen Wenhao's reasons for borrowing money. As for what he truly needed the funds for, Qin Xiaolong remained in the dark. The following day, Qin Xiaolong proceeded as usual to deliver goods to Longding Restaurant. After completing his deliveries, he headed to Beipo Farm. Approaching noon, as he was preparing to return home to cook, he unexpectedly encountered Qin Xiaoyu. However, her eyes were red and swollen, clearly indicating that she had been crying recently. Xiaoyu, why are you crying? Who has bullied you? Tell me, and I shall deal with them. Qin Xiaolong stepped forward immediately. Although he and Qin Xiaoyu had yet to cross the final threshold, he had long regarded her as his OWN and no one had the right to mistreat her. No one has bullied me. I merely have sand in my eyes. Qin Xiaoyu managed to force a smile. Do you truly believe such a feeble excuse? Speak the truth. Who has mistreated you? Qin Xiaolong pressed on. Honestly, no one has mistreated me. Please do not pry. I came to see you today for another important matter. Let us go to a hotel in town. I wish to surrender myself to you. Qin Xiaoyu said with a strained smile. What? Qin Xiaolong was taken aback by her sudden declaration, utterly unprepared for such a statement. Xiaoyu, are you joking with me? He quickly asked, regaining his composure. I am not jesting. I have made up my mind, and I wish to give you my most precious possession. Let us go without further delay. As Qin Xiaoyu reached for Qin Xiaolong's hand, he halted her. Wait, Xiaoyu. Tell me the truth. What is truly happening? If you do not clarify, I absolutely will not accept you. Although Qin Xiaolong had previously sought to entice Qin Xiaoyu into crossing boundaries, he found himself hesitant now that she was willingly offering herself. He understood that Qin Xiaoyu was a principled girl. Had there not been some unforeseen circumstances, she would not have strayed from the principles she had set for herself. Xiaolong, please do not ask. This afternoon, I belong solely to you. I shall fulfill your desires. Qin Xiaoyu continued to evade the answer Qin Xiaolong sought. If you refuse to speak, I shall seek out your father for answers. To Qin Xiaolong, this situation undoubtedly involved Chen Guangfu. and he turned to confront him directly. Xiaolong, do not go. I will tell you what you need to know. Qin Xiaoyu grasped Qin Xiaolong's arm, hesitated for a moment, and then said, I intend to marry Qin Xiaoyu, but my first time will only be with you. What? You wish to marry that scoundrel? Is your father coercing you? Qin Xiaolong retorted in anger. This is not my father's fault. It is entirely my brother's doing. He embezzled 130,000 in public funds to gamble, only to lose it all in a desperate attempt to recoup his losses. He borrowed from every relative and friend, but ultimately squandered it all. Today, their company is auditing accounts and will soon discover my brother's embezzlement. The manager stated that if he does not repay the full amount by noon tomorrow, he will face imprisonment. Yet, that exceeds 100,000, and my father has cobbled together 52,000 through every means possible, leaving a deficit of 78,000. In desperation, my father sought out Qin Depeo, who offered 20,000 as a bride price if I agree to marry his son, along with an additional 58,000 as a loan to my father. To save my brother, my father knelt and pleaded with me. I had no choice but to acquiesce, but I love you, and my first time will only be yours. At this point, Qin Xiaoyu could no longer contain her tears, which cascaded down like pearls that had slipped from their string. Witnessing the tear-streaked face of Qin Xiaoyu, Qin Xiaolong felt a pang of heartache. Xiaoyu, do not cry. I will bear the weight of the world for you. I will repay your brother's debt. Qin Xiaolong quickly reassured her. He had suspected that he had been deceived by Chen when how the previous night, but he had never anticipated that the money had gone towards gambling. He was even more astonished that Chen Guangfu would push his daughter into the fire to save his son. Such a father was truly biased. Xiaolong, please do not involve yourself. The amount we need is far too great. You cannot possibly gather it all, Qin Xiaoyu cried. Who said I cannot gather it? It is merely 130,000. I will cover it. Qin Xiaolong declared resolutely. He was no saint, and under normal circumstances, he would not meddle in others' affairs, but since Qin Xiaoyu was his own, he could not stand by idly. Xiaolong, do you truly have a way to gather 130,000? Qin Xiaoyu wiped her tears, still unable to believe Qin Xiaolong. Wait for news at home. I will go to the city to retrieve the funds, and shortly, I will deliver the money to your house. After reassuring Qin Xiaoyu, Qin Xiaolong hurried home, retrieving the luminous pearl hidden within his wardrobe. Initially, he had planned to keep the pearl for himself, but now he had no choice but to sell it to help Qin Xiaoyu's brother repay his debts. Uncertain of the pearl's exact value, he also took along the Millennium Taisai and drove into the city. Over 2 hours later, Qin Xiaolong arrived at the antique street in the city. This street was filled with vendors selling various antiques and artworks. Qin Xiaolong had visited twice before, but merely to browse. Before long, he found himself at the center of the antique street, the Wanbao Building. Wanbao Building is the largest antique store in Linqing, known for its fair pricing and excellent reputation, practically ensuring honesty in dealings. Given that it was lunchtime, the store was relatively empty apart from a few employees. Handsome, what would you like to purchase? A rather attractive female employee approached Qin Xiaolong promptly upon seeing him. I am not here to buy. I wish to sell. As he spoke, Qin Xiaolong produced the luminous pearl, a luminous pearl. The moment the female employee laid eyes on it, her interest was piqued. Please hold on. I will fetch the appraiser for you, she said, preparing to head to the back, just as an elderly man with graying hair emerged from the rear. Accompanying him was a young and handsome man, and they appeared to be engaged in light-hearted conversation. Su Lao, you emerged at the right moment. This handsome gentleman has come to sell a luminous pearl, the female employee quickly informed him. Hearing the mention of a luminous pearl, Su Yunzhou's interest was instantly captured. Young man, I am Su Yunzhou, the chief appraiser at Wanbao Building. May I take a look at that luminous pearl? Su Yunzhou approached Qin Xiaolong with utmost courtesy. Of course, Qin Xiaolong replied without hesitation, handing the luminous pearl over to Su Yunzhou. As Su Yunzhou beheld the exquisite luminous pearl, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It is truly beautiful. I have not seen such a magnificent luminous pearl in quite some time. Liu Zihong first took a look around, then held the luminous pearl up to the sunlight, and finally praised, indeed, it is a fine piece. May I inquire how much you intend to sell it for? Please make your offer. If the price is right, I shall part with it. If not, I shall retain it as a family heirloom. Qin Xiaolong, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied in a deliberately profound manner. In truth, he had no idea what the luminous pearl was worth. Thus he passed the ball back to the other party, allowing himself to gain the upper hand in the negotiation. This luminous pearl is far superior to its peers, with hardly any flaws. The only regret is that it is somewhat small. How about this? I will offer you 1.2 million. What do you say? Liu Zihong pondered for a moment before proposing a price. Clearly, This young master thinks me a fool. Since you are so earnest, I shall explore other options, Qin Xiaolong replied, as he felt that 2 million was hardly a trivial sum. However, he believed the luminous pearl to be worth much more, and with that statement, he turned and left decisively. Seeing this, Lu Zihong hurriedly blocked his path. Brother, please do not rush away. The price is negotiable. I wonder how much you desire, Lu Zihong exclaimed with a beaming smile. At a zero, Qin Xiaolong replied nonchalantly. What are you thinking? This is not the top-tier luminous pearl from Empress Dowager Cixi's crown. How could it possibly be worth 12 million? Lu Zihong said with a bitter smile. If you cannot afford it, so be it. I never claimed I would sell it to you, Qin Xiaolong responded coolly. This is not a matter of affordability. It is simply that this luminous pearl is not worth that much. However, I can increase my offer to 1.5 million. Please sell it to me. Lu Zihong continued to negotiate. Adding an extra 300,000, not for sale, Qin Xiaolong flatly rejected Lu Zihong's offer. Lu Xiao, allow me to speak fairly. While this luminous pearl may not rival the one in Empress Dowager Cixi's crown, it is still exceptional. According to current market prices, it is worth at least 2.5 million. If you do not wish to buy it, our Wanbao building will gladly acquire it, Su Yinzhou interjected. Su Lao. Do not compete with me. I shall take this luminous pearl, Lu Zihong declared. Initially, Lu Zihong thought Qin Xiaolong, dressed plainly, had not seen much of the world, and that a casual offer would suffice to dismiss him. Little did he expect that Qin Xiaolong would prove to be more troublesome than he imagined, akin to an old fox whose thoughts were inscrutable. Especially with Su Yunzhou's intervention, he could no longer hope for a bargain. Brother, you heard Su Lao. I will offer you 2.6 million. Please sell me this luminous pearl. It would make a perfect birthday gift for my girlfriend, Lu Zihong continued. A firm price. 3 million. I will not sell it for a penny less. Qin Xiaolong stated resolutely. Very well, 3 million it is. I, Lu Zihong, am not one to quibble over a few tens of thousands. Lu Zihong conceded readily upon seeing Su Yunzhou nod in agreement. Qin Xiaolong noticed the subtle exchange between them and felt a twinge of concern that he might have undervalued the pearl. However, he had originally anticipated merely 1 million, and with the final price tripling, he was quite satisfied. Next, Lu Zihong requested Qin Xiaolong's bank account number and promptly transferred the 3 million. Once the funds were received, Qin Xiaolong maintained a composed exterior, though internally, he was elated. Having merely acted out of kindness to save a weasel, it had rewarded him with such a substantial gift, thus reaffirming the old adage that good deeds are often rewarded. Brother, what is that you have in your bucket? Lu Zihong, having secured the luminous pearl, inquired, glancing at the bucket in Qin Xiaolong's hand. Oh, it is merely a few local specialties, Qin Xiaolong replied, well aware of the adage that one should not flaunt their wealth. He refrained from revealing that the bucket contained a millennium-old white taishi. After all, as the saying goes, it is not the thief's stealth that one fears, but the thief's intent. He did not wish to be targeted as a plump sheep. Young Master Lu, I must take my leave now. Perhaps our paths will cross again. Qin Xiaolong bid farewell to Lu Zihong and departed without lingering further. Upon exiting the antique market, Qin Xiaolong made another visit to the bank. Having no appointment, he had to plead extensively before they begrudgingly agreed to allow him to withdraw 1.3 million in cash. By 3:30 p.m., Qin Xiaolong finally returned to Taoyuan village. He proceeded directly to Chen Xiaoyu's home. At this moment, Chen Guangfu and his wife, along with the Chen siblings, were gathered together, their expression somber. Chen Wenhao, in particular, was being punished by kneeling on the ground. In addition to the Chen family, there were two other individuals present, Chen Depeo and his son. Guangfu, here is the 200,000 dowry I have brought for you. Once tonight's ceremony between Xiaoyu and Xiaowei is complete, I will transfer the remaining 580,000 to your account, Chen Depeo declared, reclining on a chair, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, exuding a sense of superiority. Before him lay a neat stack of 200,000 cash. Chen Guangfu had only one daughter, whom he cherished dearly. He was well aware of her character. Yet in order to save his son, he had no choice but to sacrifice his daughter's happiness. Xiaoyu, I am sorry. I owe you an apology, Chen Guangfu said, feeling guilty as he prepared to kneel before his daughter. Dad, please do not do this. I hold no resentment towards you, Chen Xiaoyu said, tears brimming in her eyes as she hurried to support her father. Uncle Guangfu, rest assured, I will cherish Xiaoyu and ensure she never suffers even the slightest grievance. Chen Xiaowei interjected hastily. Chen Xiaoyu was even more beautiful than Qin Xianxue, truly the flower of the village, and he had longed for her. However, due to Chen Guangfu's status as the village head, he had refrained from making any inappropriate moves. Thus, when Chen Guangfu went to borrow money, he seized the opportunity to propose marriage to Qin Xiaoyu. To prevent any delays, he quickly brought his father with the dowry to Qin Xiaoyu's home, intending to consummate their union that very night, ensuring that once the deed was done, it would be too late for her to back out. Chapter 61. I will be your godfather, Qin Xiaoyu. How dare you covet my woman? Have you truly lost your mind? At that moment, Qin Xiaolong, who had been eavesdropping outside the door, finally stepped inside. Upon seeing Qin Xiaolong, a dark expression instantly crossed Qin Xiaoyu's face. As the son of the wealthiest man in Taiyuan village, Qin Xiaoyu had always acted with impunity, bullying whomever he pleased. However, Qin Xiaolong was an absolute exception. He was not one to shy away from a fight. And despite Qin Xiaoyu's influential father, he typically avoided provoking Qin Xiaolong. Yet soon, a smug smile returned to Qin Xiaoyu's face. Qin Xiaolong, you arrived just in time. I am about to marry Xiaoyu. Do remember to attend our wedding? He boasted with a sense of triumph. Previously, Qin Xiaoyu had seemed unattainable, merely a fantasy. Now, he could openly claim her as his own, and Qin Xiaolong, his rival, could do nothing but watch him indulge in his victory. Attend your wedding? I would rather attend your funeral, Qin Xiaolong retorted with a cold sneer. Qin Xiaolong, today is my son's big day. I do not wish to lose my temper. Do not provoke me, Qin Depeo warned with a menacing glare. Who do you think you are intimidating? Do you really believe I can be scared off so easily? Qin Xiaolong replied defiantly, then waved to Qin Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, come here to your husband. Realizing Qin Xiaolong had gone to fetch money, and seeing the black plastic bag in his hand, Qin Xiaoyu could surmise its contents. She hurried to Qin Xiaolong's side. Xiaolong, are you? Do not worry. I told you, I will shoulder any burden. Qin Xiaolong interrupted her, then, without hesitation, pulled over a chair to sit down. Massage my back, dear. I am utterly exhausted from driving all day. Qin Xiaolong spoke like a nobleman. Patting his shoulder, seeing his fiancée massage Qin Xiaolong, Qin Xiaoyu's eyes nearly blazed with fury. Qin Xiaoyu, you give me, shall we? Remain calm. Qin Depeo, ever the cunning strategist, chose to remain composed at that moment. He did not show anger but instead turned his gaze toward Chen Guangfu. Guangfu, what does your daughter mean by this? Do you take us for fools? Qin Depeo understood that he held Chen Guangfu's weakness in his hands. There was no need to directly confront Qin Xiaolong. Chen Guangfu would naturally step in to resolve the situation. Xiaoyu, what are you doing? Come back here. Chen Guangfu shouted with a darkened face. He had not anticipated Qin Xiaolong's sudden appearance to disrupt matters, especially not in front of him, taking advantage of his daughter. Had it not been for Qin Depeo's presence, he would have exploded with rage. Village head, I understand your desperation to save your son, but is it not a bit excessive to sacrifice your daughter's entire life for it? Qin Xiaolong asked with a smile playing at the corners of his lips. How I choose to act is none of your business. Leave at once, or do not blame me for being impolite. Qin Guangfu retorted coldly. Allowing his daughter to marry Qin Xiaoyu undoubtedly pained him, yet he found himself devoid of choices. Otherwise, his son would likely spend the latter part of his life behind bars. Qin Xiaolong, if Guangfu uncle tells you to scram, you better listen. Qin Xiaoyu barked. That should be my line directed at you. Get as far away from me as possible and do not interfere with my budding relationship with my future father-in-law. Qin Xiaolong retorted with a smirk. Your future father-in-law? Have you lost your mind? Qin Xiaoyu sneered. I'll tell you this. Tonight, I shall be with Qin Xiaoyu, and you mangy dog, will never lay a finger on her for the rest of your life. Qin Xiaoyu grinned maliciously. With a swift motion, Qin Xiaolong slapped Qin Xiaoyu. Listen well, Qin Xiaoyu, Qin Xiaoyu is mine. If you dare to entertain any thoughts about her, I will ruin you. Qin Xiaolong's fierce demeanor was palpable, his cold, merciless gaze instilling fear in those around him. However, being publicly humiliated ignited Qin Xiaoyu's fury. You dare strike me? I'll make you pay, he roared, preparing to retaliate against Qin Xiaolong. Shall we calm down? Qin Depeo intervened, glancing coldly at Qin Guangfu. If you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, the marriage between our families is off. No. Qin Guangfu, who hoped to borrow money from Qin Depeo to save his son, dared not provoke him. Qin Xiaolong, I'll say this once more, get out of here quickly. Xiaoyu, come back here. From now on, you shall not see Qin Xiaolong again, or I will disown you. Qin Guangfu shouted angrily. Xiaoyu, if your father disowns you, I will take you under my wing. How about I become your godfather? Qin Xiaolong joked with a mischievous grin. Get lost. I'd rather have you as my godmother. Qin Xiaoyu shot back, glaring at Qin Xiaolong before turning to her father. Dad, why are you so furious? Why don't you ask what Xiaolong came here for? What could he possibly do besides cause trouble? Chen Guangfu replied darkly, "Village chief, you truly are blind to kindness, failing to recognize a good heart. I came here specifically to rescue my brother-in-law. Open this bag and see for yourself." Seizing the opportune moment, Qin Xiaolong tossed a black plastic bag towards him. Uncertain of Qin Xiaolong's intentions, Chen Guangfu opened the bag, and his face immediately registered shocked. "Why heavens, Xiaolong, where did you acquire such a fortune?" The sight of a bag brimming with cash caused Zhao Yongmei to exclaim in astonishment. "It's just over 1 million. Mere pocket change," Qin Xiaolong replied nonchalantly. Both Qin Depeo and his son were expressions of disbelief and confusion. In their minds, Qin Xiaolong had always been a penniless wretch. Although their situation had recently improved, they still could not fathom how he could produce such a sum in one go. "Did you steal this money?" Qin Xiaoyi shouted. "Not stolen. I robbed a bank." "Hurry up and report me," Qin Xiaolong taunted. "Xiaolong, why waste your breath on him?" Qin Xiaoyu interjected, her patience wearing thin. "Qin Xiaoyi, take your money and get lost. I would never marry someone as despicable as you." Previously coerced by Qin Xiaoyi, she could no longer conceal her disdain. "Did you hear that, both of you? Scram before I make you eat steamed buns," Qin Xiaolong threatened, shaking his fist ominously. "Guangfu, make your stance clear. If you do not wish to become in-laws with me, I will leave this instant," Qin Depeo insisted, suppressing his anger while casting a dark look at Chen Guangfu. "You can take the money and leave." "I shall no longer pursue this marriage," Chen Guangfu consented after a moment of contemplation. He had originally agreed to the union only to secure a loan from Qin Depeo to save his son. But with Qin Xiaolong presenting sufficient funds, he had no intention of pushing his daughter into a perilous situation. After all, Chen Xiaoyi was infamous for his unruliness, and Guangfu had no fondness for him whatsoever. "Fine, I, Qin Depeo, shall remember this day. I hope you never come seeking my assistance again. Come, son, let us depart." With that, Chen Depeo prepared to leave. "I want to leave. I intend to marry Chen Xiaoyu." Qin Xiaoyi had yearned for her for years and was unwilling to relinquish her so easily. "What is one Chen Xiaoyu? In the future, your father will find you someone even more beautiful," Qin Depeo remarked. "No, I want Chen Xiaoyu." Chen Xiaoyi insisted resolutely. Slap. Qin Depeo suddenly struck Qin Xiaoyi across the face. "Enough chatter. Come with me." With that, he glared at Qin Xiaolong for a few seconds, resembling a venomous scorpion, but said nothing more and swiftly left. "Qin Xiaolong, the grudge of a stolen bride is unending. This matter is far from over." Qin Xiaoyi spat venomously before hastily pursuing his father to avoid a beating. "Fool," Qin Xiaolong muttered disdainfully, dismissing Qin Xiaoyi entirely. "Village chief, is this money sufficient to repay Hao Ge?" Qin Xiaolong turned his attention back to Chen Guangfu. "Are you sure this money is solely for repaying Wen Hao?" Chen Guangfu inquired, unable to resist the question despite Qin Xiaolong's clarity. "Of course. What else would I do with it?" Qin Xiaolong replied with a subtle smile. "Thank you. I will certainly repay you when I am able." Chen Guangfu expressed his gratitude, realizing this money was a timely boon. "Repayment is inconsequential. I recall our wager. As long as I present 1 million as a betrothal gift, the village chief would agree to let Xiaoyu marry me, correct? I wonder if the village chief still upholds his word." Qin Xiaolong remarked with a grin. "Indeed. I will no longer obstruct your courtship of Xiaoyu." Chen Guangfu replied readily. He had previously vehemently opposed their union, believing Qin Xiaolong's poverty would subject his daughter to hardship, but now that Qin Xiaolong had indeed produced 1 million, he had no reason to interfere. As he wished for his daughter's happiness, "The village chief, did you not once criticize me as a toad unworthy of a swan like Xiaoyu? Surely you no longer look down upon me." Qin Xiaolong teased with a triumphant smile. "I was wrong to judge you so harshly. I apologize," Chen Guangfu conceded, lowering his stance. Recognizing one's mistakes is commendable, village chief, Qin Xiaolong praised, then cleared his throat. "Ahem, having been here for quite some time. No one has offered me a drink. I am parched and my fault. I shall fetch you some tea," Zhao Yongmei offered, rising to serve. "Mei, you sit and rest. I wish to drink the tea poured by the village chief," Qin Xiaolong pointedly requested, a smirk playing on his lips. Chen Guangfu, slightly irritated by Qin Xiaolong's audacity, ultimately endured and personally poured him a cup. "Here, drink your tea." Qin Xiaolong accepted the cup without hesitation and downed it in one go. "Ah, the village chief's tea is delightful." Until now, Chen Guangfu had always regarded him with disdain, but today he was apologizing and serving tea, making Qin Xiaolong feel a sense of vindication that surpassed even the most refreshing drink. "Well, I've delivered the money and enjoyed the tea. I must return home now." Although Qin Xiaolong could have simply transferred the funds to Chen Guangfu, he deliberately withdrew cash to make a grand show of it. Having played his part, He was ready to depart with flair. Xiaolong, why not stay for dinner before you leave? Zhao Yomei urged. Perhaps another time. Qin Xiaolong graciously declined, then turned to Qin Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, will you see me off? Of course, she replied eagerly. Cheng Guangfu made no further attempts to stop her. Dad, may I accompany Xiaolong? Chen Wenhao, who had been kneeling, could no longer contain himself. Continue kneeling, you worthless wretch. I could just as easily put you out of your misery. Chen Guangfu berated. Chen Wenhao was one of the few university students from Taoyuan village, a source of pride for Chen Guangfu, who had high hopes for him. However, upon discovering he had embezzled funds for gambling and accrued a mountain of debt, Guangfu nearly suffered a heart attack. Recognizing his father's fury, Chen Wenhao fell silent, returning to his kneeling position. Outside the Chen residence, so, Xiaoyu, isn't your husband quite capable? Qin Xiaolong asked with a smug expression. Capable indeed. You even had my father serve you tea. You've really gotten ahead of yourself, Chen Xiaoyu teased, playfully pinching his side. Ouch, that hurts. Are you attempting to murder your husband? Qin Xiaolong winced in mock agony. Tell me, will you still dare to show disrespect to my father in the future? Chen Xiaoyu pressed. I merely wanted to vent. Rest assured, I will be sure to show due respect to my father-in-law from now on. Qin Xiaolong quickly assured her. Now that's more like it, Qin Xiaoyu said, satisfied as she released him. Xiaoyu, I have expended considerable effort to gather money for your brother this time. Shouldn't you offer me some form of reward? Qin Xiaolong rubbed his waist and began to hint at his intentions. What reward do you desire? Chen Xiaoyu retorted. Naturally, I wish for you. Qin Xiaolong replied with a mischievous grin. Forget it, I certainly won't give you anything before marriage. Chen Xiaoyu firmly refused. Xiaoyu, you mentioned this morning that you would grant me a reward. How can you so swiftly change your mind? You cannot go back on your word, Qin Xiaolong said with a sullen expression. This is a matter of timing. Who told you not to desire it before? Now that you do, it is too late. Chen Xiaoyu replied with a playful smile. In truth, she had already planned to accompany Qin Xiaolong to a hotel, surrendering herself to him before marrying Chen Xiaohui, but she intended to take her own life on their wedding night to preserve her purity. However, now that the situation had been resolved smoothly, she saw no need to inform Qin Xiaolong. You women truly do not keep your promises. I am quite upset. Qin Xiaolong feigned anger, his face stern. All right, stop pretending. I know your little tricks well enough that I wouldn't even call you Qin Xiaoyu otherwise. Wait for me at the small grove ahead at 10 o'clock tonight, and I shall provide you your reward. After saying this, Chen Xiaoyu bestowed a sweet kiss upon Qin Xiaolong and, her face flushed with embarrassment, hurried back home. Chapter 63. The Banquet of Farewell. Hee. It seems my hard work has not been in vain. Upon hearing Chen Xiaoyu's words, Qin Xiaolong's heart blossomed with joy. Today, we common folk are truly elated. We common folk. Subsequently, Qin Xiaolong hummed a tune, taking leisurely strides as he made his way home. With both parents gone to Dompa Farm, he found himself alone at home. After washing a few apples, he was about to assist with chores when he suddenly remembered he had yet to retrieve his turtle hooks. Hastily, he grabbed a bucket and rushed to the wild pond at the west end of the village. 1 hook, 2 hooks, 3 hooks. After checking over a dozen, all were disappointingly empty. Yet, the missing bait suggested that turtles had indeed been caught. But due to his delay, they had escaped. With no other option, he continued gathering his hooks. Upon retrieving the 30th hook, the water grass ahead suddenly stirred. Qin Xiaolong spotted a turtle attempting to flee, but it was ensnared by the hook lodged in its mouth, helplessly twisting in place. Finally, he had something. Qin Xiaolong's earlier disappointment vanished as he swiftly pulled the turtle closer. It was a 6 or 7-year-old turtle, weighing nearly 7 pounds, quite impressive indeed, to have caught such a substantial specimen. It appeared my efforts were worthwhile after all. Qin Xiaolong mused excitedly. A wild turtle of this age could fetch no less than 500 yuan per pound. This one could sell for 3,000 to 4,000. He tossed the turtle into his bucket and resumed collecting the remaining hooks. 1 by 1. They were all empty, and he soon arrived at the final hook. Initially, he had lost hope, but as he approached, ripples began to dance across the water's surface. Qin Xiaolong understood immediately that he had another catch, and he quickly tugged on the hook. In no time, a turtle was pulled from the water grass. However, unlike the common gray turtles, this one was entirely golden, glistening as though coated in gold. A truly stunning sight. My goodness, a golden turtle! Qin Xiaolong exclaimed in surprise. The golden turtle is a rare species, akin to royalty among turtles, its value far surpassing that of ordinary turtles. Once Qin Xiaolong had it on land, the golden turtle began to thrash violently, appearing quite fierce. Alas, it was as if a monkey had fallen into the palm of Buddha. It could not escape. "Old turtle, stop struggling and accept your fate," Qin Xiaolong said, his face alight with joy as he tossed the golden turtle into the bucket, where it finally settled down. With 60 hooks yielding 2 turtles and 1 golden turtle, this haul was indeed a tremendous success. Before arriving, Qin Xiaolong had worried he might return empty-handed, yet the reality exceeded his expectations. Not to mention, the value of a single golden turtle could easily build a house in their village. Eager to share this delightful news with young Dezhu, Qin Xiaolong pulled out his phone and made a video call. "Hey, Dezhu, do you know how many turtles we caught with the hooks we set yesterday?" he inquired excitedly. "5 or 6? Yang Dezhu guessed. Having grown up together catching turtles, he knew that even in their best days, they had seldom caught more than 4. "No, we only caught 2, Qin Xiaolong replied. "Oh, just 2? I thought we might have broken our record," Yang Dezhu remarked, rolling his eyes. "Though it's only 2? One weighs 7 pounds and the other nearly 5, and it's a golden turtle," Qin Xiaolong enthused, pointing the camera at the bucket. "Wow, it really is a golden turtle. We're going to strike it rich." Originally, Yang Dezhu had not thought much of it, but upon seeing the exceptionally rare golden turtle in the bucket, he too became exhilarated. The last golden turtle to appear in their village had been 3 years prior, weighing only around 2 pounds, yet a city businessman had purchased it for 100,000 yuan. This one weighed nearly 5 pounds. It could fetch at least 2 to 300,000 yuan. "Where are you now? Have you returned?" Qin Xiaolong continued. He had come to collect the turtle hooks alone, and those selling the golden turtle would keep Yang Dezhu in the dark. They had played together since childhood, always splitting the profits from wild catches, so he could never bring himself to act so unscrupulously. "Still on the road. It'll be over an hour before I get home," Yang Dezhu replied. "All right then, drive safely. I'll go home and prepare this large turtle. Tonight, let us have a farewell feast," Qin Xiaolong said, his face alight with joy. "Isn't it a bit of a waste to eat such a valuable turtle? We could sell it for several thousand," Yang Dezhu remarked. "What a waste. We've caught a golden turtle. We must celebrate properly." "It's settled then," Qin Xiaolong declared with finality. "Very well." Yang Dezhu pondered for a moment before acquiescing. Upon returning home, Qin Xiaolong swiftly sent the large turtle to its final resting place. Weighing 7 pounds, even after gutting it, the shell and meat still weighed about 5 pounds. He then slaughtered a hen and used his family's iron pot to prepare a farewell feast. As the dish simmered, his parents returned from the farm. In the past, had Liang Jing seen her son cooking such a valuable turtle, she would have been distraught. However, now that her son was capable of earning substantial money, indulging in some good food was only fitting. Moreover, with a golden turtle in hand, feasting on a turtle was entirely justifiable. "Xiaolong, have you called your grandfather? He should come over for dinner too?" Liang Jing inquired. "I did, but no one answered. I'll go over to fetch him," Qin Xiaolong replied. His grandfather sometimes left the house without his phone, so he did not think much of it. "All right, you go ahead. I'll stir-fry some vegetables," Liang Jing said before heading into the kitchen, while Qin Xiaolong made his way to his grandfather's house. The door was unlocked, indicating that he had not gone out. "Grandpa?" Qin Xiaolong called as he entered, but received no response. He walked further inside. The television was still on, yet no one was there. He checked the kitchen but found it empty as well. How strange. Where could he have gone? Qin Xiaolong pondered, stroking his chin in confusion. Just then, he noticed the door to the backyard cattle shed was ajar, so he walked over to see if his grandfather was feeding the cattle. Upon entering the backyard, Qin Xiaolong's expression suddenly changed. There lay his grandfather, unconscious on the ground. Chapter 64. I have killed before. Qin Xiaolong quickly examined his grandfather and discovered that he was merely temporarily unconscious and not in any life-threatening danger. He then carried his grandfather back inside and pinched his acupoint. Soon, the old man regained consciousness. "Xiaolong, what are you doing here?" Qin Jinkai looked at Qin Xiaolong in confusion. "I came to invite you to dinner at my house, but I found you collapsed in the cattle shed, so I brought you inside," Qin Xiaolong explained. "Oh, I remember now. I went to feed the cattle, and that beast suddenly kicked me, knocking me out cold." Qin Jinkai recalled. "That beast dared to kick you? I'll slaughter it for beef," Qin Xiaolong said angrily. No. It's pregnant. It would be too much of a waste to kill it now." Qin Jinkai replied, having raised the cow with great effort and hoping it would give birth to a calf to sell. "Let it live a little longer. If it acts up again, I will definitely slaughter it." Qin Xiaolong, having moved beyond concern for the cow's value, knew he could not act without his grandfather's permission. "Grandpa, why don't you consider moving in with us? It would be safer than living alone in the old house, Qin Xiaolong suggested again after a brief silence. After all, his grandfather was of advanced age, and living alone was worrisome. For instance, today, thanks to good fortune, he escaped unscathed. Otherwise, he might have had to treat the entire village to a feast. Never mind, I simply desire solitude and tranquility. Qin Jinkai waved his hand, once again declining Qin Xiaolong's offer. If you stay with us, it would still be one room per person. We assure you we won't disturb you. Isn't that sufficient? Qin Xiaolong earnestly persuaded. Please, do not insist. I truly do not wish to move. Qin Jinkai gestured dismissively, reiterating his refusal. No, you must come and stay at my home. If you refuse, I shall demolish this old house. Qin Xiaolong's tone grew stern upon witnessing his grandfather's obstinacy. Realizing his grandson's genuine concern, Qin Jinkai's face suddenly contorted with inner turmoil. After a moment's hesitation, he adopted a serious demeanor and gravely said, Xiaolong, please close the door. I have a secret to share with you. What secret? Qin Xiaolong inquired. Curiosity piqued. Just close the door first and I will tell you, Qin Jinkai replied. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaolong swiftly exited to shut the door. After casting a glance outside to ensure no one else was present, Qin Jinkai lowered his voice and asked, Do you know why your grandfather insists on living in this old residence? Didn't you say you prefer tranquility? Qin Xiaolong responded, momentarily taken aback. The preference for tranquility is but one reason. There is another significant reason. I have taken a life. Qin Jinkai hesitated briefly before finally revealing the long-buried secret. This revelation struck Qin Xiaolong like a thunderclap, stirring tumultuous waves of shock within him. Grandfather, you must be joking. Qin Xiaolong gasped, taking a deep breath to regain his composure. In his mind, his grandfather was merely a simple, honest farmer who rarely raised his voice in anger. He could hardly fathom that he had committed murder. Come, help me move this bed aside, Qin Jinkai instructed without further elaboration, directing Qin Xiaolong to shift his sleeping quarters. Once the bed was moved, Qin Jinkai began prying up the bricks from the ground. Sweeping away the dirt with a broom, it was then that Qin Xiaolong discovered a wooden board concealed beneath the soil, and underneath it lay an underground passage. Grandfather, what is this? Qin Xiaolong asked, peering into the dark passage with burgeoning curiosity. You will find out shortly, Qin Jinkai replied casually. After waiting for nearly 10 minutes at the entrance of the passage, he finally retrieved a flashlight and led Qin Xiaolong inside. The passage wound downward, and after estimating that they had descended about 20 to 30 meters, they finally arrived at the bottom. What lay before them left Qin Xiaolong utterly astonished. Before him stood an underground palace spanning over 100 square meters. Its floor adorned with black stone slabs. Surrounding the palace were 12 coiling dragon columns, each topped with a grotesque carving of a monstrous creature. The center of the palace stood a high platform resembling an altar, upon which rested a blood-red box. Not far from them lay 3 corpses, which, due to the passage of time, had all become desiccated, exuding an eerie and terrifying aura. Qin Jinkai appeared to be well acquainted with everything in this place. He calmly approached the nearest corpse. Xiaolong, do you know who this is? He pointed toward the cadaver. How would I know? Qin Xiaolong chuckled in disbelief. This is Qin Yonggui, Xiaoyu's grandfather. Qin Jinkai continued. Ah? Xiaoyu's grandfather perished here? Qin Xiaolong exclaimed, his face a mask of shock. Qin Yonggui had mysteriously disappeared over a decade ago, leaving no trace behind. Who could have anticipated he would be found dead in this location? Qin Jinkai then moved toward another corpse, indicating it 15 years ago. Qin Yonggui arrived here with this man in black. He claimed that his ancestors had buried a treasure in our old residence and promised me half if we found it. Blinded by greed, I agreed, and within half a day, we discovered this underground palace in my house. Just as we descended, the man in black suddenly turned violent, killing Qin Yonggui with a single blow. Just as I was about to meet the same fate, a man in white burst in, and they began to fight. Initially, the man in white held the upper hand, but as the poison from the black-clad man's blade took effect, his situation grew perilous. Nonetheless, he ultimately managed to subdue the man in black, prompting me to stab him fatally. Later, the man in white succumbed to the poison as well, but before he died, he specifically warned me never to disclose the events that transpired here and to avoid touching anything on the altar, lest it bring ruin upon our family. Since then, I sealed this place and never spoke of it to anyone. After all, I killed that man in black, and Qin Yonggui also died here. If the Qin family were to learn of this, I would have no way to defend myself. After hearing his grandfather's account, Qin Xiaolong's heart surged with tumultuous emotions, leaving him in a state of turmoil. "Grandfather, have you never even mentioned this to my father?" he asked, looking at his grandfather. "Not even to your father. I haven't breathed a word to your grandmother either. I have never dared to stir up trouble. I feared that if anyone discovered this secret, it would lead to our family's destruction. If you hadn't insisted that I stay at your house, I might have taken this secret to my grave," Qin Jinkai replied. Living in the old residence provided peace. But more importantly, as long as he remained there, no one would uncover this secret, ensuring his family's safety. Thus, despite Qin Xiaolong's persistent entreaties, he steadfastly refused to leave. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaolong finally understood his grandfather's good intentions. "Grandfather, aren't you afraid to sleep at night with 3 corpses beneath your bed?" Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but jest. "In the beginning, I was quite frightened, but I gradually grew accustomed to it," Qin Jinkai admitted. "Well, it seems you possess quite the courage," Qin Xiaolong chuckled in response. "By the way, do you know what is inside the box on the altar?" Qin Xiaolong shifted the conversation. "I have no idea. The day I killed someone, I was nearly paralyzed with fear. I sealed the underground passage upon returning to the surface and have never ventured down again," Qin Jinkai confessed. He had once speculated whether the red box contained treasures, but ultimately concluded that as a farmer, even if he discovered riches, he would likely have no life left to enjoy them, so he abandoned any further thoughts of the box. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaolong strode directly toward the altar. "Xiaolong, what are you doing?" Qin Jinkai called out urgently. "I'm going to see what's inside," Qin Xiaolong replied. "Why bother with what's inside? It's best not to touch it," Qin Jinkai urged. "It's fine. I'm just having a look." Ignoring his grandfather's warning, Qin Xiaolong quickly approached the box upon the altar. The box, a deep crimson hue, appeared as though it had been stained with blood, evoking an unsettling aura. Fortunately, the box was not locked. After a brief hesitation, Qin Xiaolong reached out to open it. Instantly, a chilling wave emanated from within, causing even Qin Xiaolong to shudder involuntarily, though the sensation dissipated as quickly as it had come. Peering inside the box, he was surprised to discover it contained neither gold nor jewels, but rather a tattered piece of cloth and a pitch-black orb. Qin Xiaolong first picked up the black orb, a pure abyssal black that seemed to absorb all light. Strangely, as he stared at the orb, an unsettling feeling washed over him, as if a ravenous beast were fixating on him, poised to devour him whole. "What on earth is this?" Qin Xiaolong scrutinized the orb repeatedly but remained unable to ascertain its nature. Next, he lifted the tattered cloth from the box, only to find it adorned with peculiar lines on the other side. Clearly, it was a fragment of a map, though torn to shreds by an unknown hand, now reduced to a mere quarter. Remarkably, this fragment remained intact despite Qin Xiaolong's attempts to tear it apart. After a moment of contemplation, he walked over to his grandfather, holding the fragment and the black orb. "Grandfather, look, these are the items from that box." "What are these?" Qin Jinkai stared, equally bewildered. He had expected priceless treasures, only to find 2 worthless trinkets, regretting his year-long obsession with them. "I cannot say for certain what they are, but their concealment in this underground palace suggests they are no ordinary items," Qin Xiaolong stated gravely. "Even if they are treasures, they would be of no use to us. You should return them," Qin Jinkai advised. If there were treasures of gold and silver, Qin Jinkai would certainly have allowed Qin Xiaolong to take them away. However, they did not even know what these items were, which could easily lead to trouble. "I will keep this, and when I return home, I shall study it thoroughly," Qin Xiaolong declared, expressing great curiosity about the 2 items. He intended to keep them for careful examination, reasoning that as long as he did not disclose this matter, no one would be aware of it. Qin Jinkai, seeing that Qin Xiaolong was not persuaded, could only relent. They did not linger in the underground palace any longer and soon returned to the surface. "Xiaolong, you must remember, do not speak of today's events to anyone. Also, do not tell anyone about the black bead and that rag you took from below," Qin Jinkai admonished with a serious expression. The words of the man in white before his demise lingered in his memory, and he wished to avoid any calamity befalling the old Qin family because of these extraneous possessions. "Rest assured, I am not foolish," Qin Xiaolong replied with a smile. Just then, there came a series of knocks at the door. "Who is it?" Qin Xiaolong called out loudly. "It's your father," came the swift reply from Qin Fugui. Upon hearing his father's voice, Qin Xiaolong hurried to cover the underground passage and reposition the bed before opening the door. "Xiaolong, what on earth is going on? Didn't I ask you to call your grandfather for dinner? Why have you been gone so long and I couldn't reach you on your phone?" Qin Fugui could not help but scold. I just helped my grandfather feed the cow and was about to head back. Qin Xiaolong casually fabricated an excuse. He was well aware that being underground for a while must have caused his phone to lose signal, explaining why Qin Fugui's calls had gone unanswered. Stop dawdling and hurry back for dinner, or everything will get cold, Qin Fugui said, not suspecting anything about Qin Xiaolong's words. The grandfather and grandson hurried home together. Upon arriving, Qin Xiaolong discovered that Yang Dazhu and his family had already arrived. Fortunately, the large turtle was ample enough. He had prepared a big pot of stew, and with his mother having stir-fried a couple of green vegetables and made a cucumber salad, there was plenty to eat. After dinner and seeing off Yang Dazhu's family, Qin Xiaolong quickly retreated to his room to examine the black bead he had acquired from the underground palace. He soon realized that if he stared at the black bead for more than 3 minutes, a strong sense of dizziness would overwhelm him. Moreover, the material of the bead was unknown, incredibly hard. Even after striking it several times with a hammer, it remained unscathed. Regrettably, after more than 2 hours of investigation, Qin Xiaolong still could not discern the purpose of the black bead. As for the tattered map, it likely related to some treasure, but with only a quarter of it, he was unable to ascertain the treasure's whereabouts. Glancing at the time, he noted it was nearly 10 o'clock. Having arranged to meet Chen Xiaoyu in the grove, Qin Xiaolong concealed the black bead under his bed and stepped outside. Unbeknownst to him, at the very moment he left, the black bead suddenly emitted a flicker of black light, which vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving the bead appearing utterly ordinary once more in the grove. Qin Xiaolong and Chen Xiaoyu indulged in sweet nothings, engaging in all manner of intimate activities. Unfortunately, due to Chen Xiaoyu's insistence, Qin Xiaolong was unable to partake in the forbidden fruit. Xiaoyu, why not just give in to me? I truly cannot hold back any longer, Qin Xiaolong said, swallowing hard at a tea that moment. He felt like a famished wolf, while Chen Xiaoyu resembled a tender lamb. Had it not been for his unwavering willpower, he might have succumbed to the temptation long ago. In a way, I'll save that for our wedding night. Chen Xiaoyu promptly rejected without a second thought. Although there was but a thin veil separating them, she still wished to remain pure until marriage, believing it was a responsibility to herself and to Qin Xiaolong. By the time we have our wedding night, I'll probably be on the verge of bursting. Qin Xiaolong lamented, his face contorted in frustration. The tantalizing allure was so close yet so far, a torment that could drive a person mad. You could always take matters into your own hands. As the saying goes, in an empty room, one can make do with oneself, and generations shall turn to dust. Don't think I'm unaware of what boys typically do, Chen Xiaoyu teased with a sly smile. She was no Navi child, especially with several friends who were well-versed in such matters. Why not suggest I go buy a doll then? Qin Xiaolong rolled his eyes. Hey, that's a good idea. Tomorrow, I'll help you pick one out, so you can use it every day and save yourself from wandering off. Chen Xiaoyu laughed. I must be cursed to have such a scheming girlfriend. Qin Xiaolong muttered, his face darkening in response to Chen Xiaoyu's words. He had always thought of her as quite innocent, but now he realized she was the true mastermind. You're mistaken. You actually have a sweet and understanding girlfriend? Chen Xiaoyu quipped playfully. After glancing at the time, she noted it was already 11 o'clock. All right, I won't play with you any longer. I'm heading home to sleep. Goodbye. In accordance with their usual routine, she bestowed a fragrant kiss upon Qin Xiaolong before skipping home. That moment, Qin Xiaolong felt as though he were being roasted over a fire, utterly uncomfortable. After a moment's contemplation, he took out his phone to send a WeChat message to Wu Jinlian. Initially, he intended to seek out Wu Jinlian to alleviate his frustrations, but when she did not respond, he wondered if perhaps Sister Jinlian had already gone to bed. He recalled that in the past few days, she would always send him selfies in the evening, often dressed in alluring attire. However, since yesterday, she had not sent him any messages. Uncertain if Wu Jinlian had fallen asleep or if it was inconvenient for her to reply due to Li Gang's presence at home, he decided to take a cold shower to cool off instead. The next day, after delivering goods, Qin Xiaolong received a call from Su Yafu, who said she needed to speak with him. He instructed Yang Dazhu and the others to head back first while he waited alone in the relaxation area on the first floor of Longting Hotel. Almost an hour passed before Su Yafu finally arrived. Today, Su Yafu was adorned in a Chong Sam, her enticing curves perfectly accentuated, especially her long, fair legs that peeked through the slits of the garment. Making one salivate, Xiaolong, I'm truly sorry for keeping you waiting so long, she said as she hurried to Qin Xiaolong's side. Apologizing, it's quite all right. I had nothing pressing to do, Qin Xiaolong replied nonchalantly. He had even played a couple of rounds of a game while waiting, so he did not feel the wait was excessive. Mr. Su, Where would you like this fish tank placed? Inquired a man behind Su Yafu, who, along with another, was carrying a large fish tank containing two brilliantly red ornamental fish. Put it in my office, Su Yafu instructed, then turned to Qin Xiaolong. Let us go upstairs and talk. Once in the office, the two men set the fish tank in place and departed. Sister Su, what kind of fish are these? They're truly beautiful, Qin Xiaolong remarked, pointing at the fish in the tank. These are arowanas. I specifically purchased them to enhance the feng shui, Su Yafu replied with a smile. Ah, so this is an arowana, Qin Xiaolong mused, having heard tales of these prized fish, said to be the aristocrats of the ornamental fish world. Even the cheapest could cost thousands, while some exceptional specimens could fetch tens of thousands or even millions. Sister Su, how much did you pay for these two fish? Qin Xiaolong inquired again. Guess, Su Yafu teased playfully. Perhaps 20 or 30,000? Qin Xiaolong ventured a reasonable estimate. Given his limited knowledge of arowanas, 20 or 30,000 would only buy you a few scales. These are premium blood-red arowanas, each worth 60,000. However, since I am friends with the seller, I got a friendly price for both, totaling 100,000, Su Yafu replied, rolling her eyes at Qin Xiaolong. And my goodness, even fish made of gold wouldn't be so expensive. Qin Xiaolong exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise. 60,000 for a single fish was beyond his imagination. Arowanas are feng shui fish, meant to ward off evil and bring peace to homes. You cannot compare them to ordinary fish. Otherwise, why do you think those wealthy individuals spend millions on them? Su Yafu explained with a smile. Indeed, the world of the affluent is truly different from that of ordinary people, Qin Xiaolong marveled. Are you interested in purchasing a few arowanas? I can introduce you to my friend. I guarantee he will provide you with some top-notch ones, Su Yafu continued. Forget it. I can't afford to keep such fish. Qin Xiaolong replied, waving his hand dismissively. A single arowana costing tens of thousands would have to be revered like an ancestor. He certainly did not have such a penchant. However, a sudden thought struck Qin Xiaolong, and he quickly asked, Sister Su, are arowanas easy to care for? Could I possibly raise them? He considered that breeding arowanas might present a new business opportunity, and he was eager to give it a try. He did not expect to sell fish for 60,000. Even selling them for a few thousand each, if he could manage to sell a few hundred in a year, that would be akin to picking up money. I am not entirely sure about the specifics. I'll introduce you to my friend who sells arowanas. You can ask him directly. He is an expert, Su Yafu replied before dialing her friend Liao Huang. Due to the brevity of conversation over the phone and the fact that Liao Huang was still out of town, he arranged to meet Qin Xiaolong in person the following morning to impart the techniques for breeding arowanas. Sister Su, I thank you for facilitating this connection. After hanging up, Qin Xiaolong hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Su Yafu. He was acutely aware that without her assistance, Liao Huang would likely have disregarded him entirely. Chapter 67. The influential figures. It was merely a trifling effort. There is no need for such politeness, Su Yafu replied nonchalantly. By the way, Sister Su, didn't you mention you had something to discuss with me? What is it? Qin Xiaolong shifted the topic. My memory fails me. I almost forgot the main matter at hand. I plan to take you to meet a significant figure shortly, Su Yafu remarked, tapping her forehead in realization. A significant figure? Is there anyone greater than you, sister? Qin Xiaolong teased, casting a sly glance at her. Su Yafu, being quite astute, quickly grasped the implications of his words. You little rascal, daring to flirt with your sister. Do you believe I wouldn't have someone take care of you? She retorted playfully, raising an eyebrow in mock anger. Of course I believe you. There is nothing you cannot accomplish, Sister Su, Qin Xiaolong replied with a grin. Then behave yourself. If you continue with your slick tongue, I might just have you transformed into a woman, Su Yafu shot back, casting a playful glare at him. Understood, Qin Xiaolong replied, refraining from further jesting. Sister, who is this significant figure you speak of? Does Fan Kanglin know him? He inquired. Of course he does. Who in Lin City does not know him? Qin Xiaolong answered promptly. Fan Kanglin, the renowned fifth master, once the underground emperor of Lin City. Wielding immense power, however, he has been rehabilitated for 8 years now, and he operates seamlessly in both legal and illicit realms, standing among the pinnacle of the city's elite. The person I wish to introduce you to is none other than Fan Kanglin. Why would you want me to meet him? Does such a powerful figure truly have the time to see me? Qin Xiaolong questioned, perplexed. Compared to Fan Kanglin, I am but a small fry. He likely wouldn't regard me as noteworthy at all. Fan Kanglin is afflicted by an ailment, and I hope you can assist him in healing. If you succeed, the rewards will undoubtedly be substantial, Su Yafu succinctly explained. What illness does he have? Qin Xiaolong asked urgently. Is it something I can treat? Su Yafu lowered her voice, as if fearing eavesdroppers. Fan Kanglin is actually incapacitated. Qin Xiaolong was taken aback by this revelation. Fan Kanglin was a figure capable of commanding storms, a man never lacking in female companionship, yet he was rendered impotent. How ironic. Keep your voice down. While this is not an absolute secret, it is known only to a select few within Haiqing's upper echelons. You must not divulge this information. Otherwise, even I cannot protect you, Su Yafu warned, her expression solemn. Being part of Lin City's upper society, she understood better than most how formidable Fan Kanglin was. Offending him could lead to grave consequences for Qin Xiaolong. Rest assured, sister. I am not one to gossip, Qin Xiaolong assured her with a smile. Good. As long as you understand the gravity of the situation. Now, let us go meet Fan Kanglin. If you can heal him, that would be splendid. If not, he will not hold you accountable, Su Yafu said. Having endured years of distress from her own affliction, which Qin Xiaolong had cured in merely 3 days, she believed in his extraordinary medical skills. Her rationale was straightforward. If Qin Xiaolong could treat Fan Kanglin, it would earn him a tremendous favor, while failure would bear no repercussions. Half an hour later, the pair arrived at Fenghua Garden, one of Lin City's 3 affluent districts. The community was composed entirely of villas, with the least expensive priced at over 10 million, while the most extravagant reached 50 to 60 million, an amount unattainable for the average person in a lifetime of frugality. However, with Fan Kanglin's wealth in the billions, purchasing a villa here would be akin to child's play for him. After navigating the community for 2 minutes, Su Yafu stopped in front of a luxurious 3-story villa. Driving a BMW 7 Series, valued at $1 million, she found her car dwarfed by the Rolls-Royce, Bentley, and Lamborghini parked in front of the villa. Yet, they were not there to compete in wealth, so they paid little mind to the ostentation. This is Fan Kanglin's residence. When we enter, please be cautious with your words. Do not offend him, Su Yafu cautioned as she parked the car and rang the doorbell. Soon, a man in a suit opened the door. I am Su Yafu. I have an appointment with 5th Master. Miss Su, please come in. The suited man gestured for them to enter. Upon entering, Qin Xiaolong was astonished to discover that the ground floor had been converted into a swimming pool. At that moment, a well-built man covered in scars was swimming, and that man was none other than the illustrious Fan Kanglin. Miss Su, please wait here for a moment. 5th Master will be out shortly. The suited man informed them before stepping aside. After a brief wait, Fan Kanglin emerged from the pool, draping a bathrobe around himself as he approached Su Yafu and Qin Xiaolong, around 40 years old. Fan Kanglin maintained an impressive physique, rivaling that of championship bodybuilders. Most strikingly, he exuded an air of authority that commanded respect. Even in silence, his mere presence was imposing. Well, it has only been a few days. And you have become even more enchanting, Yafu. How about considering becoming my chief consort? Fan Kanglin said with a broad smile directed at Su Yafu. 5th Master, please refrain from jesting. If I were to be with you, your several confidences would surely tear me apart. Su Yafu replied with a charming smile that could make hearts race. Rest assured, who would dare harm you? I would not let them off lightly. Fan Kanglin assured her. Forget it. I wish to live a few more years, Su Yafu declined, swiftly redirecting the conversation. 5th Master, this is my friend Qin Xiaolong. Xiaolong, do not hesitate to greet 5th Master. Greetings, 5th Master. Regardless of the power dynamics, Qin Xiaolong was respectful in his tone, mindful of Fan Kanglin's authority. Young brother, you possess quite the handsome demeanor. You resemble my younger self, Fan Kanglin remarked with a smile before turning to Su Yafu. Yafu, what brings you here today? Chapter 68. The ailment. Please wait a moment while I change into more appropriate attire, Fan Kanglin said to Su Yafu before heading to the changing room to don casual clothing. He then led Qin Xiaolong and Su Yafu to his study. Once seated, Fan Kanglin lounged confidently in the main chair, while Qin Xiaolong and Su Yafu settled on the couch nearby. Speak. What is it that you need? He inquired, fully aware that Su Yafu would not visit him without a purpose. I brought Xiaolong here primarily for him to treat your ailment. I wonder if you would allow him to give it a try. Su Yafu stated directly. Let him treat me? Are you jesting? Fan Kanglin shot a skeptical glance at Qin Xiaolong, his expression tinged with disdain. 5th Master, do not be misled by his youth. Xiaolong is a remarkable young physician, and he might very well possess the means to heal you, Su Yafu quickly interjected. Spare me. I see no reason to waste my time, Fan Kanglin dismissed with a wave of his hand. He had consulted countless doctors and consumed innumerable medications, yet none had proven effective. He doubted a mere youth, who likely had read few medical texts, could remedy his condition. 5th Master, are you truly comfortable embracing a life of impotence? Qin Xiaolong chimed in with a smirk. Who are you calling impotent? Fan Kanglin's expression darkened at the insult, his temper flaring. Not be angered, fifth master. I am merely stating facts. If you have grown accustomed to this state, I shall take my leave. However, if you desire to regain your virility, you must cooperate with me, and I assure you, I will restore your prowess, Qin Xiaolong replied with calm confidence. The issue of impotence was not a terminal ailment, and he was certain he could heal Fan Kanglin. Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. Should you succeed in curing me, I will reward you handsomely. However, if you fail, do not expect me to show leniency to Yafu. Fan Kanglin warned coldly, anger simmering beneath his composed exterior. Qin Xiaolong's repeated insinuations of his impotence were akin to rubbing salt into an open wound, igniting Fan Kanglin's ire. He was determined to ascertain whether Qin Xiaolong was a true physician of skill or merely a charlatan seeking fame. Should he prove to be the latter, Fan Kanglin would ensure he faced the consequences of his audacity. Fifth master, Xiaolong often speaks without thinking. Please do not take offense. Xiaolong quickly apologized to fifth master. Su Yafu urged. Su Yafu quickly interjected to ease the tension, saying there is no need to apologize. I, Fan Kanglin, am not so narrow-minded. Please proceed with my treatment first. If the results are unsatisfactory, we can have a thorough discussion afterwards. Fan Kanglin stated with a stern expression. Sister Su, could you kindly step outside for a moment? I need to conduct a comprehensive examination for Master Fan, Qin Xiaolong added calmly. Xiaolong, trust me, I assure you won't be disappointed. Su Yafu attempted to say more, but was abruptly interrupted by Qin Xiaolong. Faced with his unwavering confidence, Su Yafu had no choice but to place her trust in him. After Su Yafu exited, Qin Xiaolong turned his attention back to Fan Kanglin. Master Fan, please remove your trousers. Fan Kanglin hesitated for a moment but ultimately complied. Despite his status as a formidable underground emperor, he suddenly felt quite self-conscious. After all, he had always harbored a sense of shame regarding this matter, stemming from deep-seated insecurities in his youth, which had only dissipated after he achieved success. Nevertheless, he remained extremely sensitive to being labeled as inadequate. Qin Xiaolong cast a glance at Fan Kanglin and let out a chuckle. While he was endowed with impressive masculine attributes, Fan Kanglin's situation was rather pitiable, resembling a deflated worm, devoid of any semblance of masculine vigor. What are you laughing at? What is amusing? Fan Kanglin retorted darkly, deeply suspicious that Qin Xiaolong intended to humiliate him. Please don't misunderstand, Master Fan. I wasn't mocking you, that I merely recalled a rather amusing joke. Qin Xiaolong quickly provided an explanation, one he himself scarcely believed. Fan Kanglin fell silent, though internally he resolved that if Qin Xiaolong failed to remedy his condition, he would ensure the latter left in tears. Taking a deep breath, Qin Xiaolong cast aside all distractions and commenced his examination of Fan Songlan. It wasn't too long before he identified the underlying issue. Master Fan, if I'm not mistaken, you've never urinated while standing, have you? Qin Xiaolong inquired again. I have never urinated while standing, and what of it? Fan Kanglin responded sharply. Due to a physical deficiency, he had squatted to relieve himself for the past 40 years. A fact no one dared to mention in his presence. Precisely, you are what we call heavenly castrated. Conventional methods cannot remedy this. However, if you cooperate fully, I guarantee that within 3 days, you will be able to stand to urinate. And in a month, you will experience the pleasures of a woman, Qin Xiaolong said with a slight smile. The term heavenly castrated refers to a congenital condition similar to that of a eunuch. This ailment is nearly impossible to cure due to its inherent nature. Yet, Qin Xiaolong possessed the knowledge to treat such a condition, making the task of healing Fan Kanglin a simple endeavor. Brother, can you truly cure me? Fan Kanglin asked, half in disbelief. If I cannot cure you, you may take my head and use it as a ball. Qin Xiaolong jested. Brother, as long as you can heal me, I will pay any price. Upon hearing Qin Xiaolong's response, Fan Kanglin was filled with overwhelming excitement, akin to a drowning man grasping a lifeline. For years, although he appeared to have accepted his fate, he had secretly yearned to live like a normal man. He would spare no expense to fulfill this desire. I do not seek your riches. I am merely assisting Sister Su, Qin Xiaolong replied, then continued, Master Fan, do you have silver needles? Please procure a set for me. Yes, just a moment, Fan Kanglin responded, quickly dialing a number. Before long, a man arrived with the silver needles. Realizing that treating Fan Kanglin in the study was inappropriate, Qin Xiaolong accompanied him to his bedroom. Once in the bedroom, Qin Xiaolong instructed Fan Kanglin to disrobe completely and lie down on the bed. Master Fan, I shall begin. After informing him, Qin Xiaolong simultaneously inserted 7 silver needles into points on his body. Tianshu, Fengqi, Jianjing, Jiwei, Shenkei, Qihai, and Yongquan.at. The moment the needles penetrated his skin, Fan Kanglin felt as if he had been administered anesthetic. He could not move a single muscle. Had Qin Xiaolong wished to harm him, it would have been effortless. However, that was far from his intention. Next, Qin Xiaolong grasped one of the silver needles and began to manipulate it gently. Initially, the motions were slow, but within a minute, they accelerated dramatically. Soon, his fingers danced with remarkable speed, and several more needles pierced Fan Kanglin's acupuncture points. Suddenly, Fan Kanglin felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, his body nearing a state of frozen rigidity. Yet, just as quickly, that frigid sensation dissipated, replaced by an intense heat, as though he were on the verge of combustion. The alternating sensations of scorching heat and biting cold threatened to overwhelm him, pushing him toward the brink of despair. In that moment, he wished for nothing more than to escape this torment. Yet, immobilized, he could not even utter a sound. If anyone were present, they would witness Qin Xiaolong's fingers moving with a mesmerizing speed, employing an array of techniques that dazzled the eye. After 10 minutes, the acupuncture was complete, and Qin Xiaolong began to channel streams of genuine energy into Fan Kanglin's body through the needles. Those afflicted with heavenly castration experienced stagnation of vital energy, preventing the proper circulation of blood, which is why Fan Kanglin's condition had rendered him ineffective. Thus, Qin Xiaolong needed to first unblock his blood flow through acupuncture before he could repair the damaged meridians with his energy. As time passed, an hour slipped away unnoticed. Qin Xiaolong's energy was nearly exhausted, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. It's done. Today's treatment concludes here. Exhaling a breath of relief, he pulled out all the needles from Fan Kanglin's body. A warm current surged through Fan Kanglin, akin to spring's arrival, revitalizing the frozen earth and filling him with an unprecedented sense of joy. He slowly sat up and quickly glanced at himself. In the next moment, he dashed towards the bathroom as if he had discovered a new world. Ha ha ha, I, Fan Kanglin, can finally stand to urinate in the bathroom. Fan Kanglin laughed heartily, feeling more exhilarated than ever before. After finishing, he rushed back to Qin Xiaolong, embracing him tightly. Xiaolong, I have recovered. I am finally restored. Master, please put on your clothes first. Otherwise, people might misunderstand our relationship. Qin Xiaolong said with a wry smile. Realizing he was still undressed, Fan Kanglin hurriedly donned his clothing. Xiaolong, thank you. Your medical skills are truly miraculous. You are like Hua Tuo reborn. No, you surpass even Hua Tuo. Fan Kanglin exclaimed, his eyes brimming with excitement as he gazed at Qin Xiaolong. Master, if I recall correctly, you seemed quite skeptical about my ability to cure you. Qin Xiaolong teased with a smile. I was blind to your talents, failing to recognize you as a divine healer. Please, don't hold it against me, Fan Kanglin admitted, having doubted Qin Xiaolong's capabilities. However, witnessing the rapid transformation in less than an hour, he believed that if such a feat did not qualify someone as a divine healer, then no one could possibly deserve that title. Master, you flatter me. I am merely an obscure individual. Your skepticism is entirely justified. Qin Xiaolong humbly retorted. By the way, Xiaolong, when will I be able to, with a woman? Fan Kanglin inquired eagerly. Though surrounded by women, he had never engaged with one due to his long-standing insecurities, even refusing to allow them to accompany him to bed at night. This is just the beginning. In the next 3 days, I will need to perform acupuncture on you again. Only then can we ensure your complete restoration to manhood. However, you must refrain from any intimate relations for a month. Otherwise, your vital energy will dissipate, making recovery exceedingly difficult. Qin Xiaolong replied swiftly. He had already begun to mend Fan Kanglin's physical deficiencies, but given that he had been heavily castrated for so long, it was crucial to avoid any vigorous activity during this initial recovery phase. Rest assured, as long as you don't say a word, I won't go near any women, Fan Kanglin promised earnestly. Having lived as a eunuch for 40 years, he was fully prepared to endure just one more month. Very well, we shall conclude for today. I will prepare a prescription for you to take daily. Qin Xiaolong stated, then proceeded to write a prescription to bolster Fan Kanglin's vital energy before they exited together. In the living room, Su Yafu, who had been pacing nervously, rushed to greet Qin Xiaolong upon his return. How did it go, Xiaolong? Were you able to treat Master Fan? She asked, anxiety etched on her face. Of course. Did you not see Master Fan's grin nearly splitting his face? Qin Xiaolong replied with a smile. Yafu, thank you for introducing Xiaolong to me. I owe you a great favor. Please, do not hesitate to reach out if you need anything in the future, Fan Kanglin said warmly. Master, you are too kind. I am simply delighted to be of assistance to you, Su Yafu responded. Previously, Su Yafu was concerned that Qin Xiaolong would be unable to cure Fan Kanglin, but now she has completely relaxed. After exchanging a few more words with Fan Kanglin, Qin Xiaolong and she took their leave. Xiaolong, you are truly remarkable. You managed to heal even Fan Kanglin. I certainly did not misjudge you, Su Yafu said, gazing at Qin Xiaolong with admiration inside the BMW. Hee, I'm not bragging. I say my medical skills are second to none in the world, and no one dares to claim otherwise, Qin Xiaolong replied with a proud expression. Although his words might seem arrogant, they were indeed true, as he possessed the essence of traditional Chinese medicine, unmatched by anyone else. Su Yafu wholeheartedly agreed and lavished Qin Xiaolong with praise. Upon returning to Longting restaurant, Su Yafu initially offered to treat Qin Xiaolong to lunch, but he declined. Subsequently, Qin Xiaolong bid farewell to Su Yafu and drove his willing Shanche back to the village. Upon reaching the village entrance, Qin Xiaolong received a call from Chan Xiaoyu, who mentioned she had something to give him, prompting him to drive to her home. Here, this is for you. I guarantee you will absolutely love it, Chen Xiaoyu said with a mischievous smile as she presented a cardboard box to Qin Xiaolong. Curiosity piqued, he opened the box, only to be met with a face full of black lines. So, what do you think? Do you like it? Chen Xiaoyu asked, her face beaming with delight. That I like it. I absolutely adore it. Qin Xiaolong replied with a darkened expression. The night before, Chen Xiaoyu had mentioned buying him a toy, and he had thought she was joking, yet she had indeed purchased one. Inside the box was an adult toy. Hee. The store owner said this is their best-selling item of the year. It's a one-to-one realistic model, and it cost me over 300, Chen Xiaoyu cheerfully explained. Xiaoyu, I must ask, as a girl, how do you muster the courage to enter an adult store to buy toys? Qin Xiaolong inquired, somewhat at a loss for words. The store owner is a woman herself. I told her I would be away for a few days, and was worried my boyfriend would feel lonely, and she recommended this for me. Chen Xiaoyu replied with a grin. I must have saved the world in my past life for the heavens to bless me with such an understanding girlfriend like you. Qin Xiaolong rolled his eyes in response. Of course. Otherwise, how could this lady possibly fall for a big bad guy like you? Qin Xiaoyu replied, her smile radiant, as the daughter of the village chief and possessing beauty that could rival flowers. She had no shortage of suitors. Yet, she had chosen to fall for the impoverished Qin Xiaolong, proving that fate is indeed a wondrous thing. Now, however, Qin Xiaolong's circumstances had vastly improved, and she no longer needed to sneak around just to meet him. By the way, Xiaolong, remember to clean the toy with disinfectant after you use it. The owner said it is reusable. You mustn't just toss it away after one use. That would be too wasteful. Qin Xiaoyu reminded him, barely containing her laughter. Perhaps you should keep it for your brother. I could hardly be so fortunate, Qin Xiaolong declined. That won't do. This was specially bought for you. You must use it. Chen Xiaoyu insisted. Seeing that he could not refuse, Qin Xiaolong reluctantly accepted it. After a brief conversation, he bid farewell to Chen Xiaoyu. However, he did not rush home. Instead, he went to young Daju's house to give the toy to him, as he had no need for such an item. Following that, Qin Xiaolong returned to the farm. After several days of renovations, the farm had undergone significant changes, but transforming it into a recreational getaway would still require considerable time and effort. Before he realized it, dusk had fallen. On his way home, he happened to pass by Wu Jilian's house. He intended to inquire why she had not replied to his messages lately, but to his surprise, the door was locked. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a series of knocking sounds. Returning to Wu Jilian's door, he listened intently and quickly confirmed he was not imagining things. Indeed, there were persistent knocking sounds emanating from her yard. How curious. The door to Jilian's house is locked, yet there are knocking sounds. Qin Xiaolong pondered, stroking his chin in confusion. After scanning the surroundings to ensure no one was nearby, he effortlessly leaped over the wall and into Wu Jilian's home. Standing in the yard, he listened for a moment longer before swiftly making his way toward the source of the sound. Arriving at a room shortly thereafter, the door was unlocked, and Qin Xiaolong pushed it open without hesitation. It was a storage room filled with various miscellaneous items. As he glanced around, he approached a wooden board. The knocking sounds were indeed coming from behind this board. Upon pushing it aside, he discovered a hidden passageway. Activating his phone's flashlight, he descended the corridor for about 5 or 6 meters, ultimately reaching a basement. Help! Help me! Upon seeing the light, a voice immediately cried out for help from within the basement. Qin Xiaolong quickly recognized the owner of the voice to be Wu Jilian. Jilian, is that you? He called out urgently. It's me, Xiaolong. Hurry and rescue me, Wu Jilian shouted back. Just a moment, I will get you out. After assuring her, Qin Xiaolong hastily returned to the storage room, grabbed a piece of wire,
and within moments, he managed to pry open the lock on the basement door. Inside the basement, numerous bottles of alcohol and cigarettes were stored, while Wu Jinlian was shackled by a chain, resembling a slave. Qin Xiaolong quickly unshackled her feet, liberating her. Xiaolong, Wu. After being rescued, Wu Jinlian immediately threw herself into Qin Xiaolong's arms. Sobbing uncontrollably, her tears quickly soaking his clothes, but he paid no mind. Looking at the tear-streaked Wu Jinlian, Qin Xiaolong felt a wave of heartache. It's all right. You're safe now I'm here, he gently reassured her, patting her back. Though she continued to weep, it took a good 7 or 8 minutes for her to finally calm down. Jinlian, what on earth happened? Who locked you down here? Qin Xiaolong asked, his expression grave. It was Li Gangxian. He has kept me locked in the basement for 2 whole days, claiming he would sell me, Wu Jinlian replied, her voice choked with emotion. What on earth is wrong with that bastard? How could he do this to you? Qin Xiaolong exclaimed, his anger flaring. As Wu Jinlian explained the situation, Qin Xiaolong gradually pieced together the events. Being a full-time housewife without any source of income, she had asked Li Gangxian for some money to buy meat the afternoon before. He had given her only a few dozen yuan, which led to a heated argument wherein she once again insisted on divorcing him. Enraged, Li Gangxian had beaten her severely, destroying her phone in the process. To prevent her from escaping, he then imprisoned her in the basement. During these 2 days, he had only provided her with 3 steamed buns and 2 bottles of water, leaving her both thirsty and hungry. Desperate, she had resorted to using a stick to knock on the basement door for help. Fortunately, fate had smiled upon her, allowing Qin Xiaolong to discover her in time. Otherwise, she might have perished under Li Gangxian's torment. That scoundrel deserves to die. After hearing Wu Jinlian's account, Qin Xiaolong was consumed with rage, wishing he could slay Li Gangxian on the spot. Jinlian, let me take you upstairs. At that moment, Wu Jinlian appeared haggard and frail, lacking the strength to stand or walk. Qin Xiaolong had no choice but to carry her back to the surface. Just as they exited the storage room, he was about to fetch some food for Wu Jinlian when suddenly, the front door swung open. It was none other than Li Gangxian. Chapter 71. Division of assets. Alongside Li Gangxian were 2 men and 1 woman. Qin Xiaolong, what the hell are you doing in my house? Upon seeing Qin Xiaolong holding Wu Jinlian, the smile vanished from Li Gangxian's face, replaced by a dark scowl. I was just about to settle the score with you. Your timing is quite impeccable. Qin Xiaolong retorted with a cold laugh, gently placing Wu Jinlian on a chair. Jinlian, rest for a moment. I will take care of this scoundrel. With that, he beckoned Li Gangxian with a finger. Come here and apologize to Jinlian. I'll be damned if I apologize. Li Gangxian spat back venomously, then turned to one of the men beside him. Li Jinfu, that woman is the wife I found for you. If you can take that kid down, I'll knock 5,000 off the price. Hearing this, the man named Li Jinfu charged at Qin Xiaolong, his massive fist swinging towards him. The glint of cold light flashed in Qin Xiaolong's eyes as he swiftly caught Li Jinfu's fist and kicked him, causing Li Jinfu to collapse to the ground. How dare you hit my son? I'll fight you to the death. The older man and woman, witnessing Li Jinfu's defeat, rushed forward, but they were no match for Qin Xiaolong and quickly met the same fate. Seeing that even the burly Li Jinfu could not withstand a single move from Qin Xiaolong, Li Gangxian was instantly thrown into a panic. As the saying goes, when all else fails, retreat is the best plan. Li Gangxian turned tail and sprinted for the exit. His speed was already quite impressive, yet in the blink of an eye, he was overtaken by Qin Xiaolong. Setting aside his personal grievances with Li Gangxian, the mere fact that Li had imprisoned Wu Jinlian in the basement, denying her food and water, was enough for Qin Xiaolong to show no mercy. He unleashed a torrent of blows upon Li Gangxian. Stop, please, I beg you, stop, Li Gangxian pleaded incessantly, but Qin Xiaolong remained indifferent. The air was filled with the sounds of agony. Before long, Li Gangxian was left battered and bruised, likely unrecognizable even to his own mother. Next, Qin Xiaolong inquired about a man named Li Jinfeng. It was then he learned that this individual was a distant relative of Li Gangxian. Due to his family's poverty, at the age of 30, he had yet to marry. However, Li Gangxian had suddenly approached him, promising that for the sum of 30,000 yuan, he could arrange a bride for him. After they gathered the money, Li Jinfeng accompanied Li Gangxian to his home to fetch the bride. Damn it, I truly wish I could just slice you to pieces. Qin Xiaolong was astonished to discover that Li Gangxian had sold Wu Jinlian for a mere 30,000 yuan. This man was utterly devoid of humanity. Xiaolong, you want my wife, right? I can give her to you. Just let me go, Li Gangxian hastily pleaded. Let you go? Never. Qin Xiaolong's fury only intensified, and he pummeled Li Gangxian once more. The wails of Li Gangxian soon attracted the attention of other villagers, and before long, a crowd had gathered in their courtyard. Upon learning of Li Gangxian's infidelity, his abuse of Wu Jinlian, and his intention to sell her, the villagers were incensed. Particularly those who had previously suffered at the hands of Li Gangxian seized the opportunity to beat him mercilessly. "Stop it! Everyone, cease at once!" Just as it seemed Li Gangxian might be beaten to death, Qian Guangfu, having received word of the commotion, rushed over to protect him. "Village chief, save me!" Li Gangxian clung desperately to Qian Guangfu's leg, tears streaming down his face. "Get away from me!" Qian Guangfu kicked Li Gangxian aside and addressed the surrounding villagers. "What are you all gathering for? Go home at once." As the village chief, Qian Guangfu commanded great respect. And upon hearing his words, the villagers began to disperse, some reluctantly escorted away by him. "Xiaolong, what on earth is going on?" Qian Guangfu directed his inquiry at Qin Xiaolong. "Let Sister Jinlian explain," Qin Xiaolong suggested. Looking towards Wu Jinlian. Having recently consumed some biscuits and water, Wu Jinlian had regained her strength and tearfully recounted the abuse she had endured. She firmly stated her desire for a divorce, declaring that she would never again live with Li Gangxian. After grasping the full story, Qin Guangfu was infuriated. "Li Gangxian, speak. Do you want a divorce, or do you wish to rot in jail?" he demanded, suppressing his rage. "Don't call the police." "I am willing to divorce," Li Gangxian hastily conceded. Previously, he might have insisted that this was a private family matter, but now that his plan to sell Wu Jinlian had been exposed, he dared not cling to the notion of staying married. "Since you agree to divorce, this makes things simpler. Now, list all your assets. I will help you divide the property," Qin Guangfu instructed, handing Li Gangxian a pen and paper. "Village chief, given how Li Gangxian has treated Sister Jinlian, he has no right to claim any assets. He must leave with nothing," Qin Xiaolong interjected. "Rest assured, I will ensure Jinlian suffers no loss," Qian Guangfu replied, continuing to urge Li Gangxian to list his possessions. After Li Gangxian completed the list, Qin Xiaolong glanced at it, astonished to find that this seemingly humble village accountant was, in fact, an invisible millionaire. Li Gangxian owned 2 motorcycles, one worth 20,000 and the other 70,000. His bank accounts held a combined total of 260,000 yuan, in addition to 2 luxury watches valued at nearly 10,000 each, 3 iPhones, a gold necklace, and several high-end suits. Furthermore, their home was a 2-story building, with construction and renovation costs likely amounting to another 20,000. Village chief, it appears Li Gangxian is wealthier than you. Where do you suppose his money came from? Was it merely blown in by the wind? Qin Xiaolong remarked with a sly smile. After all, Li Gangxian was just a small-time accountant in Taiyuan village, earning a meager salary of 2,000 to 3,000 yuan a month. It was impossible for him to amass such wealth without questionable means. "Tell me, how much public money have you embezzled over the years?" Chen Guangfu demanded, kicking Li Gangxian. "Village chief, I swear on my conscience, I have not embezzled any money from the village," Li Gangxian protested with a pained expression. "You're full of nonsense. If you haven't embezzled, then where did all this money come from?" Chen Guangfu was not convinced. "I've earned this through side work. I've been keeping the books for Chen Depeo, and most of this money is his salary for me. If you don't believe me, bring him here, and we'll confront each other directly," Li Gangxian quickly explained. "Fine. I'll call Chen Depeo if I find out you're deceiving me. I guarantee you won't walk away unscathed," Chen Guangfu warned, pulling out his phone to dial Chen Depeo. Approximately 10 minutes later, Chen Depeo arrived at Li Gangxian's home. "Guangfu, why did you call me here?" Chen Depeo asked, his tone arrogant. "Li Gangxian has many assets of dubious origin, claiming he earned them working for you." "I wish to confirm this," Chen Guangfu inquired. "Of course, he has been working part-time as my accountant. Is there a problem with me paying him a salary?" Chen Depeo replied. "He has nearly 300,000 in savings, plus watches, motorcycles, a gold necklace, and a house, totaling over 600,000. I find it hard to believe you could afford to pay him such a high salary." Qin Xiaolong immediately challenged. "As the saying goes, one does not grow rich without unexpected gains, as a village accountant. I am more inclined to believe Li Gangxian has embezzled public funds, thus acquiring such wealth," Qin Xiaolong asserted. "Xiaolong, I just remembered that Li Gangxian also bought a courtyard in town. That vixen is living there now. According to his neighbors, that courtyard cost around 1 to 200,000. I even saw a car parked in front of it," Wu Jinlian interjected. "Well, it seems I underestimated Li Gangxian. He is undoubtedly a millionaire," Qin Xiaolong remarked with a cold smirk. "I in the city. A million may not be particularly noteworthy, but in Taiyuan village, it certainly marked one as a member of the affluent class. What does it matter if Gangxian is worth millions?" Chen Depeo glared at Qin Xiaolong. "Whether or not he is wealthy is indeed of no concern to me. But if he has embezzled from the village, that is my business. Qin Xiaolong replied calmly, I have not embezzled. All my money has been earned through my own efforts, and DePeo can attest to that. Li Gangxian interjected hastily. Come on, how much could DePeo possibly pay you? Even if you starved yourself, you couldn't amass such wealth. Qin Xiaolong retorted scornfully, I apologize, but I pay Gangxian 2 to 3,000 a month. It's only a matter of years before he saves up $1 million. Do you honestly think he is like you poor folk, who will never earn a decent living? Qin DePeo smirked arrogantly. You claim to pay him 2 to 3,000 a month? Are you trying to deceive me? Qin Xiaolong was incredulous. I have money. I simply enjoy paying Gangxian a high salary. What's wrong with that? Qin DePeo replied defiantly, Village Chief, this money truly comes from DePeo. If you don't believe me, check my transfer records. DePeo has transferred over $1 million to me in recent years, Li Gangxian added. Upon reviewing Li Gangxian's transfer records, Chen Guangfu found them to be accurate. With this revelation, he found it difficult to refute further. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaolong had previously inspected Li Gangxian's phone and was aware of the numerous transfer records between Li Gangxian and Chen DePeo. However, he suspected these transactions were not merely salary payments. There must be some unspeakable secret between them, or else Chen DePeo, a notorious miser, would not have transferred so much money. Unfortunately, he was still unclear about their dealings. Subsequently, Chen Guangfu began dividing the assets between Li Gangxian and Wu Jinlian. As the victim, Wu Jinlian naturally received the larger share. The village house, the motorcycle worth over 70,000, and 250,000 in savings would go to her, while the remaining possessions would belong to Li Gangxian. Upon hearing this distribution plan, Li Gangxian erupted. Village Chief, all this money was earned through my hard work. Why should it go to that wretched woman? If you refuse to comply, I will call the police. I remember that Yang Liqiu from our village was sentenced to 15 years for trafficking women. Your crime, if light, would still earn you 5 years. You two might even end up as cellmates. Chen Guangfu sneered. Village Chief, please don't call the police. I will give her everything. Li Gangxian, though pained at the prospect of losing money, was even more averse to the idea of imprisonment. After all, the world outside was far more alluring than life behind bars, and if he were incarcerated, his mistress would likely run off with another man. Simultaneously, Li Gangxian's hatred for Qin Xiaolong deepened. He believed that had Qin Xiaolong not appeared, Li Jinfeng would have whisked Wu Jinlian away under the cover of darkness, and she would have had no choice but to accept her fate. Leaving him to suffer the consequences, Qin Xiaolong, just you wait. I will undoubtedly avenge this grievance. Li Gangxian's heart brimmed with an overwhelming hatred, yet he displayed no outward signs of it. He was acutely aware that he could never match Qin Xiaolong in strength and could only resort to underhanded tactics. Subsequently, in the presence of Chen Guangfu, Li Gangxian signed the divorce agreement along with the property distribution agreement with Wu Jinlian and transferred a sum of 250,000 cash to her. According to the agreement, Wu Jinlian would accompany Li Gangxian to the Civil Affairs Bureau the following morning to formalize their divorce. Li Gangxian, this is now my home. You must leave. I no longer wish to see you. Wu Jinlian declared coldly. It is often said that one night of marriage bestows 100 days of affection. Yet Li Gangxian not only physically assaulted her alongside his mistress, but also imprisoned her in the basement, depriving her of food and water, even selling her off. He was nothing short of a beast with a human face and a heart of a monster. Were it not for the legal repercussions of murder, she would have relished the thought of tearing him to shreds. Gangxian, pack your things. You may stay at my place for the time being, Chen DePeo added. Thank you, Brother DePeo, Li Gangxian replied gratefully, hastily entering the house to gather a few garments before following Chen DePeo out. As for the Li Jinfu family, Qin Xiaolong opted not to trouble them any further and simply ordered them to leave. Jianlian, I will head home now. Call me if you need anything. Chen Guangfu also chose not to linger, uttering these words before departing. Soon, only Qin Xiaolong and Wu Jinlian remained in the courtyard. Xiaolong, thank you. If it weren't for you, I cannot imagine what my life would have become, Wu Jinlian expressed with heartfelt gratitude. Sister Jinlian, there's no need for thanks. This is simply what I ought to do. Qin Xiaolong replied nonchalantly. Xiaolong, please stay with me tonight. I am so afraid that Li Gangxian will try to retaliate against me by climbing over the wall in the middle of the night. Wu Jinlian said hesitantly, unable to hold back her request. The 2 days spent imprisoned in the basement had been a nightmare for her. Even now that Li Gangxian had agreed to the divorce, she remained haunted by fear. Moreover, Qin Xiaolong was the only man in the village she could trust, and considering their past as fleeting lovers, having him by her side would ease her worries about sleepless nights. All right then, I will return home to prepare a hen for you and brew some nourishing chicken soup. Qin Xiaolong thought for a moment, acknowledging that Wu Jinlian, a woman left vulnerable and unsupported, truly deserved compassion, and thus he agreed. Subsequently, Qin Xiaolong returned home, slaughtered a hen, and prepared a nourishing soup with it, which moved Wu Jinlian to tears of gratitude. Chapter 73. Lavishing 600,000. As the clock struck 11 at night and silence enveloped the surroundings, Qin Xiaolong quietly arrived at Wu Jinlian's home. The nourishing chicken soup worked wonders, and after consuming it, Wu Jinlian quickly regained her vitality, prompting her to engage in a heartfelt conversation with Yang Dazhu about life. It wasn't until past 1 in the morning that tranquility returned to the room. Damn, the ancients were not wrong, Qin Xiaolong mused inwardly while gazing at Wu Jinlian in his arms. It is indeed said that at 30, one is as fierce as a wolf, at 40, as fierce as a tiger, and at 50, one could even absorb the earth. Wu Jinlian was precisely at the age of 30, embodying the essence of both wolf and tiger. Thankfully, his own youth and vigor allowed him to keep up. Otherwise, he feared he might not have been able to endure. Being your woman is an absolute delight, Wu Jinlian said, her face radiant with happiness as she regained some strength. Sister Jinlian, is it true that Li Gangxian is lacking in capabilities? Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but inquire. Indeed, he is utterly useless. Every time, it ends before it even begins, Wu Jinlian replied with a look of sorrow. She had been married to Li Gangxian for 4 years, yet had never truly enjoyed the experience. Only with Qin Xiaolong did she finally taste the joys of being a woman. No wonder you seemed as though you were on the verge of starvation. I nearly couldn't satisfy you, Qin Xiaolong teased with a chuckle. You mustn't mock him, Wu Jinlian pouted, her demeanor exuding a charming femininity that earned Qin Xiaolong's respect anew. However, in consideration of the long game, he refrained from further teasing her. Glancing at the time, which had already surpassed 2 in the morning, Qin Xiaolong hurriedly joined Wu Jinlian in slumber. The following day, he resumed his routine by delivering goods to Longting Restaurant. After completing his deliveries, he instructed Lu Sanqi to return home while he accompanied Yang Dazhu to the flower and bird market. Perhaps due to it being Sunday, the market was bustling with a throng of people. Yang Dazhu, who seldom ventured into the city, was akin to an unsophisticated villager in a grand garden, marveling at everything he saw. Xiaolong, look at that bird. It's stunning. Let us buy 2 to take home, Yang Dazhu exclaimed, captivated by a brilliantly feathered bird while passing through the bird market. If you wish to buy, then go ahead. I have no interest, Qin Xiaolong replied, his focus solely on making money rather than indulging in leisurely pursuits. Then don't rush off. Let me inquire about the price, Yang Dazhu said, promptly approaching the vendor. Excuse me, how much for this bird? He asked. Prices range from 10,000 to 20,000, depending on which one you choose, the vendor replied nonchalantly. What, are you trying to swindle me? How can a mere bird cost so much? Yang Dazhu exclaimed in shock. You uncultured bumpkin, do you not recognize the value? This is a macaw. It's worth that price in the market, the vendor retorted with disdain. Forget it. I can't afford such a luxury. Yang Dazhu lamented. Although he adored the exquisite parrot, its price made it unattainable. He knew that spending several thousand on a bird would surely incur his father's wrath. Afterward, Yang Dazhu inquired about several other birds and ultimately purchased a pair of the cheapest budgerigars for 200 yuan. Once Yang Dazhu finished his purchase, Qin Xiaolong led him to the fish market, which was filled with vendors selling various ornamental fish, including tigerfish, parrotfish, guppies, and colorful skirtfish. The dazzling array of tropical fish left Qin Xiaolong momentarily dazzled. Yet he merely observed without making a purchase. Soon, he arrived at a fish shop named Crystal Palace, which specialized solely in one type of fish, the noble arowana. Good day, sir. May I inquire what type of arowana you are interested in? We have red, golden, and silver varieties, among others. A female shop assistant greeted him warmly upon his entrance. I am here to see your owner, Liao Wei Huang. We have an appointment for this morning, Qin Xiaolong replied. Certainly, please hold on a moment while I inform our owner, the shop assistant responded before hastily retreating to the back. Shortly thereafter, she returned, accompanied by a man. This man had a shaved head, sported a large gold chain around his neck, and bore a dragon tattoo on his arm, exuding an aura of someone from the streets. Hello, Boss Liao, I am Qin Xiaolong. We met during our video call yesterday. Qin Xiaolong greeted him promptly. Welcome, Brother Qin. Please, let us go inside and chat, Liao Wei Huang said, extending a warm invitation, knowing Qin Xiaolong was a friend of Su Yifu and no need. I simply wish to consult you on arowana care, if it is manageable. I would like to establish a breeding facility, Qin Xiaolong stated directly. Arowanas are quite delicate and challenging to care for. Outsiders often lose their investments. However, since you are a friend of Yafu, I can share my secrets for raising them. Liao Weihuang replied with a smile. Thank you, Boss Liao. Qin Xiaolong expressed his gratitude promptly and no need for thanks. If you must, thank Yafu. She has been a great help to me in the past. I am extending this favor in her name. How much you learn depends on your own aptitude, Liao Weihuang said candidly, then proceeded to impart the intricacies of arowana breeding and the precautions one must take. Qin Xiaolong's mind functioned like a high-speed computer, absorbing every word Liao Weihuang uttered. Xiaolong, I won't leave you empty-handed. Here are 2 pairs of my carefully bred breeding fish, a pair of purebred blood-red arowanas, and a pair of golden arowanas. In about 10 to 15 days, they will be ready to breed, if you're interested. I can offer you a discount. Liao Weihuang pointed to the fish tank. Boss Liao, could you please tell me how much these fish cost? Qin Xiaolong inquired. This pair of blood-red arowanas is 580,000, and the golden arowanas are 660,000, no bargaining. The fry are more affordable, ranging from a few hundred to over 1,000. Depending on your choice, Liao Weihuang replied. While the prices for these fish were exorbitant, Qin Xiaolong, aiming for substantial future profits, ultimately decided to make the bold investment. I will take these 2 blood-red arowanas. And please provide me with 10 fry each of golden, silver, green, black, and red arowanas. I'll take them home to test the waters. Let us not complicate matters. Along with this pair of blood-red arowanas, you can give me a total of over 600,000. How does that sound? Liao Weihuang pondered for a moment, agreed. Qin Xiaolong readily concurred, and he promptly transferred 600,000 to Liao Weihuang. Chapter 74. One Tale of Cow Gall, 2 Tales of Gold. Though Qin Xiaolong had never raised arowanas, he had experience with other freshwater fish. He believed that as long as he followed the steps laid out by Liao Weihuang, he should have no trouble keeping these arowanas alive, which is why he was willing to spend 600,000 on this pair of breeding fish. Of course, this decision was predicated on the fact that he was currently financially secure. Even if he lost all of that money, it would not weigh heavily on his conscience. Subsequently, Liao Weihuang carefully placed all the fish fry that Qin Xiaolong needed into the same aquarium and lifted it onto young Dazhu's vehicle. Dazhu, please take these fish home for me first. I have some matters to attend to and won't be able to return until later, Qin Xiaolong said to young Dazhu. All right, then I shall take my leave. Young Dazhu replied before driving off, while Qin Xiaolong went to Fan Kanglin's residence to administer acupuncture once more. Originally, Qin Xiaolong intended to return home after the treatment, but Fan Kanglin insisted on keeping him for dinner. Faced with such earnest hospitality, Qin Xiaolong had no choice but to acquiesce. Fan Kanglin had mentioned a simple home-cooked meal, yet the dining table was laden with delicacies such as bird's nest, abalone, lobster, and shark fin, an extravagant feast the likes of which Qin Xiaolong had never experienced in his life. After they had dined to their satisfaction, Fan Kanglin took Qin Xiaolong to his private club named Tianyue. They first indulged in a sauna, followed by a full-body massage. It must be said, the technicians at the club were exceptionally beautiful, each one possessing a charm that rivaled that of small celebrities. And their skills were top-notch, making the massage incredibly pleasurable. Xiaolong, if you fancy anyone, just let me know. There are rooms upstairs. You can do whatever you wish, Fan Kanglin specifically hinted to Qin Xiaolong. No need for that. A massage is sufficient, Qin Xiaolong replied, fully aware of Fan Kanglin's implications. However, having just had a fierce encounter with Wu Jinlian the previous night, he truly felt no need for anything further. Xiaolong, you can't possibly be looking down on them, can you? If so, I can find you some even more beautiful ones. Whether you prefer college students or models, we have them all, Fan Kanglin said with a smile. Having been cured of his impotence by Qin Xiaolong, Fan Kanglin was determined to ensure that Qin Xiaolong was well taken care of. Really, there's no need, brother Fan. Qin Xiaolong repeated his refusal. He had originally addressed Fan Kanglin as Fifth Master, but earlier that day, Fan Kanglin requested he call him brother instead. All right then, if you ever need anything, just come to me directly. I'll inform the manager here, and from now on, your visits will be entirely free. Upon hearing Qin Xiaolong's words, Fan Kanglin ceased his persuasion. Brother Fan, I've eaten and received my massage, so I'll be heading back now. Noticing the time, Qin Xiaolong saw it was already 3 in the afternoon, and he bid farewell to Fan Kanglin. Don't leave tonight. I've arranged a special event for you, Fan Kanglin hurriedly urged. Fan. Just as Qin Xiaolong was about to politely decline, his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was his mother calling. Hello, Mom. What's the matter? Qin Xiaolong asked after answering the call. Xiaolong, when are you coming back? Your grandfather's cow suddenly got spooked and crashed into someone else's car, damaging it, and now that person is demanding compensation from your grandfather. You need to hurry back, Liang Jing said anxiously. What happened? How could my grandfather's cow crash into someone else's car? Qin Xiaolong asked, bewildered. Your grandfather's cow has been refusing to eat or drink for the past few days. He thought it might be sick and decided to take it to the veterinary station in town. However, it got startled by a fierce dog while passing by Majia camp. After being frightened, it started running wildly and crashed right into a small sedan, damaging it severely. The driver is demanding 40,000 yuan from your grandfather, or he won't let him leave. I'm on my way there with your dad. You should come back quickly, Liang Jing explained. Okay, wait for me there. I'll head back right away. After understanding the situation, Qin Xiaolong did not dare to delay any longer and promptly bid farewell to Fan Kanglin. In a rush, Qin Xiaolong took an hour and 40 minutes to reach Majia camp. He immediately spotted the car parked by the roadside, the dead cow lying on the ground, and his parents nearby. After inquiring about the situation, it quickly became clear to Qin Xiaolong that his grandfather was entirely at fault. After all, it was his negligence that led to the cow colliding with the other person's vehicle. Given that the other party's car was a newly purchased Golf worth nearly 200,000 yuan, it was not unreasonable for the driver to demand 40,000 yuan in compensation. Without haggling, Qin Xiaolong transferred the amount to the driver on the spot, thus resolving the matter. I'm so sorry, Xiaolong. It's all my fault. If I hadn't insisted on taking the cow out for treatment, it wouldn't have died, nor would you have had to spend this 40,000 yuan unnecessarily, Qin Jinkai said, filled with remorse. It's all right. A financial loss can avert a disaster, as long as you are safe and sound. That's all that matters, Qin Xiaolong replied with a smile, not wishing to blame his grandfather. He understood well that the cow had been dear to his grandfather, and now that it had perished, his grandfather was undoubtedly heartbroken. If he were to scold him, it would only add to his sorrow. During their conversation, Yang Dazhu and his son arrived in a small truck. Together, they lifted the lifeless cow onto the vehicle and took it to Yang Dazhu's home to be slaughtered. Yang Jiansheng, Yang Dazhu's father, had been a butcher for nearly 20 years, and his skill in slaughtering cattle was second to none. In no time, the cow was disemboweled, its meat and bones separated. While Yang Jiansheng was in the process of slaughtering the cow, he suddenly noticed a swollen gallbladder and, without hesitation, sliced it open, revealing an oval-shaped object much larger than a human fist rolling out. Xiaolong, come quickly and see what this is, Yang Jiansheng called out to Qin Xiaolong, who was busy handling other entrails. Initially indifferent, Qin Xiaolong soon realized what it might be and hurried over to take a look. At first, he did not pay it much attention, but soon he seemed to grasp its significance. He quickly took the oval object, rinsed it with clean water, and exclaimed, bovine gallstone. This is bovine gallstone, Qin Xiaolong said, visibly excited. In essence, bovine gallstone is a gallstone found in the gallbladder of cattle. However, it possesses remarkable medicinal properties, such as detoxifying, calming, and treating pediatric convulsions, epilepsy, and spasms, making it highly valuable. Thus, the saying one tael of bovine gallstone is worth 2 taels of gold has existed since ancient times. Qin Xiaolong had previously found it strange that his grandfather's cow had refused to eat or drink. Now, he finally understood. The cow must have developed gallstones, which led to its unusual behavior. The gallstone within this cow likely weighed over a kilogram, and according to market prices, it could easily be worth several tens of thousands. Initially, Qin Xiaolong felt it was a shame for the pregnant cow to die in such a manner, but now he viewed its demise as destiny. Otherwise, he would never have obtained such a precious bovine gallstone. Chapter 75. A painful dinner with such a large gallstone. Xiaolong, you are truly destined to become wealthy this time, Yang Jiansheng remarked enviously. As a professional butcher, he had encountered gallstones before, but the largest he had seen was merely the size of an egg. In contrast, Qin Xiaolong's gallstone was nearly twice the size of his fist, and the money it could fetch would likely equal a lifetime of hard work for him. This is what they call a blessing in disguise. I must hurry and share this wonderful news with my grandfather. After exchanging a few words with Yang Jiansheng, Qin Xiaolong dashed back to his home. At that moment, his grandfather, Qin Jinkai, was seated on a stone stool at the entrance, smoking a pipe, his face lined with worry, clearly still grieving over the cow's death. Grandpa, I have good news. The gallbladder of our cow contained a gallstone. Our family is about to strike it rich, Qin Xiaolong said with a beaming smile, presenting the gallstone to his grandfather. Is this truly a gallstone? Upon hearing this, Qin Jinsai's eyes lit up with excitement. Of course it's real. If we sell it now, it could easily fetch several tens of thousands. You can look forward to enjoying a life of ease, Qin Xiaolong replied with a smile. Once assured that Qin Xiaolong was not deceiving him, the clouds of worry lifted from Qin Jinsai's face, replaced by an uncontainable joy. For him, as an old farmer, Several tens of thousands was undoubtedly a small fortune. Qin Xiaolong then shared the news with his parents, who were equally elated. Xiaolong, I'm about to finish cooking. Hurry and go buy 2 bottles of good wine. Tonight, let's celebrate as a family, Liang Jing suggested eagerly. All right, Qin Xiaolong responded, quickly heading to the store to purchase 2 bottles of Yuang wine. When he returned home, the table was already set with an impressive spread. Tonight's dinner was incredibly lavish, featuring white-cut chicken, braised fish, stir-fried eel, fried small fish, spicy meat with peppers, along with sour and spicy shredded potatoes, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and garlic choy sum. This dinner could rival their previous New Year's Eve feast. Mom, where did you get this fish? It tastes really good, Qin Xiaolong asked after taking a bite of the braised fish. This is the red carp you bought. We had one for lunch, and both your dad and I thought it was quite delicious, so we decided to stew the other one for dinner, Liang Jing replied. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaolong, who had just been enjoying his meal, suddenly froze as if struck by a spell, his body stiffening and his chopsticks clattering to the table. Xiaolong, what's wrong with you? Noticing that something was off with Qin Xiaolong, Liang Jing hurriedly inquired. Mom, did you eat all the fish I bought? Qin Xiaolong asked, his lips twitching. Yes, I stewed 2 large ones, and the rest I coated in flour and deep-fried. Those small fish on the table are delicious, Liang Jing nodded, confirming. Gazing at the lifeless red braised carp on the table, Qin Xiaolong felt as if his heart were bleeding. He had spent a staggering 600,000 yuan to buy those breeding fish and fry, only for them to be consumed so casually. Surely even billionaires would not dare to be so extravagant. Xiaolong, why do you look a bit unwell? Are you feeling all right? Liang Jing expressed her concern once more, asking, is everything all right? No, I'm perfectly fine. Let's hasten to have our meal, Qin Xiaolong replied, fully aware of his mother's temperament. If she were to discover that he was feasting on a dragonfish worth hundreds of thousands rather than a mere red carp, she would undoubtedly feel overwhelming guilt. Thus, he refrained from disclosing the truth. Upon hearing Qin Xiaolong's response, Liang Jing chose not to press further. Money may be a nuisance, but it can always be earned back. Today, he would simply indulge in a taste of a life beyond the ordinary. As he savored the exquisite flesh of the dragon fish, he could only offer himself such consolation. Fortunately, the flavor of the dragon fish was truly unparalleled, far surpassing that of the commonplace carp or grass fish. However, its exorbitant price made each bite feel akin to slicing into his own flesh. Even millionaires would likely feel the sting for days after such an expenditure. After finishing dinner, Qin Xiaolong made another visit to Yang Daju's home. Xiaolong, I've already portioned the beef for you. You can take it home now, Yang Jinqing stated. There's no rush, Qin Xiaolong replied, making his way directly into Yang Daju's room. Assist me quickly. The jungler is flanking us. Mage, what in the world are you doing? For heaven's sake, these dim-witted teammates. Yang Daju remained engrossed in his game of Honor of Kings, oblivious to Qin Xiaolong's arrival. Qin Xiaolong snatched the phone from Yang Daju's grasp. Xiaolong, quickly return my phone. We're in the middle of a team fight, Yang Daju exclaimed anxiously. What difference does it make whether you're here or not as a fountain commander? Qin Xiaolong shot him a disdainful glare and continued, this morning, I asked you to deliver the dragon fish to my house. How did you do it? I delivered it directly. Your grandfather was home? So I placed the fish upstairs in your house, Yang Daju replied. Did you mention to my grandfather that I purchased that fish at a hefty price? Qin Xiaolong pressed further. I did, Yang Daju responded. How did you phrase it? I told him that the fish was quite expensive and to keep an eye on it. Later, your grandfather even asked me if it was delicious, and I jokingly replied that it was favored by ancient emperors. Yang Daju recounted, I was wondering why my mother stewed the fish. Turns out it was you, you rogue. I could just strangle you. Qin Xiaolong glared at Yang Daju menacingly. What? Your mother stewed the fish? Yang Daju exclaimed, taken aback. Of course. What did you think I was coming to you for? Qin Xiaolong replied with a scowl. Big brother, you can't blame me for this. I had no idea your mother would stew the fish. Yang Daju hastily defended himself, fearing Qin Xiaolong would demand compensation. This time, I'll let it slide. But if you spread any more nonsense, you'll see what I do to you. Qin Xiaolong, not one to pursue vengeance, decided not to hold Yang Daju accountable. Rest assured, I'll guarantee that whatever you tell me to say, I will say without adding a single word, Yang Daju quickly promised. Subsequently, Qin Xiaolong returned the phone to Yang Daju, and the two of them moved the beef back to his cold storage. With several hundred pounds of meat from this one cow, Qin Xiaolong's family could not possibly consume it all. He planned to keep a few dozen pounds for themselves and deliver the remainder to Longting Restaurant the next morning. The following day, Qin Xiaolong first made his delivery, and after that, he visited Shengdetang to sell a piece of beef bile. Mu Qiudong offered a commendable price, giving Qin Xiaolong 450,000 for over 2 pounds of bile, which significantly replenished his finances. Next, Qin Xiaolong ventured to Water Dragon Palace, extravagantly spending 600,000 to purchase 2 blood-red dragons and several dozen fry. Upon returning to Taoyuan village, he was unexpectedly hailed by Zhao Defa, who flagged down his vehicle. "Defa uncle, what brings you here?" Qin Xiaolong inquired as he stopped and rolled down his window. "Xiaolong, this morning my son mentioned that Wang Po's grandson, Zhang Pengqing, was grilling chicken by the river last night. He accidentally let slip that the chicken seemed to belong to your family. You might want to check if any of your chickens are missing." Zhao Defa advised. "All right, I understand. Thank you, Defa uncle." Qin Xiaolong expressed his gratitude promptly. "What thanks? That rascal Zhang Pengqing is unruly. He needs a good thrashing, and you're the only one in the village brave enough to confront him." Zhao Defa chuckled. "If he truly slaughtered my chicken, I won't hesitate to give him a piece of my mind," Qin Xiaolong retorted, bidding farewell to Zhao Defa. Upon returning home, Qin Xiaolong didn't even unload the dragonfish but headed straight for his chicken coop. To his dismay, the coop was devoid of any chickens, indicating they had wandered off to forage. Qin Xiaolong began searching outside, soon discovering his chickens in a patch of wilderness less than 20 meters from his front door. After counting, he realized that they originally had 16 chickens. He had given one to Wu Jinlian and his mother had slaughtered another. Logically, there should have been 14 remaining, but now only 13 were present. Connecting the dots with Zhao Defa's earlier warning, it was clear that Zhang Pengqing had indeed made off with one of his chickens. This Zhang Pengqing truly was incorrigible. At this moment, Qin Xiaolong felt a surge of anger. He was about to go and give Zhang Pengqing a good beating, but as he took a few steps, he halted. He understood well that Zhang Pengqing was the type who would forget pain after healing. Even if he were to retaliate today, the boy would likely forget in a few days. Furthermore, his grandmother, Wang Po, was not an easy opponent. If he were too heavy-handed, she would undoubtedly raise a ruckus. Thus, he needed a more profound lesson for Zhang Pengqing, one that would leave an indelible mark on him. After pondering for a moment, a cunning plan suddenly illuminated Qin Xiaolong's mind. Returning home, he drove to town and purchased a cake, then added some special ingredients to it upon his return. Once everything was prepared, Qin Xiaolong deliberately parked near Zhang Pengqing's house, leaving the car door ajar and the cake sitting on the seat. He then stealthily retreated to a cornfield about 50 meters away. The sun blazed down mercilessly, and with the still air, the cornfield felt like a sauna. Soon, Qin Xiaolong was drenched in sweat. Yet, for the sake of his plan, he endured. Time passed quietly, and nearly 40 minutes later, Zhang Pengqing returned from the riverbank. Spotting the open car door, he immediately noticed the cake resting on the seat. Just as Qin Xiaolong had anticipated, Zhang Pengqing pretended not to see it and walked past the car. However, once the street was clear, he quickly returned and snatched the cake, dashing back to his home. "Aha! This little brat has finally taken the bait." Watching the scene unfold, a sly smile crept onto Qin Xiaolong's face. He remained hidden in the cornfield for another 6 or 7 minutes, estimating that Zhang Pengqing had begun to eat the cake before he decided to emerge. "Who took my cake from the car? Return it to me at once." Qin Xiaolong feigned ignorance as he shouted loudly from the street. His outcry quickly drew the attention of the villagers. And soon, neighbors emerged, curious about the commotion. Upon learning that Qin Xiaolong's cake had mysteriously vanished, suspicions quickly fell upon Zhang Pengqing. After all, the boy had inherited his grandmother's dubious traits, and it was entirely plausible for him to engage in petty theft if he spotted something appealing. Qin Xiaolong pretended to heed the villagers' advice and swiftly made his way to Zhang Pengqing's home. "Wang Po, come out here," he bellowed, and soon Wang Po emerged, her expression dark. "What do you want?" She glared at Qin Xiaolong. "Did your grandson steal my cake from the car?" Qin Xiaolong inquired. "Don't slander me, that never happened." Wang Po immediately denied the accusation. Her response was anticipated by Qin Xiaolong, who feigned concern. "Wang Po, are you certain that my cake wasn't taken by your grandson? Because I laced it with rat poison, specifically to deal with rodents. If your grandson didn't steal it, then I shall search elsewhere." With that, Qin Xiaolong turned to leave. Upon hearing this, Wang Po's face paled, and she hurried upstairs. "Oh dear, my stomach hurts terribly." At that moment, Zhang Pengqing lay on the ground, clutching his stomach and wailing in agony. "Pengqing, don't be afraid. Grandma is here." Wang Po rushed to comfort him, panic-stricken and unsure of how to respond. "Wang Po, didn't you just insist that your grandson didn't steal my cake? What is happening now?" Qin Xiaolong entered, pretending to seek clarification. "You scoundrel Qin Xiaolong, why did you poison my grandson? If anything happens to him, I swear I'll make you pay. Wangpa glared at him, placing all the blame on Qin Xiaolong. This has nothing to do with me. Qin Xiaolong rolled his eyes. All right, let's not bicker. Saving a life is paramount. We need to get Pengcheng to the hospital immediately. Though none were particularly fond of Zhang Pengcheng, they recognized the gravity of the situation and prepared to rush him to the hospital for urgent care. It is too late. I have administered potent rat poison, and I fear that Zhang Pengcheng will perish before reaching the hospital. The only course of action now is to induce vomiting using a concoction referred to as golden juice. If we can make Zhang Pengcheng expel the cake he has ingested, that will suffice. Qin Xiaolong proposed this solution. The term golden juice is merely a euphemism. In reality, it is a mixture of fecal matter. In the past, when someone in the village was poisoned, this crude method was employed to induce vomiting. However, due to its unsavory nature, it has fallen out of favor. Xiaolong is correct. We have no choice but to resort to this primitive remedy to save Pengcheng. I have witnessed a relative recovering from pesticide poisoning through this very method. Old Sun from the same village immediately provided his support, prompting Qin Xiaolong to consider awarding him the title of best teammate. Everyone, step aside. Wasting no time, Qin Xiaolong swiftly lifted Zhang Pengcheng and dashed toward the latrine. Uncle Wu Wei, please hold on to Pengcheng and prevent him from moving. After instructing Zhao Wu Wei, Qin Xiaolong opened the lid of the cesspool. Instantly, a noxious stench assaulted his senses, nearly causing him to faint. Oh, how foul! The villagers nearby recoiled from the overwhelming odor. Yet as a commendable youth of the 21st century, Qin Xiaolong resolutely approached the cesspool and scooped out half a bucket of the vile liquid. He then retrieved a wooden stick and stirred the mixture until he deemed its consistency appropriate. After ensuring its thickness, he returned to Zhang Pengcheng's side. Uncle Wu Wei, hold Pengcheng tightly and restrain him. I am about to administer the golden juice. Qin Xiaolong earnestly instructed Zhao Wu Wei, then filled a ladle with the golden-hued concoction. Pengcheng, come, let us drink this golden juice. Despite his severe abdominal pain, Zhang Pengcheng was not foolish. He instinctively struggled against the foul liquid, exclaiming, I won't drink that, Grandma. Save me, Xiaolong. Perhaps you should refrain from forcing him to drink that. How could he possibly swallow it? Wangpa lamented. Filled with concern. Wangpa, how could you not understand? I am saving your grandson. If he does not drink, he will surely die. You wish to witness your grandson's demise. Qin Xiaolong admonished her resolutely. Of course, I do not wish for my grandson to perish, but enough with the excuses. I must act swiftly to save him. Qin Xiaolong interrupted Wangpa forcefully and pinched Zhang Pengcheng's mouth shut. Forcing the golden juice down his throat, gulp, gulp, Zhang Pengcheng attempted to resist, yet as a mere child, he was no match for the strength of Qin Xiaolong and Zhao Wu Wei. With each breath, the golden juice entered his stomach. Witnessing this scene, the villagers nearby felt their stomachs churn, nearly vomiting their recently consumed lunch. Pengcheng, come, let us continue drinking. I am here to save you. As he spoke, another ladleful of the golden liquid was poured into Zhang Pengcheng's mouth. His struggles intensified, splattering the foul liquid onto Qin Xiaolong and Zhao Wu Wei. Be careful, Xiaolong. The filth is splattering on me, Zhao Wu Wei cautioned. Uncle Wu Wei, we are rescuing the flower of our nation. We must embody the spirit of perseverance, unafraid of dirt and fatigue. What does a soiled garment matter in this endeavor? Qin Xiaolong proclaimed with righteous fervor, embodying the essence of justice. You speak wisely. My understanding was indeed lacking. Please, continue, Zhao Wu Wei replied, inspired by Qin Xiaolong's selfless spirit, elevating his own perspective in the process. Pengcheng, come, drink some more. We must ensure you are well enough to vomit out the rat poison. Qin Xiaolong suppressed a smile, continuously administering the golden juice. Desperate, Zhang Pengcheng sought help from Wangpa, but as he opened his mouth, the liquid was forced in, leaving him unable to utter a word. Ladle after ladle, as Zhang Pengcheng neared his limit, Qin Xiaolong finally instructed Zhao Wu Wei to release him. Zhang Pengcheng collapsed to the ground, retching violently, tears and snot streaming down his face. Uncle Wu Wei, Pengcheng's vomiting is not thorough enough. We must give him more. Qin Xiaolong directed Zhao Wu Wei, who promptly lifted Zhang Pengcheng once more. I won't drink any more, Grandma. Save me. At this point, Zhang Pengcheng was on the brink of collapse. Crying as though he were a slaughtered pig. Pengcheng, just endure a little longer. It will soon be over. Wang Po's heart ached, tears streaming down her face, yet for her grandson's sake, she could only bear it. Gulp, gulp. Another ladle of golden juice was forced into Zhang Pengcheng's mouth. You little brat, I refuse to believe I cannot remedy you. Outwardly composed, Qin Xiaolong was secretly overjoyed. After Zhang Pengcheng had consumed enough, He began to vomit again, and this cycle repeated 4 times before Qin Xiaolong ceased. Pengqing, from now on, you must never eat recklessly again. This time, I could save you, but next time, you may not be so fortunate. Qin Xiaolong admonished Zhang Pengqing, who lay on the ground, utterly despondent, unable to respond. Alas, it seems this child is still hungry and is angry with me. I should have given him a more substantial mixture earlier. Qin Xiaolong muttered to himself. Pengqing, are you all right? Pengqing? Wang Po lifted him, but upon catching a whiff of his stench, she retched, directly vomiting onto him. Wang Po, wait a moment. I will fetch some herbs. Let him drink a few doses, and he will be fine. Qin Xiaolong spoke again. To save a life without fear of dirt or fatigue. Xiaolong is truly a good child. Indeed, children like Xiaolong, who repay kindness with kindness, are exceedingly rare these days. If I had a daughter, I would undoubtedly want Xiaolong as my son-in-law. The villagers showered Qin Xiaolong with praise, raising their thumbs in admiration. You flatter me. I merely did what I ought to do. Qin Xiaolong humbly responded. Initially, he wished to perform his good deed anonymously, but since he had already been observed, there was no need to hide. To expedite the rescue of the nation's flower, Qin Xiaolong returned home to gather additional medicinal herbs. At that moment, Wang Po was assisting Zhang Pengqing with a bath. When Zhang Pengqing saw Qin Xiaolong, he trembled as if he had encountered a demon. Not fear, Pengqing. I have come to bring you medicinal herbs. Qin Xiaolong smiled, then crushed the herbs and mixed them with water, forcibly making Zhang Pengqing consume them. Xiaolong, should we take Pengqing to the hospital for a checkup? Wang Po inquired, still worried at no need. The herbs I have given him are antidotes. I assure you, he will be lively and well by tomorrow. After reassuring Wang Po, Qin Xiaolong departed. Upon returning home, he quickly bathed, scrubbing himself multiple times with shower gel until the foul odor was completely gone. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when the sun was less oppressive, Qin Xiaolong transferred the dragon fish to a large bucket and, equipped with the fish and various tools, ascended the mountain. He eventually stopped at a hillside. Behind the waist-high thicket, there was a crevice in the rocks. Entering the crevice led to a natural cave, and deep within lay an underground lake. This location was discovered by Qin Xiaolong during a previous rabbit-catching excursion, and the underground lake was filled with spring water, pure and unpolluted, with a surface as tranquil as a mirror. Furthermore, the water temperature remained consistent throughout the seasons, making it an ideal habitat for raising dragonfish. If this fellow chooses to live honestly in the future, he will naturally refrain from seeking trouble for himself. However, should he dare to play tricks, he would not hesitate to send Li Gang to the afterlife ahead of time. Upon returning home, noticing that his parents had yet to arrive, Qin Xiaolong began to pick green beans, preparing to cook dinner. Just as he settled down, Chen Xiaoyu suddenly bounced in. Oh, Xiaoyu, what brings you here? Qin Xiaolong inquired, somewhat surprised. Not only am I here, but my father and brother have come as well. Chen Xiaoyu gestured behind her, and no sooner had she finished speaking than Chen Guangfu and his son Chen Wenhao entered the room. Xiaolong, thank you for lending me the money before. To repay this ungrateful son. I spent 980,000, and the remaining 320,000 is here. Count it, Chen Guangfu said, handing a paper bag to Qin Xiaolong, and no need to count. I trust the village chief will not deceive me, Qin Xiaolong replied with a smile as he accepted the bag. You scoundrel, hurry up and thank Xiaolong. Chen Guangfu kicked Chen Wenhao sharply. Xiaolong, thank you. This is a small token of appreciation from our entire family. Please don't look down on it. Chen Wenhao quickly expressed his gratitude, presenting a bag of fruit along with a case of Wanglaji and a box of 6 walnuts. No need for formality. As long as Hao Gu can turn over a new leaf, my efforts will not have been in vain. Qin Xiaolong responded with a smile, accepting everything without hesitation. Rest assured. I will work diligently in the future and will never gamble again. Chen Wenhao vowed earnestly, though the credibility of his words remained uncertain. Xiaolong, it was my fault before. I was short-sighted and should not have mocked you upon our meetings. I should not have interfered with your relationship with Xiaoyu, and I hope you can forgive me. Chen Guangfu apologized again after a brief hesitation. The fact that Qin Xiaolong could lend him over 1 million at a critical moment was a display of fortitude not commonly found, and it left him genuinely grateful. Most importantly, the ability of Qin Xiaolong to produce such a sum indicated that he was no longer the impoverished boy who could be easily insulted. Thus, Chen Guangfu felt compelled to visit and express his gratitude, hoping to draw closer to Qin Xiaolong, for given Xiaolong's circumstances, finding a wife would be merely a matter of speaking. His daughter marrying him would be quite an elevation. Let bygones be bygones. Let's not mention the past. Qin Xiaolong waved his hand. As the saying goes, do not look at the monk's face but at the Buddha's. With Chen Xiaoyu present, Qin Xiaolong felt he must extend some courtesy to Chen Guangfu. Moreover, Chen Guangfu's sincere attitude in apologizing rendered it unnecessary for Qin Xiaolong to dwell on past grievances. Otherwise, he might find himself denied access to Chen Xiaoyu in the future. Thank you for your magnanimity. Your broad-mindedness will surely elevate you among men. Chen Guangfu promptly praised Qin Xiaolong. Hee, I always said Xiaolong would succeed. Now you believe in my judgment, don't you? Chen Xiaoyu chimed in cheerfully, despite Qin Xiaolong's previous debts. She had never looked down upon him, firmly believing he would one day rise to prominence. She simply had not anticipated that day would come so swiftly. Yes, either I have grown foolish with age, or my daughter possesses remarkable insight. Chen Guangfu nodded. Hearing this, Qin Xiaolong nearly burst out laughing. He knew well that Chen Guangfu's drastic change in attitude stemmed from one thing: money. Throughout history, wealth has had the power to sway even the most stubborn of wills. Now, money enabled the village chief to flatter. Truly, money is a remarkable entity. However, he chose not to voice this realization, sparing Chen Guangfu any embarrassment. Village chief, I happen to be preparing dinner. Why not stay and eat with us tonight? We have plenty of beef from yesterday's slaughter. Qin Xiaolong skillfully redirected the conversation to no need. My wife is cooking at home. Xiaoyu, if you wish to stay and dine at Xiaolong's, feel free, Chen Guangfu quickly replied. All right, then I'll be enjoying a meal at Xiaolong's, Chen Xiaoyu responded with a sweet smile. We'll take our leave now, Chen Guangfu said, not lingering any longer. Soon, only Qin Xiaolong and Chen Xiaoyu remained in the yard. Xiaoyu, why don't you stay the night? How about we indulge in some fun together? Qin Xiaolong playfully wrapped his arms around Chen Xiaoyu's waist with a mischievous grin. Hey, stop that. Hurry and cook. I'm nearly starving. Chen Xiaoyu shot him a glare. No need to worry. Let us head inside, and I promise to satisfy your hunger, Qin Xiaolong retorted, maintaining his playful demeanor as his hands began to wander. Chapter 79. The Consequence of Recklessness. Hey, cut it out and get back to cooking. Qin Xiaoyu, determined to preserve her virtue, pushed Qin Xiaolong away, suppressing her desires. With no immediate access to Qin Xiaoyu, Qin Xiaolong redirected his focus to cooking. By the time the meal was prepared, his parents returned from the farm. Initially, Qin Xiaolong had hoped to invite his grandfather to join them, but the old man claimed he had already made noodles. Leaving him disappointed. In the past, Chen Xiaoyu had dined at Qin Xiaolong's home a few times during their childhood, but she had not visited since growing up, making this her first time in 3 years. Therefore, Liang Jing and her husband were exceptionally warm, serving her dishes and pouring drinks, making Chen Xiaoyu feel somewhat embarrassed. After the meal, when she offered to wash the dishes, Liang Jing promptly sent her upstairs to watch television with Qin Xiaolong instead. Xiaolong, your father and I are stepping out for a bit. You and Xiaoyu enjoy yourselves at home, Liang Jing remarked, fully aware that Chen Xiaoyu's presence indicated a budding relationship between the two. Naturally, she aimed to create more opportunities for them to be alone together. If they were to ignite some passion, she could look forward to grandparenthood sooner rather than later. Once her parents departed, Qin Xiaolong led Chen Xiaoyu into his room. As his lips felt dry, he intended to ask Chen Xiaoyu for a little moisture, but a sudden knock on the door interrupted him. Almost immediately, Yang Daju's booming voice rang out. Xiaolong, are you home? What terrible timing, Qin Xiaolong exclaimed. Xiaoyu, please wait for me a moment. With that, he opened the door. What is it? He asked, turning on the yard light. Xiaolong, I caught a wild chicken. Let us roast it for a snack later, Yang Daju responded hastily, holding a wild chicken in his left hand and 2 bottles of liquor in his right. Wow, this wild chicken is quite lovely. Where did you get it? Qin Xiaolong remarked, admiring the bird, which boasted a rich brown body and a gray-black head and neck, adorned with a crest of short black feathers and bright red facial plumage. I bought this wild chicken from Qin Xiaolong for 150 yuan. I reckon it weighs about 4 to 5 jin. It should be enough for us to drink, Yang Daju replied, making his way to the sink. Xiaolong, hand me your knife. I'll take care of this wild chicken first. Wait a moment, Qin Xiaolong interrupted, inspecting the wild chicken again and even checking online. Crap, this is a brown-eared pheasant. The next moment, Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but curse. Whether it's a hippo chicken or a tiger chicken, they'll all be roasted tonight. Yang Daju chuckled. Roast? If you dare eat that thing, you might as well prepare to serve time. Qin Xiaolong shot Yang Daju a glare. What are you talking about? Why would eating a wild chicken land us in jail? Yang Daju asked, bewildered. You might as well admit you're illiterate. This is a first-class protected species, the brown-eared pheasant, nicknamed the prisoner chicken. If it were an ordinary wild chicken, it would be one thing, but this is a protected animal. If we dare eat it, we would certainly be summoned to prison tomorrow. Damn it, what should we do? Should I just let it go? Yang Dazhu panicked as the realization dawned on him, and no need to release it. I'll call the forestry department and have them come take it away. Qin Xiaolong replied. By the way, you said Qin Xiaolong sold this to you, right? Yeah, I happened to run into him, and he said someone gave it to him, but he couldn't eat it all, so he sold it to me, Yang Dazhu recounted. That scoundrel, selling a brown-eared pheasant to you. How sinister. Qin Xiaolong remarked coldly. He understood that Qin Xiaolong was aware of his relationship with Yang Dazhu, which is precisely why he sold the brown-eared pheasant to him. If he guessed correctly, once they consumed the bird, Qin Xiaolong would undoubtedly report them, leading to both of them ending up behind bars. Damn it, this guy is too treacherous. I have to teach him a lesson. Yang Dazhu was equally furious, thankful that Qin Xiaolong had identified the bird as a protected species. Otherwise, he would have unwittingly doomed his future. Don't act rashly. Qin Xiaolong is as foolish as a pig. He wouldn't think of such a clever scheme. This malicious plan surely originates from Chen Depeo. That old bastard. With his cunning, if you confront him, he might very well turn the tables on you. Qin Xiaolong quickly advised Yang Dazhu. Chen Depeo was notorious for his cunning. Without sufficient evidence, Yang Dazhu approaching him would only lead to his own misfortune. So what should we do? We can't just let them scheme against us. Yang Dazhu, with a face full of anger, inquired. There's no rush. While he attends to his initial matters, I shall take my time to ponder. I will certainly not allow this old fool to revel in joy for too long. Qin Xiaolong was not the sort of man who possessed mere bravado without strategy, especially when it came to dealing with Chen Depeo, who was cunning and calculating. To confront him, a well-thought-out plan was essential. At present, Qin Xiaolong found himself with an abundance of time, allowing him to engage Chen Depeo in a game of wit. Very well, whatever you suggest, I shall follow. Chen Depeo, aware that his intellect paled in comparison to Qin Xiaolong's, suppressed his anger. Subsequently, Qin Xiaolong contacted the Forestry Bureau, only to be informed that it was too late in the day for them to act, advising him to ensure the safe accommodation of the brown-eared pheasant, with the promise of their visit for identification the following day. After a brief exchange, Yang Dazhu took his leave, while Qin Xiaolong escorted Qin Xiaoyu back home. On the way, Qin Xiaolong encountered his parents returning home. Xiaolong, has Xiaoyu left? Liang Jing inquired hastily. Yes, I just saw her home, Qin Xiaolong replied. What stage are you and Xiaoyu at? Have you two slept together yet? Liang Jing continued in a lowered voice. Mom, what are you thinking? We have only just started dating. How could it possibly progress so quickly? Qin Xiaolong responded, somewhat exasperated. You have a point, and no rush, take your time. Do invite Xiaoyu over more often. Let us aim to secure her as a daughter-in-law sooner rather than later. That way, I can hold my grandchild. Liang Jing was well aware of Qin Xiaolong lending money to Chen Guangfu. Yet she paid it no mind, for her son was now a wealthy man. Her sole wish was for him to marry soon, so she could embrace a grandchild. Chen Xiaoyu was one of her ideal choices for a daughter-in-law. As long as Qin Xiaolong could win her heart, the money would merely serve as a dowry for the Chen family. By the way, Xiaolong, your uncle in the city just called to invite our family to his daughter's engagement banquet. I've already agreed. We'll go together the day after tomorrow. Liang Jing shifted the topic, informing Qin Xiaolong of another matter. Oh? Hasn't he always looked down on us? Why is he inviting us now? Qin Xiaolong remarked with a smirk, his sarcasm evident. Chapter 80. Taking Mu Qiudong into the mountains. Qin Liye was the younger son of Qin Xiaolong's grandfather's brother, making him Qin Xiaolong's second uncle. 20 years ago, Qin Liye had moved to the city for work. Subsequently, he drunkenly broke someone's leg and had to pay 2,000 yuan, 500 of which had come from Qin Xiaolong's family selling cattle. In today's context, 500 yuan might seem trivial, but 20 years ago, it was a significant sum. He vividly recalled how his mother hesitated to buy him ice pops that cost a dime. Later, Qin Liye borrowed several hundred more to start a small business in the city, gradually amassing wealth. 12 years ago, he even changed his rural household registration to that of a city dweller, enjoying the benefits of urban living. However, Qin Liye was an ungrateful wretch. Once he prospered, he ceased all contact with his impoverished relatives. The most infuriating instance occurred when Qin Xiaolong's father suffered an injury, and he sought help from Qin Liye, hoping that familial ties would compel his uncle to lend a bit of money. Yet, Qin Liye made excuses, claiming he hadn't collected debts or that his business ventures were failing. Ultimately refusing to part with a single cent, his wife, believing herself superior as a city dweller, had looked down upon their rural relatives since their marriage, often disparaging them as dirty, uneducated, and lacking refinement. Consequently, apart from the Qingming festival for ancestral worship, they had not crossed paths in years. He never anticipated that his second uncle's daughter would suddenly remember to invite them to her engagement banquet. You know your uncle well. He is miserly when it comes to borrowing money, yet loves to show off. This invitation is merely a guise to flaunt their wealth and comfortable lifestyle, perhaps even to belittle us along the way. Liang Jing astutely observed. Then why should we even go? They've long ceased to regard us as family, Qin Xiaolong remarked. Your uncle has reached out, so we ought to extend him some courtesy. Moreover, I want them to see just how exceptional my son has become. It's also a chance for me to take pride, Liang Jing said with a smile. Previously, when their family was destitute, they had no retort to the derision of others, but now that her son had prospered, she longed to bask in this newfound glory. It was akin to the saying that one who does not return home in wealth is akin to a knight in shining armor who rides in vain. Very well, I shall accompany you the day after tomorrow. Qin Xiaolong understood his mother's intentions and was more than willing to indulge her wishes. Upon returning home, around 8 in the evening, Mu Qiaodong unexpectedly called Qin Xiaolong. Xiaolong, could you procure another batch of Dendrobium officinale for me? I can offer an additional 100 yuan per pound. Mu Qiaodong inquired as soon as the call connected. I cannot guarantee that, but I will head to the mountains tomorrow and see if I can find some. If I do, I'll procure it for you, Qin Xiaolong replied. The Dendrobium officinale from the previous valley had all been harvested, and given its slow growth, it could only be collected once a year. To find more, he would need to explore other valleys, which was not a guaranteed venture. Could you take me along tomorrow? I wish to see the mountains with you, she added. Miss Mu, I believe it would be best if you refrained from joining. The mountain trails can be quite treacherous, and I fear you may tire easily, Qin Xiaolong diplomatically suggested. Mu Qiaodong, clearly a pampered young lady, was not someone he wished to burden himself with during the trek. Do not underestimate me. I have maintained a consistent exercise regimen and even participated in 2 marathons during my college years, placing within the top 500, Mu Qiaodong proudly declared. Oh, it seems I have indeed underestimated you. Miss Mu, very well, come early tomorrow, and I shall take you into the mountains, Qin Xiaolong acquiesced upon hearing her confidence. The next day, at 5 in the morning, shortly after dawn, there was a knock at Qin Xiaolong's door. Upon opening it, he was surprised to find Mu Qiaodong standing there. I must say, Qiaodong, you have arrived quite early, Qin Xiaolong remarked bemused. The earlier I go, the earlier I return. I do not wish to spend the night in the mountains. She explained. Wait for me a moment. I need to wash my face, he replied before hastily heading to freshen up. Initially, Qin Xiaolong intended for his mother to prepare a couple of fried eggs for breakfast. But to his surprise, Mu Qiaodong had brought him breakfast. Mom, I've placed the brown-eared pheasant in the grain storage. When the Forestry Bureau personnel arrive, please hand it over to them, he informed his mother before setting off with Mu Qiaodong into the mountains. Today, Mu Qiaodong wore long sleeves and pants, having opted for hiking boots, yet her beauty remained undiminished, her graceful figure unmistakable. The scenery in your rural area is truly splendid. Clear mountains, flowing waters, the songs of birds, and fragrant flowers, so much more pleasant than the concrete jungle of the city, she exclaimed as they walked along the mountain path. What good is beautiful scenery if it cannot fill our bellies? Qin Xiaolong chuckled in response. You could develop tourism. As more visitors come, your income would surely increase, Mu Qiaodong suggested. You are underestimating the complexities. To develop tourism, one must first establish a reputation, followed by the necessary infrastructure, all of which requires substantial investment. Otherwise, who would venture to such a remote area? Qin Xiaolong countered lightly. True enough, Mu Qiaodong nodded, quickly conceding to his viewpoint. Why doesn't Miss Mu invest a few billion in our Taiyuan village? Once we develop, I shall erect a temple in your honor, Qin Xiaolong joked. I would love to support you, but my current circumstances do not permit it. Our company is in an expansion phase, requiring funds everywhere, and we still owe the bank a significant sum, Mu Qiaodong replied with a resigned expression. Well then, when you do have the means, please remember to assist in our rural development. Qin Xiaolong urged. I certainly will, she promised. As they walked and conversed, 2 hours slipped by unnoticed. Xiaolong, could you wait for me a moment? I need to use the restroom, Mu Qiaodong suddenly said as they reached a slope. Of course, go ahead. I will wait for you here, Qin Xiaolong replied. Finding a rock to sit upon, Mu Qiaodong walked a few meters ahead, eventually reaching a thicket. Ensuring she was out of sight from Qin Xiaolong, she discreetly lowered her pants. The sound of flowing water soon reached Qin Xiaolong's ears, causing his imagination to wander. Especially in this wilderness, the thought of engaging in an intimate encounter with a woman as exquisite as Mu Qiaodong under the vast sky seemed utterly enticing. Just then, a sharp scream shattered his daydreams. Chapter 81. I'll suck it for you. As Qin Xiaolong prepared to rush over, he remembered that Mu Qiaodong was in a delicate situation and had to halt in his tracks. Qiaodong, what's wrong? He immediately called out. I've been bitten by a venomous snake. Hurry and save me, Mu Xiaolong replied in a state of panic. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaolong dashed towards her, a mere meter away from Mu Xiaolong. A venomous snake was flicking its tongue, and Qin Xiaolong immediately recognized it as a five-step snake. It is well known that the five-step snake possesses an extraordinarily potent venom with a high mortality rate among its victims. In the past decade, 6 individuals from their village had succumbed to its bite. To prevent the snake from inflicting harm, Qin Xiaolong swiftly advanced and struck it down with a single blow. Xiaotong, where did the snake bite you? He urgently inquired, turning to Mu Xiaotong. It bit me. It bit me? Mu Xiaotong stammered, struggling to articulate the details. Hurry up and tell me. If you take any longer, even the gods won't be able to save you. Qin Xiaolong said, filled with anxiety. It bit me on my backside. What should I do now? Mu Xiaotong finally revealed, her words laced with embarrassment. Take off your pants. I'll help you suck out the venom. Qin Xiaolong declared firmly. What? Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaotong hesitated. After all, she was still an innocent young woman, and allowing Qin Xiaolong to assist her in such a manner would leave her completely exposed. Oh, come on, hurry up. If the venom spreads, you'll be done for. Qin Xiaolong urged, his concern palpable. Understanding the severity of the five-step snake's venom, Mu Xiaotong decided to cast aside her modesty and quickly followed Qin Xiaolong's instructions to remove her pants. This snake must have done it on purpose, Qin Xiaolong thought, feeling a twinge of awkwardness as he observed the affected area. However, prioritizing her safety, he set aside his embarrassment and knelt down to suck out the venom from Mu Xiaotong's wound. Taking it in mouthfuls, Mu Xiaotong was aware that he was extracting the venom, yet the thought of being seen naked by a man made her feel intensely shy, wishing she could disappear into the ground. However, as the venom took effect, her embarrassment quickly faded. She felt her heart racing, her head spinning, and an indescribable discomfort enveloping her. After extracting the venom for a while, Qin Xiaolong finally paused. Xiaotong, stay still. I'll go find some herbs for you. After reassuring her, he quickly began to search the surrounding area. As the ancient saying goes, where there are venomous snakes, there must be antidotes. After a few minutes of searching, Qin Xiaolong finally found the herbs he sought. Guanyin grass. This herb is renowned for its remarkable efficacy in counteracting snake venom. Along with the guanyin grass, he also dug up a few snake herb plants before swiftly returning to Mu Xiaotong. However, upon his return, he found that she had already slipped into unconsciousness, in a state of urgency. Qin Xiaolong quickly chewed the guanyin grass and snake herb together. He intended to drip the herbal juice into Mu Xiaotong's mouth. But since she was unconscious, she could not swallow. Acting swiftly, he resorted to mouth-to-mouth resuscitation to administer the herbal concoction, then applied the remaining herb residue to her bite wound. As the guanyin grass began to take effect, Mu Xiaotong's heartbeat gradually returned to a normal rhythm. To further ensure her survival, Qin Xiaolong also infused some of his vital energy into her. Time passed quietly, and nearly 2 hours later, Mu Xiaotong slowly opened her eyes. Am I dead? She asked, gazing vacantly at the sky. Rest assured, with me here, it's nearly impossible for you to die. Qin Xiaolong replied with a smile, helping her to sit up. I'm not dead, Mu Xiaotong exclaimed. Regaining her senses and feeling a surge of joy at her miraculous survival. Xiaolong, thank you for saving me, she expressed her gratitude. She fully understood the dire consequences of a five-step snake bite. Without Qin Xiaolong's intervention, she would have surely perished. What are you thanking me for? You're being too formal. You could just show your gratitude in other ways. Qin Xiaolong joked, my monthly allowance is at least 200,000. You'd have to buy me a Ferrari, and the villa must be no less than 300 square meters, with at least 3 servants. Are you sure you want to offer yourself in gratitude? Mu Xiaotong chuckled. Forget it, forget it. Just pretend I said nothing, Qin Xiaolong responded, realizing he couldn't afford her extravagant expectations. If he were to marry someone like her, it would undoubtedly feel like marrying a deity. Giggling, Mu Xiaotong found his comical expression utterly charming. Her laughter was so enchanting that it made Qin Xiaolong feel parched. Xiaotong, this is the herbal juice I prepared earlier. Drink it, and it should completely eliminate the remaining toxins in your body, he said quickly, handing her the herbal juice contained in a water bottle. Wow, it's so bitter. Mu Xiaotong grimaced after taking a sip. Good medicine is often bitter. If it weren't, that would be unusual. Qin Xiaolong remarked with a grin. Aware of his intentions to save her, Mu Xiaotong endured and drank all the herbal juice without leaving a drop. Xiaolong, thank you for saving me, but I hope you can promise not to tell anyone about what happened today, she said, biting her lip, filled with shyness. The events that transpired were far too embarrassing, and she wished to keep them private to avoid any awkwardness. Rest assured, this matter is between us. If I reveal it to anyone else, let me be struck by lightning, Qin Xiaolong vowed earnestly, even going so far as to make an oath. Hearing this, Mu Qiutong finally breathed a sigh of relief, trusting that he would keep his promise. As noon approached, Qin Xiaolong took out the biscuits and beef jerky he had brought along, sharing a makeshift lunch with Mu Qiutong. After eating, her complexion began to regain its color, although she still felt a bit weak and lacked strength. Qiutong, you should rest here while I search for more herbs, Qin Xiaolong suggested. Although Mu Qiutong had narrowly escaped death, her current state was not suitable for venturing deeper into the mountains. Given that it was challenging for Qin Xiaolong to climb the mountain, he did not want to return empty-handed. Don't leave me alone here. I'm scared, Mu Qiutong said pitifully. Having just been bitten by a venomous snake, she still felt a lingering fear. Don't worry, I won't go far. I'll stay nearby, and if you need anything, just call for me. I will return immediately, Qin Xiaolong reassured her before stepping into the forest. Chapter 82. Money and meat in the surrounding forest. There weren't many medicinal herbs, so Qin Xiaolong didn't fuss over selection. He gathered every herb he could find. As he walked, a faint fragrance suddenly wafted into his nose. Glancing around, he quickly identified the source of the scent, a dead tree. However, the fragrance did not emanate from the tree itself, but was instead a sign that a musk deer had marked its territory, indicating that there were likely musk deer in the vicinity. If he could obtain some musk, this trip would indeed be worthwhile. With this thought, Qin Xiaolong eagerly began searching the area and unknowingly climbed to the top of a nearby hill. Looking down into the valley, a smile spread across his face. To his astonishment, he spotted a group of over a dozen musk deer. It was rare to encounter such a gathering, as musk deer typically prefer solitude. At that moment, the musk deer frolicked in the grass, enjoying their carefree existence. To avoid disturbing them, Qin Xiaolong circled around and descended into the valley from the side. Using the cover of the bushes, he stealthily approached the musk deer. Stopping about 20 meters away, he picked up a small stone, gauged his aim, and suddenly hurled it at a musk deer. Whoosh! The stone struck the deer's neck with incredible speed, and it collapsed without a sound. Qin Xiaolong's familiarity with the various acupoints on both human and animal bodies allowed him to achieve this precision. Few others could boast such skill. The other musk deer, thinking their companion had simply lain down, continued to play. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Xiaolong repeated his actions and knocked out 3 more musk deer. Only then did the remaining deer sense something was amiss and scatter in alarm. Not deterred, Qin Xiaolong quickly approached the unconscious musk deer. In ancient times, musk was typically harvested by killing the deer and removing the scent glands, but such methods were crude and wasteful. Qin Xiaolong would never resort to such brutality. He carefully extracted the musk without causing any harm to the deer, and once he had finished, he infused the unconscious creatures with some of his vital energy. The musk deer soon revived, bouncing away into the trees. Excellent, for pieces of musk. I can sell these for several thousand, Qin Xiaolong thought, pleased. Although the quality of this musk was not as high as the last, after drying, he could still yield around 40 to 50 grams, which could fetch over 40,000 if sold at 1,000 per gram. After securing the musk, he continued to search the valley and found several more grams of medicinal herbs before returning to Mu Qiutong. Qiutong, how are you feeling now? Are you regaining your strength? Qin Xiaolong asked, observing her closely. Well, I have essentially made a complete recovery. Those herbs you provided truly worked wonders. Have you studied medicine? Mu Qiutong nodded and replied. All my medical knowledge comes from an old physician. I dare not claim the ability to bring the dead back to life. But as far as ailments go, once they pass through my hands, they are typically cured, Qin Xiaolong said, his face brimming with pride. Is that true? You aren't just boasting, are you? Mu Qiutong couldn't help but inquire. You must be aware of the minor affliction that plagued Sister Su, right? I was the one who cured her. Would you say I'm just bragging? Qin Xiaolong responded with a smile. Mu Qiutong and Su Yafu shared a close friendship, so she was indeed aware of Su Yafu's secret. Moreover, Su Yafu had previously confided in her that it was Qin Xiaolong who had treated her, allowing her to turn misfortune into fortune, endowing her with a fragrance akin to that of Xiang Fei. This unique ability left even Mu Qiutong filled with envy. Reflecting on this, combined with Qin Xiaolong's recent treatment of her, Mu Qiutong had no further doubts regarding his medical skills. Xiaolong, I have a friend who has developed a peculiar illness. She has numerous small pustules on her face and body, which look quite repulsive. I wonder if you could possibly cure it? Mu Qiutong asked. Your description is too vague. I need to see the patient to determine if I can provide a diagnosis. Qin Xiaolong replied, as he was unable to ascertain the nature of the illness based solely on her description. All right, when I return, I will ask my friend when she can visit Linqing. Mu Qiudong nodded in response and did not pursue the matter further. Subsequently, Qin Xiaolong produced the 4 precious musk pods he had just acquired for Mu Qiudong to examine. Always eager to obtain such rare medicinal materials, she immediately offered 50,000 for the natural musk. Seemingly anxious that if she hesitated, Qin Xiaolong might refuse to sell. Checking the time, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Qin Xiaolong decided not to linger on the mountain any longer and led Mu Qiudong down. To accommodate her, they strolled leisurely, and by the time they arrived home, it was 5 o'clock. Qiudong, why not stay for dinner at our place tonight? I will prepare a table of authentic farmhouse cuisine for you. So you, the city's young lady, can experience something novel. Qin Xiaolong extended the invitation. All right, I shall indulge in your hospitality today, Mu Qiudong replied readily. Previously, Qin Xiaolong had invited her, but she had to decline due to prior commitments. Today, however, she had no plans, so she accepted without hesitation. Qin Xiaolong then encouraged Mu Qiudong to chat with his mother while he took on the role of chef, entering the kitchen to prepare the meal. An hour later, dinner was finally ready. With 6 dishes and a soup, it was quite a sumptuous feast by rural standards. After inviting Mu Qiudong to sit down, everyone began to enjoy the meal. Xiaolong, your culinary skills are quite impressive. They could certainly rival those of chefs at 5-star hotels, Mu Qiudong praised after tasting a dish. I have a realistic understanding of my abilities. While I certainly cannot compare to those master chefs, I can manage a small eatery, Qin Xiaolong replied modestly. By the way, Qiudong, do try this. I made it specially for your visit, he added, gesturing toward a plate of cold cuts. Upon hearing this, Mu Qiudong quickly picked up a piece and tasted it. What is this? It's crunchy, bouncy, and quite delicious, she exclaimed, savoring another piece. This is called Qianqian Rou, Qin Xiaolong replied with a grin. What kind of meat is Qianqian Rou? I have never heard of it before, Mu Qiudong inquired. Intrigued. To put it plainly, it is donkey penis, Qin Xiaolong said with a cheeky smile, revealing the true identity of the dish. Upon hearing Qin Xiaolong's revelation, Mu Qiudong's expression froze. Xiaolong, you are not joking with me, are you? This is really that? She asked, her lips twitching. Rest assured, it is indeed what it claims to be, Qin Xiaolong chuckled. Yes, it's safe to eat. You aren't trying to prank me, are you? Mu Qiudong frowned, feeling apprehensive. In her mind, such parts were filthy, and she had never consumed anything like it in her life. Let me assure you, this donkey penis is a delicacy. In our rural areas, it is reserved for esteemed guests. And you can't even get it if you wanted to, Qin Xiaolong replied seriously. After being boiled and sliced, the meat resembles copper coins, hence the name Qianqian Rou. If it weren't for the desire to introduce Mu Qiudong to something new, Qin Xiaolong would have never brought it out. After hearing Qin Xiaolong's words, Mu Qiudong's expression softened a bit. Qiudong, you've already tasted the Qianqian Rou, and I believe you found it enjoyable. If you do not wish to eat it, I will not insist, as I can never have enough myself, Qin Xiaolong continued. I simply have never tried anything like it before. It feels a bit strange to me, Mu Qiudong explained. What is so strange about it? The first time is always awkward. After you try a few more pieces, I guarantee you will crave more, Qin Xiaolong replied with a smile. After a moment of hesitation, Mu Qiudong picked up another piece of Qianqian Rou and put it into her mouth. Just as Qin Xiaolong had said, the more she ate, the more she wanted. The texture was far superior to the mountain delicacies she had grown tired of. Unbeknownst to her, she had consumed several more pieces of Qianqian Rou. Seeing this, Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, though he refrained from commenting to spare Mu Qiudong any embarrassment. Once dinner concluded, Liang Jing went to wash the dishes while Qin Fuqiang stepped out to buy cigarettes, leaving only Qin Xiaolong and Mu Qiudong in the room. Xiaolong, do you know why I accompanied you into the mountains today? Mu Qiudong suddenly shifted the conversation. Because you were bored and wanted to tag along? Qin Xiaolong teased, eliciting a playful glare from her. That charmingly sulky demeanor made Qin Xiaolong's heart flutter. Truly a rare gem among mortals, he mused, wondering which fortunate soul might win her heart in the future. Mu Qiudong was breathtakingly beautiful, and her figure was nothing short of perfection. To claim he was not envious would be sheer self-deception. However, conquering such a woman would be far more challenging than scaling Mount Everest. And Qin Xiaolong did not believe he possessed the allure to make her submit, at least not until he achieved true success. He wouldn't indulge in unrealistic dreams before then. Now, on a serious note, the primary reason I ventured up the mountain with you today was to conduct a field assessment of Wulong Mountain. I firmly believe that both the climate and natural environment here are exceptionally conducive to cultivating medicinal herbs. I wonder if you might be interested in partnering with me to establish a medicinal herb cultivation base. I can provide technical support while you handle operational management, and together we can prosper. Mu Qiaolong's expression turned serious. Your idea is quite sound. Do you have a specific collaboration plan? Qin Xiaolong responded promptly, as he was always keen on making money. Indeed, this is my proposal. Mu Qiaolong then elaborated on her thoughts in detail. After listening to her, Qin Xiaolong pondered for a moment before stating, I have no objections to the other aspects, but I believe the profit distribution ratio needs adjustment. How would you like to divide it? Mu Qiaolong inquired. 90 to 10. I take 90, and you take 10, Qin Xiaolong declared straightforwardly. That is out of the question. I will be covering all initial investments and bearing most of the risks. You expect to take away 90% of the profits? That would mean I am merely working for you. Mu Qiaolong immediately rejected the proposal without a moment's thought. Initially, she had suggested a 70-30 split. With her taking 70% and Qin Xiaolong 30, this arrangement assumed she would bear all the upfront costs while Qin Xiaolong primarily managed operations, effectively making him her agent. For him to demand 90% was ludicrous. Please, do not be hasty. Let me finish my thoughts. I can assure you that the quality of the medicinal herbs we produce will surpass that of wild herbs. With superior quality, you need not worry about profitability. Qin Xiaolong smiled faintly. In his inherited knowledge, there was a secret technique known as the Ganlin's secret art, which allowed the ambient spiritual energy to descend with the rain. With such spiritual nourishment, the quality of the herbs would undoubtedly improve, and their growth cycle would be significantly shortened. This gave him the confidence to propose a 90-10 split. Do you take me for a naive fool? Mu Qiaolong laughed incredulously. Of course not. Qin Xiaolong shook his head. Then do you honestly believe I would trust your absurd claims? She challenged. While it is possible to enhance herb quality through improved management and selective breeding, the growth cycle remains fixed. Qin Xiaolong's assertion that he could reduce it by more than half was utterly preposterous. If she weren't somewhat familiar with him, she might even suspect he had lost his mind. Enough of this. It is pointless to argue. I will let you see for yourself one day. Qin Xiaolong realized his statement was difficult to believe, so he resolved to plan a batch personally when the opportunity arose. At which point Mu Qiaolong would ascertain the truth. Forget about another day. Tomorrow, I will bring you a batch of 3-month-old Jin Xianlian. These will require at least 3 more months to mature. If you can bring them to maturity within a month and a half, I shall agree to a profit-sharing arrangement of 90 to 10. However, should you fail to achieve this, you must accept my proposed division of 70 to 30. What do you think? Mu Qiaolong remarked with a smirk, harboring little faith in Qin Xiaolong's ability to shorten the growth cycle of the herbs. Very well, but it would be best if you deliver them in the afternoon. As I have to attend a relative's engagement banquet in the morning, Qin Xiaolong replied confidently, without hesitation. It is settled then. Mu Qiaolong hastily confirmed, convinced that Qin Xiaolong had no chance of besting her. After a brief conversation, as the clock approached 7, Mu Qiaolong bid farewell to Qin Xiaolong. The following day, Qin Xiaolong rose early, completed his morning routine, and was about to head up the mountain to feed the dragonfish when he encountered Lu Shangqiao, who was pushing her bicycle towards him. Sister Shangqiao, off to town to sell tofu again. Qin Xiaolong greeted her cheerfully. Indeed, with nothing else to occupy my time, every little bit I earn counts, Lu Shangqiao replied with a smile. As a part-time elementary school teacher without a full-time position, her monthly salary barely exceeded 1,000, and during the holidays, it dwindled to a meager 800, just enough to cover her basic needs. Thus, she often made tofu to sell in town every few days. Xiaolong, these tofu blocks were made fresh this morning. Would you like to have a piece? Lu Shangqiao offered. I don't want this tofu. I am craving your tofu, Qin Xiaolong jested. All right then, come over to my place tonight, and I'll let you indulge, Lu Shangqiao flirted playfully. After being saved by Qin Xiaolong previously, she had entertained thoughts of developing their relationship. But those notions faded when her menstrual cycle began. Now, she half-jokingly expressed her true feelings. Okay, I'll make sure to come find you tonight, Qin Xiaolong responded without reservation. You said it. Whoever fails to arrive is a little dog. Lu Shangqiao laughed. Deal. Qin Xiaolong agreed, then pondered. Sister Shangqiao, allow me to drive you to town. Riding a bicycle must be exhausting to no need. I doubt the tofu will sell for enough to cover your gas. Lu Shangqiao declined, not wishing to impose on him. Don't be so polite. Wait for me a moment while I fetch my car, Qin Xiaolong insisted, not allowing her to refuse. Shortly thereafter, he returned with his vehicle. At that moment, the advantages of his Wuling Hongguang became evident, as he effortlessly loaded Lu Shangqiao's bicycle and tofu into the car. Within 10 minutes, they arrived at the town's market. Sister Shangqiao, I need to head to the city afterward. So I want to be able to bring you back. Qin Xiaolong informed her. That's fine. I have my bicycle, Lu Shangqiao replied nonchalantly. Then it's settled. Goodbye, Qin Xiaolong said before hastily returning to the village. After feeding the dragon fish, it was just past 8, and he had ample time before his cousin's engagement banquet, which commenced at 11. Oh, Mom, you look exceptionally fashionable today. I almost mistook you for a wealthy lady visiting our home. Qin Xiaolong teased upon seeing his mother, who had dressed up for the occasion. Enough with the jokes, hurry and change your clothes so we don't arrive late, Liang Jing retorted. She had gone to town the previous day to get her hair done and purchase a new outfit for the engagement. Don't worry, I won't be late, Qin Xiaolong assured her as he washed his hair and changed his clothes. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. Once he styled his hair and donned fresh attire, he appeared no different from those affluent young men from the city, handsome and poised. Then, Qin Xiaolong drove his Wuling Shanxie, taking his mother into the city. His father remained behind to work on the farm. Upon arriving, he first picked up his sister from a CAF before heading to the venue of the engagement banquet, the Longting Grand Hotel. The establishment, owned by Su Yafu, catered to high-end clientele, and the menu he had previously perused indicated that even the cheapest vegetable dish cost nearly 100. Making a meal there easily exceed 1 to 2,000. However, his uncle, Qin Lia, had been a millionaire for several years, and given the family's penchant for ostentation, it was hardly surprising that the engagement banquet was held there. After parking, Qin Xiaolong, along with his mother and sister, entered the hotel. Moments later, the elevator doors opened, and Su Yafu stepped out. Oh, Xiaolong, what brings you here? She inquired, momentarily taken aback, as she instinctively thought he had come to seek her out. I am here to attend a relative's engagement banquet, Qin Xiaolong replied with a smile. Engagement banquet? Is it on the 4th floor? Su Yafu asked after a moment of consideration, recalling that the hotel only had one engagement banquet scheduled for that day on the 4th floor. Yes, Qin Xiaolong affirmed, then turned to his mother, saying, Mom, Qianxue, allow me to introduce you. This is Su Yafu, the owner of the Longting Hotel, a veritable wealthy lady. Hello, Ms. Su, Liang Jing greeted promptly. Oh, Auntie, please don't listen to Xiaolong's exaggerations. I merely run a small restaurant and earn very little, Su Yafu modestly replied. Sister Su, Mr. Zhao is waiting for you, a young woman beside Su Yafu quietly reminded her. Understood, Su Yafu replied casually before addressing Qin Xiaolong. I am terribly sorry, but I must attend to a client. Let us chat later, of course. Please do what you need to, Qin Xiaolong said, aware that Su Yafu was quite busy. After watching her leave, he, along with his mother and sister, entered the elevator. Brother, that you is not only beautiful but also exudes an air of elegance. She seems like a queen with such a strong presence, Qin Xianxue remarked. Unable to contain her admiration. She is a successful businesswoman, so naturally, she has a commanding presence. But you're no less. You're a little fairy in your own right, Qin Xiaolong chuckled. Su Yafu was indeed regal and captivating. Her grace, figure, and beauty far surpassing that of his sister. However, as the saying goes, a girl blossoms at 18. In a few years, his sister would surely transform as well. As they conversed, the elevator doors opened. The trio stepped out and walked to the left. Just before reaching the end, they turned left again, arriving at the banquet hall for the wedding. The wedding sign stood in front of the hall, featuring a photograph of a man and a woman. The woman was none other than his cousin, Qin Xiaolong, while the man was evidently her fiancé. Standing beside the wedding sign was his second uncle's family. Lia, congratulations! Liang Jing beamed as she approached to extend her wishes. Thank you, sister-in-law, Qin Lia replied with a smile. Lia, here is a token of my appreciation. I hope it's not too little, Liang Jing said, promptly handing over the prepared cash gift. Sister-in-law, don't say that. Just having you here makes me very happy. Qin Lia feigned modesty as he passed the money to a man responsible for recording the gifts. Lao Lu, please note this down. It's for my elder brother's family. Just recorded as Qin Fuguwei. The man glanced at the envelope and noted, Qin Fuguwei, 500. Himph. Everyone looks so well dressed. Yet they only give 500. It's like sending a beggar away, Qin Xiaolong scoffed, openly displaying her disdain upon seeing that Qin Xiaolong's family had only given 500. What's wrong with 500? Is 500 not money? Qin Xiaolong retorted, stepping forward. His uncle was notoriously stingy, and he had considered giving only 100 until his mother insisted on 500. If you care to look, you'll see no one gives less than 1,000, Qin Xiaolong sneered. And bringing 3 people just to offer 500? You truly have some nerve, she added with a cold laugh, and no matter how thick-skinned I might be, I cannot compare to your family, a pack of ungrateful wolves. Qin Xiaolong shot back without reservation. You insolent brat, speak to me with respect, or don't blame me for being rude, shouted Song Mingkai, Qin Xiaolong's fiancé, pointing at Qin Xiaolong in a boastful manner. And who do you think you are to speak to me like that? Qin Xiaolong's principle was simple. Respect begets respect. Since this family was disrespectful, he saw no reason to hold back. Yu Song Mingkai fumed, but before he could respond, Qin Xiaolong intervened, turning to her father. Dad, did you hear what this filthy peasant said? He is clearly here to cause trouble. You ought to have him thrown out. All right, Xiaolong, let us keep it down. Today is a joyous occasion for our family, Qin Lia remarked, trying to diffuse the tension. Sister-in-law, please go ahead. There are seats available inside. His demeanor noticeably chilled as he spoke. Understood, Liang Jing nodded, calling for Qin Xiaolong and Qin Xianxue to enter the hall with her. This family truly embodies the essence of destitution. Indeed, it is said that impoverished mountains and treacherous waters breed cunning folk. You ought not to have invited them. Zhang Wan, the wife of Qin Lia, cast a sullen gaze at Qin Xiaolong's retreating figure and remarked, Very well, this shall be the last time. Henceforth, I shall cease all dealings with them. Qin Lia declared it should have been this way long ago. What do these impoverished relatives do besides beg for our money? They are nothing but a source of misfortune, Zhang Wan retorted icily. At that moment, a man and a woman entered. These two were Zhang Wan's brother and sister-in-law, and upon their arrival, the attitude of Qin Lia's family underwent a complete transformation. Within the banquet hall, there were 5 tables arranged in a manner reminiscent of stars surrounding the moon, with 4 tables surrounding a central one. Clearly, the central table was occupied by Qin Lia's family, while Qin Xiaolong and the others settled at a table on the left side. Among them were several acquaintances of Qin Xiaolong, all sharing the same surname of Qin, including his miserly aunt, Wang Mei. However, they were merely nominal relatives, their ties weaker than those of neighbors, and after exchanging brief greetings, they fell silent. Before long, Qin Lia entered with his daughter, son-in-law, and brother and Law, as anticipated. Qin Lia quickly began to boast about the exceptional qualities of his prospective son-in-law, and the admiration of those around him filled his vanity to the brim. Yet, Qin Xiaolong refrained from indulging Qin Lia's flattery, focusing instead on the enticing meal before him. However, as fate would have it, Qin Xiaolong soon directed her jibes at Qin Xiaolong. Look at my cousin. He devours his food like a famished ghost. Qin Xiaolong taunted deliberately. Xiaolong, your words are misplaced. A person of his impoverished stature may never again experience such a lavish feast, thus it is expected he would consume it ravenously. Song Mingkai chimed in with a laugh, then turned to Qin Xiaolong and added, Kid, did you know this table of dishes costs 8,008? Eat heartily. When you return to the village, you'll have tales to boast about for years. My goodness, 8,008 for this spread? That seems exorbitant, exclaimed Wang Mei and others upon hearing the price point. 8,008 is nothing. We often spend several thousand when dining out, Qin Lia quickly interjected. Trying to appear nonchalant, in truth, he felt a pang of regret for choosing Longting Restaurant for the engagement banquet, but seeing the admiration in everyone's eyes made him feel the expense worthwhile. My father is absolutely correct. A few thousand is hardly significant nowadays. My fiancé bought me a bag worth several tens of thousands. Qin Xiaolong continued her display of wealth. Look, it's the latest limited edition LV. Isn't it exquisite? Lia, you truly are remarkable, building a fortune from nothing and securing such a golden son and law. In comparison, we are indeed worse than beggars, Wang Mei remarked enviously. Sister-in-law, do not say such things. It's merely luck on my part. Besides, your Junjun is now employed, so your life should not be lacking, Qin Lia replied, feigning humility. By the way, my fiancé just purchased a BMW X7 outright for 1,200,000. The one parked outside is it. I imagine you, Qin Xiaolong, could never afford even a wheel for such a car. Qin Xiaolong continued to mock. What is so special about a shabby BMW? Do you truly believe it's a luxury car? Qin Xiaolong retorted dismissively, for if he desired, he too could afford a BMW. Oh, such bravado. Pray tell, what is your mode of transport? Qin Xiaolong inquired mockingly. His vehicle is a Wuling Hongguang. Before Qin Xiaolong could respond, Wang Mei interjected hastily. Oh, so you can afford even a Wuling Hongguang? I must truly have underestimated you. Why Mingkai is not as fortunate. He is merely a senior executive in a Fortune 500 company, capable of purchasing a BMW worth over $1 million and a villa exceeding $5 million. Moreover, he has promised me a diamond the size of a pigeon's egg for our wedding. Which surely wouldn't pique your interest, Qin Xiaolong continued, her words dripping with sarcasm and disdain. Naturally, such trinkets hold no value in my eyes. However, those silicone enhancements of yours must have cost a pretty penny. I suspect I would need to bankrupt myself to afford them, Qin Xiaolong replied with a playful smirk. Noticing Qin Xiaolong's low-cut attire swaying as she walked, he deduced that she had certainly added silicone. What nonsense are you spouting? Qin Xiaolong's expression shifted drastically. Having always felt insecure about her modest bust, she had spent tens of thousands on augmentation, a fact known only to her parents, and she could not possibly admit it. Chapter 86. Serving dishes. It is entirely normal to enhance one's figure. There is no shame in it. Yet, I am quite curious, do you not tire of toting around those silicone enhancements daily? Silicone sister? Qin Xiaolong teased, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Shut your mouth. If you dare speak such nonsense again, I shall tear your tongue from your mouth. Qin Xiaolong snapped, her temper flaring at being dubbed silicone sister. Oh dear. She is quite irate. Silicone sister may not boast a grand bust, but her temper is certainly fierce. Qin Xiaolong quipped, amusement glimmering in his eyes. You? Qin Xiaolong was rendered speechless, her rage overwhelming her. Xiaolong, do not be upset. Allow me to handle this, Song Mingkai interjected, taken aback to discover that he had been involved with 2 silicone implants, but now was not the time to dwell on that. He needed to support his fiancée and prevent any embarrassment. Qin Xiaolong, apologize to Xiaolong at once, Song Mingkai commanded coldly. Who do you think you are, dictating my actions? You think I will apologize just because you say so? Qin Xiaolong replied with a grin. Impudent fool, Song Mingkai's eyes flashed coldly as he prepared to confront Qin Xiaolong. Just then, the door to the banquet hall swung open, and 10 elegantly attired female servers entered, their figures graceful in their qipao. The first 5 servers carried trays adorned with king crabs, while the latter 5 bore caviar salmon jelly. Upon entering, they distributed the dishes across the 5 tables. Wait, you've made a mistake. We did not order these dishes. Zhang Wan quickly called out to one of the servers. Having reviewed the menu during the booking, she distinctly recalled that the king crab cost 6,008, while the caviar salmon jelly was an astonishing 12,000. Such exorbitant delicacies were beyond the means of a family like theirs, and no mistake has been made. This is a complimentary gift from our boss, 1 steamed king crab and 1 caviar salmon jelly. We hope you enjoy, the server replied with a smile. Complimentary? Your boss is exceedingly generous. Zhang Wan was momentarily taken aback. Their total expenditure for the engagement banquet was merely over 40,000, yet the combined cost of the king crab and caviar salmon jelly exceeded 80,000. Our boss mentioned she has a friend here, which is why she instructed the kitchen to add these 2 dishes for you. Should you require anything else, feel free to ask, and we will do our utmost to accommodate. The server explained succinctly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wan looked eagerly at Song Mingkai. Mingkai, you previously mentioned that you had friends at Longting Restaurant. It appears your friend is the owner, Aunt Zhang. Song Mingkai began. But before he could clarify, Qin Xiaolong seized his arm. Darling, you are incredible. Meeting you is the greatest fortune of my life. This is nothing extraordinary. The owner of Longting is a close friend of mine. Initially, she offered to waive the bill, but I declined. I did not anticipate she would send us 2 extra dishes, Song Mingkai boasted. Although he had no actual acquaintances at Longting Restaurant. Song Mingkai, do you know who the owner of Longting Restaurant is? Qin Xiaolong inquired with a playful smile. Others may not know, but I am certain Su Yafu has sent additional dishes to every table out of respect for me. It has nothing to do with you? Song Mingkai, he thought. Of course, I know who she is. How could I not? Song Mingkai replied haughtily. Then pray tell, what is her name? Qin Xiaolong pressed on. Her name is of no concern to you. Just eat your meal. And remember to take home plenty of leftovers when you leave. Consider it an early New Year's celebration, Song Mingkai retorted coldly, wishing to avoid further discussion that might expose his lie. Mingkai, do not pay any attention to that pauper. He is not even worthy to lace your shoes. Qin Xiaolong chimed in immediately. Indeed, conversing with such a filthy farmer only diminishes our own worth. Zhang Wan echoed. Mingkai, come, let us toast to you. Should any lucrative opportunities arise, do not forget to think of us. Qin Lie's demeanor towards Song Mingkai had softened considerably, now tinged with a hint of flattery. Uncle, you are being overly formal. We are family now, so do not hesitate to ask for anything. Song Mingkai replied with a smile. How delightful it is to hear you say that, uncle. Upon hearing Song Mingkai's words, Qin Lie's smile widened, radiating an air of triumph akin to a spring breeze. The other guests around them followed suit, showering compliments upon Song Mingkai, while Qin Xiaolong was treated as though he were invisible. Yet, Qin Xiaolong was determined not to let him off the hook, and spoke up once more. Qin Xiaolong, Do eat slowly. You wouldn't want to choke, would you? If I were to choke, so be it. Since time immemorial, who has not faced death? Whether early or late, death is still death. To die with a full stomach would not be a life wasted. Qin Xiaolong replied with remarkable composure, not forgetting to gesture towards his mother and sister, saying, Mom, Qinxue, do try this salmon caviar jelly. It is truly delectable. Liang Jing and Qin Xinxue, however, were far from as composed as Qin Xiaolong, squirming under the mocking gazes of the crowd. Little dragon, shall we leave? Liang Jing suggested, unable to contain her discomfort. What is the rush? Let us fill our stomachs before we depart. Qin Xiaolong replied with a smile, a family of paupers, truly akin to pigs, only knowing how to eat. They might as well feast on dung. Qin Xiaomong had ceased to regard Qin Xiaolong's family as relatives, her words becoming increasingly cutting. Qin Xiaomong, I am merely sparing you some face. Do not presume to overstep. Today marked Qin Xiaomong's engagement. And although Qin Xiaolong wished to avoid an open confrontation, her persistent provocations were pushing him to his limits. Spare me face? Ha ha ha, how utterly brazen. Do you believe that a mere word from my husband could render you unable to survive in Lin City? Qin Xiaomong retorted with a disdainful smile. Render whom unable to survive? Just then, a melodious voice rang out, and in walked Su Yafu, clad in a figure-hugging dress, exuding an enchanting allure that captivated the attention of everyone in the room. Like a beacon in the night sky, her appearance drew the gaze of all present. Her flawless visage, long legs, and voluptuous figure left the women feeling envious and the men salivating. Even Qin Xiaolong, who had witnessed many sights unseen by others, felt a stir of excitement within. Chapter 87. A golden son-in-law and a fraud. Truly a woman who devours without leaving a bone. Qin Xiaolong swallowed hard in his heart. Taking a deep breath before initiating a conversation with Su Yafu, Sister Su, have you completed your tasks? Yes, all done. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the time to visit you. Su Yafu replied with a charming smile that further enchanted the surrounding onlookers. Their fervent gazes seemed to desire to consume her whole. However, Su Yafu was already accustomed to such attention and paid it no mind. Little dragon, I just heard someone mention making it difficult for someone to survive in Lin City. Is there a disturbance at your relative's engagement banquet? Su Yafu continued to inquire. No1 is causing a ruckus. That remark was made by my dear cousin. Qin Xiaolong responded with a self-deprecating grin. Your cousin said that? What is the story there? Su Yafu asked, her curiosity piqued. What else? They look down upon us poor folk. Luckily, you arrived just in time. Otherwise, my dear cousin would likely have ordered me to leave. Qin Xiaolong replied with a forced smile. Su Yafu, with her keen intuition, quickly grasped the situation. So your relationship with that relative isn't particularly warm. Had I known, I wouldn't have sent those costly dishes. Su Yafu had generously sent over several thousand worth of dishes purely out of consideration for Qin Xiaolong, completely disregarding Qin Lia and Song Mingkai, whom she did not know. Hearing this, Qin Xiaolong promptly turned to Song Mingkai, asking, Song Mingkai, do you know who this stunning beauty is? She is the owner of Longting. Did you not claim to be friends with Sister Su? Why haven't you greeted her? Song Mingkai had merely been boasting earlier, never expecting Su Yafu to genuinely appear before him. Yet, for the sake of his own pride, he forced himself to respond. If you say she is the owner of Longting, then she is. Who knows if you hired her as an actress? Rest assured, I could never afford to hire a wealthy woman like Sister Su. Qin Xiaolong chuckled. Little dragon, I think I've seen this person before on the pedestrian street, but I recall she was with another girl, who appeared to be pregnant, Su Yafu remarked after scrutinizing Song Mingkai for a moment. Are you certain? Qin Xiaolong quickly inquired. This was just a week ago. I remember it vividly. That man was begging the girl to have an abortion, but she refused, and they ended up arguing for quite some time. Su Yafu replied swiftly. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaolong's eyes shifted to Qin Xiaomong. Xiaomong, your fiancé isn't juggling two relationships, is he? Mingkai, is what this woman said true? Qin Xiaomong immediately confronted Song Mingkai without acknowledging Qin Xiaolong. Xiaomong, please don't listen to their attempts to sow discord. You are my only girlfriend, Song Mingkai hastily denied. Little sister, I believe you should check his WeChat messages to see if he has been flirting with other women. Then you would naturally know if he is a scoundrel, Su Yafu suggested, relishing the unfolding drama. Hand me your phone. Qin Xiaomong quickly accepted Su Yafu's proposal. Xiaomong, I'm telling you the truth. Why won't you believe me? Song Mingkai feigned innocence. If you want me to believe you, then give me your phone. Qin Xiaomong insisted. Deep down, she had begun to doubt Song Mingkai, as he had always refused to let her see his phone. claiming it contained sensitive business information that could not be disclosed. Previously, she had not thought much of it due to her infatuation, but now it seemed highly suspicious. Qiumon, you would rather believe a stranger than trust me? That truly breaks my heart. I think we should take a break for a few days, Song Mingkai declared, rising to leave. Why the rush? Let us clarify things before you go, Qin Xiaolong interjected with a smile. Blocking his path. Get lost? Song Mingkai shouted angrily, attempting to retaliate, but Qin Xiaolong swiftly pressed him down onto the table. Subsequently, Qin Xiaolong retrieved Song Mingkai's phone, forcefully unlocking it with his fingerprint and opening WeChat. The chat list was filled solely with female contacts, and the content was utterly disgraceful. Damn. I thought you were merely juggling 2 relationships, but it turns out you're 2-timing with 7 or 8 women at once. Even a playboy would be envious, Qin Xiaolong exclaimed after glancing at the chat records. He then handed the phone to Qin Xiaomon. Qin Xiaomon, take a look at how exceptional your fiancé is. I truly feel inferior. Upon receiving the phone and glancing at it, Qin Xiaomon's face darkened, almost dripping with fury. Song Mingkai, explain to me how these women are involved, Qin Xiaomon demanded, her voice laced with menace. Xiaomon, don't be angry. I was just playing around with them. Why true love is only for you. Song Mingkai stammered, panic evident in his voice. Playing around? Do you take me for a fool? Qin Xiaomon retorted. Clicking on a voice message from one of the girls. Mingkai, I've thought of names for our baby. If it's a girl, she'll be called Song Xinyue. If it's a boy, Song Mingsheng. What do you think? Xiaomon, please let me explain. It's not what you think. This woman is my ex-girlfriend. We broke up long ago, but she keeps pestering me. I promise to sever all ties with her from now on. Song Mingkai desperately concocted an excuse to placate her. Enough with the excuses. If I'm not mistaken, you're the type to exploit relationships under the guise of dating to swindle money from girls. Aren't you? Qin Xiaolong sneered. Previously, there had been reports online about a man dating numerous girls simultaneously for fraudulent purposes, and Song Mingkai bore an uncanny resemblance to that individual. You're talking nonsense. I am not like that, Song Mingkai quickly denied, a stubborn duck refusing to admit its errors. Qin Xiaolong scoffed, suddenly digging his fingers into Song Mingkai's spine. The indescribable pain made Song Mingkai scream in agony. Under Qin Xiaolong's relentless torment, it took less than 2 minutes for Song Mingkai to crack. Please let me go. I'll tell you everything. I'm just a worthless fraud. I'm not a high-ranking executive, and I have no money. At this point, Song Mingkai had abandoned all pretense. If you have no money, where did you get the car you bought? Qin Xiaomon pressed, furrowing her brows. I rented it, Song Mingkai replied. And the property deed for your villa? The deed is fake. I paid to have it forged. Upon learning the truth, Qin Xiaomon felt as though the world had collapsed around her, nearly collapsing to the ground. Chapter 88, A Selfie. Until now, Qin Xiaomon had believed Song Mingkai to be a charming, wealthy man of integrity. Who would have thought that his identity was fabricated, his luxury car rented, and the property deed a forgery? All while he juggled multiple relationships. This revelation struck her like a bolt from the blue. Song Mingkai, you are nothing but a scoundrel. Qin Xiaomon shouted at him, her heart seething with rage. I never expected that you, my dear uncle, a golden son-in-law, would turn out to be a deceitful rogue. Truly, one must not judge by appearances. It seems that the marriage with Qiumon is doomed, Qin Xiaolong remarked with a smirk of schadenfreude. Prior to this, Qin Liye had boasted incessantly, only for Song Mingkai to be revealed as a fraud. This is not merely a slap in the face. It is a complete loss of dignity. Shut your mouth! Qin Liye barked menacingly, his countenance resembling that of a man who had just swallowed a fly. Uncle, if you're angry, don't take it out on me. I am not the one who deceived you. Qin Xiaolong retorted with a grin at that moment. Qiumon seemed to remember something and seized Song Mingkai by the collar, exclaiming, Song Mingkai, what happened to the 200,000 you borrowed from me? Ivy spent it all, Song Mingkai replied, his voice trembling. Spent it all? That was 200,000. How could you possibly have squandered it? Qiumon demanded, her teeth gritted in fury. I lost several tens of thousands playing cards, then spent a few more on a trip with you, not to mention various other sundry expenses. It's all gone, Song Mingkai explained, desperately trying to maintain his facade of a wealthy heir. Even though his funds were deceitfully acquired from various girlfriends. Even if Su Yafu had not exposed him today, given his reckless spending, it wouldn't have been long before his schemes unraveled. I'll kill you. You bastard, Qiumon, infuriated, unleashed a flurry of blows upon Song Mingkai. Qin Liye and his wife, along with Qiumon's brother, quickly joined in the fray. be careful not to kill him, Qin Xiaolong said, stepping aside to enjoy the spectacle. Today, his uncle was hosting an engagement banquet to flaunt his wealth, yet now, the golden son-in-law had become a swindler, leaving Chumon both financially and emotionally betrayed, and their family reduced to a laughingstock. However, Qin Xiaolong felt no sympathy for them. After all, as the saying goes, those who are pitiful must also possess their own faults. This family was hardly virtuous, and Qin Xiaolong found joy in their misfortune, as it spared him from their future pretentiousness. To add to the chaos of the engagement, Qin Xiaolong decided to call the police. "Uncle, I've already reported it for you. No need to thank me. I'll take my leave now." With that, he prepared to depart, leaving no trace behind. "You can't leave. You must compensate us for our losses." Zhang Wan suddenly grasped Qin Xiaolong's arm. "What? You want me to compensate you for your losses? Are you joking?" Qin Xiaolong asked, bewildered. "Because of you, my son-in-law has turned into a fraud, and my daughter's engagement banquet is ruined. You must cover all expenses today, and you must compensate our family for emotional damages." Zhang Wan seethed, as though Qin Xiaolong were the most despicable villain. "Are you attempting to make me laugh myself to death so you can inherit my debts?" Qin Xiaolong chuckled incredulously. It was Song Mingkai who deceived the Qin family, while he merely helped unveil the truth, thus mitigating their losses. Yet Zhang Wan blamed him entirely and demanded compensation for emotional distress. She was nothing short of a logical prodigy. "I don't care. You must compensate us, or you won't be leaving today," Zhang Wan insisted, her grip on Qin Xiaolong tightening, her demeanor unyielding. "Let go of me. Don't push me to take action." Qin Xiaolong's expression hardened, as he had no intention of engaging in further debate with such an unashamed woman. "If you dare to strike me, I'll just lie on the ground and refuse to get up. And then I'll sue you," Zhang Wan retorted defiantly. Observing her brazen demeanor, Qin Xiaolong found himself both furious and amused. However, before he could react, Su Yafu stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap to her face. "Listen well, I am Su Yafu, the owner of this Dragon Pavilion restaurant. Do not cause a ruckus in my establishment, or I assure you, you will regret it." Su Yafu pointed at Zhang Wan, her presence commanding and regal. Although Zhang Wan's family possessed some wealth, she dared not offend someone of Su Yafu's stature, especially with her overwhelming aura rendering her heart racing and her tongue tied. "Come on, Xiaolong, let us go to my office for a moment." After asserting her dominance over Zhang Wan, Su Yafu led Qin Xiaolong away, while Qin Lia remained silent throughout the ordeal. "Sister Su, you were incredibly imposing just now. I must commend you, that was brilliantly done," Qin Xiaolong praised as they entered Su Yafu's office. "Dealing with such shameless rascals requires a firm hand. Otherwise, they will only become more brazen," Su Yafu replied with a smile. Although business often thrives on amiability, she would not hesitate to take decisive action when necessary. "It's a pity about those few thousand. I should have insisted they pay," Qin Xiaolong lamented. "No worries. A mere few thousand is beneath my concern." Su Yafu dismissed nonchalantly. After chatting for several more minutes, Qin Xiaolong took his leave. At 3 in the afternoon, Mu Qiudong sent 1,000 seedlings of golden thread orchid to Qin Xiaolong, who promptly hired villagers to transplant them into a shaded area of the farm. By the time they finished, night had fallen. Having enjoyed a sumptuous meal of fish and meat at noon, they settled for a simple bowl of clear vegetable noodles for dinner. And no sooner had they finished eating than Qin Xiaolong received a message from Lu Shangqiao on WeChat. "Xiaolong, have you eaten?" was the content of her message. "Not yet. I'm waiting to save her sister's tofu," Qin Xiaolong quickly replied, adding a cheeky grin emoji. "Then come over. I just finished showering and I smell delightful." Lu Shangqiao responded eagerly. Before Qin Xiaolong could reply, she sent a photo, a selfie of herself post-bath. She appeared like a freshly bloomed lotus, radiant and fair, clad in a sheer nightgown that tantalizingly hinted at her figure, igniting a fervent blaze within Qin Xiaolong. Chapter 89. "Sister is ready. Wait a moment. I'm on my way," Qin Xiaolong replied, his excitement palpable as he rushed out the door. On the street, many villagers without air conditioning were enjoying the cool evening air. To avoid gossip, Qin Xiaolong took a detour before arriving at Lu Shangqiao's doorstep. After ensuring no one was around, he gently pushed the door open and entered, locking it behind him. Inside the bedroom, Lu Shangqiao was folding freshly dried clothes, blissfully unaware of Qin Xiaolong's silent approach from behind. Suddenly, he wrapped his arms around her waist. "Ah!" Startled, Lu Shangqiao gasped, "Don't scream." "It's me," Qin Xiaolong quickly clarified. Recognizing his familiar voice, Lu Shangqiao relaxed. "You naughty boy, trying to scare me," she chided playfully, having genuinely feared an intruder. "I just wanted to surprise you." Qin Xiaolong replied with a mischievous grin. Surprise? More like a scare. Lu Xiangqiao huffed, her charming demeanor making Qin Xiaolong's heart race. Ahem, Sister Xiangqiao, how much tofu did you sell today? He asked, feeling a bit bashful about his true intentions. Over 200. I should make about 100 profit. She answered. That's not bad. Maybe I should learn to make tofu and sell it too. Qin Xiaolong joked. Forget it. Making tofu is exhausting. You have to get up at 2 or 3 in the morning just to make a meager profit. Look at how few people in our village still do it. Lu Xiangqiao waved her hand dismissively. If it weren't for financial hardships, I wouldn't be doing this, true. Qin Xiaolong agreed. His own mother also made tofu. But it was grueling work, far more tiring than farming. Xiaolong, you didn't come here late at night just to discuss tofu, did you? Lu Xiangqiao asked, tapping her fingers. Of course not. I came to have a deeper discussion about life with you. Qin Xiaolong replied with a devilish grin. Oh, what are you waiting for? Lu Xiangqiao shot him a knowing glance, clearly having anticipated this moment. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Xiaolong wasted no time, pulling her into his embrace. Lu Xiangqiao seemed equally eager, wrapping her arms around his neck. As the saying goes, a moment of passion is worth 1,000 gold, and Qin Xiaolong wasted no time, leading Lu Xiangqiao into the room. Just as they were about to succumb to their desires, Lu Xiangqiao suddenly halted him. What's wrong, Sister Xiangqiao? Are you having second thoughts? Qin Xiaolong, barely able to contain himself, was prepared to respect her wishes if she changed her mind. No, I've been waiting for this day, but don't forget this, Lu Xiangqiao said, retrieving a small raincoat she had prepared from beneath her pillow. For the past 2 years, she had been waiting for a man to cherish her. And that man was none other than Qin Xiaolong. Otherwise, she wouldn't have so boldly invited him over. Indeed, Sister Xiangqiao is quite thoughtful, Qin Xiaolong teased with a beaming smile. Stop talking and get on with the matter at hand. Lu Xiangqiao shot him a playful glare, her impatience evident. As you wish, Qin Xiaolong replied with a grin, showering Lu Xiangqiao with affection. At 11 o'clock, tranquility enveloped the world once more. By this time, Qin Xiaolong was drenched in sweat, beads of perspiration dotting his forehead. This was not due to any frailty on his part, but rather because Lu Xiangqiao's room was unbearably warm, and the lone small fan provided little relief. After receiving Qin Xiaolong's tender care, Lu Xiangqiao's complexion appeared noticeably more vibrant and radiant. Sister Xiangqiao, how about I buy you an air conditioner tomorrow? Your room is far too warm, Qin Xiaolong suggested after wiping his sweat with a tissue. No need for that. Air conditioners are quite expensive and consume a lot of electricity. We shouldn't waste money, Lu Xiangqiao replied, unwilling to spend thousands on an air conditioner. What's the big deal? It's just a few thousand. To me, it's hardly worth mentioning. I'll have someone come and install it for you tomorrow, Qin Xiaolong asserted decisively, not wishing to visit Lu Xiangqiao again only to find himself drenched in sweat from a minor exertion. Then I shall thank you, Lu Xiangqiao said, her resistance fading upon hearing Qin Xiaolong's promise. You are already mine, so there's no need for formality, Qin Xiaolong chuckled. He then took out his phone and transferred 20,000 yuan to Lu Xiangqiao. Sister Xiangqiao, I've sent you 20,000 yuan. Use it for now, and when it runs out, just let me know, and I'll send you more. This is unacceptable. How can I spend your money? Lu Xiangqiao protested, attempting to return the funds. Sister Xiangqiao, just accept it. I may not be able to give you much else, but I assure you, I will never shortchange you, Qin Xiaolong insisted earnestly. Xiaolong, do you think I am with you for your money? Lu Xiangqiao inquired. I know you are not. I give you this money mainly because I don't want you to struggle in the future. If you tire yourself out, it would truly pain my heart, Qin Xiaolong replied with a gentle smile. Though Qin Xiaolong did not utter any sweet nothings, Lu Xiangqiao felt a wave of emotion wash over her, her eyes glistening with tears. After all these years, apart from Qin Xiaolong, no one had genuinely cared for her well-being. Rest assured, Xiaolong, I will not ask you to do anything for me. As long as I hold a place in your heart, I will be completely satisfied. Lu Xiangqiao gazed at him with deep affection. She understood all too well that she was but a widow, unworthy of Qin Xiaolong, and had never harbored the hope of claiming him for herself. For her, merely having this moment where Qin Xiaolong belonged to her was the epitome of happiness. Chapter 90. The Secret Art of Rain. At 4 o'clock the next morning, Qin Xiaolong departed from Lu Xiangqiao's home. However, he did not rush home. Instead, he ascended the mountain to the plot where the golden thread orchids were planted. While the dawn had yet to break, Qin Xiaolong commenced the operation of the Secret Art of Rain. Under the influence of this technique, the ethereal energies of nature began to rapidly converge upon his location. Descend, Qin Xiaolong commanded, and the mist imbued with spiritual energy swiftly fell upon the golden thread orchids. Although they had only been transplanted the previous afternoon and appeared somewhat wilted, upon absorbing the mist rich with spiritual energy, each golden thread orchid instantly regained vitality and began to grow at a visible pace. However, the spiritual energy within the mist was exceedingly sparse, and within mere minutes, the growth of the orchids nearly stagnated. Even so, their size had increased by a third, effectively shortening their growth cycle by at least 10 to 15 days. Impressive indeed. This secret art of rain is truly remarkable. Though Qin Xiaolong had anticipated this outcome, he was still somewhat astonished by the efficacy of the technique. According to his calculations, if he practiced the secret art of rain daily, these golden thread orchids would reach maturity in no more than half a month. This undoubtedly provided him with a lucrative shortcut, given time. Becoming a wealthy local lord would be a mere trifle. Of course, Qin Xiaolong was not the type to settle for a small corner. His aspirations stretched across the vast expanse of the starry sea. For now, his priority was to develop discreetly, so as to avoid drawing undue attention and incurring the envy of others. To prevent anyone from discovering his ability to accelerate plant growth, he promptly returned to the village after concluding his practice. Before long, Qin Xiaolong arrived at young Daju's home. "Hey, Daju, you're up quite early today," Qin Xiaolong remarked, initially expecting young Daju to still be asleep, only to find him sharpening a butcher's knife. "There's a family in Shishui village that needs to slaughter a cow, and my dad and I are getting ready to head out. Do you need something?" Young Daju replied. His father, young Jinsheng, was a renowned butcher in the area, often sought after for family events involving livestock. Young Daju primarily assisted him in these endeavors. "I was thinking of taking you to meet Xiaotsue today. But since you're so busy, I'll let it go," Qin Xiaolong said with a smile. Last night, Lu Shangqiao had mentioned that her cousin, Lu Xiaotsue, had agreed to meet Yang Dazu.as for whether they would hit it off. That remained uncertain. Upon hearing this, young Daju rushed over to Qin Xiaolong, his expression filled with urgency. "Xiaolong, you're not pulling my leg, are you? Xiaotsue really agreed to meet me?" "Of course not. Do you think I have nothing better to do than to tease you at dawn?" Qin Xiaolong rolled his eyes. In truth, he could have simply called young Daju to relay this news, but since he was passing by, he decided to share it in person. I didn't mean it that way." Young Daju chuckled sheepishly, then turned to his father. "Dad, I'm going on a date with Xiaotsue, so I want to be going with you to slaughter the cow." All right, your matters take precedence," young Jinsheng replied. Having one son and one daughter, with his daughter already married off, his primary concern was finding a suitable bride for his son to carry on the family name. By the way, Xiaolong, did Xiaotsue say where we would meet?" Young Daju asked, suppressing his excitement. "She didn't specify, but I've set it up for you. You'll meet at the Shangyun restaurant in town at 10 this morning. It's the first meeting. So we must make it formal. We can't let her think less of you," Qin Xiaolong explained. The Shangyun restaurant was the finest establishment in Wuyang town, where prominent families typically hosted events. As Qin Xiaolong regarded young Daju as a good brother, he was determined to ensure that this date would be a success. "Thank you, Xiaolong. You're a great friend. If things go well, I'll have you as my best man." Young Daju expressed his gratitude eagerly. "Let us not get ahead of ourselves. We'll see if you can truly win over Xiaotsue first," Qin Xiaolong replied with a smile. Young Daju was somewhat awkward in conversation. A simple and honest man, and nowadays, young women tended to prefer more suave and articulate suitors. It remained to be seen if Lu Xiaotsue would be interested in him. Nevertheless, Qin Xiaolong had made up his mind that if they were compatible, he would do everything possible to bring them together, even if it meant using some financial persuasion. To help young Daju leave a good impression on Lu Xiaotsue, after delivering goods to Longding restaurant, Qin Xiaolong specifically took him shopping for a new outfit and even got his hair done. "Not bad at all. Now you finally look presentable," Qin Xiaolong teased. However, young Daju did not engage in banter. Instead, he nervously asked, "Xiaolong, what should I say when I meet Xiaotsue? Just say what comes to mind. It's not your first date, is it? Do you really need to ask me?" Qin Xiaolong rolled his eyes at him. "My previous dates were just to appease my parents, but this time is different. I genuinely like Xiaotsue, and I don't want to blow it on the first meeting," young Daju replied awkwardly. "Just tell Xiaotsue that you find her attractive. If she is willing to marry you, then you'll make her happy every day." Qin Xiaolong jested. "I'm being serious here." "Stop joking around," young Daju replied, frowning. "What? Isn't that the truth? You haven't even talked to Xiaotsue, yet you say you like her. If it's not about her looks, what is it?" Qin Xiaolong asked with a smile. All right, you're right. I am just being shallow. What I really want is to make her my wife. Can you help me think of a way to win her over?" Young Daju said, his face filled with worry. Abandoning the argument, "That is simple. Just give her a bottle of magic water to drink. and once you've consummated the relationship, she'll have no choice but to marry you. Qin Xiaolong continued to tease. If you keep this up, I won't talk to you anymore, Yang Dazhu replied, his face dark as a pot lid. All right, I won't joke anymore. Once you meet her, remember? Next, Qin Xiaolong shared some of his dating experiences with Yang Dazhu, including details Lu Xiangqiao had shared about Lu Xiaozui's preferences. With this newfound knowledge, Yang Dazhu felt considerably more confident. Noticing the time, they hurried to the Shangyun restaurant to secure their reservation. Although they had planned to meet at 10, it wasn't until 10:30 that Lu Xiangqiao finally arrived with Lu Xiaozui in tow. Contrary to Qin Xiaolong's expectations, the two of them were accompanied by a group of people. Chapter 91. Not treating oneself as an outsider. Xiaolong. I am so sorry. Xiaozui's family had some matters to attend to, so we were delayed. Did you have to wait long? Lu Xiangqiao said apologetically. It's no problem. We only waited half an hour. Which isn't much, Qin Xiaolong reassured her. Qin Xiaolong responded with a smile, not overly concerned about the details. Xiangqiao, are these individuals accompanying you? He inquired, glancing at the group behind him. Initially, he presumed it was just Lu Xiangqiao and one other person, but it appeared that perhaps all the relatives had been summoned. Let me introduce them. This is Xiaozui's father and mother. This is Xiaozui's uncle and aunt. This is Xiaozui's second aunt and younger aunt. And this is Xiaozui's younger brother. They expressed a desire to see how Dazhu is, so they decided to come along, Lu Xiangqiao explained somewhat shyly. We have quite a few people today. I hope you don't mind. If it bothers you, we can leave right now, Lu Xiaozui's younger brother, Lu Honghua, stated as he glanced at Qin Xiaolong. Not at all, the more the merrier. Let us head inside and chat, Qin Xiaolong replied, displaying enthusiasm despite the sizable entourage. Soon, they all entered a private room at Shangyun restaurant. Once seated, Qin Xiaolong nudged the menu against Yang Dazhu's arm, prompting him to quickly pass it to Lu Xiaozui. Xiaozui, feel free to order whatever you like. It's on me, Yang Dazhu said with a deliberate show of generosity. Why don't you order instead? Lu Xiaozui politely declined, no worries, please go ahead. Don't hesitate on my account. Yang Dazhu maintained his gentlemanly demeanor. Sister, if you won't order, hand the menu to me. I'll order for second aunt, Lu Honghua stated as he extended his hand. All right then, just be mindful not to order too much, Lu Xiaozui suggested after pondering for a moment, handing the menu over to Lu Honghua. Let's have one braised pork rib, one steamed lobster, one turtle soup, and Lu Honghua perused the menu, selecting the more expensive items. By the way, do you have Maodai? Let's get a bottle to try, he added. Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but think that Lu Honghua was clearly not treating this as an outsider's affair. While he could understand the selection of pricey dishes, the request for Maodai felt a bit excessive, especially since today was merely a blind date between Yang Dazhu and Lu Xiaozui, the outcome of which remained uncertain. The entire family had shown up and ordered so lavishly, and now they wanted Maodai, clearly intending to take advantage of Yang Dazhu. However, before Qin Xiaolong could voice his concerns, Lu Xiaozui interrupted Lu Honghua's order. Xiaohua, who said you could order Maodai? Can we even afford that drink? But just now, Yang Dazhu said to order whatever we wanted. Lu Honghua retorted confidently. That was just him being polite. Don't take it too far, Lu Xiaozui frowned, clearly possessing a sense of reason. It's all right. It's all right, you want Maodai, right? Let's get a bottle, Yang Dazhu interjected, willing to splurge to please the lovely lady. Sir, our Feitian Maodai is a bit pricey, 3,800 for a bottle. Are you sure you want it? The waiter inquired again. What? That's so expensive. Yang Dazhu was taken aback. He had expected it to be around 1 or 2,000. Our Feitian Maodai is sourced from city vendors and is thus more expensive. But rest assured, our liquor is guaranteed authentic. Fake it and we'll compensate tenfold, the waiter explained. Fine, let us have a bottle then. Yang Dazhu felt a pang in his heart, but he didn't want to seem stingy in front of Lu Xiaozui's family. All right, I'll have the kitchen prepare your dishes, the waiter said and departed with the menu. Dazhu, I heard from Xiangqiao that your father is the butcher Yang Jinsheng, right? Lu Xiaozui's second aunt, Luli, initiated the inquiry while they awaited their meal. Yes, my father is Yang Jinsheng, Yang Dazhu nodded. He must have made quite a bit over the years, Luli continued. Earn what? That work isn't consistent. He merely makes a living on the side, spending most of his time farming at home. Yang Dazhu answered candidly, if you get married, will your father buy you a house in the city? Lu Xiaozui's aunt asked. Not a chance. My father isn't that wealthy. Yang Dazhu shook his head. Dazhu, what do you do for work now, and how much do you earn a month? Luli asked another question. Dazhu helps me with deliveries. I pay him 20,000 a month. Qin Xiaolong interjected. I asked that for real. What kind of deliveries are worth 20,000 a month? Luli queried, astonished. In the city, 20,000 might not be much. But in the countryside, Earning that amount monthly was quite impressive. I'm currently a supplier for Longting Restaurant. Qin Xiaolong briefly explained to Lu Li, and upon realizing he wasn't T-boasting, Lu Xiaozui's family became notably warmer toward Yang Dazhu. Qin Xiaolong understood the power of monetary capability but chose not to point it out. After dining, he found an excuse to head downstairs to settle the bill. When he received the receipt, he was genuinely shocked. Their meal had cost a staggering 5,600. However, he quickly recalled the Maodai alone was 3,008, meaning the actual meal only amounted to a little over 1,800. Even so, this level of expenditure was still quite considerable. The crucial part was that, since he had to drive, he hadn't touched a drop of alcohol, leaving the entire bottle of Maodai for Lu Xiaozui's family. Fortunately, Lu Xiaozui seemed to have a good impression of Yang Dazhu. They chatted a lot and even exchanged WeChat IDs, or else this meal would have been a significant loss. Upon returning to the private room, Lu Xiaozui's relatives had already packed the leftovers. Xiaolong, did you settle the bill? Yang Dazhu asked. Yes, Qin Xiaolong replied, subtly signaling Yang Dazhu, who then gathered the courage to say, Xiaozui, it's still early. How about I take you into the city for a stroll? I want to go too. Before Lu Xiaozui could respond, her brother Lu Honghua quickly interjected, completely lacking awareness. Brother, your sister is going with Dazhu to foster their relationship. You shouldn't tag along as a third wheel. Qin Xiaolong hastily advised Lu Honghua, no way. I'm going. What if Yang Dazhu turns out to be a wolf in sheep's clothing and bullies my sister? Lu Honghua insisted, citing a rather flimsy excuse. You can trust Dazhu. He is not that kind of person, Qin Xiaolong reassured. Humph, I don't believe it. Either I go with you, or I'll take my sister home, Lu Honghua stubbornly replied. Hearing this, Qin Xiaolong felt an urge to kick the lad in the face, but for Yang Dazhu's sake, he ultimately held back. Brother, here's 100 yuan. Take it and go to the internet CAF. Don't disturb your sister, Qin Xiaolong offered, handing Lu Honghua 100. 100 isn't enough. You should at least give 500, Lu Honghua scoffed. Seeing his greed, Qin Xiaolong felt an even stronger urge to smack him, but for the sake of Yang Dazhu's happiness, he restrained himself. Fine, 500 it is. Take it and enjoy, he relented. Watching Qin Xiaolong pull out 500, Lu Honghua's face lit up with delight. Mom, you all go back to the village. I'm off to have some fun. After saying this, Lu Honghua dashed off. Brother, you're quite generous. Next time, I'll get you a set of donkey whips. I'm off now, Yang Dazhu said to Qin Xiaolong before taking Lu Xiaozui into the city. Qin Xiaolong didn't rush home. Instead, he headed to a nearby lingerie store that appeared decently decorated. Handsome, buying lingerie for your wife? The female owner greeted him eagerly upon his arrival. Not for my wife, but for a friend, Qin Xiaolong replied somewhat bashfully. During an intimate moment with Lu Shangqiao the previous day, he noticed her lingerie had faded, yet she hadn't replaced it, prompting him to buy her a few new sets. Oh, I understand. The owner smiled and quickly pointed to one set. This one is this year's new style and is selling like hotcakes. What do you think? Would you like a set? I'll take one in black and one in purple. Qin Xiaolong said, not wanting to be picky. What size do you need? The owner continued. After recalling the feel, Qin Xiaolong replied, 36E. Got it. After confirming the size, the owner quickly packaged 2 new sets for him. Handsome, that LLB 320. Would you like to pay in cash or via WeChat? Hold on a moment. Do you have any of those outfits that enhance the mood? Qin Xiaolong quietly inquired. He had seen many Chinese films featuring various outfits, and he wanted to try that sensation. I don't have any here, but my husband does. Follow me, the owner replied, leading Qin Xiaolong to the adjacent store. Only then did he realize it was an adult novelty shop. Honey, this handsome guy wants to buy some pretty little outfits. Could you recommend a few sets? The female owner said to her husband. Sure. The male owner responded, quickly retrieving several uniquely styled outfits from the shelves. Brother, these are our new arrivals. Take a look and see which ones you like. Each item was displayed with a model showcasing the outfit. And after a cursory glance, Qin Xiaolong found them all quite enticing, deciding to purchase every one of them. Brother, I have an extraordinary American import, a miraculous drug. Do you want it? Just one pill, and I guarantee you'll be at it 7 or 8 times in one night. The male shopkeeper continued to promote as he leaned closer to Qin Xiaolong. No, thank you. Qin Xiaolong, possessing already overwhelming prowess, felt no need for such substances. Afterward, he paid for his purchases, acquired some fruit, and drove back to Taoyuan village. As he passed the village committee, he was surprised to find a gathering of villagers, along with an Alfred parked nearby, clearly not belonging to their village. Curiosity piqued, he parked and approached Datsu Gu. What's going on here? Qin Xiaolong inquired of a fellow villager. A female internet celebrity has come to our village, looking for a guide. Offering 1,000 yuan a day for services, replied villager Zhang Su. Intrigued by this revelation, Qin Xiaolong squeezed into the crowd. Oh, what a stunning beauty! Upon seeing the internet celebrity, Qin Xiaolong's eyes lit up. In his experience, many internet stars had undergone cosmetic surgery, appearing rather uniform, but this girl, named Bauer, was exceptionally beautiful. She appeared to be in her early 20s, with long, flowing hair cascading down like a waterfall. Beneath elegantly arched brows, her eyes sparkled like clear springs, exuding an air of noble elegance. Her skin, seemingly kissed by milk, appeared delicate and soft, complemented by her tender pink lips. She resembled a goddess from an ancient painting, truly breathtaking. Despite her youth, her figure was notably well-developed, curvaceous and graceful, embodying the ideal image of the perfect goddess in the minds of many men. While Qin Xiaolong admired her beauty, Chen Guangfu suddenly called out to him, "Xiaolong, come here." As Qin Xiaolong approached, Chen Guangfu continued, "Let me introduce you. This is Miss Bauer. Bauer, this is Qin Xiaolong, the most formidable young man in our village. I assure you, he meets all your requirements." "Can he really handle it?" "I need an expert in wilderness survival," Bauer responded skeptically, scrutinizing Qin Xiaolong. The other villagers were sun-kissed and unkempt, their attire tattered. In contrast, Qin Xiaolong, with his fair complexion and distinguished demeanor, resembled the affluent youths of the city, leaving her doubtful about his wilderness survival skills. "Miss, I'm not boasting. I'm renowned as the versatile wilderness king of Taoyuan village. I consider myself second to none. No one dares claim the top spot," Qin Xiaolong declared proudly. Since his teenage years, he had ventured into the mountains to gather herbs, gaining extensive knowledge of the local flora and fauna while honing his wilderness survival skills. Even without any food, he could thrive comfortably. "Rest assured, Miss Bauer, Xiaolong is undoubtedly your ideal guide. He is worth at least 10 of anyone else," Chen Guangfu added, praising him. "All right, you're hired. Later, you'll accompany us into the mountains. I plan to film a 3-day wilderness survival program, and you'll be responsible for guiding us, finding food, and ensuring our safety. 1,000 yuan a day," Bauer decided. Though unfamiliar with Qin Xiaolong, she accepted this arrangement as the village chief endorsed him. "However, Miss, our Wulong Mountain is home to numerous venomous creatures and wild beasts. If I'm merely your guide, 1,000 a day is acceptable, but if you want me to double as a bodyguard, it will cost at least 3,000, or I won't take the job," Qin Xiaolong asserted firmly. "Kid, don't push your luck. Do you know who our Bauer is? She is a super internet celebrity with millions of fans online. Having you as her bodyguard would be a privilege." Bauer's agent, Dai Wei, looked down at Qin Xiaolong with an air of superiority, implying that offering him such a job was a grand favor. "Sorry, but even a top-tier star would need to pay to hire me. Without payment, I don't have time to play," Qin Xiaolong replied with a smile. His willingness to guide Bauer stemmed not from monetary gain, but from a desire to gain insight into the world of internet celebrities and live streaming, a rare opportunity for close interaction with such a prominent figure. Bauer, Xiaolong's asking price is a bit steep, but I believe he is worth it. You might not realize, but the mountains harbor many venomous snakes, wild boars, and wolves. If you choose someone unfamiliar with the terrain, you could be putting your lives at risk, and no amount of money will help then." Chen Guangfu quickly supported. In the past, he wouldn't have bothered with Qin Xiaolong's affairs, but now that he had agreed to let him date Chen Xiaoyu, he considered the prospect of Qin Xiaolong becoming his son-in-law. If Qin Xiaolong could earn more, it would enhance his daughter's future. "Bauer, don't listen to him. 3,000 a day is better spent hiring 2 professional bodyguards in the city," Dai Wei retorted coldly, not wanting to spend so much on a farmer. "Let us settle on 3,000. As long as we produce a good show, we'll recoup the expenses," Bauer decided, valuing her safety above all else. For her, spending money was simply a means of buying peace of mind, and given her lucrative live streaming career, 3,000 was hardly a concern. Seeing Bauer's agreement, Dai Wei fell silent. "Miss, please wait for a moment while I change clothes," Qin Xiaolong said to Bauer before driving off. He first stopped at Lu Shangqiao's home, where she was washing clothes in the yard. "Oh, Xiaolong, what brings you here?" Lu Shangqiao exclaimed, surprised at his arrival. "Sister Shangqiao, I bought you 2 sets of intimate apparel. Tell me if you like them," Qin Xiaolong stated bluntly. "Oh my, why did you buy me such personal items? What if they don't fit?" Lu Shangqiao feigned reproach, though her heart fluttered with delight. "Don't worry. I know your size like the back of my hand," Qin Xiaolong replied with a mischievous smile, gesturing playfully. "You rascal!" Lu Shangqiao shot him a playful glare, quickly rinsing her hands before taking the clothing inside. Having already shared an intimate moment the previous night, she had no qualms about changing in front of him, and she slipped into the new lingerie right before his eyes. "You really do have an eye for this. It fits perfectly and feels wonderful," she remarked, having previously worn only cheap knockoffs. The branded items Qin Xiaolong had chosen felt entirely different. "Sister, try this one on too," Qin Xiaolong suggested, pulling out a bag containing something more provocative. Though Lu Xiangqiao was a rural woman, she wasn't naive. She quickly understood the purpose of the outfit. "I can't wear that. It's too embarrassing," she said, blushing. "What's embarrassing about it? City folks wear such things at night. It can enhance intimacy," Qin Xiaolong replied earnestly. "Well, how about I wear it tonight and show you?" Lu Xiangqiao bit her lip shyly. As the saying goes, a woman adorns herself for the one she loves. Although she found it hard to accept such attire, her desire to please Qin Xiaolong outweighed her reservations. "I can't come tonight. I'll be going into the mountains with an internet celebrity." Qin Xiaolong briefly explained his plans to guide Bauer. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiangqiao felt a twinge of disappointment. She had hoped he would help her tend to her fields again that evening. However, she wasn't the type to be selfish and didn't try to stop him. "All right, you focus on your work. Whenever you have time, come back and I'll show you," she replied understandingly. "Then you wait for me to return," Qin Xiaolong said, giving her a gentle kiss before heading home. At 3 in the afternoon, Qin Xiaolong set off with Bauer toward the mountain. Their group consisted of 5 people. Besides Bauer, there were her agent Dai Wei, assistant He Liping, and the driver and porter, Xiao Qian. According to Bauer's requirements, they sought a campsite with a beautiful view, proximity to a water source, and a cave for shelter, as she planned to spend 3 days on the mountain conducting a wilderness survival program. Live streaming around the clock, Qin Xiaolong knew Wulong Mountain like the back of his hand. In his mind, he recalled a suitable spot about 5 kilometers from the foot of the mountain. If he were alone, he could cover that distance in mere minutes, but the city folk were unaccustomed to such exertion. After a few hundred meters, they needed to pause and rest, dragging out the journey to 2 hours for the 5 kilometers. "How about here? Should meet your requirements." Qin Xiaolong stopped and pointed toward the valley ahead. In the valley, lush trees flourished, wildflowers bloomed abundantly, and a small creek meandered through the center, the gentle sound of flowing water creating an idyllic atmosphere. Reminiscent of a paradise on earth. "Perfect. This place is even better than I imagined." Bauer was thoroughly impressed with the location Qin Xiaolong had selected. He then led Bauer and her entourage into the valley, arriving at the entrance of a cave. The cave appears to have once served as a den for wild boars, though it is evident that it has been abandoned for quite some time. Qin Xiaolong and his companions tidied up the cave, transforming it into their stronghold. Thankfully, the cave is spacious enough to comfortably accommodate several of them. "You all stay here and wait for me. Don't wander off. I'm heading out to hunt now," Qin Xiaolong informed Bayer. "Wait a moment, Xiaolong, I want to join you. I wish to livestream your hunting process," Bayer exclaimed eagerly. "Well, all right then," Qin Xiaolong replied, somewhat reluctant but acknowledging that Bayer was his employer. So he acquiesced. Bayer promptly took out her phone and began the live stream. "Dear family, I am your most delightful Bayer. Tonight marks the beginning of our 3-day wilderness survival program. First, I must introduce you to the one and only hunting king of Taoyuan village, Qin Xiaolong." "Xiaolong, please greet everyone," Bayer said, directing the camera towards him. "Hello everyone, I am Qin Xiaolong," he responded rather nonchalantly before striding toward the woods ahead. Bayer, undeterred, followed closely behind, continuing the live stream. "I am currently at Wulong Mountain, a place of breathtaking beauty, where the mountains are lush, the waters clear, and the birds sing sweetly. Xiaolong is off hunting right now. Why not take a guess at what type of prey he will catch first? This place is not suitable for hunting. It's better for wild battles. Bayer, stop hunting and just eat me instead." Haha, another scripted act, how kitsch. Eating instant noodles while gifting to internet celebrities. There are truly many fools these days. Haters, step aside. Our Bayer is a breath of fresh air among internet stars. She wouldn't resort to scripting. In the live stream chat, hundreds of comments flooded the screen. "Overwhelming Bayer, did I notice someone claiming this is scripted? That friend must not know me well, always emphasize authenticity in my live streams, and would never engage in deceit. If you don't believe me, just keep following my journey, and you will see whether I am acting," Bayer explained briefly. As an internet celebrity, being criticized by trolls was a routine occurrence for her. She then turned the camera back to Qin Xiaolong. "Everyone, look, Xiaolong seems to have discovered something," Bayer exclaimed as she hurried towards him. That moment, Qin Xiaolong was digging into a hole, and as Bayer approached, he suddenly pulled his hand out. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A sharp sound pierced the air, and in the next moment, a plump rat appeared before Bayer. "Ah!" Bayer gasped in fright, instinctively retreating several steps. Qin Xiaolong, Why are you catching a rat? She asked, her face contorted in disgust. Of course, it's for dinner. Qin Xiaolong replied matter-of-factly. You want us to eat a rat? Is that even edible? Bayer immediately retorted. Let me correct you. This is not a rat, it's a bamboo rat. Not only is it edible, but it is also quite delicious, especially when roasted. It could make the neighboring children weep with envy. Qin Xiaolong chuckled. Bamboo rats are fundamentally different from ordinary rats. They dwell in the woods, feed on bamboo, have minimal bacteria, and their meat is succulent, far more flavorful than pork. Bayer glanced at the barrage of comments in the live stream, where many fans recognized it as a bamboo rat and confirmed its edibility, which somewhat eased her concerns. Qin Xiaolong then struck the bamboo rat on the head with a stick, instantly ending its life. Here, take this. Let me see if I can catch a few more, he said, handing the deceased bamboo rat to Bayer. This particular specimen weighed about 2 kilograms, a rather sizable catch. However, he needed to prepare enough food for 5 people, so one bamboo rat would certainly not suffice. He needed to procure more prey. Don't make me hold it. I'm scared, Bayer said, her face filled with trepidation. What are you afraid of? It's already dead. Just take it, Qin Xiaolong commanded in an authoritative tone. After a moment of hesitation, Bayer cautiously grasped the bamboo rat by its tail. Qin Xiaolong then ventured deeper into the bamboo forest to continue his search. Soon, he stumbled upon several more bamboo rat burrows. But it seemed these rats were out visiting relatives, as the holes were all empty. Just as he was about to leave, he chanced upon a few dried bamboo stalks and abruptly halted. Drawing out his machete, he sliced through a bamboo stalk, and a cascade of white, wriggling larvae spilled forth from the cut. Qin Xiaolong picked up a few of the squirming larvae and turned to Bayer. Do you know what these are? They can't be maggots, can they? Bayer ventured, unsure of what she was seeing. You're half right. These are bamboo larvae, also known as shoot larvae. They are a high-protein delicacy. So, what do you think? Care to give them a try? Qin Xiaolong asked with a grin. Bamboo larvae are the larvae of bamboo weevils and can be quite a pest to bamboo forests. However, they are also a rare delicacy, and when Qin Xiaolong was a child, he enjoyed catching them and frying them in oil. They were exceptionally tasty, and adults often relish them as a snack with their drinks. You want me to eat maggots? Can they be eaten raw? Bayer asked, her brow furrowed in distaste. Qin Xiaolong had just caught a bamboo rat for dinner, and now he was presenting her with a handful of larvae. She was beginning to seriously suspect he was playing a prank on her. I told you. These are bamboo larvae, a high-protein delicacy. Of course, they are edible. If you don't believe me, I will eat one first. Qin Xiaolong replied with a chuckle, tossing 2 into his mouth. Seeing him eat the bamboo larvae right before her eyes, Bayer finally picked one up and waved it in front of the camera. Dear family, do you see this? This is a bamboo larva, and I am about to eat it raw. If anyone wishes to support me with gifts, please do so, she announced. Bayer, being an internet celebrity, understood that her audience loved such peculiar activities. You must support. Brothers, send gifts. I'll be the first to show my respect. In the live stream, many fans began showering her with gifts. In less than a minute, Bayer received over 3,000 yuan in gifts. Thank you for your gifts, dear family. Now, I will eat it, she declared, summoning her courage and placing the bamboo larva in her mouth. She had expected it to be difficult to swallow, but surprisingly, it had a hint of bamboo's fresh aroma and a creamy flavor, quite palatable. In fact, wow, amazing. Has Bayer become a culinary master? Bayer is truly a heroine. She dares to eat this stuff raw. I'm convinced from now on, Bayer is my only goddess. Bayer, let us stop eating larvae. I'll give you my sausage instead. Watching Bayer actually consume the bamboo larva, the live stream chat erupted in excitement, with comments flooding the screen. Honestly, I think the bamboo larvae are not so bad. They are much tastier than the silkworm pupae I've eaten before, Bayer commented to the camera. Eating them raw is just mediocre. They taste best when fried, but we don't have those conditions here. Once we return to camp, I'll prepare them for you, Qin Xiaolong added, collecting all the bamboo larvae he had found. He then searched the surrounding area a bit more. While he hadn't caught any additional prey, he had discovered a few wild yams and some wild fruits. Why now? Night had completely fallen, and for safety's sake, he decided to escort Bayer back to their camp. Bamboo larvae, bamboo rats, and wild fruits? Can't you find something more ordinary to eat? Are these even fit for human consumption? Daiwei expressed his dissatisfaction upon seeing the food Qin Xiaolong had brought back. We're here for wilderness survival, not a vacation. Having something to eat is already a blessing. No one is forcing you to eat it, Qin Xiaolong replied coolly. Hey, how dare you speak to me like that? Dai Wei retorted aggressively, pointing a finger at Qin Xiaolong. Don't point at me. Let me be clear. We are merely in a temporary employment relationship. If you annoy me, I won't hesitate to walk away. Qin Xiaolong shot back defiantly. Dai Wei had always carried himself with an air of superiority, in stark contrast to Bear's approachability, and Qin Xiaolong felt no fondness for him whatsoever. You, all right, Wei Gu? Xiaolong is right. We are here to film a program, so let us not nitpick, Bear interjected. She knew that Qin Xiaolong was doing quite well. Had it been her, she would have surely gone hungry that night. I'll let it slide today for Bear's sake. I won't stoop to your level, Dai Wei huffed, ultimately choosing to let the matter rest. Qin Xiaolong ignored Dai Wei entirely, turning to the creek to clean the bamboo rat. For the sake of the program, they had brought no food or cooking utensils, but being a native of the countryside, Qin Xiaolong found it quite manageable. He first ignited a campfire using the friction method and then skewered the bamboo rat to roast it over the flames. He also chopped a bamboo pole to fashion several makeshift bowls and chopsticks. Half an hour later, the bamboo rat was perfectly roasted. The enticing aroma of the grilled meat made Dai Wei, who had initially dismissed the bamboo rat, swallow hard. Is it ready? Let me have a taste, Dai Wei said, his impatience evident. Didn't you say this wasn't fit for human consumption? Why do you want to eat it now? Qin Xiaolong replied coldly. This fellow is not only picky but also quite lazy. He devoured half of the wild fruits he foraged all by himself, yet he wouldn't lift a finger to gather firewood. Instead choosing to lie about like a corpse. Just a moment ago, I wasn't hungry, but now my stomach is growling. Hurry up and bring me something to eat. After a long wait without sustenance, Dai Wei's stomach began to grumble audibly, and naturally, he no longer cared about selecting the choicest morsels. Xiaolong, could you please distribute the bamboo rats among everyone? I'm feeling quite famished as well, Bauer interjected, not wishing for any further quarrel between the two, as they were all part of a team now, and strained relations would serve no one well. Seeing that the beautiful girl had spoken, Qin Xiaolong naturally decided to set aside his pettiness. He placed the roasted bamboo rats on a clean stone slab, giving the two meatiest hind legs to Bao and the assistant He Liping, offering the two front legs to Xiao Chun, and finally leaving the meager carcass for Dai Wei. Xiaolong, aren't you going to eat? Bauer asked upon noticing that Qin Xiaolong had not saved anything for himself. You are city dwellers and need to eat well. Your nutrition must be adequate. As for me, I am simply a farmer, and a bit of roasted yam will suffice for my meal, Qin Xiaolong replied with admirable magnanimity. They had trekked for 2 hours from the mountain, but had it been solely for him, he could have returned in mere minutes. Hence, he had already planned to sneak down the mountain later for a more substantial meal, rendering any competition for this little bit of bamboo rat meat unnecessary. Upon hearing Qin Xiaolong's words, Bao was deeply moved. That won't do. You've put in the most effort today, and it wouldn't be right for you not to have some meat. You eat this, and I will have the roasted yam, Bao insisted, handing over her portion of meat to Qin Xiaolong. Do not be so courteous. Missing one meal will not kill me, Qin Xiaolong replied, pleasantly surprised by Bao's kindness. After a few more attempts to convince him, and seeing that she could not sway him, Bao resigned herself to keeping the bamboo rat meat for herself. Once the meat was consumed, they each received a few bamboo grubs and 2 segments of roasted yam, leaving everyone only half satisfied. Yet, given their desolate surroundings, no one, except Dai Wei, voiced any complaints. Would anyone like some hot water? Qin Xiaolong inquired after dinner. How can we boil water without a pot? Bao asked, puzzled. Who said boiling water necessarily requires a pot? Qin Xiaolong smiled slightly, promptly gathering materials, cutting a section of bamboo, and filling it with spring water before placing it over the charcoal fire. Since the bamboo was wet, the water inside was heated before the bamboo itself caught fire, allowing Bao and the others to conveniently enjoy hot water. Xiaolong, you truly are impressive. Hiring you was indeed a wise decision. Prior to this trip, Bao had harbored concerns about Qin Xiaolong's wilderness survival skills, but after spending half a day with him, she found him to be an exceptionally capable individual, seemingly adept at everything in this world. Of course, would I let you spend money in vain? Qin Xiaolong replied with a smug expression. By the way, Xiaolong, I would like to wash up by the creek. Could you cover for me for a while? Bao asked hesitantly. After a day of wilderness survival, she was drenched in perspiration, feeling sticky and uncomfortable, and wished to freshen up, lest she start to smell by morning. I can cover for you, Dai Wei immediately offered. Perhaps you should refrain. Your streaming style does not resonate with the audience, and if you take over, we might lose viewers, Bao politely suggested. Dai Wei was known for his arrogance and temper, and the fans in the live stream were not fond of him. Many had even urged her to change managers. But due to contractual obligations, she had endured. If you want to let me stream, fine. I could use the extra rest, Daiwei said, lying back down on the straw. Xiaolong, could you help me cover for a while? Bauer asked again. I can, but I fear your fans may not approve, Qin Xiaolong replied. Dear viewers, I'm heading to the creek for a wash, as I'm in dire need of one. I'll leave you in the capable hands of Wild King Xiaolong for a bit, and I kindly ask you to interact with him, Bauer announced to the audience. I want to see Bauer bathe. Strongly demanding a live broadcast of Bauer's entire bathing process. Bauer, if you don't show us the bath, I'll unfollow. Folks, the next segment is a paid video, so please shower the gifts. In the live stream, a rowdy bunch clamored for a glimpse of Bauer bathing. Bauer, however, was not upset but rather resignedly said, I would love to live stream for you, but the platform doesn't allow it. You surely don't want me to get banned, do you? Very well, it's settled then. Xiaolong will cover for me, and I'll return shortly. Xiaolong, you better not peek. If I catch anyone sneaking a glance, I shall gouge out their eyes upon my return. Bauer playfully threatened before heading to the creek with He Liping. Chapter 96, The Master of Skills. Hello everyone, I am the substitute streamer, Qin Xiaolong. For those who haven't yet followed Bauer, please do so now. Having seen the live stream before, Qin Xiaolong felt completely at ease. At this moment, he noticed that Bauer's channel boasted over 3 million followers, with a staggering 5 million in engagement, a considerable achievement in the realm of shark live streaming. He opened Bauer's donation leaderboard and was taken aback. Goodness, the top gift on the daily leaderboard translated to over 20,000 in cash, while even the 10th place garnered over 2,000. Collectively, the top 10 donations exceeded 80,000. No wonder so many people aspire to be internet celebrities. These top influencers truly rake in the money. Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but marvel. Bro, if you live stream Bauer bathing, I'll send a rocket. Rockets are nothing. If you dare to stream, I'll send a spaceship. Hurry up. I've already taken off my pants. I need to see Bauer. The viewers in the live stream egged Qin Xiaolong on. Brothers, I would love to provide you with a treat, but if I actually go through with it, I might find myself in hot water with the authorities, Qin Xiaolong replied, suppressing his laughter. Everyone is a man here. I know exactly what you're all thinking, but broadcasting a bathing session is illegal. And I won't be foolish enough to do that. If you don't stream, I'm leaving. I came to see the beautiful girl, not to watch a big man like you. Faced with the prospect of not seeing Bauer bathe, the audience members began to threaten to leave. Please don't go just yet. While I can't stream the bath, how about I perform one-finger push-ups? Qin Xiaolong quickly attempted to keep the audience engaged. Upon hearing this, the viewers suddenly became interested and flooded the chat with requests for him to demonstrate. Without delay, Qin Xiaolong positioned his phone and began to do push-ups with a single finger. Wow, that is impressive. His skill left many in awe. After all, many struggle to do push-ups with one hand, let alone with a single finger. However, for Qin Xiaolong, it was a piece of cake. Bro, show us how to break a stone with your chest, and I'll send a rocket. Someone in the live stream cheered. Breaking a stone with my chest is no issue, but I lack a hammer. I'll perform that feat when we return to the village. For now, let me demonstrate breaking a stone with my hand. With that, Qin Xiaolong scanned his surroundings and picked up a flat pebble roughly the size of 2 of his fists. Brothers, take a look. This is a real stone, not a prop, Qin Xiaolong declared, tapping it to produce a crisp sound. Next, he placed the stone atop a rock to let it hang partially, took a deep breath, concentrated all his strength into his palm, and then struck down with great force. Crack, with a sharp sound, the stone shattered into 2 pieces. Wow, that's incredible. If that fist connects with someone, they'd be done for. Brothers, quickly, stew me and give the big guy some nourishment. As Qin Xiaolong exhibited such prowess, the live stream erupted with excitement. Without Qin Xiaolong needing to ask, many viewers spontaneously began sending gifts. Some even sent treasure maps. Wow, thanks to the generous viewer known as Burang Zhongshan for sending the treasure map. It's worth 5,000, and Qin Xiaolong was genuinely surprised that someone would gift him such a thing. This gift is specially for you. Tell Bauer later so she can convert it to cash for you. Burang Zhongshan promptly sent another message. Thank you so much, boss. Qin Xiaolong replied gratefully. In the live stream, many guild accounts would send gifts to boost the streamer's popularity, but these gifts were not redeemable for cash. However, from Burang Zhongshan's words, it was clear he was a genuine wealthy individual. Is there any other special skill you can demonstrate? I'll make sure you receive plenty of gifts. Burang Zhongshan prompted again. Yes, don't worry, boss. Initially, Qin Xiaolong had only intended to liven up the atmosphere, but seeing the enthusiasm of the wealthy viewer, he was inspired to continue performing. Subsequently, he showcased various feats, including walking on his hands, fire-eating, and balancing a knife on his throat. Many believed he would perform hard qigong, but in reality, these were merely applications of strength, effortless for him. These remarkable displays not only garnered unanimous praise from the audience, but also resulted in a plethora of gifts. Qin Xiaolong didn't keep count, but he was certain the total exceeded 40,000, with Bu Rangjiangshan alone contributing over 20,000 in gifts. This made Qin Xiaolong involuntarily exclaim. Indeed, the lives of the wealthy are characterized by their lavish spending. Were he in their position, he would undoubtedly be a staunch advocate of frugality, refusing to spend even a dime on gifts. Meanwhile, as Qin Xiaolong engaged with his audience, the popularity of the livestream soared, ultimately reaching an astonishing 8 million viewers. He even began to entertain the notion that he could sustain himself as an internet celebrity in the future. After another brief interval, Bayer returned with he leaping from their bath. Why goodness, Xiaolong, what have you done? Why are there so many gifts? Bayer had initially worried that the audience would disperse after her departure. But to her surprise, there were even more viewers than during her own stream, and the gifts had significantly increased. I just showcased a few skills, and the audience was delighted, so they showered me with gifts. By the way, several bosses have sent you private messages. Take a look. As Qin Xiaolong spoke, he returned his phone to Bayer. Upon glancing at the private messages, Bayer noticed they were largely similar, essentially stating that the gifts were meant specifically for Qin Xiaolong and urging Bayer to convert them into cash for him. Rest assured, once I tally everything, I will give you all the money from these gifts, Bayer stated earnestly. This is your live stream. The money from the gifts belongs to you. Why should it go to him? Dai Wei was the first to voice his dissent. The big brother himself said these gifts were meant for Xiaolong. Of course, they should go to him. Otherwise, if the big brothers get upset, who would still watch my stream? Bayer argued passionately. Though Dai Wei was reluctant to part with the money, he knew Bayer spoke the truth. The affluent patrons in the live stream were not to be offended, so he reluctantly acquiesced. However, he had already devised a plan to withhold the funds once the 3-day program concluded. Subsequently, Bayer resumed her live streaming. It must be said, Bayer is indeed a hidden gem. She could easily rely on her looks. Yet she chooses to showcase her talents, excelling in singing and dancing alike. Especially her voice, which is akin to celestial melodies, illuminating why Bayer enjoys such immense popularity. Had he been a typical homebody, he too would have relished watching a goddess like her perform live. Chapter 97. I want you to accompany me. Unbeknownst to them, the night had deepened. Dear viewers, it's quite late now. Bayer should get some rest. Good night. Love you all. After bidding farewell to her audience, Bayer lay down in her sleeping bag. However, her phone remained on, connected to a power bank, streaming her slumber. Word another host? Their viewers would likely have scattered at the mere thought of a sleep stream, yet Bayer's live session continued to thrive. Many netizens were still sending messages, fantasizing that Bayer was their wife, accompanying them in sleep, with some even quarreling over her attention. Observing the peculiar comments in the live chat, Qin Xiaolong nearly burst into laughter. He discovered that reading the comments was far more entertaining than the live stream itself. Time flew by, and soon it was 1 a.m. Noticing that Bayer and the others had fallen asleep, Qin Xiaolong quietly exited the cave. Under the night sky, he moved swiftly, returning home in just a few minutes. Having received advance notice from Qin Xiaolong, Liang Jing had prepared a chicken in the kitchen. Qin Xiaolong warmed it up and savored a delightful meal. As the ancient saying goes, a full stomach breeds desire, while hunger and cold incite thievery. Initially, Qin Xiaolong planned to eat first and then head to the farm to hasten the growth of the golden line lotus, but having filled his belly, unwholesome thoughts began to surface. He first sent a WeChat message to Wu Jinlian, but received no reply, indicating she was likely asleep. Not wanting to disturb her, he sent a message to Lu Shangqiao instead. He hadn't held out much hope, yet to his surprise, Lu Shangqiao replied within a minute. Qin Xiaolong quickly called her via WeChat. Sister Shangqiao, are you still awake? Not yet. I don't know why. But I can't sleep. I'm still watching a TV series, Lu Shangqiao replied. Is Sister Shangqiao unable to sleep because she misses me? Qin Xiaolong chuckled. Yes, I miss you. When can you come over? I want you to keep me company while I sleep. Lu Shangqiao was not the type to be shameless, yet in front of Qin Xiaolong, she held nothing back regarding her true feelings. Don't worry. I'll come over right now. Just leave the door unlocked for me. Qin Xiaolong, always eager to help, naturally wanted to fulfill her request. Is this for real? You're not deceiving me, are you? Lu Shangqiao asked skeptically. Rest assured, I would never lie to you. I'll be there shortly. After sending that message, Qin Xiaolong hung up and hurried to Lu Xiangqiao's home. The door was indeed ajar. Qin Xiaolong pushed it open, locked it behind him, and quickly made his way to Lu Xiangqiao's bedroom. Xiaolong, didn't you go up the mountain with that female internet celebrity? Why are you back so soon? Lu Xiangqiao asked, astonished. As soon as I heard you say you missed me, I flew back immediately. So, Sister Xiangqiao, are you touched? Qin Xiaolong replied with a grin. Yes, I'm absolutely moved, Lu Xiangqiao said with a smile, feigning annoyance. Don't just be moved. What about those outfits I bought for you? Put them on so I can admire them. Qin Xiaolong said, unable to contain his excitement. You have to close your eyes while I change, Lu Xiangqiao replied. Why should I close my eyes? I've seen it all before. Qin Xiaolong had just discussed the mysteries of life's origins with Lu Xiangqiao the day before. So she felt there were no secrets left between them. I just wanted to give you a surprise, Lu Xiangqiao pouted, playfully. All right, I'll close my eyes now. Understanding Lu Xiangqiao's intentions, Qin Xiaolong complied. Lu Xiangqiao retrieved a few sensual outfits from the bottom of her wardrobe, choosing a black lace ensemble to wear. All set. You can open your eyes now, the sound of Lu Xiangqiao's voice. Qin Xiaolong finally opened his eyes in that instant. His pulse raced, and his veins throbbed. The sight of Lu Xiangqiao in her new attire was nothing short of enchanting, resembling a fox spirit incarnate, captivating and exuding femininity. Moreover, a hint of shyness graced her face, stirring an irresistible desire to embrace and cherish her. While Qin Xiaolong initially intended for Lu Xiangqiao to try on several outfits, he found himself entirely consumed by the moment, surrendering to the tender ambience. Time flew, and before he knew it, an hour had passed. After tucking the exhausted Lu Xiangqiao under a light summer blanket, Qin Xiaolong rose and headed to the farm. It was the dead of night. The mountains were deserted, allowing him to freely employ the secret technique of Gonlin, encouraging the ethereal energies of nature to nurture the golden line lotus. Following this second wave of stimulation, the golden line lotus flourished with vitality, a sight to behold. Having completed his tasks, Qin Xiaolong hurried back to the cave. With Bayer and the others still asleep, he found a vacant spot and settled down for some rest. The next day, Qin Xiaolong awoke early and began searching for food nearby. Upon his return, he was startled by a sudden scream echoing from the cave. Unsure of what had transpired, he rushed back as quickly as he could. Xiaolong, hurry, there's a scorpion. Inside the cave, Bayer stood frozen in place, her face a mask of terror. Qin Xiaolong glanced at her and quickly spotted the scorpion clinging to her collar. Don't move, he instructed her, before swiftly approaching and blowing gently at the scorpion. Its tail immediately curled up, providing Qin Xiaolong the opportunity to grasp it. You scared me to death. Thank goodness you're here, Bayer exclaimed, patting her chest, visibly relieved. This scorpion is highly venomous. Even if it stings, it'll only hurt for a few days, not lethal. Qin Xiaolong reassured her with a smile that a few days? I can't even bear a few hours of pain. Hurry and get rid of it. Bayer replied, her face reflecting her fear. All right, Qin Xiaolong said, removing the scorpion's stinger before tossing it into the charcoal fire. Before long, the scorpion was roasted, and Qin Xiaolong popped it into his mouth. You even dare to eat scorpions? Incredible, Bayer exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up, admiration evident in her eyes. Incredible? I see him as nothing more than a wild man. Dai Wei interjected sarcastically. A dog cannot spit out ivory, Qin Xiaolong retorted, refusing to indulge Dai Wei's provocations. Who are you calling a dog? Dai Wei's expression turned icy. Of course, I'm talking about you. If you don't understand that, it seems you are just a foolish dog. Qin Xiaolong smirked, his words laced with disdain. Chapter 98. Accidental consumption of water observation. Brother Wei, Xiaolong, can we not argue? Let us save our energy for hunting later. All right. As it appeared the two were on the verge of a dispute, Bayer quickly stepped in as a mediator. With Bayer intervening, Qin Xiaolong decided to let it go and not press the issue further with Dai Wei. Dai Wei seemed poised to say more, but upon seeing Bayer frown, he ultimately swallowed his words. Bayer, these are the wild fruits I gathered this morning. You all can make do with them to fill your stomachs. Qin Xiaolong then produced the wild fruits and distributed them to Bayer and the others, giving each two, barely enough to satisfy their hunger. Wei Gu, Yu, Li Ping, and Xiao Chun will form a trio, primarily tasked with gathering wild fruits and firewood in the vicinity. Xiao Long and I will team up to hunt. We aim to enjoy a hearty meal by noon. After indulging in the wild fruits, Bao'er proactively began assigning tasks. I want to be on your team, she declared. Dai Wei immediately responded. Bao'er, being a stunning beauty, had captured his attention, and he longed to remain by her side, perhaps even to take advantage of the situation. No. I must livestream Xiaolong's hunting process. You should pair up with Xiao Qian. He insisted. All right, it's settled. We shall proceed with the hunt. You all hurry along with your tasks. With that, Bao Er and Qin Xiaolong ventured into the forest. When shall we go collect firewood? Xiao Chun inquired. Glancing at Dai Wei, if you wish to go, feel free. I shall take a short nap, Dai Wei replied, his inherent laziness compounded by the fact that he hadn't had his fill the previous night and that morning. He promptly returned to lie down. Xiao Chun, serving as the driver, dared not protest and took Li Ping to gather firewood. After wandering in the forest for over 2 hours, Qin Xiaolong successfully hunted a wild chicken and a hare. These two would barely suffice for their noon meal. On the way back, he stumbled upon a cluster of wild grapevines and gathered 6 or 7 pounds of sweet and sour wild grapes. Upon their return to the campsite, Xiao Chun was engaged in conversation with Li Ping, but Dai Wei was nowhere to be found. Where's Wei Gu? Bao Er inquired with concern. He went to relieve himself. Xiao Chun replied, he's as lazy as a donkey. Let us not worry about him. Everyone, come and enjoy these grapes. They are delicious, Bao Er announced as she presented the washed grapes. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaolong cleaned the hare and wild chicken before setting them on the fire to roast. Keep an eye on the hare and chicken. Don't let them burn. I'll wander the mountains a bit more to see if I can catch more game. So you won't have to go hungry, he said to Bao Er. With Bao Er accompanying them, their pace was significantly slower. Had he been alone, he would have certainly caught more than just 2 animals in half a day. All right, just be careful, Bao Er replied, feeling fatigued after running around and opting not to follow him any longer. After a little over 10 minutes, Dai Wei finally returned. Wei Gu, why did it take you so long in the restroom? I nearly thought you fell into the pit, Bao Er teased playfully. Humph, do you think I merely went to the restroom? I went to forage for food for you all, Dai Wei retorted proudly. Laying his clothing on the ground, within his garments were numerous muddy spherical objects. See this? This is my harvest for the day. What is this? Bao Er asked, her face a picture of confusion. This is taro, which I excavated with great effort. Xiao Qian, Li Ping, both of you should learn from me and not be so lazy, understand? Dai Wei proclaimed with an air of superiority. Hearing a person who had napped for half the day call others lazy stirred discomfort in Xiao Qian. But under the circumstances, he had to swallow his pride. He still relied on Dai Wei for his wages and dared not confront him. Wei Gu, how do we eat this taro? Bao Er asked next. Simply roast it over the fire until it's cooked, Dai Wei explained, tossing half of the taro into the embers. All right, keep an eye on it. I'm going to lie down for a bit. With that, Dai Wei returned to his prone position. When the hare and wild chicken were finally roasted, no one called for him, so Dai Wei crawled over. This roasted chicken smells delightful. Without hesitation, he seized a piece and began to feast. Wei Gu, Xiaolong hasn't he returned yet? Shouldn't we wait for him before eating? Bao Er expressed her discontent. Who knows when he'll be back? By the time he returns, we'll starve. Come, let us eat. Dai Wei insisted, tearing off a leg of the roasted chicken and offering it to Bao Er. Eat up. That wild man will never go hungry. Bao Er, let us eat first. We can always save some for Qin Xiaolong. Xiao Qin chimed in, his own hunger gnawing at him. Very well then, let us save that hare for him. He has done the most work, and I certainly don't want him to eat leftovers. Thus, the group divided the roasted chicken. However, having gone 2 meals without food, they found it insufficient and ended up sharing the hare as well. Bao Er felt quite irked but understood their genuine hunger. Suppressing her frustration and hoping that Qin Xiaolong would return with more game. Bao Er, come, try this delicious roasted taro. Dai Wei approached her, eager to please. I'll pass. Let us save it for Xiaolong. Bao Er replied, in a way, I specifically roasted this for you. If you don't eat, I'll lose face. Just have a bite, even if it's just half. Dai Wei continued to persuade her, faced with his insistence. Bao Er reluctantly accepted one. Xiao Chun, Li Ping, you both eat as well. Once you're full, you can work harder this afternoon. With that, Dai Wei devoured one of the taros in a hurry. Suddenly, while enjoying the taro, Bao Er felt a tingling sensation in her mouth, her tongue itching, accompanied by a strong wave of nausea in her stomach. Ugh! Unable to hold back, she promptly vomited all that she had just consumed. Simultaneously, Dai Wei and the others experienced similar reactions. Bao Er, not being foolish, quickly deduced that they were suffering from food poisoning. They had consumed the wild chicken and hare without issue, but the taro had triggered their toxic reaction. Everyone, quickly discard the taro. It's poisonous, Bao Er urged, her nausea intensifying along with a severe sense of dizziness, making it difficult for her to breathe. Without wasting a moment, Bao Er, enduring her discomfort, dialed Qin Xiaolong's number. Xiaolong, help, Help us, ugh. Her speech was slurred due to the tingling in her tongue.